That's 3 straight road games now where you guys have played 3 of the most complete games since you've been here. Is there something about this group that likes going and playing in hostile environments?
We like to be booed and they say it and hate it. That turns us on. It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact. That's how I felt when I played. I mean, I love to be on the road and get booed and they say it and hate it on it. I think we like being the underdogs and we like being those type of people. Not that we don't look at the betting line or whatever. Underdogs meaning on the road, away from home. But we like that. We like that. We really do.
Good morning. I've never heard it quite described that way before. We like it. It's sexy. It turns us on. How about that? I'm sure a whole bunch of people are turned on this morning because you have 2 games. We have our first official
It turns
double.
us on.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a sultry voice he can put on with that too.
It turns us on.
I mean, that's pretty good.
It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
Our first official double dipperoo of the night with both the Nuggets and the Avs in action. So here's where I want to start. We talked to Bednar yesterday, gave us a breakdown of what he saw from the beginning of the season. He said this is going to, in no uncertain terms, and we can play this audio back a little bit later, but this is going to be Eustace Onanen's net until it isn't. And I think that's the absolutely proper way to take it. And with that, you're going to have that game that is going to be on Channel 9 tonight. So that is going to be one of the first games that's broadcast here on the local over-the-air television channels. But I want to start with the Nuggets as they open up their season. A whole bunch of basketball games played last night. Bunch of teams with a game under their belt now. But the Nuggets open their season 8 o'clock TNT
Tonight.
against the Thunder. Talked about this for a minute yesterday. Noticed this for a while. It just feels as if there is some pessimism surrounding this team that I can't quite understand at the moment. No matter what you thought about the Nuggets offseason or the way the last season ended or whatever, I have a wealth, a dearth of things that surround this team over the past few years that I can give you as evidence as to why they are going to be right back in the conversation of a championship. The way last season ended gave people pause, and I think way too much. You know, they said from the outset, as much as we might not like, or at least a few people might not have liked how they went about talking about their championship window, they said, we're going to try and have this for years, not throw it all to the wind, throw caution to the wind, and try and go back to back.
Championship windows.
They wanted to throw it, or they said that they would rather have 3 championships in 6 years than 2 back-to-back and then basically start over. And every move that they've made has essentially been under that umbrella. It is, we have a core of this team. We have very good little ancillary role pieces to it. But if the role pieces become too expensive, our plan is to draft and develop players that eventually take those roles over, and we can extend this window for as long as possible. Now, everybody thinks differently on this. Some of them say, well, you know what? You don't know what 2 years is going to look like. And the Avs would be a good example. Like, if you tried to do that with the Avs, well, how are you going to know that Gabe Landeskog might have had his career end. Obviously, it doesn't seem to be the case now, but you didn't know. Missed 2 straight years. How would you know that Val Nichushkin was going to exit the lineup 2 consecutive years in the postseason? It's just you're counting on a whole bunch of unknowns, but this is the route that they've taken. And I am here this morning to put those those fears at ease. Goodness. That is my role. And you want to know why? Because I believe it. You have the best basketball player in the world. Automatically, 100%, that makes you a playoff team. Just the truth. We've seen Jokic do it already. We've seen seasons where he's had no Jamal Murray and no Michael Porter Jr., and they make the playoffs still. Now, once you get to the postseason, obviously, a lot more difficult hurdle to sort of climb over, but just having Jokic here makes you a playoff team. That's one. Number 2, your second best player in Jamal Murray has had, in the grand scheme of things, a bad 3 weeks of basketball. And people are pretending it was in his entire season last year. And those bad weeks of basketball coincided with a leg injury that very obviously was bothering him. Now, that doesn't excuse what we saw in the postseason, because I'm very much of the mind, if you're out there on the court and playing, then I have to judge you off of what your play is. But people are taking that and pretending that was Jamal Murray for all of 2023/24. And the absolute opposite happened. What Jamal Murray did for most of that season was put up career highs in almost every category. Like almost every single one. He averaged 21.2 points per game, career high. He shot 48% from the field, career high. He shot 42.5% from 3, career high. He averaged 6.5 assists per game, career high. He averaged 4.1 rebounds per game, second in his career. Everything he did last season was the best he's ever done. And people pretended like he didn't play well last year. He didn't play well for a couple of weeks because of an injury. I am 1,000% expecting this team to be in championship conversations. And on top of that, I think that's the case with maybe the record in the regular season is worse this year. Why? Because I think it might take a second for this new starting 5 to gel together with Christian Brown. I think the absence of KCP and who's going to be taking 3-pointers and who's going to be making timely shots like that might take a little bit to get into. But overall for this team, no fears whatsoever.
I think the thing is, though, Brett, it's how the season ended. It was that just god-awful series against Minnesota that I think still makes a lot of Nuggets fans wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat. It was how it ended. It was how Jamal Murray looked like his injury was acting up again, or he just didn't have that same zip, that same fire that he had as he buried the Lakers with a couple shots. And then in the Olympics, he didn't really look like he was doing better. You know, it's not how you start, It's how you finished. And how Jamal Murray finished the year is the last image that a lot of Nuggets fans were left with. So he had a good regular season. Great, cool. I'll put that on the fridge next to something your daughter drew with crayons. Like, it's the playoffs that people remember. That's what matters.
Okay, fine. Can I point to every other playoffs that he's played in before? What about that? Like the same thing. It takes you says, sweet, Brett, what are we hanging up a Jamal Murray career high banner? Do you guys still understand that despite the bad series and the bad couple series that he had last year in the postseason, when again, I'll remind you, he was hurt, he has played amazing in every other postseason. So why do we think the 2-week stretch, 3-week stretch, whatever the amount was, with the Lakers and Minnesota series, is who Jamal actually is, other than all of the other evidence I presented?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Like, why is that the thing that we hang on to most when it surrounds him? That's what I don't understand. Why are people so quick to say, I don't know, dude, I don't know if we give Jamal Murray the max? You don't win a championship without Jamal Murray, and that's very clear and obvious. I will remind you guys, in the playoff series that Jamal Murray has been in with Jokic, the last 3, you've made the conference finals, won the championship, and was a Game 7, 20-minute stretch away from making the conference finals again. In the ones that he hasn't played in, you were swept in the second round and eliminated in 5 games in the first. That's what I present to people who are Jamal Murray doubters. And I'm saying you are taking a 3 to 4 week sample in the Olympics, which it makes me want to curse. Who gives a Who cares? What if Jokic looked like garbage in the Olympics? Would you care? It doesn't matter. It matters to them. I mean, you guys were... Can you do me a favor? Give me Jason Tatum's number in the Olympics. Oh, that's right. Doesn't matter. What did Tatum do first game out? 8 threes. I will not take the Olympics as any evidence or examples. I reject it, Your Honor. Objection. Like, I'm not taking that as evidence.
You have the gavel, so decide it. Rule it.
Do you really believe that people think Jokic is better at basketball after watching him in the Olympics? Because they shouldn't. All I'm telling you is he's not even close to the concern. And by the way, that the entire Minnesota series was just bizarre. Minnesota wins a close game 1 in Denver. They crush the Nuggets in game 2. The Nuggets go to Minnesota and pace them by almost 30. They win a decent game in game 4. They crush Minnesota in game 5. Minnesota crushes the Nuggets in game 6. And then the game 7 weirdness happens. Like, my main thing today, as we get into a double dip between the Avs and the Nuggets, is just going to be, if people have fears or pause about the Nuggets when it comes to Jamal, you can save that one. There's plenty of other things that should give you pause. Like, the only things that I'm talking about here, separators from being a championship caliber team again. I don't know. I don't think that replacing KCP is just like snap of a finger, you're going to be fine. Could be wrong. Maybe Christian Brown's the exact same guy. He's got to knock down way more threes than he ever has in his career so far. But I think that KCP is a tough guy to replace because he's a really good defender and he would knock down threes at a consistent rate. Also, taking Christian Brown off the bench makes this bench brand new. And I think you want to trust guys like Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook who are veterans. With the Russell thing, we all know he can't shoot, but he can do a lot of other things that make up for that, including play great defense. Like, I think the ceiling of your season comes down to one name. That if this guy plays well, it will take you to that level of the Nuggets are one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win the championship.
Saric.
Not Saric. Julian Strawther.
Well, don't tell Vic that.
I think Julian Strawther, if he is capable of coming off the bench and being a microwave, and just like he can knock down 3 threes in 6 minutes, it would be a massive difference maker. Massive.
Brett, ultimately, I'm going to weave together some threads here, okay? Just watch me hit this drive. So I understand that the Avs are playing tonight, and the Nuggets season is opening tonight. And yet I opened the show with a quote from Deion Sanders that is now 2 days old.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you why I did this. Is this Deion Sanders talking, or is this Jamal Murray talking right now?
We like to be booed and they say it and hate it. That turns us on. It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
How many times has this Nuggets team played better when they're doubted? When people don't believe. You don't believe. When people don't believe in them. So I actually want people to keep questioning Jamal Murray. I want you to keep questioning this Nuggets team. You should doubt them because it's going to make them play better. This team, last year, they were the hunted, and they didn't do as well as when they were the hunter. So that's what I want. Nuggets, go on the hunt this year.
One thing I know about Jamal Murray, by the way, is that if you start talking about him in a manner of doubt or disrespect, it fires him up. And that's why, like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we got a career year out of Jamal again that extended into the postseason. Like, there is something to what you're talking about. So a lot more to discuss this morning. 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
All right, got some Broncos stuff I want to get to. Bryce Young is going to be the starter. Wow, look at that.
Wait, I came in specifically for one reason.
Okay.
I got out of bed because I heard this in the first 5 minutes of your show.
Yeah.
You misused a word, and I want to fix it
What is
moving
it?
forward. You said, I have for all of you this morning a wealth of knowledge, a dearth.
Sorry, dearth is, yes, the wrong. It's
That
the
is
opposite,
of a wealth of knowledge. So I want you to go back on the air and just fix that, and that's all I have.
You know what's crazy is that you say that. Sometimes things exit. I know what the word means.
I know.
And
I know
it
you
just
happened.
It just happens.
Yeah. I just
Especially
wanted.
at 6:05.
I
Cut
know.
me a break.
I know. I just wanted to make you aware to better you, for the betterment of you.
I don't. So are you going to leave now? Can I ask you one thing before you leave?
What does bolstered mean?
Do you have time? Because I know you
Yeah.
have things you have to
I'm
do.
on with Channel 9 here in a little bit because we're doing a 9 News game tonight.
And then Channel 9 is going to be on with us a little bit later.
Oh, we're doing like a dual Channel 9 thing?
Yes, we're doing a Channel 9 off, I think is what they call it.
We're 9ing this morning. Is that what we're doing?
So opened the 6 o'clock hour with, obviously Nuggets first game happening tonight, going to be on TNT. And just sort of an overarching thought. And I focused solely around Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
Because I think that Jamal Murray is the one that's giving people the most pause here. And I don't get it. I still don't. I'm getting all these texts on the text line about, and I'm trying to put this in context with people. The concerns about Jamal are what? If it's health, if you're worried he can't stay healthy, that's legitimate. That I understand. But if you're worried about his play, that's what I don't. Because I pointed out to people that he had career best statistics in every category virtually last year, with the exception of I think he had 0.1 less rebounds than his career high. But assists, field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, points, all of those, highest they've ever been. And then somebody says, oh, what, Brett, you going to hang a banner for regular season stats? And I go, hang on a second. Are we doubting that Jamal's a good playoff performer now? Is that what people are concerned about?
Here's the dilemma with Jamal Murray. They're going to remember the games in which he struggled in the playoffs and in the Olympics. Those are easy to remember.
Why did the Olympics, which I don't know why the Olympics matter to me.
They just do, because they're forefront of the mind. However, I will say this. Game 7 against the Timberwolves. Who led the Nuggets in scoring in Game 7?
Jamal Murray.
Jamal and Joker both exceeded 30 points in that game.
Yeah.
Where was everybody else? Where was everybody else?
Jamal had 35. Yeah, 35 points.
Where was everybody else in that game? And
Don't know.
Jamal gets the bulk of the blame because they lost the series. In the Lakers series, I'll add this. Did he shoot the ball poorly? Yeah. Who made 2 game-winning shots in that series?
Jamal Murray.
Yeah. So, yeah.
He shot the ball poorly against the Lakers, and he averaged 23.5 per game, by the way.
I know. The expectations are so high. And therein lies the dilemma with Jamal Murray. Your expectations are super high. And when you don't meet those expectations and you end up losing a series, the stars will usually catch the bulk of the blame. And he's a star.
But it's doubting somebody, especially in the postseason. This is all I was trying to say. Look at Jamal Murray's postseasons every other year of his career and compare them to last year. And there's a giant difference between the two. And we all know that he was dealing with something at the time. I just don't get it. The doubt for Jamal outside of I don't know if he can stay healthy, that's legitimate. Everything else I think is silly.
I think some people were turned off by his attitude at times.
That would make sense.
And,
That makes sense.
Maybe they want to see an attitudinal change, perhaps.
Sure.
That could be a factor. All I know is it's a blank slate starting tonight. It's a blank slate.
Yep.
And when you need a shot, is he going to be able to deliver that shot? I want him shooting when you need a shot. Who do you want shooting when you need a shot? Who do you want?
Him.
I want Jamal Murray.
And Joker.
Yes. But when you desperately need a bucket to be made, I mean, Nuggets fans, tonight, final seconds. Nuggets down by 1. 7 seconds and counting. They double Joker. Who do you want shooting the ball?
Jamal. No, I could also throw, I think, Porter in that category. He hasn't had like a walk-off game winner, but Porter's made huge shots late in games that they've needed to. think you got 3 guys you can probably trust in that situation. But, okay, you doing TV stuff now?
Yeah.
You can hang if you want to. It's up to you.
A couple minutes. I mean,
So-
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Bryce
Did you watch
Young,
the NBA last night?
Bryce
Noah?
Young starting a football game
Oh,
on
that's
Sunday?
right, because Dalton sprained his thumb in a car accident.
Yeah. We just thought, I guess I didn't know what the accident was. It just sounded like, oh, little car crash. Nobody was taken to the hospital. He must be okay. But something happened to where Bryce Young is now going to be the starter again, and that's got to be weird.
God forbid, have you ever been in a car accident?
Yes.
A bad one?
Bad one. I was not hurt in it, but yeah, it was bad.
Yeah,
It was 10 days after I turned 16.
Really? I have flipped a car. I've had a couple incidents where, and in that moment, you're like, okay, well, this is it. It's over.
Yeah.
You know, because it happened so fast. So good to hear that it's only a sprained thumb
Right.
for Dalton, the Red Rifle. I just hope that Bryce Young suddenly doesn't find some rejuvenation here Sunday. You know, he's never won a road game. He's 0 for 9 on the road.
I wouldn't imagine that a couple of weeks off has turned him into a viable starting quarterback again in this league. I mean, I don't know what their plan is with him. I don't get it. But I think this is good news for the Broncos on Sunday. Like, if he's already struggled and he's got to go up against this defense now, kind of good luck handling that.
Top 5 defense on the road. And you're sort of, your confidence already took a hit because you were taken. The starting nod was taken from you.
Right.
Sometimes, though, guys respond positively from that. Maybe he's ticked. Maybe he's so ticked that he plays well.
But here's what I don't get about these things. Was it a struggle of motivation before? Like, did you always have, let's say he goes out and throws 4 touchdown passes this weekend, which won't happen, but let's just live in make-believe world. So he had that in his system, and he just needed to be motivated to get there? I don't think that's the case.
I don't know. People react weirdly in certain situations. You need to find out who is the backup quarterback now. Dalton's out. Who is Bryce Young's backup in case he goes down? Look it up.
I'll look that up now, but just so you know, I was waiting for this to happen. The spread in that game.
Oh, it's moved up, hasn't it?
What is it 9.5 now?
Oh, my God.
It's going to hit 10
Could
before
we
Sunday.
get double digits on a Broncos game?
Yeah, it's going to hit 10
Could
before
the
Sunday.
Denver Broncos be 10-point favorites in a football game? When is the last time that's happened?
Their backup, I don't even see one listed.
Maybe they don't play one.
Practice squad. Hang on, they got to have one. Oh, it's Jake's son, Jack Plummer.
The former Purdue quarterback?
Yes. Jack Plummer is I assume will be the backup on Sunday. He's the only other guy on the roster right now. So, yeah, practice squad guy. It's a good, I wanted to figure out Broncos' highest spreads. I don't know when it would have been close.
You would have to go back, not even in 2015 when they won a Super Bowl. Those are some close games, and they weren't like bona fide favorites every week. Maybe the year before or year before that, I'm sure they had plenty of double-digit games. Hell, there was a run there. There was a run during the Peyton era where the Denver Broncos were favored. Listen to this. Look at me when I say this. Look at me. They were favored in every single game.
Pretty nice.
Look at my face when I say that to you. They were favored in every single game.
Well, I don't know the last time the Broncos were, but how about this, Vic? If they get to 10, it will be the 3rd highest spread of the season. If it gets to 10.5, it will be tied with the highest spread in the NFL this season.
Are you kidding me?
The 3 highest point spreads so far this year have been a 10.5-point spread between Washington and Carolina last weekend, between San Francisco and New England in week 2 or 3, and a 9-point spread between Buffalo and the Titans also last weekend. So it's going
That's
to be
amazing to
at
hear
least
that.
the 3rd highest spread, minimum. By the way, all of those games, here are the scores of those if you're worried about upsets. It was 40-7, 30-13 and 34-10.
So they took care of business in every single one.
Correct.
So are you going to take me on with that wager that I proposed yesterday? Because if you missed yesterday's show, everybody, for those of you who are 6 o'clock listeners, Powder over here is so confident that the Broncos will win this game. He's beyond confident. He's already marked it down as a win. He's
It's a guarantee.
It's a guarantee.
Once you won last week, that's a buy one, get one free.
So the definition of a guarantee is just move on. I'll wager anything and everything. So I said to him, if you're so confident, because sports, anything happens, allow your hair to grow out like Jared Bednar's if the Broncos were to lose. I want to see those two wings like Eddie Van Halen.
But here's the difficulty. I don't even think
Don't
my
pull the
hair-
wife excuse.
Well, first of all, I don't even think my hair can do that. Secondly,
Well, you've never tried.
Yeah, maybe not
this
with that attitude.
This would be punishing my wife as well. I can't do that. Just if the off chance that the 0% thing
Your
happens.
wife is punished enough looking at your
Well,
face.
I understand. I want to make it worse.
Mosier put his junk on the table and mentioned Ginsu knives, and you're worried about how you might affect your wife?
Trust
Come
me when I
on.
say this. Your wife won't care one iota what you do with your hair.
She totally will.
I guarantee she wouldn't. I guarantee it.
I get this haircut like 2 weeks ago, and she goes, "What cut is that?" And I go, "I got the same thing I always
Let me
get."
see your hair. Because it's the same.
Yeah, it's-
Okay. Do you know oh my God, you do look like Opie Taylor a little bit. Do you know the potential we have if you let that grow to Bednar length? The potential for a great
I
radio
think
bit.
I would it would take me until death for that to happen. Like that bet would then become like a multi-year bet in my life.
How often do you cut your hair?
Once every month and a half, 2 months?
Okay, so you're a month and a half guy.
Yeah.
There are some freaks walking around out there that get their haircut once a week.
Yeah, that's like some Wolf of Wall Street stuff that you guys got going on. I know a guy, he has a subscription to a place.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Yeah, I go like every 3 days." And I go, "What are they cutting?"
What are you talking about, 3 days?
Yeah, every 3 days.
Is he getting his beard done too?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Maybe lining up the neck again.
Nelly, how often do you cut your hair? Like once a year?
If that, yeah, no, it's every few months. I don't know. Whenever my loins tell me it's time, it's like
Okay.
many moons between
So-
haircuts.
My son just allowed his girlfriend to cut his hair, and it looks atrocious.
Wait. She's not a
She's not a hairstylist.
certified hairstylist, no.
I don't think she's ever operated scissors.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. I asked him the same thing. I said, "What are you doing? What is that?"
And he's like a lawyer.
Well, not yet.
But I mean, he's going to be.
Yeah,
The appearance of
sue.
that job.
I would sue.
The appearance of that job is important. I don't think I could just say, "Wife, here's the clippers. Do what feels right with it in your hand." I don't think I could do it.
Again, if I'm you, I wager your hair, but you're not willing to do that. You're so
willing to.
confident that the Broncos are going to win this Sunday. I'm equally confident, by the way. I am. I'm equally confident. I'm just not willing to wager something and call it a guarantee. I think
You're
that's
equally
foolish.
confident to me, then why don't you do the same?
Because I'm not going to guarantee it. There's a big difference between being confident and guaranteeing it. I think there's a chance that Carolina can win a game. Yeah. Do I believe it? Yes. Yes. An NFL team can come in here and win a game. Yes. It can happen. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Sure.
But you guaranteed that Broncos win.
Sure,
Guaranteed
it could, but it won't.
Okay.
but it
That's
won't.
called a guarantee.
Yeah, I
Okay.
guarantee it.
Well, and if you're so sure it's a guarantee, put something on it.
I told you I gave a million other things, and you don't want any other. You just want the hair thing, and I'm saying no.
But see, it's got to be something meaningful to where you say no. If you're so sure about your guarantee, there's nothing that you would say no to. Nothing.
I wonder, I think they're doing a live television hit right outside of our studio window. Do you think that they're going to pipe in some of this sound live to television? Do you think that's going to happen?
They might.
The local news?
Yeah, say something. That's Erica Lopez from Channel 9.
All right.
Say something like,
Let's just hope they're going to do it in a second. Hang on.
yeah, once she starts talking.
Mosier said he was going to cut his junk off if the Broncos lost
Mosier
this game.
promised to cut his junk, win or lose.
He told me he would take a Ginsu knife, put it on the table, and then take care of it.
And he's doing some sort of endorsement that grows it all back.
Yes.
So a lot of balls on the table.
And it always starts with, "Guys, it's okay to talk about this." It always starts somewhere like that.
Anytime you hear an ad that says, "Guys, it's all right, we need to talk about it," you know what he's talking about.
Maybe he's taking the same sort of stuff that a chameleon has, like some sort of genetic thing there. Isn't the chameleon the one you can cut off his tail and it like regrows?
I know that works with lizards.
Well,
I haven't tried
chameleon's
that
a
lately.
lizard. Give me your hand right now. Let's cut it off and just see.
See if I'm a chameleon.
Yeah. I hope they pick that up. Anyway, you got to do a radio or a
I'm
TV
going to do a
hit soon.
television hit to tell folks that tonight's Avalanche game will be on free TV Channel 9. Tonight's Nuggets game is going to be on TNT, national television.
Actually, sorry, I just got a new report here, courtesy of 9 News. They said that we just spent a full segment talking about Mosier's junk, so they've pulled all 40 games from their airwaves,
no.
unfortunately. Yeah, I think we just blew it, guys.
Great. We'll just take it over to Channel 4 now.
How dare we? Texture says, I used to think Brett was cool. Now he seems soft, and I'm unsure if he's really cool. You think that peer pressure thing's going to work on me?
Got to get out there.
Okay, go have fun, Vic. You can see Vic on the news soon. 303-504-0925. In all seriousness, though, I really think it's better that Bryce Young is playing in this game on Sunday. I don't think that he has a lot of talent at the moment, but you know what? The way that the Broncos defense can suffocate quarterbacks, I'll give you this stat right now. Just in pressures this season, the Broncos have 156 team pressures on defense. The next closest team has 140, and that's Tampa Bay. You get after him, make him uncomfortable, it should be very easy to pick up a 20-point win this weekend. So we'll talk a lot more about that in a little bit. 303-504-0925 back after this.
he's been outstanding. He's looked sharp, big in the net, square to the shooters early, not giving up any rebounds. He just looks early and ready for everything that's coming at him. And he's such a big guy, and he's playing upright that he's been difficult to score on. And at key times in the games, too, like, he's giving us a really good chance to win. He'll continue to, see starts here in the near future.
That is Jared Bednar joining us yesterday talking about the juice. He said he's going to continue to get starts in the near future, as he should. He's been playing really, really well. He's always been an encouraging guy. Whenever he plays, there is, the Avs have been pretty good at this, despite maybe some goaltending issues that they've been talking about over the past few years. Do you have full-fledged belief in your starter? They've always kind of had backups that you've trusted. And I think that Francouz was a good example of that, and I think Juice is too. He's been steady. In starts last year, he had a .928 save percentage, which was really good, and he's only continued that now into this season. Him getting these starts, I think you just ride this until the wheels fall off, and you hope that they never do. As much as you might like to see, especially this front office and coaching staff, because he's more veteran and proven, Georgiev take the reins and never let it go. If you got somebody playing well, then ride it. Maybe you found some sort of gem. Like, Juice is 24 years old. How great would it be to have some homegrown, developed guy that actually lives up to the billing? Like somebody who you've had in your system who steps up into a professional role and you start to win some hockey games and do it in a way where you trust the guy between the pipes. Like, I think all of that sort of matters. So my guess is he gets the start tonight as they close out this road trip against Utah. And then you come back home. You got a 3-game homestand afterwards. You got a couple of games that are a back-to-back where I'm sure you'll see both. But this is a good situation. Like, it put some fears at ease when you saw the way that he's played over the past couple of games. Now, in some other Avs news, we didn't mention, we ran out of time, talking about Callum Ritchie, if he's going to be somebody who stays up at the NHL level, if he gets sent back down. And the news came down yesterday that they have recalled Chris Wagner, and they have sent him to the O. So that was the move yesterday. So Cal Ritchie will, for the moment anyway, go back to the Ontario Hockey League and play with the Oshawa Generals. I didn't feel like he was noticeable enough in these first few games to justify him being on the big league club. And if that's the case, he had to stick around, and there's no point in doing that if he doesn't play. He needs playing time. So I think I get this move. Not to mention, the injury update that we got yesterday was, I think, pretty encouraging from Jared Bednar. He talked about how Lehkonen is basically, once he gets the clear from doctors, he's going to be in the lineup immediately. That he's skating, he looks totally fine, he has taken off the red jersey, he just hasn't taken contact yet. And the second that the doctors say he's ready for it, he's going to start playing immediately. So you have that. On top of the Lehkonen news, Val's still that target return date is somewhere around the 15th of next month. You have a host of other guys. He said no really timetable return on Landeskog, but other guys. Drouin was another guy that looked like he was going to get in the lineup sometime soon again. So all of that was encouraging news from Bednar yesterday as Coach joins us every single Wednesday around 8 o'clock. Now, I have a photo shoot going on in front of me now between Vic and all the fine folks at Channel 9. Nelly even took out his phone, took a photo. Very nice and cordial of you, Nelly.
Yeah,
Way
I don't
to
know.
go.
We're really doing VH1's
Erica,
Behind the Lombardi today. Sheesh.
Erica Lopez, Brett.
Hi, Erica. How
Hello,
are you?
Brett, I'm lovely. How are you?
How was your live hit with Vic?
It was a lot of fun. Vic does a great job, I have to say.
Does he?
Yeah, he does.
Can you tell him to do it when he's behind that microphone? Because
Is
that
he-
would be great.
Is he struggling? Are you
Yes.
carrying the team?
No, I would
Oh,
never
okay.
say that. It's
Okay.
Mosier's antics that carry the team. Yes. It makes the entire thing happen.
No, we love him. We love working with all of you, and we're so pumped about our new partnership with Cronky Sports Entertainment and 9 News.
You know what's really crazy is that, Nelly, you can attest to this. I get here in the morning, and it's my car and Nelly's car and a couple of the music people, and I
Right.
saw a whole bunch in the parking lot, and I didn't know what was happening this morning.
It's
and
us.
Then
We're
I
up
see,
with you.
I see you,
Yeah.
and now Big Boss was in the building already. It's like, what's going on here? But very nice to have
All
you
good
here.
things. Thank you, Brett. Thank you for having me.
Yes, and we're very excited about this partnership and this game that's going to be on your guys' channel tonight.
9
Yes.
News and KTVD, 7 o'clock. Be there or be square.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for
Thank
stopping
you.
in.
Thank
Yes.
you so much.
That is Erica Lopez, Channel 9. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. So, reminder, that game's going to be on over-the-air television on Channel 9 tonight. We have the Nuggets that will be on TNT at 8 o'clock this afternoon.
Brett, by
tonight.
the way, isn't it weird seeing pretty TV people in the building?
Oh, yeah.
Because radio people, we're not pretty. If we wanted to be pretty, we wouldn't be working in radio.
Correct. Correct.
And so there, people who are camera ready. I mean, it's a different breed, man.
You would never make a bet with Erica to cut her hair in the style of Jared Bednar. That would never happen to her.
So I have to tell you, there was I briefly interned at 9 News my last semester at CU. So this is a real homecoming for me, you know, I as in my illustrious news career. And I was doing a hit I was following around this one reporter. I won't say who it was, but she was doing a piece on the 2016 election and like local polling stations where volunteers were getting people excited about voting. And she'd called ahead and said, I want to come and do some live hits and I want to film. And she worked out certain areas where she was allowed to film that wouldn't compromise the integrity of the voting. She'd put in a ton of legwork, right?
Sure.
She shows up to the voting center and these people are going, oh, no, you can't come in. Oh, you can't do this. You have to call my boss and you have to get everything approved. And she was so mad. And it was amazing watching her flip between talking to people mode and then, the second the camera stopped, she had
it's a
the
little
dirtiest
bipolar.
mouth. She would be going, these people who just want to push people around and want to bleep and make my life hard to give themselves some bleeping sense of purpose in life. These people in their bleeping miserable lives. Yes, I was told that we were allowed to film inside the building. She turned it on and off like a switch, and it was incredible to watch. And she was incredibly pregnant, and there's something funny about watching a very pregnant woman curse like a sailor.
No, it's not. I've been there before. There's nothing funny about that. It's terrifying. It's really scary.
She wasn't cursing at me or anything baby related, so that's why I thought it was funny. That's the difference.
You see somebody go in mama bear mode, like that's get the hell out of the way. Now, a few minutes left here. One thing I wanted to mention, there's a whole bunch of reasons why guys miss practice. The good news for the Broncos yesterday is Patrick Surtain seems to have cleared concussion protocol. He was a full participant yesterday, so getting him back on the field is going to be nice. But the Cowboys kicker, Brandon Aubrey, who is having, that guy's good, by the way. If you remember, they had a game, I think was it last year or earlier this year, against the Ravens, in which somebody hit a 60-something yard field goal. Forget how far it was, but it was like 63, 64 was huge. And you heard Cowboys-Ravens, that long of a field goal, you thought, all right, Justin Tucker is definitely the guy that hit it. Nope, it was this kid. It was Brandon Aubrey. He was 10 of 10 from 50-plus last year. It was earlier this year because he's 8 of 9 from 50-plus so far this season with a 65-yarder under his belt. He missed practice yesterday for the Cowboys due to jury duty. And I don't know how many times that's happened to players in the middle of the season. And I have to wonder if that is, let's say that's Bo Nix. And Bo Nix has been called for jury duty. Does the team make a phone call that says, yes, he is a citizen of this country. He is a much better citizen in June? Because I have a feeling they didn't make the call for the kicker because they're like, who cares? Can you be here on Sunday? That's all that matters. I don't need practice time for the kicker.
Well, did you see Brandon Aubrey was also selected He was selected to be a juror.
So
if this thing keeps rolling, there is a chance that he might be called in on Sunday.
So my brother, he served as a juror on a murder case, like recently. And that was weeks.
He murdered somebody?
He did not. He was not the defendant. He served as a juror on a murder case. But that takes weeks. Now, the good news for people in the NFL is they don't do court on the weekend, okay? It's Monday through Friday. So no matter what, you're making the game. But if you're in a position that needs practice, which kicker does not, I think the NFL might put their thumb on the scales of justice for a second and say, hey, we need to get this guy out of here because we have a big game against so-and-so this weekend. But because it's Brandon Aubrey, it's like, whatever, dude. Go do your civil duty and then come back and boot a 60-yarder.
He's going to have, who was that golfer that got arrested and saw himself on the news and then went and hit the links that afternoon?
Scotty Scheffler.
Scheffler. So that's what Brandon Aubrey's going to do. He's going to serve his justice, put some dude in jail for life, turn around, go nail a 60-yarder in a game.
Exactly.
All in a day's work.
Texture saying courts are closed on Sunday. I know I'm saying that. I'm saying, but he would miss practice during the week, which as a kicker, that's fine. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, the opener to the Nuggets season happening tonight at 8 o'clock. Yes?
Wait, your brother murdered somebody?
He didn't murder anyone. He served as a juror. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
3 seconds left. Why are they not fouling? Jumper Murray. Got it to Horde. Denver mounts the comeback. They come back from 20 points down. They win game number 2. 101 to 99 is the final. And the Lakers can take that L on the way out. High right side is Jamal Murray. 9 on the shot clock. Denver looking for a game winner. Murray has it on the high right side. High pick from Jokic. Murray, jumper from 8. Got it again! 3.6 seconds left for the Lakers. LeBron over to Prince. Jumper's no good at the Horde. And the LA Lakers can take that L on the way out. Along with that whistle, Denver takes care of La La Land for the second game in a row. Might be the best win I've ever seen.
Boys, we have our first official
A double dipperoo
of the season. How about that? We got the Avs tonight taking on Utah. We got the Nuggets taking on OKC. By the way, the Avs game is going to be the first of many this year between the Avs and the Nuggets that will be over the air on Channel 9 tonight.
I got something for you, by the way, Moj. As you're going to be calling a game for Channel 9 and their audiences and all the altitude folks, I've got a call for you to make tonight that's sort of like an homage to the history of Channel 9. Okay?
What's that? Okay, well, but I gotta hear it before I agree to it. I can't just say okay.
All right, I'll tell you what it is right now. Here it's going to happen tonight. Someone's going to score on a laser from power play, maybe a Cale Makar laser from the dot, and a very precise shot that beats the goalie glove side, whatever. You're going to say, that's as precise as Stormy Rotman. Stormy Rotman.
Dude, you're going old school.
Stormy Rotman was
that's super old school.
Back in the day, way back in the day. And that dude didn't miss. Stormy didn't miss. His name was Stormy, for crying out loud.
Born to do this.
Stormy Rotman. He didn't miss. If he said a storm was coming, it was coming.
Born for this.
So, some
he was
way,
born for this.
You're going to use the words Stormy
Born
Rotman
for this.
in your show tonight.
He was born for this.
Okay?
Okay, I'll stormy it out. I thought you wanted me to throw in a Del Arakawa in there somehow, too.
Maybe down the line, but tonight we're going old school.
Okay,
Stormy Rotman it is.
All right, Stormy Rotman. You got it. No problem.
I'd like to start this morning, with the game tonight, is what I should say, which is the Nuggets. They open up their season, a whole bunch of NBA games played last night. Nuggets not one of them. I don't know why they were so far into this, but okay, fine. Here's the thought I had this morning, and we talked about it for a second yesterday, some pessimism surrounding the Nuggets open to this year. And I'm going to give you just a couple of key details here. I'm going to say one flatly that is inarguable, okay? If Nikola Jokic is on your team, you're making the playoffs. That's one.
Yep.
I don't care who he's surrounded by, you're making the postseason. Boom. Number two, the Nuggets, over the past 2 seasons, have won a championship and have been 20 minutes away from getting to another conference finals. This is still a very, 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 very good basketball team in the league. And there are things that I think it's totally fair to doubt with this team. There are things you can be skeptical about. All of those things can apply. I'm still very curious, and I think this could take some time for the Nuggets to sort of navigate their way around no more KCP in the starting lineup, sort of brand new fit there. Bench has a different dynamic to it. Like, I think it could take some time.
By the way, KCP last night, over 5 3-points in the Orlando dismantling of Miami.
Oh, did you see Embiid's game last night?
Yeah, Embiid was awesome. Gary Harris had 18 points, 6 threes, by the way. Gary Harris, 6 threes, 18 points off the bench for Orlando.
So, but here's the overall sort of thought that I have. There's a whole bunch of things you can think heading into this season about what you think the Nuggets can and can't be. I'll tell you exactly where I'm at.
And I'm not trying to speak ill of KCP, by the way. I'm just giving you stats.
I consider the Nuggets one of the favorites for title contention, one of the favorites to be hoisting the trophy at the end of the year, and I think that their record might be worse in the regular season this year than last year. I think both of those things. And that's why I wouldn't, if I had to make a bet, is their record better or worse than last season's regular season standings at the end of 82 games, I would bet that they are worse. But that doesn't mean the team is worse. I think they're going to do some things differently this year. I don't think that Michael Malone's going to play these guys 35 minutes a night.
I just think the Western Conference is that much harder.
That
tougher.
too.
And by virtue of a hard conference and much more parity in the conference, everyone's record's going to be flatter. You're not going to have that runaway team. I mean, you tell me, what runaway team is there? Good luck with that in this conference. This is what the NBA wanted, though. The NBA wanted this kind of parity, and it's got it. And it got there by virtue of its CBA and how you put teams together and how you hold teams together. This is what's happening.
Yep.
You mentioned the Sixers last night. Moj, let's say you're a passionate, devout Philadelphia 76ers fan. You're opening the season at home against Milwaukee, Giannis, and Dame. And your two best players, well, some would argue Tyrese Maxey's one of them, but two of your best players are not playing due to injury, quotation marks on Joel Embiid. They're already investigating. The NBA has announced it is investigating the Philadelphia 76ers practice day one. Can you imagine that?
I can't. I saw that news yesterday, Vic, where the NBA is coming out to investigate. I'm like, oh, my God. Why would he miss? I don't know why he would miss game one. I don't know why he's injured. I don't know why he's always injured.
He's not injured.
Are you sure he's not injured?
Not
Are you
injured.
sure? Well, then why
If that
wouldn't
was
he
a
play in
playoff game
game one of the
last night, does he
season?
play? If that's a playoff game, does he play? Yes or no?
Probably. But why? Yeah, but why? I don't understand why he would miss game one. Why would he miss?
Sure?
I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me. Then they see the camera panning and they're showing him as Giannis is going off, right? I mean, the Bucks are going off at Philly. That third
How
quarter.
embarrassed would you be?
I know, and I'm just going. I don't get why he's not out there. And if I'm the league, sure, go ahead and investigate. I did see the Sixers honks sort of defending it. Oh, you just don't know, man.
He's got
tough
chronic
as nails.
knee
And I'm
problems.
Like, come on, yeah,
What a
exactly.
joke. It's
There you
game
go.
one. It's national television. It goes against every practice the NBA put in place. They've already said you're not allowed to miss national television games.
Right.
He missed one. The first one.
Well, and not allowed unless you're hurt.
He's
Like,
not hurt.
That's the thing, though.
He's Joel Embiid.
Here's what happened, though. This is why I think the NBA is investigating them. I don't know if it's so much about game one more than it's about this. Joel Embiid came out and said already, I'm not playing in back-to-backs. Which
You can't say that.
you can't say. It's the equivalent of you call in for a sick day and then you post all over your social media pages you on a beach drinking Mai Tais. You know what I mean? Like, that's not you. You're admitting that the thing that I said that are your rules for missing work or whatever, I am not following those
What do you think
intentionally.
is a good number of games he played?
82 games, man. This is what the job calls for. You're not
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
exactly
KG.
right.
I mean,
Still
this is your
pissed.
job. Yeah, I mean, when you sign on the dotted line for all that money, the job calls for you to play a certain amount of games. Do I think the NBA season is too long? Yeah. I think we all acknowledge that. Just like the hockey season, MLB season, it is what it is. But this is what you signed up for. And you missed the opening game at home in front of your fans?
Well,
What a joke.
You know
if
what?
I'm a Sixers fan right now, all Sixers fans, because I know there are a bunch of you in town, you show up to all those games. How disappointed are you? Seriously, how mad are you? You should be.
okay, well, you know what? We'll get to the Sixers later. I want to focus on one subject that, Moj, when we talk about the Nuggets opener to the season and maybe some of the pessimism that some Nuggets fans are feeling, I think it revolves around one guy, and it's Jamal Murray. People are very unsure about him.
Can you imagine if Jamal tonight said he's not playing?
I'd freak. Well,
But that's not what he does.
I'd freak. Yeah.
That,
No,
and therein
of course
lies the
not.
difference between a guy like Jamal and Joel Embiid. Now, Jamal may have some issues, but he's going to play.
Well, on that subject, though, if people are concerned about Jamal because of his health, I totally get it. Like, he's missed a lot of games over the past couple of years. He was hurt during the postseason run. But I think that's where the concerns stop with me. I have no concerns with anything else with Jamal Murray. He set career highs in every single statistical category last season. He had a bad postseason run that bled into a bad Olympic run, which I don't know why people care so much about how he looked in the Olympics. I'm like, who gives a damn? I don't care if he scored 2 points for Team Canada that entire time. It makes no difference to me. But a lot of the judgments of Jamal are off of 2 series. It's the Lakers series and the Minnesota series, in which, by the way, in Game 7 of that, he put up 35 points on really good shooting, but, whatever. It just feels like people were so quick to forget how good and how important he is to this roster. Because I will continue to mention this to people. In the last 3 postseasons in which Jamal Murray has been next to Nikola Jokic, you've made the conference finals, you've won a championship, and you were 20 minutes away from the conference finals again. And it just feels like people are so negative, and they're like, I don't know if I can trust him. I was like, really? You don't know if you can trust him.
But, Brett, I'm looking at this much differently than you are. You seem to be almost taken aback and insulted.
I am.
And I'm like, big deal. So what? So people might doubt him now. Big deal.
I'm just wondering where the doubt where does that come from?
Win him back. Do what you've got to do. Do what you always do and win him back. It's okay. Fans can doubt. Fans can they can scrutinize. They can be critical. They can walk into a season and say, God, did you see how the last one ended? Let's fix that. I've always thought the Nuggets are at their best when they play that underdog doubted role anyway.
Yeah.
Doubt them. Doubt them. That's when they're at their best. I'm telling you, it's okay. I think you're making way too much of this. Who cares how many people doubt him?
I'm trying to understand where it comes from. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why their minds work that way.
Well, Brett, I think their minds work that way because they're fans. That's what natural humans do. You go in with pessimism, and once you win a championship, man, that's all you think about. Like, golly, are we good enough to win it all? Are they good enough to get to the playoffs and win a round or 2? Of course they are in the average fan's eyes. But now the fans are greedy. Now the fans are piggish, and I think that's okay, too, because the Nuggets are really, really good. Your expectation should be that my window is open, I want more, and that's fine. So I think that people are like, well, are they really that team? Again, like the Avalanche last year, I'm convinced. And by the way, it wasn't just me that was convinced. It was the Boston Celtics Jason Tatum was convinced, right?
Yeah.
If the Nuggets get past, if they get past Minnesota, they're going to beat Dallas. Yeah. If they get past Minnesota, they're going to beat Dallas, and they're going to be in the final. Now, I'm not saying they would have beaten Boston. Perhaps they would have lost that series because they played a lot of basketball. But that's the way I think. Hey. And there's I just want to tell the average fan, they're still that close. They're very, very close.
Albeit they don't have their rookie who tore his Achilles, and I'm not sure he's going to play this year or not. But beyond that, the Denver Nuggets will never be as healthy as they are right now as they approach Game 1 tonight. And they're taking on a team, say whatever you want,
Where's
OKC.
P-Watt, by the way? Is P-Watt going to be?
P-Watt's going to play.
Okay.
He's fine. They're taking on an Oklahoma City team that won the conference. They won the West.
Yeah.
Everything was tight, but they won the West. They were the number 1 seed. This team added some pieces. Caruso, Hartenstein, who's not playing. He's out for a while with a broken hand. But they added some pieces. They think they're championship contenders.
Sure.
You know what you got to do tonight? You got to take a young, very, I'm not going to call them arrogant. They're not as arrogant as Anthony Edwards and company, but they carry some swag.
Sure.
OKC. You got to beat them down a little bit tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You got to beat them down.
Just remind them who the boss is.
Exactly.
That's all.
You got to
remind them
down.
who the boss is.
Home game.
Yeah.
You open at home. This is your place. Hey, I know you guys are the new kids on the block. I know you've done a lot to tweak your roster, and you think you've arrived. You haven't arrived just yet. Remember who we are. That's what I want to see tonight.
Can hear that game. Nuggets on 92.5 tonight with tip-off at 8 o'clock. And the Avs at Utah going to be at AM 950 with 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll get to a lot more of those 2 games as we go along. 303-504-0925 back after this.
Hey, guys, do you know that in your early to mid-30s that guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year? It's true. It happens gradually, and before you know it, you're just not feeling like the same dude that you did in your 20s or your 30s. So what is it? What could it be? Well, why don't you find out? Maybe you have some brain fog, you wake up tired, maybe even a decrease in libido. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help you. It's fixable. Low testosterone happens. But go to them and figure out exactly what you need to do to get back on track. I did it. I saw treatment. It's great, and it works because they're experts at getting you back to being you. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. A lot of guys wait a long time before they finally figure it out or do anything about it. Don't do that. Fight back against Father Time right now. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The appointments are super easy. Just $99 and includes a medical consult, low T, and a PSA test. It's very comprehensive. Now, if you sign up that day, your appointment's totally free, so don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. If you're just not feeling like yourself, like you used to, maybe it is low T. The number again, 720-440-7900. I'm glad I did it, and you'll be glad too.
Hey, Moj, are you excited to call a game tonight? It's been a while.
Very. Yeah, it's been a little bit, Vic, yeah, but I'm excited. Listen, this partnership with 9 News really is a big deal, and it's really cool. I know.
Will you change your tone now that you're a news man?
No, not at all. No, we're going to be the same old dudes we always were. We're going to say the same old things we
McKinnon
always
takes
did.
it down the slot.
Seriously, you have to be a little more newsy tonight.
Let's go live to Mark Rycroft for his opinion on that particular play, Riker.
Can you imagine if Channel 9 were carrying the game in which Rycroft drank out of a spit cup?
Wait a minute. Can you do my old favorite of reporter down live from the news at the sporting arena? How's the crowd? Yeah, go ahead, Vic. Hit me.
Let's go live to Brett Cade. Brett, what's the climate like?
Vic, the crowd is electric. I just want to hear one of those tonight. I mean, it's a new barn. I mean, it probably is going to be electric in Utah. Anyway,
I'm sure it will.
Of his life.
Wait, it's not a new barn. It's the same place the Jazz play, right?
No, it's right. It's an old building, but it's new to the NHL. That's what we're saying.
The Coyotes played in a college stadium. It's a new barn to them. Yeah. It's a new barn. We'll get back to that later. Bryce Young is starting this Sunday, and I've already taken looks here. Moshe told you yesterday, the spread for this game is 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
They announced Bryce Young as the starter. The spread for this game on the Circus Sports book is now 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
And this will
get
get
to
10. Double digits.
I see 10 on the old ESPN.
All right, so think about all the things that are happening right now that benefit the Broncos. One, they got a kid that's taken over the starting controls again who is 0-9 on the road and has lost all confidence, which is why he lost his job.
Yeah.
He's never won a road game.
Wait, but is this because of Dalton's wreck, or is this just because
he sprained his thumb?
Sprained his thumb in his car accident yesterday.
Okay.
So Dalton did not practice. He's listed as day-to-day. Could be a backup. They don't know yet, but the start goes to Bryce Young. So, number one, Bryce Young lost confidence. He's never won a road game, 0-9 on the road. Number two, the Broncos have one of the best defenses in the NFL, let alone pass rushes in the NFL. They get to the quarterback. Number three, it's in Denver. Number four, Patrick Surtain is back. He practiced yesterday.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
So here's the interesting thing. The spread on the Circus Sportsbook went up 0.5 point, and the over-under dipped 2 total points.
Wait.
Which means they think the Broncos will win by more, and Bryce Young is worth 2 points less to the Carolina Panthers.
Jeez.
That's it. I mean, this is, again, everything is telling you. And, Vic, I looked this up earlier. I'll tell it to you, Moj. The highest point spreads of the NFL season so far, Moj. The top three, there's a 9-point spread, a 10.5, and a 10.5 so far this year.
Yeah, but there's a lot right now. I mean, the Lions are 11-point spread, 11-point favorites over the Titans as we speak.
Okay, but hang on.
And, yeah, go ahead.
What I'm getting to with this is you're going to be one of the highest point spread totals of the year so far, whatever this is when it's all said and done on
let's
Sunday.
Say top five or six, yes.
Here were the final scores of those games. So the Washington Commanders this past weekend were 10.5-point favorites against Carolina. They won by 33 points with a 40-7 score. And that was with Marcus Mariota playing quarterback, by the way, for Washington.
Brett, we call that in the business, we call that a cover.
Yeah. There was a 10.5-point spread between San Francisco and New England on September 29th this year. That final score is 30-13.
That's a cover.
There was a 9-point spread between the Buffalo Bills and the Tennessee Titans this past weekend. The final score is 34-10.
That's a cover.
Not only did you win these games, all of these teams dominated. Now, it doesn't mean 100% of the time that happens, but there's a reason you're this big of a favorite.
All right, so what do you want me to do with all this information? Because you seem very snappy about delivering that information this morning.
I want you to stop being such a dang ninny.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, you know exactly who you are. Take inventory of your own life there and haircut.
I mean, you're basically doing this. It's the NBA. You're doing that right now.
I'm trying to tell you, do I believe the Broncos will win? Of course I do. Do I believe there's a chance that Carolina can pull off an upset? Of course I do. There's a chance. There's always a chance. Yes, there is.
There's not.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how else to tell you, Vic. I mean, I'm trying to think of something that has better odds than aliens landing in the parking lot of the studio. I don't know what to tell you.
You being able to run a mile?
That too. The Carol, you don't have to insult me because the Broncos are going to kick ass.
I always have to insult you.
I'm letting you know the two are not related. There's no correlation
Brett, they're
between
related,
insulting your good partner.
Well, for you they are.
And then the Broncos winning. The Broncos are going to win this football game.
I hope they do, and
Handily.
I hope they're 5-3, and that sets the table for 2 big weekends. Obviously, the NFL this week is crazy because teams are trying to trade players. Hell, the Rams are trying to trade, it seems, a roster at this point.
Yeah.
They played tonight. And I wonder if the Broncos are going to be active participants in this stuff, or they're just going to, take a backseat and say, we're good where we are. And if you gave me a decision to make here, I think they're fine. I don't think they should do anything. I know a tight end is needed, but at what price? I think they're fine. Don't give up any more draft picks. You're good.
I think that, look, they don't need to do anything drastic. If they went out and got a tight end, though, I think it'd be great. I think it serves.
What price?
You tell me. I mean, what do you mean, what price? Like, what draft pick you giving up?
Yeah.
Would I give up, a fourth for a tight end? Yeah. Like, right now. Right now, I would. For a viable, actual starting caliber tight end. Because it serves 2 purposes. It, first of all, helps your team who looks to be at least having a decent shot at making the postseason this year. And secondly, you can't tell me that won't aid the development of a young quarterback having a safety blanket over the middle. Like, I think it could do 2 things. And I've been obsessed with the Njoku stuff. Probably a pipe dream that it happens. But still, if you could find somebody at least at that position that can give you another viable weapon, then yes, I would totally do that. And they're in the position to do it. They really are. This isn't a stretch at all. How many... think about this. How many consecutive trade deadlines have we been talking about the Broncos being sellers? Are they going to trade Jerry Jeudy? Are they going to trade this guy? Should they trade Surtain? How many times have we done that show? Mm-hmm. We're in a different spot. We're talking about, do they end up buying players because they're actually pretty good? Here's why, by the way. I was thinking about this. For a team that, yes, is a very, very good defense, but has had some offensive struggles this year, how could they get to 5-3? Like, what's the main thrust behind this? And we talked about this during training camp. You know where the Broncos rank in sacks allowed this year?
I think they're first.
They're first. They've given up 9 sacks this season.
That's extraordinary. I mean, when you compare that to a year ago?
Do you know where they rank in defensive sacks this year?
Like second?
They're second with 28.
Those are 2 guesses, and I got them right, by the way.
You did. But the trenches, which they invested in, have been so good, and it's like, oh, golly gee, that works, doesn't it? Having a powerful front to both your offense and defense.
But that's exactly what Peyton said the focus was in the offseason.
Sure.
Which is why they paid their offensive linemen.
Yep.
The trenches. And it is working. Give a lot of credit to Zach Streif, the offensive line coach, by the way. Great article that Kosmider wrote in The Athletic on how he simplified the approach to pass blocking. He simplified the old blocking scheme.
And it certainly feels like this is the beginning of some good stuff, that you're building essentially, Brett, from the trenches out. There's no doubt in my here's where I struggle with my brain and my wishes and my wants. There's no doubt in my mind that they could absolutely use a tight end right now, that they need more skill big time, right? But I think this is just the first step in acquiring that stuff down the road, that 2-3 years from now, that's when you have your team. That's when you have you handled all the beef in the middle, all the beef up front, and you built toward the out, and then that's when you're going to have your dudes, and you're going to be a viable playoff team year after year. I think they're doing it the right way. What I don't want to do is jump any gun. I don't want to go off script at this point. I want to do it the right way, do it smartly, get the Russ money off the books, and be good to go in the future. That's my ultimate goal.
That whole money thing is so funny to me. Remember how we thought that the Broncos would be paralyzed financially? They couldn't do anything, and here we are, trade deadline, talking about making moves. Money's not a factor. When are we going to learn that the salary cap is almost mythical in nature? You can manipulate it. It's not a factor. If you are cash heavy, if you have cash, you have a way to manipulate the cap.
In the NFL.
Yes.
I'll still
Nowhere
argue
else.
that's not totally true. The Broncos are doing this in large part because some of the guys that they are getting production from are on rookie contracts still, which you need
That's
to have.
also true. Which you need to have.
But
correct.
they have the largest amount of dead cap in the National Football League.
I get that, but when you have Riley Moss playing at probably a $15 million level
I
at
understand
about $2
that.
million,
But you also have the largest amount of dead cap, and that dead cap team, number one on the list, can make moves. They're not paralyzed. They're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it affected their offseason who they acquired. They didn't acquire
but
people.
it doesn't affect their trade scenarios. It doesn't affect their judgment to make any moves. And isn't that what we feared most? Oh, my God, you're going to be stuck in this hellscape now where you can't make a deal.
I guess I don't know if it's affecting them or not. Maybe they can't make one of these moves. Maybe they want to make a move for somebody and they can't. I don't know, I guess. I'm not sure. But we can get back to this a little bit later.
Speaking of moves, we are trading. It's official. Just a straight trade. We are trading Mark Mosier straight up for the pride of Oklahoma State, Steve Smith. For those of you that don't know Steve Smith, he did a lot of great things at Oklahoma State, and he's a big reason why the Okie State Cowboys are terrible in football this year. Well, they've lost
I'd
4
agree,
straight.
actually.
No, we're in a rebuilding phase.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
ladies and gentlemen.
going to see if we can find another 28-year-old quarterback.
Yep.
Just go to Utah.
I'm 40. Oh, I like how you guys teed that up. I see that Moj has the hostage curtains going in this morning.
I sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to need proof of life.
He's been blinking SOS for 2 straight days.
I've got a beautiful sunrise, though, over the Rocky Mountains behind me. By the way, Brett, these are also the Rocky Mountains outside
Same
Salt Lake
ones in
City. You realize
California.
that, right?
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
For those that don't recognize the voice or the face, Steve Smith runs the operations at Altitude Sports. He is in charge of KSE Media, and you were here to tell the folks about the great news we got yesterday. The app is here. The app has arrived.
Yeah, it took us, it was a pretty heavy lift. I guess it was 30 days ago we decided to launch the app and get it up and running. So it's been, kind of a rushed event here, but we're excited to have it up and running for the fans tonight for the game. It went live yesterday, so it's available now on iOS and Android devices.
So for people that are watching tonight's doubleheader, one game's on national television, so the app does not get nationally televised games,
It
correct?
does not, no. But the Avs game will be on the app
The Avs
tonight,
game, okay.
and we're going to talk a little bit later about the Avs game will also be on 9 News, and I believe it's going to be simulcast on 20. So
Bottom line is there are various places you can find the games now, and that's a good thing.
Right. I mean, our goal, Vic, was to try to get a chip on every square, if you will, and to make sure that our fans, however they wanted to watch the content, could watch the content. And so I think we've accomplished that. So if you have a streaming product, you have over the air, you've got MVPDs. If you have a DirecTV or a Spectrum or one of those subscriptions, you'll be able to watch the games.
Questions coming in, and I think I can help answer this one. Fellas, is there a limit on the amount of screens or users that can use the Altitude app? Isn't that 2 concurrent streams?
It is. It's 2 concurrent right now.
What does concurrent mean anyway? Same time?
Same time,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
So that means 2 Oklahoma State players
Gotcha.
can watch the
Yes.
game at the same
Oh,
time.
in my family, that's 22 usually.
Yeah.
By the way, the app is available, as you said, in all the app stores right now for Android and iOS, and it is $19.95 a month where you get all of the content that Altitude has to offer. Nuggets games, Avs games, this show, everything.
Absolutely.
0153 wants to know, when will there be a smart television app version of this?
It's going to take us a couple more months to build that out. They're a little bit more stringent in their stores on how that's done. So we're hoping in the next 30 days that we'll be able to get something. But you can screen mirror right now.
Okay.
So if you do go on the app, you can mirror it. If you don't know what that is, I think it's a Chromecast and iOS will allow you to do that.
Yep.
So
Brett, what's the chance you and I can screen mirror?
Oh, I can screen mirror.
Oh, you can?
you there's no way.
Look. I'll even show you this. Just give it one of these.
Oh,
top
that
right
thing in
corner.
the right corner.
Top right corner. Slide
Gotcha.
it down right here. Boom. There's your screen mirror.
Gotcha. All right, so the apps on the television would make it just so you can turn the television channel to the app, boom, and it's going. You don't have to mess
Correct.
with your
It's
phone
in their
or
store.
laptop.
You just download the app and then you click on it and
Gotcha.
watch it. So
Broomfield Zach wants to know, can you watch old games? Like if you missed tonight's game, can you rewatch it?
you cannot.
Okay.
So we have some limitations by the leagues. We have a 24 hours that we can replay the game. So there'll be replays on the next day, but at some point we have to take that off and those rights revert back to the leagues.
Gotcha.
And no recording stuff, right?
Not yet, but
Okay.
we're going to get there. I
That's-
mean, we have pause, we have 10-second delay, we have 10-second fast forward. So there's going to be more features as we go, Brett. And so there's going to be different camera angles. We're going to continue to add to the app as we go, but and it's going to be enhanced significantly in the coming months.
You would enhance the hell out of the product if you just had a camera on Mosier and Riker during an Avs game just to see who drinks what liquids that are in front of them. Moj,
Yeah.
do you agree?
Moj camera.
Yeah.
Sure. Hey, listen, man, there's all kinds of liquids up there.
Yeah.
So I guess the answer would be sure if people find that fascinating. We actually do at home, we do have a camera on us that can be on us at all times, which is how that whole episode almost 1 year ago was captured. It's called the Snoop Cam, and it hangs from the ceiling behind the TV and looks into the booth. So technically, we already have one, but people don't have access to that 24/7.
The
Sorry about
episode,
that,
Steve,
Vic.
being when Riker drank Mosier's
Oh,
spit.
he
Yeah,
knows.
is he does he like Zin or Skull?
He likes sludge.
I'm not sure what he likes to drink, but if it's if it's
No,
Skull, it probably gets him a little lightheaded.
We are so good now. First of all, it doesn't happen anymore.
You have a
And plus,
system.
for his stuff and my stuff, we have a line of demarcation for papers, for any sort of
It's very
drink.
good.
There's a DMZ right there, and so we're in totally good shape. No threat of it ever going down again ever.
Well, we'll get him a sippy cup for his birthday.
There you go.
so-
Yes.
Perfect,
And just
perfect.
quickly here, our friends over at Bet365, they're celebrating the opening of the new Denver headquarters and are giving the Nuggets and Avs fans a new way to watch their teams with the Altitude Plus promotion for a complimentary 2-month subscription as well, correct?
Yep. So
Which is very cool.
yeah, so we've got some exciting promotions, and that's one of them, Bet365. So we're excited about
Hey,
that
well,
partnership.
for all of us, thanks for getting us on television again. Thanks for giving us distribution again.
You're welcome. It was a heavy lift, but we got there,
Well.
and it's exciting for our fans. And long time coming, but it's been great. So
Yep.
a lot of excitement in the
And
market.
we have our best people, Brett and Steve, working on the apps for televisions right now, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're in beta phase right now, so we'll figure that out.
Well, you're a good coder, I'll tell you that.
Steve, appreciate the time.
Thanks,
Thank you, man.
guys.
All right,
Appreciate it.
Back after this.
All right, welcome back. Altitude 92.5, Vic Moj, Brett Kane. We are joined in studio now by Mark Cornetta, who is the president and general manager of 9 News. And as you all well know, we are so happy, so proud to be partnering up with the good people in 9 News to give you Nuggets and Avs games. And it starts tonight, Mark. Game number 1 of the Avalanche 20-game slate. Avs on 9 News and Channel 20 tonight. So welcome to the show, Mark. Appreciate the partnership.
Thanks, Vic. It's great to be here with you. I heard earlier this morning when Erica Lopez was on, they were talking about all the pretty people from TV. So
Yeah.
I'm here to balance that, where you have someone with actually a face for radio.
Yeah, that
So,
was.
happy
That's
to
what
be
Brett's
here.
here for.
When, yeah, sure. That's when Erica jumped on for a few minutes with us, and Nelly was just talking about the difference between the people in TV looking like proper human beings and then whatever we do, or at least I do.
Mark,
every
here's the
morning.
difference between TV and radio. When Mark and I do television, we actually wear makeup on occasion, but for radio, we show up in clothes like this. It's a little easier.
More comfortable.
Yeah. Moj, you're going to be heard on 9 News tonight, and that's a big deal for people that live in this community for many reasons, but number one, we're going to be seen by a lot of people, so you better be professional, Moj.
Actually, I got to be honest with you. All my stuff is ready to go. I just have to get my shirt ready. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I am 1,000% ready to go tonight. This is a really big deal. It's been, it's been talked about, and I think people are honestly, they're excited about it, but they're also curious about it. Like, what's it going to look like? Will Moj get any more handsome when he's on 9 News as opposed to Altitude TV? The answer is no. But it's going to be really, really awesome, and we're looking forward to it. We're going to be doing hits this afternoon from the rink, so Riker and I are going to get there early, and it's a great partnership. It honestly is, and it allows, as Steve was talking about, a chip on every square, and in the future, too, so that fans can find it any place that they need to find it. And it's awesome. Glad to be part of 9 News.
So, Mark, tonight, not only on 9 News, but on Channel 20 on both of your venues.
Yeah, so we talked, Steve Smith, and when we were sort of drawing out what this is going to look like, we wanted to have one singular place where all the games would be, so that fans wouldn't get confused. But we also wanted to try and elevate this and put it on 9. So we've got 10 games. We selected 5 Nuggets, 5 Avs that will simulcast, and this is the first of the simulcast games. It just gives us even broader exposure and puts a bigger spotlight on 2 of the greatest teams in town. And so we're thrilled about this. And I will say the spirit of cooperation between the Altitude organization, Kroenke Sports and Entertainment, it's been incredible. And, you can see that everyone really wants this to go well. Everyone is, a little nervous because we want it to go well. And so I know it will. No one's taking anything for granted. And I think it's going to be the start of a really great partnership. We've enjoyed a great partnership with the organization from a marketing standpoint, but this takes it to a whole new level. And it really is all about the fans and giving the fans greater access. So I think this is just the beginning of what could be a really meaningful relationship with the organization.
Well, I'm just glad that you and Steve and our crew could come together to make this happen because, as you will know, television is changing every day. Sports television is changing. So I don't know how long it took to come together, but the fact that we found you and you found us, you're carrying the pre- and post games as well, correct?
That's correct. So we'll have every game will be preceded with a 30-minute pregame live. And then followed by a 30-minute, regardless of what time the game lets out, it'll be a 30-minute post-game live.
By the way,
here's the problem though. I can see it now. The 9 News team in my 20, they're going to take advantage of it the way that Andy and Nate take advantage of it when they get time off early. Right? They're like, oh yeah, we're done early. Oh, I'm sorry, the Avs are on the road to New York. Oh yeah, we're out of here, baby. Mark, watch out. Your people are going to be skating out. They're going to be circling these days on the calendar. I know how they work. I know exactly how they work.
The cojones on this guy to say something like that when he leaves the show early about
Pretty
3
much
days a
every day,
week
yeah.
is insane.
Pulling a hamstring?
Yeah.
Oh, hamstring is I got to get to skate. No, you don't understand. It's really important that I get there at 9:45. It's just By the way, I was going to tell you, we have this game on this show. We try and infiltrate the broadcast with Mosier, and Vic has already suggested something that we're maybe just look for it tonight.
Yeah, so I said an ode, an homage to Channel 9 and the history of Channel 9. I grew up watching local news here, and I used to flip around, and when Channel 9 would come on before MASH, Stormy Rotman was the meteorologist back then. So I think if you want to give an ode to this legacy broadcast station, you got to mention Stormy Rotman in the call tonight, Moj. It's got to be part of it.
I will, and part of the deal with Stormy too is that he was a weather guy back in World War II and the Korean War.
Would you do like
so
a
this
history
guy was,
book on him or something? What?
Yeah, if I'm going to mention Stormy Rotman, I'm gonna do a little research on the guy. He was before my time. In fact, he passed away just before I got to Denver. But of course I've heard of him and I've heard of his legacy and so on and so forth. So I'm doing it. I'm gonna, Vic. You ask, you shall receive.
Good.
I will do it tonight in a big moment in this game.
How happy are the employees at Channel 9 to be associated with a professional like Mark Mosier?
Well, look, I think the employees are thrilled. The day we announced this, actually Steve and Kevin Demoff were at the station, and we of course had the mascots from both teams, and the employees literally were on cloud nine. I mean, it's a big day. When you get to, announce something like this of this magnitude. And I think everyone, that lives in Colorado has been hoping that someday, they'd get better access to the arguably the best teams in town.
Yeah.
And, winning over that period 2 championships. And so to be able to announce something like that, not just to our team, but to the fans of both of these teams, was incredible, and there's been just an outpouring of support, and I think people are grateful, and it's great.
I got to read this. As long as you're here and Steve's here in the room, somebody just on the Twitch feed said, they said Steve Smith was going to be on the show, and I got excited. I thought it was the wide receiver that dissed Jerry Jeudy. Instead, it's this guy that shows up. I'm highly disappointed.
I mean, he could have called. What if he called Jerry Jeudy just a guy in the middle of that, though?
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Mark,
that would've been
thank you very
perfect.
much. And I don't know if they told you, but one of the reasons we've decided to join hands with 9 News is I'm getting my show before Kyle Clark's show, right? It's going to be called Before with Vic Lombardi.
Yeah, Vic, I need to talk to you about that.
Yeah. Good.
We actually just canceled it.
Wow.
Debuted?
That fast.
Wow.
See, I was going to say, now you know what, Vic? If you're doing pre and post for the Nuggets, which is that first game is going to be on Tuesday the 29th, I no longer can say you used to be on the news.
Yeah, I'll be back on the news.
You're back on the news.
Back on the news. Mark, thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Vic.
the partnership. That's Mark Cornetta, 9 News General Manager and President.
Which is, again, it's a very cool partnership that we have now in the game tonight. Obviously, Avs at Utah is the first of many, 20 apiece between the Avs and the Nuggets throughout the course of this season. And then the first Nuggets game is October 29th as they take on the Nets. So with that, Moj, I know there's a lot of things that go into this game tonight and reasons for, I guess, optimism for what you have between the pipes. And Nelly, if you got the audio ready, I want to hear Bednar when we had him on yesterday and his response to the Juice getting a few more starts here. Because I asked him, I'm like, for somebody who the last couple of games has played as well as Eustace has, do you just kind of ride hot hand until that falls apart? Because I think ideally, Moj, they want the guy who's the veteran who started a whole bunch of games already for this team to be their number one in Georgiev. But when somebody is stepping up and playing well, it's hard to take him out. And so how much longer would that last? And so when we're talking to Bednar yesterday, I think he said what was on the minds of a lot of Avs fans, which was, dude's playing well. He's going to continue to get starts in the future until things in that department begin to change. We got it ready here, Nelly? Almost?
Yeah, absolutely. He's been outstanding. He's looked sharp, big in the net, square to the shooters early, not giving up any rebounds. He just looks early and ready for everything that's coming at him. And he's such a big guy, and he's playing upright that he's been difficult to score on. And at key times in the games, too, like it's too little, too late. So he's given us a really good chance to win. He'll continue to, see starts here in the near future.
As he should.
Now, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that means for tonight. I honestly don't, because, again, Georgie is your number one. But does Coach want to continue to ride the hot hand on this roadie? We'll find out at morning skate. That's when we're going to get our main idea. But the juice has looked good. I mean, Ottanen, it looks confident. Everything that Coach said, I think I echoed before that he just looks square. He's not wasting a ton of energy. He just looks confident, and his glove hand is working really well. When you look that way, you play that way. And the Avs could definitely use that. I mean, overall, they could definitely use that. It helps everybody in front of him. And this Utah club, yeah, I mean, the Coyotes players came up and so on and so forth, but it's a different club, and they're sort of in a growth pattern of their own. They've got some very young players that are going to be very, very good in this league, and they can bite you right in the butt. This team, these particular players have bitten the Avs in the butt on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Remember the big 4-0 lead that the Avs lost last year down in the little joint?
Yeah.
That sucked, man. These guys, they have some sort of knack for biting the Avs in the butt. So this is a really big game. And the other news, of course, that came down is that Wags is back up, or with the team, and you've got Cal Ritchie going back to the O. And again, the thing that stinks is I think he's too good for the O, but you got really no other choice. You don't have anywhere else to put.
What will they
Cal
work up
Ritchie
when he
at this
goes
point.
there? What ingredients does he lack to get him prepared to come back to the NHL?
Well, he's going to get a ton of playing time, Vic. I think he's going to be their best player by a mile. So he's going to play the most minutes. He's going to play in every situation. He's going to get top power play minutes. Mm-hmm. And he's going to be beating up on younger players and guys of his own age. There's no doubt. But he's probably going to score 50 in the O. And then, at the age of 20 next year, he'll know what to expect coming into a National Hockey League training camp and so on. He's got talent. He does. It's just that, the game at the National Hockey League level is the best in the world. You're playing against total men. And so if you're not playing top-line minutes, and he's not slated into a top 6 role, which is eventually, certainly top 9, but top 6 role is eventually, that's where he'll be as a player. At the age of 19, you don't have to try to push it. You don't have to try and pigeonhole him in there right now and put the round peg or a square peg in a round hole at this point. So, but that's the only thing you can do with it. I think the rules are going to change where you could send him to the A, or if he even wanted to, we could go play a year of college hockey. But as of right now, he has to go back to the O if he's not going to be with the team.
Gotcha.
Well, come back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Again, the Nuggets open up their season tonight. I want to go through some things season preview-wise. What you expect to happen. Vic? Your favorite game, a little true or false.
Oh, are we playing true or false?
Coming up next. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And I don't know about you guys. I made sure to get my Powerball ticket yesterday, and I did so on the Tulatero app because that jackpot was huge. And so was the one on Friday coming up with Mega Millions. $229 million up for grabs. And if you download the Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC when you do so, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game. Whether it's Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life, all of your favorite Colorado Lotto games are right there, front and center, in that Tulatero app. So download it right now, Tulotero, and use my code MAGIC at checkout, and look forward to that Mega Millions jackpot of $229 million coming up tomorrow. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, Nuggets opener tonight, 8 o'clock TNT against the Oklahoma City Thunder. We have the Avs in action as well as they take on Utah at 7 o'clock. You can hear the Avs game on AM 950 and the Nuggets game on 92.5 today. So, Moj, I think we played these games when you were out, but I had a series of true and false questions in college football and the NFL.
Why are you doing it when I'm out?
Because you were out for 2 months, and so I had to find content. But I want to play a series of true or false with the NBA, and here's how the game works. I start with the local teams, then we expand our horizons to more of a national look at the league. But with the season just opening up, let's get to it.
True.
True or false? Nikola Jokic will win his 4th MVP.
Golly, Brett, that's crazy. I think he's going to have another phenomenal season. I mean, he's
going
right
to say false.
In the prime of his career. I'm going to say false, too, only because I feel like the voters will get some fatigue. That's all. Unless he's abundantly head and shoulders above everybody else.
And we know what he is. We know what he can do. How many do you really need to affirm what you already know?
Yeah,
totally fair.
That's an excellent point.
I've also, if I asked this question before the, 2 of the last 3 seasons, all 3 of them I would have said false, and I would have been wrong.
But you know what cracks me up? And I watched him play last night. Kenny Smith still thinks that Giannis is the best player in the game.
Yeah.
How do you think that?
I don't know. I
mean, I watch a lot of basketball. How do you think Giannis is the best player in the game today? How do you arrive at that?
Couldn't tell you.
Do not know, but
okay,
I'm going to sing like this.
False on Jokic winning the MVP. Okay, fine.
That's a false, but that's a qualified false only because I just think they have voter fatigue, not because he's going to not be as good. He's going to kick butt.
The Nuggets will have someone outside of Jokic receive a postseason accolade.
That's a great question.
All-star, all-NBA, all-defense, all-something.
Let me say true, and if it's not true, the Nuggets won't go to where they need to go or where they want to go. It's got to be true for the Nuggets to achieve what they hope to achieve this season.
Bretsky, that's so difficult. Golly, I want somebody to be able to be a 6th man. That's what I want.
Well, think about it. Last year, Moj,
I don't know that they have anybody unless you're going to talk about Russ. What if Russ comes in here? Can you imagine Russell Wilson, Jesus Lord, Russell Westbrook even being, quote, eligible for 6th man of the year? But I guess that could happen if he comes in and kicks some serious butt.
Could be.
Well, there's a couple things. You have 3 guys who could be candidates for an all-star game if they up the ante. You have guys who have candidacy for individual awards. Remember, last year, KCP, all year long, we touted him as a defensive player of the year. And I don't think he even finished in the top 4.
I don't think he made an all-defensive team.
Yeah, so they need somebody to hit. They do. They need somebody to hit somewhere.
Somehow, I mean, well, there's no Rookie of the Year possibilities unless all of a sudden Trey Alexander is like something we don't know. I don't know. I'll say false. I'm going to say false.
True or false? But Jamal Murray will play 65 games this season.
True.
I say true. Yeah, I think he will. He's pronounced himself good to go, that he's fine.
Yeah, and I think the minutes won't be as demanding. He's got some help behind him.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook can pick up some of those minutes. Yeah, he can play 65 games. Why not?
It's a very, very reasonable take, Vic. Very reasonable.
True or false? Julian Strother will average 11.5 points per game coming off the bench. I brought up that number because Bruce Brown averaged 11.5.
That needs to be true. Here's how it's going to work.
It needs to be, Vic.
It needs to be true.
Needing and reality aren't the same.
I don't know if it will happen. I think if you ask that question, will Russell Westbrook average 11.5 points, I'd say true.
Fair.
So if he's going to do the bulk of the scoring off the bench, it's not going to go to Strother.
Do you remember when Michael Porter Jr. was a baby and I said, yeah, man, this guy is going to average 15 a game? You're like, oh, God, no, not a chance in heck, man. There's no
Step back, Jacob.
No problem
don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, that was years ago. Maybe my memory is better than yours. I'm going to say yes.
Does anybody know what
Brett.
he's talking about?
True, Brett. True.
True or false?
True.
People will say Russell Westbrook was a perfect fit at the end of the season.
True.
If the Nuggets desire to go to where they want to go, that has to be true.
True.
So I'll say true. I've been along for the ride on that. I love the pickup from the get-go, so I have to say true.
Two more here, Nuggets related. True or false? Zeke Naji is a rotational player for this team.
False.
False.
Okay.
False.
True or false? The Nuggets win the Western Conference.
What do you mean? Like,
they win the
regular season or in the playoffs?
They are the Western Conference representatives in the NBA Finals.
That's different than what I thought. I thought you were saying that they're going to finish with 60 wins.
They
or
will
something.
represent the Western Conference in the Finals. True or false?
I'm going to say true, but who knows? That's a big leap.
Trizzue.
Okay, Trizu. A little bit around the league. A team from LA will miss the postseason.
True. I think the Clippers are on the verge of falling apart.
Trizzue. The Clippers. Did you watch any of that last night,
I watched
Vic, in
the
the
whole
new building?
Thing. That building looks pretty sweet, by the way. The wall that they
does,
have.
and the wall.
Did you hear
the
Kevin
wall
Durant say he was like
or
freaked
whatever.
out by that wall where he was shooting free throws? The wall of fans.
True or false? Bronny James will stay on the Lakers for 82 games.
False. Move on.
I don't. Well, what are they paying him, Vic? What is Bronny James' salary?
It's a guaranteed second-round salary.
I don't know.
So whatever that is.
He's going to go to the G League and get some seasoning. He's not going to stay for every Lakers game. It's not going to happen.
You think LeBron's going to allow that to happen?
Well, that's what I see happening. I think if Bron wants what's best for his son needs to play, and he's going to play in the G League. He won't play in the big league.
If Bron wanted what was best for his son, he wouldn't be on the Lakers right now. He'd be in the G. So I'm going to say true, Brett. I don't think he'll let his kid go away.
The G hasn't started playing yet, so
I understood, but he wouldn't. That's where he'd be destined anyway. Go ahead, Brett.
True or false? The Spurs will make the postseason.
False. I'll say false. I think they'll miss it. I think they'll make a play-in and fall short. So play-in doesn't count, right?
Does not count.
Yeah,
no.
I think they're still a year away. I say false.
Well, hold on a second. If the wild card in baseball counts, or that play-in for the whatever they call it now, whatever that one-game bull crud is, I'm going to say false, Brett. I'm saying I'm trying to. He threw that out, and I have to think about it. I'm going to say false. Yeah,
What's
false.
the question?
They're not going to win 45 games this year. No, so false.
True or false? The Warriors are not to be feared.
True.
Absolutely true. Even though they lit it up last night in Portland, Steph did his thing. What'd they score last night? 125 or something? What'd they score? Like they went crazy last night. But true, they're not. I'm not afraid of them anymore. That boogeyman is gone.
139.
139. There you go. No, Portland stinks though. Portland's terrible. Brett. That is a true. They're not to be feared.
True or false? Wemby is the MVP.
False.
False.
Not yet. He'll get there, but not yet.
True. Excuse me. True or false? The Celtics repeat.
God, my heart says I want the Nuggets in there, but I'm going to say true. They're still super duper damn good.
You know what? I'll give them the benefit until they lose because that's what the benefit of a champion gets. So I'll say true as well. You got to beat them.
There's nobody in the East that can beat them. It's a matter of can any team out of the West beat them? So I'll say true.
And that
I don't want to say true, but I will say true.
Our NBA true or false before the season starts. There you go.
Is that it?
That was a lot.
Is that it?
There's a lot of questions in there.
You didn't give me an over-under how many games like Joel Embiid will play. And
Stupid-ass questions.
Yeah, those were.
Well, you can do that too. True or false? Embiid play 65 games. I think the answer is false, right?
It's your game. You didn't come up with it. Now it's over.
Because what? He's already missed one, so he's got 16 left.
Mm.
Okay.
How many back-to-backs did he have
Moj?
this year?
It's
He's gonna miss every
October
one of those.
24th. There's a lot of games left to be played. A lot. I can't believe that story's a real thing. I can't. I mean, I can believe it.
You mean that the league is investigating the Philadelphia 76ers already?
Yeah. They didn't play a game yet, and they're like, we're going to have to look into this.
Didn't they have to know that the league was going to be on their butt when he didn't play?
Yes.
I mean, they're calling it left knee injury management, but how do you miss the first game of the season? I mean, he didn't play in the preseason. I don't get it, man. I don't get what's this guy's malfunction? Left knee injury management. I don't know what that means.
Would that be the most?
You don't play in the home opener against Giannis in Milwaukee. That is just so strange to me. It just doesn't seem right. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
The game was at home.
Figure it out.
Would that be the worst superstar to be a fan of? Like if Embiid and Jokic switched places, Jokic played in Philly, Embiid played here, and we dealt with that.
Like if he was
He
going
would
to
drive
play,
me.
Yeah,
he
you
would
just
drive
don't know
me
if he's ever going to
insane.
play. Like that would be incredibly frustrating.
He would absolutely make me pull my hair out on a morning by morning basis.
so
Yep.
like the baseball player that plays here, I'm not sure if he's ever going to play.
See, but here's the difference. He's actually hurt.
Yeah.
You know, like
But still, the
Chris
same
Bryant is hurt.
I get it,
we
but
need
the
a
question,
full season of KB.
the question still arises: is he going to play?
And what makes that different? Maybe it would be more frustrating, Vic, had Chris Bryant been good when he played, and he's not very
He's
good.
not
Like Embiid is
He didn't win an
arguably
MVP
from
recently.
people the best player in the world when he's on the floor. But see, that's the other thing too. A texter says he was healthy enough to play in Paris, and I'm like, see, that would drive me nuts if I was a Sixers fan. It's like you were active every single game over in the Olympics, and right now game one can't play. Seems a little bit weird. That's all I'm saying. 303.
I would, as an organization, Brett, I would hate to have to deal with that. It would drive me up a wall. I mean, yeah, it'd frustrate the hell out of me.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Can I give you something else from the Broncos, by the way? That was, told you the stats earlier. The Broncos are tied for the NFL lead in sacks allowed this year with 9. Now, we can say that that's a lot of investment in the offensive line, them playing better. It's also the escapability of Bo Nix is pretty elite, right? Can escape pressure, get out of trouble.
How many sacks would you say that he's escaped this year? I can think of 3 or 4 already off the top of my head. Yeah,
I think Vic's probably right.
Yeah, maybe you're right about that. Well, then that would be 21 sacks.
If that's Peyton Manning in the pocket, that sack number's looking a lot different. But
yeah, if it's Flacco, he's getting hammered. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, and then I disagree with you. If that's Peyton Manning, he's getting rid of the ball quicker. He's processing quicker.
Fine.
He's seeing it differently.
I'm just talking about a guy who doesn't move as well. It's going to be a bigger problem. That's all I'm saying. And then on the opposite side, the Broncos are second in the NFL in sacks. But you know what they're first in? And I saw this stat the other day. They are first by far in the NFL in pressures on defense. They have 156 so far this season. The next closest team is Tampa Bay. They have 140. Now, the wrinkle to this is the Broncos blitz at the highest rate of any team in the NFL. It's somewhere hovering around 36 to 38%. So almost 2 out of every 5 pass downs, they're sending somebody extra to help. Now, obviously it's worked, right? But how are you able to do that? And this is where I'm going to give credit to somebody in particular. Obviously, Surtain helps. Do you know why you're able to get away with blitzing like that? Because Riley Moss is a dude on the other side. That you trust him in coverage, that at times when he goes man-on-man, he's one-on-one, he can take care of business. You can't do that. You can't blitz the way that Vance Joseph wants to if you don't have a reliable piece opposite Surtain too.
It's also a game knowing when to blitz too, right? Because if you throw that blitzkrieg every week and people expected it, there are quarterbacks that are going to beat you. I mean, do you think they're going to blitz Patrick Mahomes to that extent?
They could.
I don't see the same result. Are you going to blitz? You saw what happened when they had Herbert here and you blitzed him. I mean, it works against some quarterbacks. It doesn't work against others.
How much do you fear? It's kind of twofold. Yes, quarterback and his level of play is one thing. The other one is who are the weapons on the outside if they are one-on-one, even against good cover corners? If you have Justin Jefferson, you might be in for a problem because all he has to do is beat one guy and then he can get, a 60-yard touchdown. That's where the Chiefs one's interesting. I don't know how many people even with DeAndre Hopkins there. Hopkins, he ain't going to beat you deep anymore.
In years past, when the Broncos have held the Chiefs to below their averages, they did it the Vic Fangio way. They dropped everybody back.
Yeah.
They dropped everybody and just waited and just said, okay, see what you can do with the cover 2 and everybody back in coverage. See what you can do there. And that's usually how you hold him to check. I mean, I don't know this year's version how it's going to work, but I would blitz the hell out of Bryce Young this Sunday. I guarantee you that.
Yep.
Let me follow up on that, Vic.
By the way, just quickly, Moj, hold on to that. Just want to say about the Chiefs last year. Vance Joseph running this, I don't know if it was the exact same style last season, held the Chiefs to 19 points in one game and 9 in the other. So what he did worked too.
It was good stuff. Bryce Young has been off for, 3 weeks now is what he's been off when they benched him.
But since
I feel bad for the kid. Is it week 2? I feel bad for the kid because he's going to be beat up this weekend. The Broncos are if the Broncos defensive players are not going in there just licking their chops, and then something's wrong because we know that team is no good and the kid has not – I feel bad for him because they haven't developed him at all. They threw him to the Wolves in the early going, and I think it's kind of like Cougar. In Top Gun, Vic, what happened when the MiG came around? What happened? That MiG really screwed him up. I think that the Carolina – never mind. I think the Carolina –
I loved the face that Vic gave you. And what I can't tell if Vic wasn't listening to what you were saying.
Stop paying attention.
Oh, so you didn't hear the question.
Something about Top Gun and Cougar.
Yeah.
Manning is
that MiG.
Oh, my God.
We got a problem up here. That MiG really screwed him up. Bryce Young is screwed up, and all of the helping and platitudes this week from his coaching staff to try to get him up to speed. It's not going to fix the fact that the Broncos are going to smoke him. Bryce Young is going to he's going to have Broncos players all up in his jock this weekend, all over the place.
Is there give me the biggest concern you have this weekend? What's the biggest? The thing that makes you the most nervous about this game, what is it?
Something fluky can happen, a turnover here and there that can turn a game. I don't know. Things happen. Sports happens.
Well, okay. I was looking for something more specific than sports happen.
Carolina takes back the opening kickoff for a touchdown. And then on the next series, there's a pick six for a touchdown. And you're down 14-0 out of the gate. And then you're playing catch-up. Crazy things happen.
Okay. Moshe?
I have zero concerns this weekend.
I'll give you one.
Brett, here's the problem with you.
Yeah,
you're looking for a concern.
No, I
when
am.
There is
No.
none.
This isn't something I believe.
You're looking for a concern when there is not one to be found. Okay, you're looking for hen's teeth. Whatever you want to call it. It ain't happening, bro. Okay,
Moshe,
so stop it.
This isn't a belief. Okay, this is. You're right. I'm trying to find something that they don't run the ball effectively. That's it, because that has been hit or miss throughout the course of the year.
What about injuries? Are you worried about that? I mean, I always worry about
Sure.
injuries. I never want to see anybody get hurt. I mean, perhaps if you lose, 7 guys in the game, you're going to be, hurting and things could change. But outside of just monstrous turnovers and a preponderance of turnovers and injuries, the Broncos aren't going to lose this game. They're just not going to lose the football game. The Panthers are probably the worst team in football, bro. They're terrible. Terrible.
Can I give you guys some stats?
What's wrong with you, by the way? You okay?
I got a little head thing going on. Little head congestion.
All right. Okay. All right, great.
Let me give you a few details about the Carolina Panthers. They are 30th in the NFL in yards allowed.
They're 29th in yards gained. They're terrible on both sides of the ball.
They are dead last in rushing yards allowed. They give up 162 rushing yards per game. In points per game, and this is the one that's crazy, they're last in the league. They give up 34.7 per, okay? In 31st is the Cowboys, who give up 28. That is almost a full touchdown worse per game than the second worst team in the league.
They're bad.
Here's what I'm telling you, Vic.
They're not just bad. They're not just bad. They're historically bad.
How'd they win a game?
That's who they are.
How'd they win a game?
That's a fantastic. Well,
because
how they won a game?
Because
Andy Dalton threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns.
300 and something yards. Yeah.
Oh, and
Andy Dalton went crazy in one game.
And they played the Raiders. That was another thing. But
correct.
I'm not kidding, Vic. This team might be as bad as any team in recent memory. Like that level bad. I watched a team go 0-16. I watched a team go 0-16, and I think they beat them. Not kidding.
The 1-6-2-5 Brett Mosier's hubris is what I'm worried about. Even if they're bad, Broncos need to take them seriously. That's from Billy. Billy, they will. Don't worry about it. The 7-4-8-2. Hey, Mosier, stop jinxing us. I mean,
but Mosier does this all the time. This is Mosier's calling card. I go back to the Nuggets season, and he's always underestimating opponents. He doesn't do it in hockey, though. He only does it in other sports.
Big time win.
Know. He never does. Hey, the Avs going to win tonight, Moshe?
Moshe,
the Avs winning tonight?
I hope so. I hope they sweep this roadie and come on home as a 500 club. That'd be awesome. I hope.
I hope the Broncos win on Sunday.
Yeah, but the Utah Hockey Club is not equivalent
different
to the Carolina Panthers, you dum-dum.
Who would you say is like the Carolina Panthers of hockey over the last few years?
I don't think they have one.
Give me a comp of a team that you think was
Carolina. San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, the Sharks
really
been pretty rough.
The Sharks had 19 wins last year out of 82 games. They won 19 games. It was bad.
Still, it's
really
more likely
bad.
to pull off an upset win on the ice than it is on a football field. You say so?
Yeah, because you can get goalied. I mean, a goalie. We remember Game 2 last year. The Avs were in San Jose. Do you remember Mackenzie Blackwood? The Avs had to win in overtime. Mackenzie Blackwood made 51 saves on 52 shots faced. Remember that? Bryce, you can't get goalied in the National Football League. You just can't. I don't. These are false equivalencies. They're just not. They're not the same. I don't know what else to tell you.
Do you know who else is coming back to town this weekend? So Josie Jewell is a starting linebacker over for Carolina, so he'll make his return to Denver. Do you know who was the defensive coordinator of the Panthers? Ejiro Evero.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I forgot about that too.
He was pretty good here.
He was
really good here. Yeah. Look, man,
doing very good there.
The first about 5 weeks of the season last year, we were like, why did you ever get rid of Ejiro Evero? Mm-hmm. And now, Ejiro Evero can go to hell. I'll keep Vance Joseph forever. Yeah, you can keep that here.
Just goes back to
hey, go to hell. Go to hell's a little.
You know
that's
what
a
I
little
mean.
harsh.
Just
Gator.
football-wise.
I know,
Football-wise.
but geez, Louise.
You can be the greatest coach, the greatest schemer in the world, but if you don't have the players, man.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. One last thing on the Broncos real quick. I saw this quote yesterday from Cortland Sutton, and this is why everybody loves Cortland. That's why Cortland's a man. How many number ones, as far as receivers for football teams in the NFL, go untargeted during a week? Like, not no catches, no targets. And Nelly, if you could find Calvin Ridley's quote for me from a couple of weeks ago, I'd love to hear that.
Oh, my goodness. That was hysterical.
But if you're a number one wideout on an NFL team, we all know it's probably the biggest diva position in the NFL, either that or corner, right? One of those two. They need to feel like they're involved in the game. The last thing they want to do is get cardio and just go out and block all day.
I need something in the beginning of the game, too, then, like, getting crazy.
That is what it sounds like when a receiver isn't targeted often. Cortland Sutton didn't have a single throw
That's
put
amazing.
in his direction last week.
Is that
not
the
a
first
single
time
one.
that he's ever gone through a
Has
game
to
without a target?
Has to be. Here's what he said about it. We won. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Big win. The running backs had a really big game. Offensive line blocked their butts off. I think it was all hands on deck. We all had our hands in the run game. It was fun to watch them cut it loose. We had like a 6.4 average. That's amazing. It's hard to be selfish in that situation. If they're going to stay in too high and dare us to run the ball, we'll show you what we can do.
See, that's where it's dangerous for a receiver to incentivize his contract. So if your contract has an incentive clause in there, so many catches, you get this.
Yep.
How do you get there if you don't even get targeted? How do you get there?
Did the wide receivers, when Tebow was here, feel a type of way about that?
Well, they all want it out.
Yeah.
They all want it out. You walking in to the Broncos locker room, for those who remember, those who are listening that actually walked into the locker room during the Tebow run, as magical as it was, I'll never forget turning to the wide receiver section of the locker room. And those guys just sort of like laughing. It was almost laughable. They'd be like, we don't play football but 2 plays a game.
Yeah.
All we're doing is blocking. And then 2 plays, hey, we're going to throw it to you now, or try to.
It has to feel like if you're like, yeah, I'm the number one wideout for a D1 football team. You're like, really? Who?
Air
Navy?
Force.
Army?
Yeah.
Air Force?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're just like, you block and then you get about 1 target a game and that's it. That's why I stopped playing football actually in high school. We were an option team. And I was like, I like to catch and this is not fun. I don't like to do this all game. But it's got to be frustrating.
Well, they all wanted out, and a lot of them got out.
303-504-0925. Shout Mazda text line.
But we are not even remotely close to that yet here. I mean,
of course not.
The kid can throw the football. He's thrown.
You know, it does bother me when
people.
people.
Occasions.
When,
Cortland bailed him out on a number of occasions as well, including the beautiful touchdown catch with one hand. We're not there yet.
Moj, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, I like to go right down the middle. I like to be fair and honest when I assess Bo Nix. Do I think he has a ways to go? Yes. Do I think he's Tebow? Hell no. Those of you who compare him to Tebow 2.0 or whatever, I don't know what you're watching. Tebow could not throw.
Yeah.
He literally had a flaw in his delivery. All right, this guy can throw. Now, does he have some footwork issues? Yes. But the throwing is not the release. It's a nice release. He's got an arm. Tebow literally couldn't throw.
Tebow, it took like 3 seconds just from his starting motion to releasing the football, which is never good.
Yeah, it was a major hitch. Major.
But to your point, Nix isn't that. He can get rid of the football quickly. He's done that. And look, so far, this is where it's hard to be incredibly critical. Now, I got critical last week after the Saints game because, you know what? In a win like that, you're like, what a great time to be critical is that you kick somebody's ass and you're like, yeah, we could also do this better and this better and this better. The point is, you got 2 games coming up after this week where if stuff that I saw in the Saints game happens, you aren't coming away with a dub, and certainly not a resounding dub. And that's kind of what, I keep hearing people say this, and maybe I'm incorrect. You guys tell me. Texter says, we were talking about, going out, maybe trading for a tight end before the deadline, something like that. And he goes, who cares about acquiring talent? This is a development year. And I go, at what point does that stop being a development year when you keep winning games? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean that if they don't win the Super Bowl, you start punching a hole in your wall, but you change expectations given the evidence put in front of you of how far the team could go. And what I'm telling you guys is, after this week, you should be a 5-3 football team, which means you are going to be in prime position to make a postseason spot. Why not have a little bit higher expectation than when the season started? We all thought it'd be a development year. But what if that turns into you win this weekend and then you upset Baltimore? Then what are you going to do? Like, you have to sort of adjust, don't you?
Then you got something going, baby.
Yeah. And that's all I'm saying. I'm like, I am so shocked at how
right,
well they played.
Let me say this. This is fun. I love doing this. Broncos are going to smoke these fools this weekend. I've been on record saying that for the past 2 weeks. If the Broncos, oh my God, I'm trying to think of what I wouldn't do. If the Broncos go on the road at I'm going to qualify it at a healthy Baltimore team and pull off the upset against Lamar and Derrick Henry and company, if they do that,
how about
this? The sky is the limit. I can't think of anything I wouldn't give you. I can't think of anything that I wouldn't put on the line for that.
Would you sub for me at my second colonoscopy next week?
100% I will. Absolutely.
But here's the thing. Mo said he
I'll
liked
transplant. I'll tell you what. I'll transplant my colon to you. How about that?
It is good sleep.
Yeah, it's a good sleep.
You won't
it's
get
a
better
really
sleep.
good sleep.
You go to sleep, and the next thing you know, you're up, and you're like, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah, it was Michael Jackson stuff, man. It was the milk. It works.
But Moj, just be aware that, remember, you said that if the Broncos lose on Sunday that you would remove your junk with a Ginsu knife, and now you're offering to give Vic your colon. I mean, you're running out of body parts pretty quick here, bro. I'd just be careful. You're going to look like the operation guy in a couple of weeks here.
That's funny.
You know what I totally forgot about?
I haven't thought about that guy in a long time.
I was looking through the Broncos schedule. They have to have one of the last bye weeks of the season, right?
It is late in the season.
Yeah,
I hate
it's
the
late
bye week.
Yeah, really late.
It's like December 9th is their bye week.
Sucks.
That's got to be one of the last weeks that teams can take buys.
I think it has to be.
All right, keep rattling this off. Keep it going. 303-504-0925. Getting to some Avs stuff tonight because they take on Utah. They're on a 3-game win streak after a rough start to the year. What will it take tonight to get them back to 500? We'll get to it next.
STHmotors.com. That's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. STHmotors.com. Why am I telling you that website right up front? Because you need to go there and see over 1,000 cars and trucks on the lot, including new, including certified pre-owned, and all the used cars. Right now, it is the steep year-end clearance sale, and they are going to take care of you in the biggest kind of way. I already had people at the station who have gone there, and they've gotten taken care of. STHmotors.com. That is the website. Silterhar is a family-owned business, and they do great work. Never been part of a better dealership in my entire life. You get right there on the website, sthmotors.com, or go to Wadsworth and Highway 36, and you can see for yourself. Get it done before the snow flies. Get there and see all the awesome selection, and see that right now they are giving trade allowance top dollar at or above Kelly Blue Book value. You cannot beat that. It's Silterhar Motors, everything you want out of a dealership.
Avs play tonight against Utah for the first time ever as the Utah Hockey Club. 7 o'clock tonight. You can hear it right here on AM 950 as the Nuggets will be on 92.5 tonight. Yes, Mosh?
The other night, during the Sharks, was it the Sharks game? Yeah, it must have been, because we didn't do the Seattle game. I said the Avs will round out the road trip on the road against Hockey Club.
Yeah.
And people laughed at me. Ha ha, a Hockey Club.
Uh-huh.
Well, what am I supposed? What am I supposed to say? Just Utah?
Well, Utah.
Is it the?
Give me two.
That's it, baby. Is it the Hockey Club? Is it Hockey Club? Is it just Utah Hockey Club?
If they're too lazy to give themselves a nickname,
yep,
this is what they get. Next week, Avs versus Club. And if people don't know what that means, then that's on Utah.
Why are they never called team, by the way? We had Washington football team for a year. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But why are they always clubs?
Do I say, and Club ices the puck? That's an icing on Club. I mean,
I don't know. You have three choices. Team, club, or squad?
Ooh, I like a good squad. I do like a good squad.
There's got to be a group of animals referred to as a squad, right? There's got to be. That's your thing. I know, Brett, that's your thing. You like groups of animals.
Or you can go the hockey or the soccer route and not even speak the words, just use the initials, Utah HC.
Utah HC, yeah. UHC, Utah HC. Yeah, I can do that too. Anyway, Utah's off to a pretty good start, dude. They're 4-2-1. They got 9 points on the young year, man. They've got some guys like Dylan Gunther is 21 years old. Logan Cooley's a young guy. He hasn't scored yet, but he's got 6 assists. We all know that they've got players that can get the job done, man.
Well, just so you know, Moj,
and they're getting better.
This is a real thing. I don't know who has the time to do stuff like this. There's an actual petition that's out there because a group of squid is called a shoal, but somebody has submitted a petition to get it changed to squad, a squad of squid.
That's pretty good.
Why would you
squad of squid?
Why would you take time out of your personal life to change that?
For the alliteration purposes, Adam on the text line, Utah's not lazy, Vic. They're just waiting a year to decide the names. Vic is petty blank blank. Yeah, thanks, Adam.
All right, here we go. We've got a Utah Hockey Club person.
Is that Joseph
jumping
Smith
into defense?
Texting in? What are you getting so bent out of shape about?
I didn't know that they're taking a year to decide so they can make as much money as they possibly can on this year's jersey, and then when they have a name, they have more money to come in on that jersey. I didn't know that, Adam. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, actually, don't go with the club. I like this other text.
Good.
Moj, can you do this just a couple of times tonight? Can you say, instead of club or Utah, can you say, and hockey ices it? Just say the name of the sport.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, and I'm going to probably say the club because, like, let's pretend Utah Hockey Club was the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's pretend they were the Toronto Maple Leafs. I wouldn't say Maple ices it. I'd say the Leafs ice it, right? Or Toronto. It's an icing on Toronto. I'll say it's an icing on Utah. I'll say the club iced the puck.
We need to start using the adjective as the noun instead of Red Wings. And the Red take a penalty, something like that. I mean, why not? But bottom line tonight, Moj, I know they haven't announced this yet, but I'm assuming after talking to Bednar yesterday that Juice is going to be back between the pipes tonight.
I'll let you know in about.
I said I'm assuming.
An hour,
assuming
in about three hours. I'll let you know. How about that? Yeah, I think he very well could. How long do you want to go without Georgia between the pipes? That's a Bednar thing. And then when are you going to see Capo? I mean, he's gonna get in the rotation somehow. They're gonna want to take a look at him. Let me tell you a little bit about what's going on with his team, though. The power play went 1 for 3 the other night, and their average actually dropped, which is crazy, right? They're about 38% of the power play right now. The penalty kill needs to get better. They've allowed a power play goal to the opposition in 5 of the 7 games. They need to start locking down that penalty kill. Which is such a weird start to this year. They're 3-4 now, but it shows you how bad the goaltending was early on. They allow the fewest shots in the National Hockey League at this point. Or they're right there with the Islanders. I think they're maybe one's 26, one's 26.5 or 27, something like that. They're right there with New York in the fewest shots allowed per game. Yet, the
goals against are so
big time
high
in the early going. Yeah.
That's weird.
So it's just those first 3-4 games. That's what it just skews everything in the early going. It's weird. But Cale Makar, boys, is on a tear. He turns 26 next week. When Bobby Orr was 26 years old, the great Bobby Orr, they only played 80 games, but he played in all of them, and he had 135 points, 46 goals, and 89 assists. Was a plus 80 on the season. Makar, dude, he is killing it right now. He's got 14 points. He's leading the National Hockey League. It's simply remarkable what he's been able to do on the start of this year. It's crazy. You think about a guy being a superstar player, yet he's off to the best start of his career. It's almost unfathomable, to be honest with you. That's how good Cale Makar is right now.
Let's go out to the phones. We'll get to Dave in Winnipeg. Hi, Dave.
Good morning, boys. Thank you so much for taking my phone call. I've been wanting to give you guys a call for, I guess, since last week, because some stuff have transpired here in Winnipeg that you guys should be aware of. First of all,
did the sun come out?
What's happening with Capo Kakinen? When is he going to make his debut? We got an awesome goalie right now playing on top of his head, so that's awesome. But here in Winnipeg radio, when the Avs were not able to win a game and the Jets were constantly winning, everybody's like going, "Oh, well, we're the Avalanche. Oh, well, are they going to learn how to win? Are they going to learn how to get a goalie? Are they going to do this, this, this?" So I called into the station and I said, "It's amazing. You guys finally are starting to win awards with Hellebuck. We have easily at the top, maybe possibly 5 players in the league. We have 3 of them on one team." I said, "If we had a good goalie, we blow your socks off." And by the way, are you still hurt that we more or less swept you in the playoffs when you were so cocky that you were going to take us out of the playoffs? We swept you pretty much.
Didn't they pull
So I just wanted to let you guys know that they are trash talking you guys here in Winnipeg.
That's all right. Didn't they pull Hellebuck
It's not
in
even
that
the beginning
series?
of the season. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Didn't they pull him game 4?
It's still so early.
They
Thanks for the call, Dave. Appreciate it very much,
Hellebuck,
man.
right? From what I remember, it got so bad.
Well, look, in fairness, Winnipeg they're still unbeaten, aren't they, Moj?
6-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're an unbeaten hockey club at this point.
I'm really
They're
glad
playing good. They're also.
I'm really glad they're playing their best hockey in October. That's good for them.
They also have all their dudes. Okay, Avs are missing Val. They're missing Lecky. They're missing Drouin. Gabe, we still don't know about. I mean, they're missing some pretty big time dudes, man. Theoretically, 3 of their top 6 are out of the lineup right now. So let's.
We got good news, though.
Ease off that crap.
We got good news. If you guys missed it, we talked to Bednar about a number of things, goaltending being one of them, but we asked for an injury update. Here's the great thing. The Lehkonen situation, from what he told us, he goes, the second he's cleared from doctors, he's on the ice and playing. The second that happens. Because he goes, he's doing everything already.
Yeah, but he hasn't taken any contact yet. They'll want to get him contact. He got all mad at the red sweater. He's like, "I don't want to wear this damn thing anymore," because I'm sure he feels great. If you look at Artturi Lehkonen right now as a human being, he looks great. He looks like a totally normal human. But his appointment, what's the date today? What's the date?
Today
24th.
is the 24th.
It's 24th. He does not have his appointment for 4 more days. Okay, so that would be today is Thursday. No. So Sunday, I guess he's got his appointment. That's when the doctor will look at him and say, "Okay, man, everything looks good. You can have contact." They'll want to get him contact in practice, and then he's going to be good to go.
That's
because
fine.
He's skating, he's stick handling, he's doing everything.
That's fine. But what Bednar said was basically the second he gets cleared by the doctors, he's going to play. Is what he told us. And then after that, he said Drouin is getting really close to getting back. Obviously, Val's date to return is the 15th sort of thing, but he's working out on his own right now.
He comes back. I mean, he's eligible to be reinstated on the 13th. I think the first game after that is the 15th.
And he said sort of the same thing, which was the second that we get the okay from him, he's probably going to get back on the ice and get playing real quick after that too. And then finally...
Yeah, I mean, supposedly Val's in great shape, Brett. I mean, really good shape, so...
The Landeskog stuff, he said there's still no timetable, but I think that one... It was interesting. I looked at the injury report on, I think it was ESPN the other day, and they said that Landeskog they have the out until at least. So for Lecky and Drouin, it said out until at least the 28th. Landeskog, they said at least the 2nd.
Yeah, you can always
which I thought was interesting. I understood, but I haven't seen like hard dates ever on things with Landeskog in a long time. Which, by the way, Lonzo Ball was playing last night for the Bulls. Got 14 minutes, so that's good to see.
He had 5 points, 4 assists, and 2 rebounds. Did you see Landy's thing on Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay, you did. So then
somebody commented on an Instagram. Oh, go ahead, Moshe.
Well, somebody commented on an Avalanche Instagram post about the injuries and whatnot, and some dude goes, hey, it's time for Landy to retire. And then he responds, is it though? Question mark. Now, you read into that what you will. I don't know, but Gabe's like, are you sure about that, man? He's going to give it the old college try, and I hope he can, dude. Lonzo Ball is back and playing, and so far so good. It's a different sport, different dudes, different human beings, different dead guys. I mean, they have two different dead guys in each other, right? I mean, Lonzo Ball's dead guy is different from Gabe's dead guy.
Yeah. I would assume so. Now, here's the good news. For all of the, no timetable to return stuff for two major pieces of this team, and that's not even including Lehkonen and Druin, we have, guys, this is weird to say. We're potentially just a couple of weeks away from a Landeskog, Val Nichushkin being back in an Avalanche sweater type situation. Potentially. Think about that for a second. For all of the waiting we've done, especially with Landy.
Well, keep it tight. Keep it tidy. Chance to come back to 500 tonight.
Yep. All right. I have a feeling.
Hold on. I want to breathe this in, Brad. I want to breathe in in through the nose, out through the mouth.
I have a hard time breathing through my nose right now.
I know. You got issues. What happened to you, bro?
Just a little,
did the kid bring something
little
home?
head stuff
Did the
up
kid
there?
bring something home?
Probably.
Yeah, the kid brought home some ick.
There's a
Yeah.
couple of different
That's me every day.
That is ridiculous.
Every day.
That's bad. No.
Every day, baby.
Is that just regular life?
That's me. That's my life every day. That's my
100% healthy,
every
Vic.
day.
Sounds like that.
That's as free as I get is up there.
Ooh.
That's gross.
When we return, I have a feeling that when we talk to this man, he's going to sound a lot more like Vic Lombardi than he's going to sound like Mark Mosier or Brett Kane, and that is Jeff Legwold. ESPN.com joins us next. Circus Sports available right now, and you can get an early look at these games this weekend as that number for the Broncos just continues to climb and climb and climb. 9.5 points now is what the spread is between them this weekend. There's something to a Carolina Panthers game where this is kind of the number it hovers around, but with Bryce Young now playing, the over-under has dropped 2 points to 41.5 from 43. Can also take a look at tonight's matchup, Vikings and Rams. Vikings 3-point favorites on the road at LA. You can find those and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook, as you won't find better odds in the game than Circus Sports. So download the app right now or go to circusports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline and have our weekly chat with Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. As all conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job and end with a career. Hello, Leggy. How we doing this morning?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing great. I'm going to offend you, and you are going to take the role of Vic Lombardi, I guarantee it, and I will play the role of Mark Mosier. There is zero chance the Broncos lose this weekend. How's that sound? Zero.
Oh, I love it when you go all in.
You know how much I hate that. You know how much I hate when they get so smug in their predictions that it's almost it's an insult to the spirit of sport when you do stuff like that.
Well, then let me ask you another way, Leggy. Give me how the Broncos lose to the Panthers. Give me how.
All right, I've seen this scenario, and we all live here. This is one of those games where if the Broncos don't score in the first quarter, the home crowd is suddenly very angry about the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I have seen this happen here. It's a natural thing. People want touchdowns. People want the easy victory. And this team has not played well at home this year. So I think this is one of those where people will walk in expecting to see touchdowns right away out of the gate. And if they don't get them, then I think it becomes dicey because they get mad at the home team. And this is a young team that may not react all that well to that. So I think that's the one scenario I've seen over the years where the Broncos would be in trouble. But the Panthers have been at the top of the draft board for 2 years, and it looks like a third one is on the way. I mean, this is not a good team in any fashion, and it is the worst defense in the NFL. And if the Broncos can't move the ball against these guys, then the problems are even worse than we've thought they were.
Well, didn't we say that against New Orleans? New Orleans has one of the worst defenses, and they had trouble moving the ball at will in New Orleans. So what would be different this week? I mean, they're at home, but you just said it. The home field advantage has not been found in years at Mile High Stadium.
Jesus Lord.
Yeah, there we go.
See what I'm saying? This is what I deal with. I mean, I speak in facts. I'm a factual sports talk show host, and they have not had good home field.
Use your brain. Use your brain. I mean, don't use your gut. Use your brain.
If I knew for a fact they would play the way they did in New Orleans with the most play action they've used since week one, I would say this is an easy win. But I am not confident they are willing to play that way for whatever reason. I think they're very intent, no matter what the numbers say, no matter the struggle. I think they're very intent to prove Bo Nix can throw the ball a lot in this offense, and that has not been the case.
Okay. Well, you're bringing in, far be it from me to be optimistic and maybe overly optimistic. You're bringing in the worst defense. You're bringing in the third worst offense. They stink. Their defense allows, anybody can run the football on them. Bryce Young, out of the 42 quarterbacks who have taken a snap this year, he has the second worst quarterback rating of every single quarterback in the National Football League. Only Dorian Thompson-Robinson of Cleveland has a worse one. I can't envision a scenario, Jeff, outside of unbelievable turnover ratio, massive injury, knock on wood, that they lose this game. I mean, Jeff, is there anything that I own that you think that you'd want? Dog? Bread?
Well, I can barely take care of
furniture,
myself. I'm not sure I should
furniture. Okay, well, I mean, anything that I have that you want, you can have if they lose this game. That's how confident I am. Yep.
No,
I'm said
that's
it.
what
I said it. Yep.
The only scenario I've seen in my years covering this team where it's this lopsided, where they don't do well, is where the people get angry because it doesn't go well. And suddenly it's not a home crowd anymore. It's a crowd very mad that they can't score, or they can't stop somebody or whatever. I think that's the scenario. And, couple bad turnovers like in week 1 or 2, if Bo Nix throws a red zone interception early, those are the kinds of things that knock the train off the tracks. But from any level of consideration, your gut, analytics, whatever, mathematics, Carolina's the worst team in the NFL, and if you can't beat them, then you really shouldn't talk about anything close to the playoffs or whatever.
2 questions real quick for you, Leggy. Number 1, Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. I entered Friday's show after that drubbing on Thursday Night Football, and my tone was odd because the Broncos smoked the Saints, but I wasn't totally happy because I thought Bo Nix left a lot out there, and that made me a little bit nervous. Like he missed a whole bunch of wide-open receivers. What's your evaluation of him in that win last week?
Yeah, they didn't get the offense going till they decided, let's put him in some play action. I think 60% of his passing yards were in play action, that night. But that's not something they seem to want to do. I've even asked the head coach several times about it, and he swatted it away with, sort of a whatever response. That, he's in the weirdest statistical place I've ever seen. He's not accurate. He's like 30th in the league in completion percentage. And they're also like 30th in the league in average yards per completion. So they're throwing short passes and he's still not accurate. And that is, to me, a very troubling item. And I've, just to make sure it wasn't just me, I've asked several quarterback coaches I know to look at him, and his footwork isn't good right now, no matter what the coaches here say. And people who've coached quarterbacks a long time say his footwork is inconsistent, and that's leading to accuracy problems, even on gimme throws. And when you miss gimme throws, it's because your footwork isn't good enough. And the problem is, during an NFL season, there isn't much time for any player at any position to work on mechanics. This is something they're going to have to work through the best they can and address it when the season's over.
So follow-up question to that is, look, I'll just say there's a good shot that they end up 5-3 after this week. I won't guarantee it. I'll say there's a good shot. And with that, if you're a 5-3 football team, you're a contender. Like, you're in playoff positioning, in good position, actually. And so that brings us to a question that we haven't asked to you, I think, since I've been here. The trade deadline's coming up. Do they end up buying a piece at the deadline to help them out? And in the classic sports radio fashion, I gave a specific name, but it would just be like a David Njoku or somebody at the tight end position to maybe help alleviate some problems maybe within the offense, get a reliable target who's big, who can open things up more for the outside receivers. Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's what people are going to say. Hey, they're in it. They should make a move. I would ask the beat writer question, look at the cap and ask me how the hell do they do that and not destroy their cap more than they already have. They have almost $100 million of cap space they can't use because of what they've done already. They've added at least 2 or 3 voidable years, which is empty contract years where you're going to take dead money for a guy who won't even be on your team. And they've already done that to 4 of their biggest contracts already, including Cortland Sutton. They added 3 voidable years to his deal after not giving him a raise. It's unbelievable cap management. I'm not quite sure I've seen it to this extent ever.
What does that mean, Alegi? What does that mean, voidable years?
You're adding dummy years to a contract to give yourself some cap space right now. And what you'd end up doing is, for every one of those dummy years, you're going to have dead money later when the guy's no longer on your team. So you're essentially already adding dead money to cap year, like 2028. You're already adding dead money to 2028.
Wow.
Because you can't find a way to get players into your building now. And they told Cortland Sutton, we're not giving you a raise, which sort of implies we're not going to re-sign you. And then they went and added 3 voidable years to his contract too when they signed Pat Surtain. And they only have $5 million of cap space right now. And players on injured reserve count against the cap. So $5 million is like one more injured starter.
So I'm confused.
Wow.
Is this Cortland Sutton's final year with the Broncos, or does he have 3?
He's got another year on his deal, but when you don't give a guy a raise and you don't renegotiate his deal, you're essentially saying, we'll wait and see. And then they turned around and added 3 dummy years. I mean, do you think Cortland Sutton's going to be on the Broncos in 2028, but he's going to count against the cap?
No matter what. No matter what. Even if you were to trade him.
If you did anything with him, he's counting. They added dummy years in 26, 27, and 28.
Wow.
I'd like some of those dummy years in my
Yeah.
lifespan.
Some would say my whole career have been nothing but
Yeah,
dummy
exactly.
years.
I was going to say, we have dummy years, but it's a different meaning. It's a little bit of a different thing, no doubt about it. That's
But
really
anyway,
interesting.
so yeah, I think, of course, they'd sort of be interested in that, but for them to do it, they would have to continue adding future cap problems that they've already done. And
Did he do that in New Orleans? Is that why New Orleans is in their cap situation that they're in right now? Did they do the same thing when he was there?
Yes, they did a lot. And they routinely had, one of the oldest rosters in the league at the same time. So I think that's going to be something for Greg Penner and the upper echelon executives with the Broncos. They're going to be the only ones who are going to be able to monitor that and sort of say, let's do it a different way. But we don't know yet. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But I think to make a trade, they're only going to have to add to those things right now because, again, they decided Russell Wilson was not the answer, and this is going to be the price tag, including next year too. I mean, I think they already have like $55 million of dead money next year already, and we're not even to halfway point of this season.
Well, the only thing I worry about this week is if the Broncos stay healthy and what they look like. I'm not worried about the outcome whatsoever. Again.
Pat Surtain practiced yesterday. I thought that was a really good sign for him, and on
Absolutely.
track to play, I think.
And the Roach situation is he's just sick. He's not injured at all, right? So we don't have to worry about that.
That was that was an illness, and they sent him home.
Okay, so I like everybody else. I think the following weeks when you're playing on the road at Baltimore, my God, and then you got to take on Kansas City, you want to have the offense kind of humming the best it possibly can. So I'd like the kid to get fat this week, Jeff. I thought he was going to get fat against New Orleans. Not really. They ran the ball effectively. They can run the snot out of the ball this weekend too. But I want to see them again. I'm just looking for them to open it up a little bit, dial it up a bit, and let's see the kid throw the ball around the yard.
I mean, I think that's what they wanted. I mean, he's tied for 8th in the league in pass attempts. I'm not sure that's the tact I would have taken with a rookie quarterback, but he's been busy, and again, I think he's 30th in the league right now in yards per completion, which means he's very busy throwing short passes. And for whatever reason, separation, defensive strategy, whatever it is, they've not been able to push the ball down the field. I do expect Sean Payton to try to get that element to get him some confidence before a little meat of the schedule arrives, next week and beyond.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Sure. See you.
Jeff Legwold, all conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Jeff's got me thinking.
All right, so we got the what tonight, Vic?
Double dip-a-roo.
2 games for the first time this season. Nuggets will be on 92.5. The Avs will be on AM 950.
Double.
The Avalanche broadcast television-wise will also be on Channel 9, Channel 20, debuting on those channels tonight. The Nuggets will be on TNT. And if you want to watch any Nuggets and Avs broadcast, Altitude Plus, the app, download it.
How much do you put into the first game of the year?
In basketball?
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Well, it depends on the team and the game. Tonight,
it's a big game.
I told you about the Nuggets. They host a team that had the best record in the Western Conference. Right? They had the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. They think they're the it team. They're younger. They got better in the offseason. They made a couple really good moves. I thought strong moves with Caruso and Hartenstein. So they should be better. But this is a message game for the Nuggets. We're still the Nuggets. Send a message tonight. It's in your home. The last time the Nuggets played a home game, we remember what happened, right? We remember what happened the last time the Nuggets played a meaningful game at home. No better way to
lose this game. Yeah, if you lose this game, the season's over. So it means everything.
Hey, Moj, guess what? I know that this is like you being silly. I felt a giant amount of freak out after game 1 of the Avs this year. Giant. From a lot of different people.
So if they lose 132-99 and everybody looks bad, everybody's 1 of 11 from the floor and that kind of thing, you're going to freak? You're going to have a freak out moment? Is that what you're going to do?
I wouldn't.
I'm not going to freak. I'm just telling you what I would prefer. I'd prefer a message game. You know, if you remember last year's opener, it was a message game.
It's a fun opener.
It was the ring ceremony.
Yep.
It was the Lakers. It was everything you could ask for and hope for. Sending them a message.
Take that L on the way out.
What are you most looking forward to? As far as like maybe a new player on the roster, or a new fit on the team, or maybe it's just Jamal looking right again. Like, what's the number one thing?
That's a really good. That's a great question, Kaner.
I'm most looking forward to the second unit. I want to see what they can do. I want to see what Strother, Westbrook,
100%,
Saric. I want to see what the second unit can do, because last year you held your breath when the starters, when they emptied, they went to the bench. You held your breath. Could they maintain anything until the starters return? I want to see what the second unit can do.
I think I know exactly. I do know exactly what we're going to get out of the top unit, the number 1 unit, Brett. Christian Brown, to me, now running that 2 is a little bit. I have a little bit hesitation. I want him to shoot more threes. Heck, I want him to make more threes. He needs to be a threat. But, I mean, they are putting him up there partly out of necessity, but partly because they think he can get the job done. Not worried about that. The second unit, I'm curious as to what emerges from that second unit. What does Peyton Watson look like now? What does Julian Strother look like if he gets minutes and he's able to knock shots down? Does he earn some first unit time? I mean, a lot of these things have to be answered. I'm not worried about Saric or anybody like that, even Westbrook. Now, I'm excited about it, but not worried about it. Mm-hmm. But it's the Watson and the Strother. Somebody's got to emerge and be a factor on that second unit.
The OKC Thunder play a style of basketball that historically, recent history, has given the Nuggets fits. Their guards can all get to the cup, right? They can get to the cup, starting with SGA. He can go. It's hard to guard him one-on-one. It's extremely hard. And then they got J-Dub. They got 2 Jalen Williams on. They got J-Dub. He can get to he is emerging, by the way. Watch out for that kid. He's tough to stop. They've got players who can make their way, and when they do, and you double or you send help, guess what happens? Skip, pass, boom, 3. That's their whole offense. Their whole offense is predicated on either getting a layup or 3, and that's it.
I am most curious about one thing, and I can narrow it down to like a specific detail in this too. I want to see, because as much as we are like barking last year, the last few years about can we get a backup big? Okay, so Saric is going to play that role, fine. Not quite, I think I don't want to say ideal, that's probably the wrong word. Like he does a lot of things that are really nice, that are consistent, and he can shoot threes, he can do that stuff, but he's not as big of a body as Jokic, obviously. He's not like a 7-foot guy who's a rim protector. But I think it's way more important on the second unit to establish a guard who can actually run it. And Reggie did that at times over the past couple of years. Wasn't very consistent with it. This is why I'm so excited about Westbrook, because I know he can handle that. And here's the thing about him. Westbrook's going to get numbers whether he plays, quote, well or not. Like, every time that he enters the game, if he gets 15 to 20 minutes, he's going to have 11 points, 6 assists, and 5 boards. Like, that's just his style of play. But more than that, because you talked about guards who can get to the rim, Vic, I wonder if they're going to just right out of the gates tonight have minutes where Westbrook's playing alongside Jamal and Joker in that starting lineup.
They might, but that's not been Malone's MO, and Malone likes to go first unit, second unit. That's the way he's worked. I'm sure you'll have some crossover.
But this is different because
you'll have some crossover.
You've had the same starting 5 for 2 straight years, and now it's something brand new.
Well, you know what hurt Reggie Jackson last year is the fact that Jamal was hurt, and he had to play a lot of starters' minutes, and more minutes than he probably had designs on. And ultimately, that cost him. That slowed him down at the end of the season. So I want to see the starters do their thing. I'm not worried about them, clearly. You're talking about, over the last few seasons, the best, if not the second best starting unit in the league, top 3. You can't have that precipitous drop-off that we've seen. You can't have that. You can't have that plus-minus disparity from first to second unit. That is what everybody should focus on tonight. What is that second unit like?
I agree with you. If they can come together and they look like a viable thing to where if you have an 8-point lead and the second unit comes in and it stays an 8-point lead, like that's literally all I'm asking for in the second unit is, can you just not have it worse than when you entered? Can you just keep it even?
Absolutely. Hey, Vic, I need to know tonight what Chet Holmgren's situation is. I need to know how good this guy is going to be. What is he? Is he 24? How old is he?
I don't know, but he's already really good.
He's got to be younger. He's got to be younger than that. He came out okay, so he's got to be 23, maybe something like that. You got to tell me the big fella's going to eat on him, right? I mean, I know he's tall and lanky, but you got to tell me that Joker's going to have his way inside.
Well, it depends. What a pro
the guy's
wants.
not thick.
What a pro needs, what a pro wants.
Oh, God.
Do not. I hope that those are dead now, those commercials.
They are dead, aren't they? I have not seen that commercial in a long. But
you haven't seen them in a long time because basketball hasn't been played in a long time.
During the playoffs, they played every single commercial break. Hey, listen, Chet Holmgren's only going to get better. All right, he was a young player last year, and he burst onto the scene. If it weren't for Victor Wembanyama, that guy may have been Rookie of the Year. That guy was really good. That's a good team. That's a good team with a great future. That's why tonight's game means a little more, in my estimation.
You know what I'm already sick of? I'm already sick of this. I'm already sick of Shea going to the foul line. Like right now, at 9:30 in the morning, I'm sick of it.
He has a way of goading people into fouls. He gets them up in the air. I watched a lot of basketball last night. It was weird watching Orlando and watching the former Nuggets 2 guards, Gary Harris, who had 18, and then KCP, who struggled from the field. But Orlando, that's a good team, man. Much improved team. They won pretty easily. Orlando's tight. They're good.
Well, I saw a little bit of the Suns last night, and I also saw this on – it was a clip on Twitter from Kevin Durant talking to Kay Adams.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he compared the Suns to the Chiefs because of their championship mindset. Do you guys know that?
Okay.
The Suns have a championship mindset.
Yeah, okay, good.
Got ousted
good.
in
That's
the first
great.
round last year.
Just so you guys are aware.
Yeah.
Look out for that.
Did you see KD? So the Clippers debuted their new arena. What's it called again?
The Intuit Dome?
Intuit Dome. It's right across the street from SoFi.
It looks.
Badass.
You know what it looks like to me though. It looks like a SoFi basketball arena. Like the roof, the outer shell is a lot bigger than the actual arena itself, right? So the arena's in the middle of it all, but then it kind of swoops over into a point on this side with all the big scaffolding or whatever that crap is. But it looks like a pretty damn cool place. I mean, Ballmer wanted his own joint, and it looks like he did a pretty good job.
It looks amazing, okay? Amazing is what it looks like. They had a video, or do you want to set this up, Vic?
No, I mean, you guys continue. You guys are the famous architects here talking about the architecture of the place. I just wanted to talk about the wall.
Well, before you get to the wall, they have that video
Have all
board
these-
that's similar to.
You got Brett, you got change for $1. All I have are these damn Nepalese coins.
Okay.
All right, listen, Frank Lloyd Wright, we don't have time for you to give us your assessment of the exterior of this place. I just wanted to highlight they have the place behind the spot behind the rim. And behind that rim, they call it the wall. And it's like straight up. And it's just Clipper fanatics. I didn't even know Clipper fanatics existed, to be honest with you. It's like a college environment. Did you see them last night?
But they have it. So here's the thing. And by the way, nobody got my joke, and that's fine. I don't care.
Oh, I got it. Something about Mary, architect.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
don't give a.
Well, you suck at JJ. But here's the thing. Ballmer went up there. I did see that. Ballmer went up there and he involved himself in the crowd. They lost anyway. But they had a cheerleader guy. They have a dude whose job it is to cheerlead that
Isn't
section.
Steve Ballmer? He was cheerleading last night.
No, I know. Yeah, he was next to the young kid. He was next to that other guy who's like, give me a C, give me an L, and I'm like, come on, man.
KD,
I mean, it's got to be some.
KD admitted after
It's got to be
the
some
game.
real. It's got to be some realness to it.
Well, it is real. KD admitted after the game he missed some free throws that he normally would make because it freaked him out. Seeing all those fans.
Yeah.
He said it. I'm just telling you what he said. And then now the Suns won the game.
Devin Booker was good. Devin Booker was fine last night. I mean, Bradley Beal was fine last night from the free throw line.
Why can't you ever give credit to another arena, I mean, that's a cool looking thing. That's pretty cool. It's cool. I wish we had that here, the wall. I think it's cool. What is so hard? Why is it so hard to give credit?
Anyway, it's not. It's not. It looked cool. I already admitted it looked pretty cool, to be honest with you. But they had some cheer. It's not organic. They've got Jimmy jump around doing all the cheers and stuff.
Well, it's always going to be a Lakers town. You know that.
Yeah, I did see on the camera, though, they showed Kawhi sitting behind the bench, and it just said out indefinitely.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you mean out indefinitely? I mean, it's just forever? What's his problem?
If you were to assemble an NBA team of the out indefinitely guys, Joel Embiid, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, who else is on that team?
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons is on that team. I mean, you
may
may
not a starting five
You
here.
may not play a game. You may not play a game. No back-to-backs. How could
Who
you
would
get
be
to
the
a
final one? You got to
season?
round out a starting five. We need one more. Ben Simmons. So we got Simmons, Embiid,
guys who never play.
Kawhi, Paul George, and we need one more.
Because you had George and Kawhi on the same team, and they very rarely played.
Oh, I would have him change sports. Anthony Rendon.
Okay.
He's going to play the two guard. By the way, that dome.
Well, you're not going to throw Chris Bryant in there? I mean, that's.
Yeah, sure.
We're not doing that anymore. I mean, what are we not doing?
The video board there, you guys, as you said, it was similar to SoFi's. It's that like circular sort of board, right, that goes all the way around the arena. But the video I just showed Vic, so they have this thing, Moj, where it's the players pop up on the video board and they have T-shirts and they pretend to throw them and they throw it out of camera frame and then T-shirts come out from on top of the video board and just start in every direction that these guys are fake throwing it. It's actually a really cool idea. I'm so excited for 5, 7, however many years down the line when the Broncos build a new stadium because it's going to look just like that. It's like if you step into a new sports arena, it's like you're stepping into the future for a little bit, right? It's the only thing that's like super advanced architecture-wise that we do anymore is a sports arena is like it's looking into a crystal ball of what the world was supposed to look like. To me, anyway.
Or some of these new hotels they build. Like, at least in Denver, we're blessed. Some of the new buildings that are being built
what's that
look
one
cool.
that's like downtown in the Rhino area that's got like the grass and stuff and the trees on the side of
it's
it.
sort of,
that looks futuristic.
It's inside the building. It's sort of the weave of the foundation of the building.
Right.
By the way, that's not downtown. That's Rhino.
I said downtown, and then I said in the Rhino area. My bad.
You realize this announcement?
You know what? Rhino is kind of downtown.
This announcement the other day with this ball arena development, it is going to shift the downtown. Like, When you think of downtown Denver, what do you think of? 16th Street Mall? Coors Field? What do you think of?
Yeah. I think all the way to downtown to me starts on the east side of the Benjamin Moore building. Okay, the old Benjamin Moore building, and comes west and south. That's when I think of downtown. Across I-25, I guess it's technically downtown, but then you're starting to get into different areas. Yeah.
And now you're going to move a lot of that here toward the Ball Arena development. I mean, in 25 years, I don't know if you'll be able to define what downtown is. It's all downtown.
Well, that's why they have 18 different names for it, and I just consider everything in that area downtown.
Low, high, low, Rhino,
if it takes me
low,
40 minutes to get there from my house, that's downtown.
It used to be the small skating rink outside of Fashion Bar. That used to be downtown. Or maybe the number 44 bus to Woolworths.
In the other side of candy store, I got suckers for a nickel. Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Median F.
Hey,
right
23
there as well.
Skidoo. Hey, 23 Skidoo, Vic.
Go skating and then go to Median F. Maybe stop by
And
Joslin's.
then there were train tracks and open fields, and I would have a Tootsie Pop. Times change. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next. We will be giving away tickets to the Avs game against the Chicago Blackhawks all day on the air tomorrow, so stay tuned for your chance to win. And if you'd like to go to Sunday's game versus Ottawa, take advantage of the Avs family pack and get a ticket package, including a ticket, a meal, a soda, fully customizable to fit the size of your family. You can get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/family pack. And don't forget, all day tomorrow, your chance to win Avs tickets on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Mark Mosier makes his Channel 9 debut tonight, in case you don't remember. Channel 9 and Channel 20 with Mark Rycroft, pregame at 6:30.
I think I'm going to look pretty good tonight, too, guys. The outfit I've put together for tonight, I think, is pretty
What you got? What are you going with?
You want to see my jacket and my tie combo?
No,
Hang on one
don't
second.
care. I don't care. I don't. I really don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I please, I don't care.
He's going to show us. He's committed.
Why would he think that mattered to me at all?
You think like people watching a game care what the play-by-play guy's wearing?
If Mosier,
he could be wearing
a wife beater, like it doesn't matter.
He could be, okay, yeah, that's a nice jacket. It's not going to come. Hey, just in, Moj. That jacket on television, it's going to make those.
It's going to look
noises.
It's going to look weird.
Yeah, you can't wear houndstooth or anything like that on. You can't do it. It's not going to work.
Houndstooth?
You never heard of a houndstooth jacket?
Never. What is houndstooth?
It's a kind of pattern, houndstooth.
Is that checkered thing he's got going on there?
You can't wear checkered or houndstooth. Doesn't work.
So houndstooth is just a very tight checker. That's
Moj, explain to him what houndstooth is. I don't have time. I'm not. This guy. This guy's version of fashion is his hee-haw outfit. He shows up.
Don't care though.
It's just like a little chick-check pattern, and offset with a dark color and a light color, typically. It'll look a little fishing lure, but it's gonna look pretty damn good. I'm gonna look good. It's all good, ready to go. Yeah, ready to go.
Check.
Those look terrible.
That's all check. That's check.
They look awful.
What do you care? What are you wearing?
Me?
When he's watching the game at
home? A hoodie and dirty pants? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, nailed it.
Okay, well then.
It is a shame because
probably a sock with a hole in it.
I have a lot of jackets of the houndstooth variety that I cannot wear on the air because the camera glazes over when you do that. What a bummer.
You know, it also glazes over my eyes when you talk about houndstooth. I want to play a piece of audio for you. Have you ever heard a coach sound so sexy?
That's 3 straight road games now where you guys have played 3 of the most complete games since you've been here. Is there something about this group that likes going and playing in hostile environments?
We like to be booed and they say it and hate it. That turns us on. Turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact. That's how I felt when I played. I mean, I love to be on the road and get booed and they say it and hate it on it. I think we like being the underdogs and we like being those type of people. Not that we don't look at the betting line or whatever. Underdogs meaning on the road, away from home. But we like that. We like that. We really do.
You like that?
I mean, I've never heard a coach say it like that before.
Do you believe?
That turns us on.
It does match the music.
Yeah, that's sexy to us.
Yeah. With the awe, with the yeah, with the awe. Give me that awe with the yeah. With the yeah, awe.
Can I hear just the beginning of that? Hey, hang on. Let's do this again. Nelly, can you go to the exact spot here? Let me just say that. Has any coach ever said these words before? Go ahead.
That turns us on. It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
So wait a minute.
Even a little giggle afterwards.
What is he referencing? Because the game against Cincinnati's at home this week.
Correct. He's talking about the 3 straight road wins.
Your teams has handled adversity, 3 straight road wins.
Yeah.
And he said going on the road, getting booed, that turns us on.
That game opened as -4, and now it's 5.5. From what I've seen, the little matchup predictor is 68-32. Cincinnati is not a bad football team. I mean, they have the same exact record as the Buffs overall and in conference, 5-2 and 3-1. So they're going to have to be minding their P's and Q's to get the dub this weekend.
Hey, is your daughter Brookie a big Cincinnati football fan all of a sudden? What's going on? She's a student.
Of Of course she is.
That makes sense. Good for her. She's going to school there. She should be.
I'm not saying she shouldn't be.
I'm just saying to Moj.
curious.
Moj just reacting
Like,
that way. It's like she should be.
Is she a passionate
no.
fan? Does she go to the games?
Yeah, she does. Last week was homecoming against Arizona. Or no, what was it? When I was there, they drilled Houston. I saw them drill Houston pretty dang good. They smoked in Houston State this year.
I asked my daughter.
No, it was Arizona. Was it Arizona State? It was Arizona State they beat, right? Okay.
I asked my daughter.
Yeah, they beat Arizona State.
She's a freshman at Kansas. I said, honey, you been in any those Jayhawks football games? She said, no, they suck.
You would need to travel to Kansas City in order to watch it.
Yeah, but she also says, no, they suck.
That is the Kansas way.
Yeah.
I'm sure she'll go to basketball games, though. Sure she will.
They can't even get tickets to those games. You have to camp out for those. It's like Duke.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So the kid likes to go to the football games. She went to homecoming. I mean, she's been to like all but one so far. Yeah, she has a good time. Hey, tickets, by the way, now as low as $91. There was a time when you couldn't get into this. I guess this is homecoming for the Buffs or Parents Weekend or whatever. You couldn't get in for less than $250. And I told Mike, she's like, I want to come out for the game. I'm like, I'm not flying you out for the game. First of all, I'm not spending $250 on a ticket for you or me or anybody else. Second of all, no, don't worry about it.
No. How do you guys Did you see that they had the top 10 rated college football games this season?
Yeah.
Last year when they had that list, CU was like 3 times in that
Littered
list.
in it. Yep.
They're not in the list at all this year, and yet they're better. How do you figure?
I don't know. I think some of that new. Well, I'll tell you what, Vic.
I mean, they're still getting big numbers, mind you, but they're not top 10 numbers like they were last year.
Allow me to give Deion credit again. You know what I think's happening this year? They're letting the football talk.
Yeah.
They aren't doing Lil Wayne concert before it. They aren't clamoring for attention every single week.
A lot of it's out of their control too. They haven't had game day show up.
Well,
or big noon Fox off, lunch off.
Why would those places go to CU? It's because it was a show last year. Remember CU and CSU? Mm-hmm. Who outside of Colorado cared about that game? Well, when you got two coaches talking smack to each other, that became a big thing. Honestly, guys, they're winning football games right now. If there was any time for them to really start talking and do the thing that they did for a lot of last year, it would be right now.
Well, that's what
I
made
haven't
it.
Seen a thing.
That's what made it so awkward. Is that the talking came before the playing?
Right. But I give him credit. I think that less attention, this isn't a bad thing at all.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's great. Just, you're right. Go out and play the game.
That turns
us
on.
Where are we with Travis Hunter right now?
He's fine. He says he's 100%. He did his podcast last night. He says he's playing.
Okay. And listen, I hope he lasts the whole thing too. They need him down the stretch here. I mean, it feels like they're absolutely going to be bowl eligible. But let's see how far they can really take this thing. And not only them, but the CSU Rams. Let's go Rams, man. You have a chance to roll as well.
If you guys, by the way, if you listen during the break, we got a whole bunch of these little, I don't know what you call them, spot busters, whatever they're called, where we get, we've got players from the Nuggets and the Avs saying a whole bunch of nonsensical things. For example, you've probably heard more than a few of the Avs players saying what that thing do during commercial breaks. Hearing Eustace Onanen say double dipperoo is one of the funniest things I think I've ever heard.
That's really Eustace saying that?
That's
way
Juice.
that is.
Juice said it. Yeah.
I got to hear that.
I don't know if we can can we redo that, Nelly? Can we just cue it back up? Because I need you guys to hear this because it's remarkable. It's something about his accent. He actually brought some enthusiasm to it, which I appreciated. But when he dropped a nice little double dipperoo on us, I was like, okay. The Juice is not only is he playing well, he's playing along with the bits, which we appreciate around here. And all I could imagine was our boss, Kevin, standing with a microphone in front of these guys saying, can you say it's a double dipperoo tonight?
Can you say this, please?
To a guy where English is his second language?
He's like, what the hell are you talking about? What does that mean?
So, yeah, it was just
That's
a promo in the last break, Nelly, if you can find it.
Tonight, the Nuggets and Avalanche are both in action.
What's up, Denver? It's Justus Anonen. Tonight, we got a double dipperoo.
At 7 o'clock, the Avalanche make their
All right,
first
got it
ever
there. That's fine, right there.
Wow, you got a deep voice,
I mean,
man.
look at the enthusiasm. I want to hear it again. Give me
all
one
right.
more.
That
I
was
want to hear it
damn
again.
good.
He put some enthusiasm behind it.
Tonight, the Nuggets and Avalanche are both in action.
What's up, Denver? It's Justus Anonen. Tonight, we got a double dipperoo.
At 7 o'clock, the Avalanche.
That's so good.
How great is that? How great is
That's
that?
That's really good. It's super good.
You know what? Another reason
Love
to
it.
like the juice. Hey, by the way, so we do have the double dipperoo tonight, Nuggets and Avs. Also, guess what, guys? The Rapids start their playoff run against the LA Galaxy with a game 1 of a 3-game series on Saturday night. So you can tune in Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and purchase tickets to the second game of the series next Friday night at coloradorapids.com/tickets. So all of that also coming your way this weekend. Texture says that is the sexiest double dipperoo I've ever heard. Yes, very well should be. I know, Vic, you might be offended by that, but you don't have the, pardon the pun, the juice that he put behind
that
it.
was a juicy version of it. That's much better than mine.
Are we going to get a double winneroo tonight is the real question. The Avs rolling right now, 3-game win streak. Moj, what do you expect against Utah tonight?
Utah is coming off being blanked by Ottawa, believe it or not. So they're probably going to want to put that puck in the back of the net, and I'm sure by the way, their coach, Andre Tourigny, he's the 5th longest tenured coach in the National Hockey League. Vic, do you remember who he is? Also known as the Bear.
Say his name again.
Andre Tourigny. Touringy.
Did he used to play for the Grizzlies?
Negative. He was one of the assistants under Patrick Waugh when Waugh was the head coach here.
Okay.
He's the head guy at Utah, and he's the 5th longest tenured coach in the league, which is maybe hard for people to believe, but he's been around, and that young club is growing, man. They've got some good young players.
Avs favorite at -145 in the Circus Sports book tonight. The Nuggets 2-point favorites, Vic, at home against the Thunder. Give me like 20 seconds. Game tonight, what you expect?
I expect a high-scoring game. Defense going to take some time to adjust, and I think the Nuggets send a little message tonight. Hey, we're still here.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I just want to make sure that you heard it, I heard it, we all heard it. If, God forbid, the Broncos kick one to the Panthers, then Mosier is going to Ramsey Bolton himself, and I have the evidence.
I'm more than 100. I'm 1,000% sure
Okay, great,
the Broncos are going to win this football game.
Are you guys willing to put something on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go.
My junk.
If the Broncos,
all right, my junk. My junk
Big
is
time
there.
win.
It's out there. It is out there, hanging out there. It's ready. Go ahead and get your Ginsu knife if you want to. Whatever you say, Vic.
Ginsu.
You know, that's not a very attractive wager. I'm not even sure why you wagered.
It's not. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moser Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. Good
See
luck.
you guys tonight
Both
on
of those
9
teams.
News. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great tonight.
Exactly
See you on
right.
9 News.
All right, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
It's here. The wait's over. NBA season starts tonight for the Nuggets. You can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Mark Bertinoli on the pregame. Kaz on the call, an 8 p.m. tip as they take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's a double dip Thursday for us on Altitude. Avs will be on 9:50 a.m. as they travel to the Utah Hockey Club for the first time in that team's history. That is a 7 p.m. tip and a 6:30 pregame show. I'll be taking the network duties away from Berto this evening. Welcome. It's the Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. We've got basketball, Coach. It's here. The march to another championship begins.
And so it begins, Raj, and I could not be more excited. I'm excited to see so many different things about this Nuggets team. It's fairly reconstruction. I mean, there's been some construction projects in the offseason. The Russell Westbrook piece, the Dario Saric piece, a bigger, more confident Julian Strawther, Christian Brown now knocking on the door of a starting spot. It's going to be fun to watch. It all starts tonight against a team that I think is going to win the regular season Western Conference, and that's the OKC Thunder.
This is a team with a player that you did not mention in your last sentence there. A bigger, stronger Michael Porter Jr. When we saw him sit down at Media Day, Demps and I looked at each other and we went, that's different. That looks different than anything that we've seen from Michael Porter Jr. in his career thus far. Always felt like it's the slight sharpshooter that always feels as though if he just takes a wrong step, he's going to snap in half. And the preseason version of MPJ, granted, didn't play all that much in the preseason, but averaged 16 and 22 minutes. I think he looked fine in the preseason games. I think a thicker version of MPJ, you're going to see. I think you're ready for the best year of Michael Porter Jr. I think this is the first year that you see that investment in him that they made 3 years ago with the contract finally pay off.
Raj, are we seeing a Walter White-like transformation of Breaking Bad with Michael Porter Jr.?
Little fedora?
He's getting it on, man. He's sleeved up. He got jacked.
Taking it to Tuco?
Yeah, he's not just a normal science teacher anymore. He's coming in and he's about to wreck shop. I'm excited to watch MPJ. I'm excited to see him. And I think that he's built himself up knowing that he has to be not just a great shooter, but a very physical present on a consistent basis. And the best thing to do to get that accomplished is to just send it in the offseason. And he sent it.
He certainly did. We've got 20 games coming up on Channel 9 and My 20, 9 News and My 20. Avs start tonight. That's their first game of the 20 this evening, so you can watch that. Free TV, right? Channel 9 or My 20. You guys can watch it tonight.
Let's go!
6:30 p.m. pregame show.
Turn to Channel 9.
Turn to Channel 9. You can also do that coming up on Tuesday. On the 29th is the first time that the Nuggets will be on 9 News and My 20. Really excited for that partnership. Altitude Plus is out as well on iOS and Android. You guys can download that and stream the games. Just a myriad of ways that you guys can watch these games.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
I agree. You now have, when tonight tips off, you will have the most combined triple-doubles of any duo in NBA history. 199 regular season triple-doubles for Russ, 130 for Joker. If you can find a renaissance of Russell Westbrook, I hear everyone talking about Oklahoma City and how they're just going to run straight through the West. But if that dude becomes 6th player of the year talk, I have a hard time believing that Oklahoma City is the better team. It all comes down to Michael Porter Jr. and Russell for me. Because I know what I'm getting out of Joker. I know what I'm getting out of that guy.
The Oklahoma City youth movement that they have a ton of young, good players, as well as no recent hardware. They could take the regular season Western title. I'm fine with that.
Would you prefer that happens?
I do. I just want home. I want a baseline of home court advantage to a certain degree in the postseason and a healthy roster going into the postseason.
That's the big thing. I heard Brett talking about, is Jamal Murray going to play 65 games or more this year? And honestly, I don't know if I want him to play 65 games or more. Maybe if it's fewer than 65, that probably means there's an injury in there. But if it's 65 on the nose and it's just a bunch of rest days and load management days. I know the NBA is going after Joel Embiid right now. Right? That's an active investigation in Joel Embiid possibly breaching contracts, saying, yeah, I'm not going to play in back-to-backs ever again.
Raj, have you ever brought up the term load management on the Michael Malone show here on Altitude Sports Radio? I made that mistake, Raj, and it did not go well. Welcome to radio, youngster. Yeah, I'm not very young. I'm young in the industry, that's for dang sure.
You're young enough.
But here's my take on Jamal Murray. I want Jamal Murray to play more than 65 games. But I want him to play a whole lot less minutes.
26 minutes.
Yeah, I'm great with that. Like, that's a good way of load managing. That means that your bench is finding some types of efficiency. It means that probably Russell Westbrook is playing into form, like you just said, a triple-double machine. You're not going to get the numbers of triple-doubles if he is a six-man, probably, Raj. But, man.
You might not see a triple-double
I think you're going to. It's still Russell Westbrook. And he's still going to be operating with Nikola Jokic in that platoon. And that's going to be a fun pairing to watch develop. It's not going to be ready-made on night one. And if it is, look out.
His last triple-double came on April the 9th of last season. His only triple-double of the year, where he had 15 assists, 15 rebounds, and 16 points.
How many minutes?
40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had, let's count it, 1, 2, 3, 4 the previous season when he was a Laker. It's certainly a far cry from what he was doing just game after game after game when he was a Wizard and with OKC and with the Houston Rockets, where he was a walking triple-double. If Jamal sits enough and then Russ steps in and there's a few games where like Jamal's just not playing and Russ is the guy and he plays 34 minutes in a game, sure, there's a possibility where he puts up, 12, 12, and 18. There's a possibility that he could do that. But if he gets to the point where he is a reliable option off the bench, he keeps the non-Jokic minutes from being catastrophic, that this team is looking at a number one seed. It's a big leap for a 35-year-old player. But you and I were talking about it yesterday. If this just isn't, hey, I'm Russell Westbrook, the only thing that's missing from my Hall of Fame resume is a ring. If it's not that and it's, hi, I'm 35-year-old Russell Westbrook and I still think I have something left in the tank, you're looking at a terrifying team. Not a team that's like, oh yeah, they're the 4 seed or the 5 seed and no one really wants to play them in the Western Conference. If you get Russ Renaissance, it's a 1 or a 2 seed. And I don't think there's any two ways about it.
I agree wholeheartedly. I do think that's going to be a work in progress. You can see with even teams that went out like the New York Knicks and bolstered their roster.
It did look great in game 1.
And that's going to happen because you're adding different pieces. You're adding big time, I wouldn't want to say egos, but guys that are accomplished.
Cat's got an ego.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a personality. And the Nuggets are doing that too, right? Like, you no longer have the same starting 5 come back. You return Jamal, Joker, Gordon, and Porter to your starting 5. And those guys were solid. Their assist percentage of 64.5, which is second for any lineup in the NBA. They had a net rating of 13.2. It was solid. They played the 5th most minutes out of any 4-man combination in the NBA. They've got more continuity than a lot of these teams who have done like the old faces, new places thing.
What are your takes on OKC as a roster? We know that SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's I think he's an MVP frontrunner. I don't know what
I think the odds have him as
number 1.
As 1.
Obviously, Chet Holmgren still developing and showing a lot of positive strides. Chet Holmgren with insane amount of length. You realize they have a $30 million annual center in Isaiah Hartenstein? Stein?
Seems like it's a little bit of an overpay for Hartenstein.
He averaged, I don't know, 8.5.
Shai and Chet are the big issues. Those are the two guys that you have to worry about going off on you. And I don't know if Shai's a player that you can contain. He's one of the guys that, like, I think you look at Nikola Jokic and you go, like, you're not going to force him to have a bad game. The guy is a walking 30-point machine, right? that's what you have to accept going into tonight's game, is that like he's going to do something terrifying every single night. You just can't get beat by the next guy. He can't go off for 34 and then Chet have a double-double with like 18 rebounds and 28 points. That's where you lose games, and that's where they might be able to run away from the rest of the league.
How about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last year averaged 7.2 rebounds a game as a guy that's a 30.2 points per game guy. He's a good basketball player. 6.4 assists per game.
How much does Alex Caruso scare you alongside him? Like, is the difference between him and Josh Giddey, is that something that is good enough to make a deep run in the playoffs? I think that's the big question when it comes to them. We'll get back into the Nuggets a little bit later on. We'll get some NBA division winners, the MVP. We'll choose our conference winners and the NBA champion as well as we continue on the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryanemi. On the other side, we will have another coach, Bryce Young's quarterback coach. Before he went to Alabama. He joins us next to discuss what's gone wrong with Bryce and how he can beat the Broncos on Sunday. Is that possible? That's next. Morning Sprint, Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bryce Young has been renamed the starter of the Carolina Panthers. That game on Sunday afternoon as the Panthers visit your 4-3 Denver Broncos. We are joined by quarterback guru, quarterback mentor, Danny Hernandez, who had Bryce Young prior to going to Alabama and winning the Heisman Trophy. Coach, how the heck are you?
I'm all right. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, Danny. This is my guy. So anytime I was looking for a quarterback anywhere in Southern California, this is not only the best guy in California for training quarterbacks, the best guy nationally. So it's great to have you on. Even though you are wearing a Dodgers hat, you've caught a few strays right here from our text line.
Yes,
I know they're in the World Series. Danny, as a San Francisco Giants fan, I've already refused to watch one pitch of this World Series.
I'm a Met fan, so I kind of hate you now too.
But Danny, we want to jump a little bit into
guys.
We want to jump a little bit into Bryce Young and just the work that you've done with Bryce. Tell us about just the story of developing Bryce from a youngster. I coached him at a Notre Dame camp when I was coaching there, and you were already his quarterback trainer of several years. Tell me about that journey and Bryce getting to the point where he's back to starting for the Carolina Panthers.
I was really excited to work with Bryce. Bryce is a great kid. I got together with him first in sixth grade. Well, he was in sixth grade, and you know, he was. Well, the funny part is I was coaching a youth team because my son is the same age as him, and he was going to play on this youth team with us. For whatever reason, it didn't end up working out, but me and his dad really hit it off, and it was like, hey, well, we're not going to play on this youth team, but we'd love for you to train our son, you know. So we totally hit it off, ended up working. I mean, we put in a ton of work. I mean, we got going, and we just really didn't stop. And then, you know, throughout elementary, throughout junior high, and then his first 2 years of high school ended up coming. I was coaching at Cathedral High School in downtown LA, and he ended up attending there. That's actually, I think, when he went out to that camp at Notre Dame. And man, I mean, he's had a great career, and you know, he's been awesome to work with.
When you watch Bryce play, say earlier this season, Danny, you're a guy that understands mechanics as well as anybody. Is there anything that you've seen, you know, and have communicated with him either mechanically? What have you seen, and why this hasn't gone to plan up to this point in his second year?
I think that the tough thing is I think he's working on maybe his third OC in this short time that he's been playing. So I think, you know, as you know, you got to build chemistry with your offensive coordinator. So there's that, right? You start trying to figure out, what is our identity? What do we do? You know, so for a guy that's not a veteran, still trying to get used to that next level of ball and not have chemistry, you know, you're going to have some things that just aren't clicking, you know, and that was kind of obvious on what was happening over there, you know, and part of it could be too on Bryce on how to adjust a little bit of his style, right? I mean, he's had a ton of success being who he is, really hasn't changed from the youth level to the high school to the college level. Obviously, he's gotten bigger and stronger and evolved in certain areas, but he's really kind of kept his certain style that he's played with. And, you know, maybe with what's going on over there, he's had to probably put himself in a position where he needs to adjust just a little bit.
We're joined continually here on the Ramos Law Hotline by quarterback guru of the Quarterback Collective. You can see his stuff on social media, on Twitter, on X at Coach Danny 10. Coach Danny,
correct.
Coach Danny 10 does great work. Also, he's wearing a Los Angeles Dodgers hat, so you lost a lot of us. But I just found out that you've been a lifelong Broncos fan since 1987. Tell us, you have to have been watching some of Bo Nix, and some of our Twitchers have been asking what you've seen mechanically of Bo Nix in his footwork. Certainly in the last couple of weeks, what have you seen in terms of what are some things that you would love to dive into with Bo Nix?
I love Bo Nix, to be honest with you. I got the opportunity to see Bo when he was at Auburn, and I think I was on a college visit with a couple of my guys out over there. And Kenny Dillingham, who's the ASU head coach now, was his OC at the time. And we were talking about him, said, man, this kid has a little something to him. Like, I like what he does. You know, he just I thought he was clean mechanically. I thought he did some good things. So for him to have, you know, some of the success that he's having so far this early in his career, I'm excited to see it, man. I think he's going to be a good one.
Were you expecting to see him use his legs as much as he has early on in this Broncos career? It was something that kind of caught all of us by surprise during training camp, and now we're seeing designed runs from Sean Payton.
Oh yeah, no, I just think the game has changed where that's what we're looking for with a quarterback, right? I don't even think we categorize these guys as dual threat anymore. You need a guy. Everybody needs to be able to move at this point, So I think he has that, and that's definitely part of his game. He's going to be able to extend plays. He's going to be able to get out of harm's way. He's going to be able to create all those things, and that athleticism just really pops out in his game, and then top that off with some clean mechanics and him being able to really stroke the ball. It's nice to see.
Coach, for all of our listeners in the Denver market and beyond on our app, give us a scouting report on the elite traits of Bryce Young and what you could be expecting. And where I'm going with this more is what would be the path forward for Bryce Young to have a renaissance in his career in just his second season?
I think one of the things that Bryce is very good is processing information and being very good pre-snap, just really trying to get as much information as he possibly can and really trying to slow things down. I think one of the things that you'll see in his game that I constantly try to stress with our quarterbacks is whenever we're moving or anything that we're doing, we do it with calm urgency. And I think that's something that Bryce is able to do. He's obviously very twitchy, very sudden in the stuff that he's able to do, but he never seems over the top, like frazzled. He seems pretty calm with everything that he's doing. So I think he's going to try to stick to that with his game because I think that is part of his superpower, if you will. And that's something that, I'm hoping this continues to evolve as he gets on in his career.
Does it start as early as this weekend against your Broncos, or is Bo Nix going to get these Broncos to 5-3? We've been talking about this. It's like a guaranteed win for the Broncos, and then they put Bryce Young back in there, and it feels like he feels like that random roll of the dice that like, oh crap, is this the game that a former Heisman Trophy winner figures it out and you lose an impossible to lose game against the Panthers?
Yeah, no, that's a tough one. It's like in situations, I've been in these situations before with my guys, obviously a lot more at the college level, where I've said, hey, I want you to do great, but I want my team to win. I sent him a message just yesterday saying, hey, I'm just a reminder, man, I've been a Broncos fan since 1987. Go easy on my boys, okay? Is what I had to tell him. So we just kind of laughed it off, and everything. But again, I wish him luck to really be able to get things going again in the right direction for him career-wise. But I definitely want the Broncos to come out with a win this week.
Danny Hernandez, you can follow him on Instagram at DannyH131, quarterback guru, former quarterbacks coach to Bryce Young, who you'll see on Sunday. Coach, you got some workouts to get to. We appreciate your time today.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Coach is courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney. You can find them at ramoslaw.com.
That was a good interview. So Danny Hernandez is such a good mechanics guy, but the thing that he is the trainer, the offseason guy that works with Bryce, works with Malik Murphy, was at University of Texas, has worked with tons of quarterbacks that have gone throughout the SEC, ACC. They can't coach him during the season. Like it's not, most places are not like Russell Wilson, where you have your quarterback guy come with you. That's exactly who Russell was having. That kind of a guy was coming into the facility, and that's not the case here with his guy, Bryce Young. So it's going to be really interesting to see because he does have some very incredible attributes.
You don't win a Heisman and become the number 1 overall pick without having an immense amount of talent.
And a lot of his talent is between the ears, which is the wildest part about all of it. It hasn't gone well. There has been such an incredible amount of turnover. Like Danny said, 3 different coordinators in just 2 seasons. And for him, a season in a couple games. It's a challenge for any quarterback to go through that type of inconsistency. It's why you see this across the league so often. When I found out the news that Bryce Young was going to be starting this game due to Andy Dalton's car accident and subsequent thumb sprain, my confidence level was shaken a little bit about the guarantee of this victory.
Right, because I look at Andy Dalton and I go, while he's steady Eddie at this point in his career, I'm not nervous about a 370-yard 4-touchdown performance from we think Andy Dalton's got 2 more years left in him as a backup at this point, maybe 2 more years. I'm not nervous about that. There is something in the back of my head that goes, maybe Bryce goes off. Because we've seen it. He's not been completely inept, right? There's something in my head that goes, while this feels like an impossible game to lose. Someone with that type of talent could come up and bite you. He's only got, 2 wins and 16 starts. I'm not saying it is a statistical probability that he's going to do that. But he's had a couple of solid games, 247 yards, 3 touchdowns last year against the Lions. They got the doors blown off of him, but it's a fine game. I know he had 2 interceptions in that one. They made a really, really good Green Bay team at the end of last season sweat a little bit when he had a 312-yard game and 2 touchdowns there. He also scrambled for another 20 yards in that game too. So there is something to be said for, well, what if he actually figures it out? What if sitting down for a few games, and I don't know if it's getting humbled, but being able to reset your mind can create this as a trap game for the Broncos.
Don't forget who his head coach and play caller and quarterback whisperer is, and that's Dave Canales, who did the same thing in Russell Wilson's tenure at the Seattle Seahawks. Did the same thing for Geno Wilson in his Comeback Player of the Year award year. He's a really, really good person. He connects with his quarterbacks. He's not the yeller and screamer. He's the perfect guy to navigate Bryce through this.
Derek says, Coach, you sound like you're more sold on Bryce than Bo.
I'm not. I think Bo is 4-2 as a starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. I went to 5. 3. 5
4
and 3. 4 and 3. I do think that there is clay there with Bryce in the right situation. He has not been molded to this point because of the lack of continuity of the voice that's in his ear. And you cannot even remotely oversell the importance of that for a quarterback. It is so important.
Have you ever seen an instance where a quarterback's gone through multiple either head coach or offensive coordinator changes and come out on the other side looking pretty?
Sam Darnold.
It didn't happen until he's 27.
Still happen, right? And so you just don't know. The thing that's wild about this is everybody's jumping on every form of text thread and Twitch line to crush me about saying that there's at least a chance that this guy could turn it around. Guys, he won the Heisman Trophy, right? He won the Heisman Trophy just about 2 years ago, 20 months ago. You have in this matchup 2 young quarterbacks that are finding their way as passers. Bo Nix is finding his way as a passer. He just happens to have the best freaking defense in the NFL right now. Has Bryce had that luxury?
No, he has not.
He hasn't even remotely had that luxury.
He's had a tough offensive line, and that's why, listen, there's a small chance Bryce could go off. What is more likely to happen is that arguably the best defense in the league is going to eat up that offensive line, and Zach Allen's going to continue to go off and munch. That's the more likely thing that's going to happen here. I don't know if it's the best position to throw him back into.
I think it's good that he got a chance to remove himself, or to get removed from the situation, because it had just been bad after bad after bad. The team had been bad, and this is a pretty ideal situation if you're Dave Canales. Not because you're on the road.
At Denver, you're home against New Orleans and the Giants the next 2 weeks. Why not let Andy? I know Andy Dalton's not playing because he's injured.
To my point is that you're not showing a lack of resolve at the position of the head coach. It happened organically, and that's not a terrible thing. And I will say that I was not high on Bryce Young at all in the draft process because he's little. He's a small human being.
So is Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but Jaden Daniels is long. Bryce Young is not. He is short. He's not a tall. He is slightly built and short, but he is twitchy. That's the thing that came out of Danny Hernandez's mouth that I see. There is a ability to get rid of the football from quick and efficient arm slots, quick release, and he is a good athlete. He's not an elite athlete to the point that Jaden Daniels is, but he can get out of trouble. He can scramble. He can play the second play. And so for me, it's a little bit more buyer beware. When I saw that the Panthers were coming in to play with Andy Dalton at quarterback, I was like, this is going to be a boat racing. Now I think it's either going to be a boat racing or it's going to be uncomfortably close because of Bryce Young.
Right. It's a joker card. And that's what I think that they have to play out is there's a chance that he eventually figures it out. Like it might happen. And you don't know what week that's going to click. I don't think it's this week. I mean, Brett doesn't want to grow out his hair, but I think that's a pretty safe bet for Brett to make, right? That's the one that Vic's trying to get him to grow out his hair to like shoulder length, and Kaner's saying no. Mo's just to the point where he said he'd put his junk on the table and chop it off if they lose to the Panthers.
Wow. Yeah.
That's a confident bet.
So if any of them are listening to my take
No,
right now.
I didn't need that sound. It was bad enough when it came out of my mouth. The guillotine you pull, KJ? You sicko.
Guts all over the place, right?
Guts all over the place.
Could you imagine Brett Kane, by the way, with long hair?
No.
Would that be a skullet?
No.
Because I think he can effectively grow his red hair out on the sides, but the top coverage is less than ideal.
I feel like the top coverage is fine for Brett.
Yeah, I don't know,
But
man.
it is red.
What?
It is it's a stark red for Kaner.
It's thin up there.
Can you still grow out your hair?
Huh?
You still got it going? You can still grow it out?
Oh, I could. I won't.
Have you ever grown out your
Oh,
hair?
yeah.
Little surf? Oh, you are a Southern California
Yeah,
guy.
I mean,
like,
in college, I was the cool guy with the little flow hanging out. I was never long hair. I just liked having a flat bill on, and then you get the wings off the side.
it's like Jared Bednar. That's
a
why
little
you
hang
guys.
time, man.
That's why you guys vibe so well. Is Bedsy just loves the little flat bill, super low, and the wings flying out to the side. I wonder, because this was big when I was a kid. Guys would grow their hair out, and then when you get out of the shower, you'd put your flat bill on, and then you'd take a blow dryer and you'd blow dry your hair up with the cap on so that you got the full like wind blown look.
Raj, I've never used a blow dryer on my hair.
Neither have I, and I never will.
Good.
I refuse.
I don't even know if your or my hair like would work with a blow dryer.
I feel like I'd like singe my hair off my
I
head.
just don't think it's the one.
No.
Yeah. I
Get out of the shower, a little bit of product, get out the door.
Yep.
You don't need to sit there. You don't need to sit there and Bieber your hair up all day. It's insane.
You mentioned that
I did it today because we were on TV.
You mentioned that Brett Kane has some pretty good top coverage. You think that you don't realize that he has poor top coverage because you can't see the top of his coverage?
Why? Because he's so tall.
Well,
that wasn't very nice.
And you're not.
That wasn't very nice. I would have had to have got on the table to see what's going on top of Brett's head. I get it. I understand. Son of a gun. It's been 4 days. Be nice.
All right. I'll behave.
Oh, man. Morning sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, the Rapids start their playoff run against the LA Galaxy with game one of a 3-game series on Saturday night. You guys can listen to that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And you can also purchase tickets to the second game of the series that's coming up on next Friday night. So not tomorrow, but 8 days from right now. You can get those at coloradorapids.com/tickets. We're giving away tickets to the Avs game against the Chicago Blackhawks all day on the air tomorrow. Stay tuned for your chance to win. And if you'd like to go to Sunday's game against Ottawa, you can take advantage of the Avs Family Pack. Get a ticket package including a ticket, a meal, and a soda, fully customizable to fit the size of your family. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/Family Pack. Don't forget, all day tomorrow on Friday, your chance to win Avs tickets only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs take on the Oklahoma City. That's who the Nuggets are playing tonight. The Utah Hockey Club.
I thought you were announcing another franchise, another expansion franchise to OKC
It would
in
be
hockey.
easier. It would be easier to remember the team if they had a damn name.
And even then, their acronym doesn't fly off the tongue. UHC?
No, it's weird.
It sounds like United Healthcare.
UTH also sounds a little like... Doesn't UTH? Sounds a little...
That sounds like something you need to go visit the infirmary at your college campus for.
I know.
if
You don't
got
want,
what I'm
you don't
putting
want
down
that.
there.
You don't want to deal with that.
It's
That's not fun.
Nothing that a little penicillin can't get rid of.
We're going to get fired a week into the show. Avs take on the Utah Hockey Club this evening on AM 950. It's a double dip today on Altitude, so you'll have the Nuggets on 92.5. That's a 7:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. Kaz, 8 p.m. tip. You can watch that game nationally on TNT. The Avs will be on 9 News as well as My 20, and they'll be on AM 950. I'll have your pregame starting there at 6:30 p.m., 7 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahey as they look for 4 straight tonight, man. I would hope that Justus Ananen gets the start. Coach has said that it's been the hot hand. They've looked good enough. Like, outside the 2 atrocious goaltending games, you could argue it's been 3. Despite not having between $28 and $34 million in the lineup, like, the team could very easily be, 5-2 right now?
Yeah, they could.
They could. They're not.
But they're not. You are who you are, but you also are, you're a 3-game winner. You have a streak. It is beyond a trend now, which is good. You beat teams you should have.
2's a fluke, 3's a streak.
This is a bit of a tricky matchup against the artists formerly known as the Coyotes.
They always gave you fits, man. Like, the Arizona Coyotes, when they were building this thing with Clayton Keller, they always felt like they were way trickier of an out than they should have been for this Avs team. Remember when the Avs went on that crazy run? They won I don't know what the number is, 18 straight home games or something like that. At a point in 18 straight home games, something crazy like that. And then the Yotes came to town on the night that they were supposed to break this record, and they lose to the Coyotes.
I just still can't get over what it would be like as an NHL player to go from, say, the Bell Center, and then your next road game is in a NCAA kind of just a gym, really. That was a small arena that they were playing down in Arizona.
Arizona State, yeah, it's built for 5,000 fans for the Arizona State hockey team. It's
a good.
It was cool.
It's a really good venue for an NCAA hockey squad.
Yes, it is.
But dude, you're playing in some of the best venues, especially up in Canada. You get north of the border, and then you're heading down there to play in that.
There you go, Bell
It's just
Center
a strange
in Montreal.
environment. And if you don't think that stuff affects you as a player, it absolutely does. I remember there were times where, you play in Conference USA, and some of the buildings that you went to, like FIU, Florida International, their stadium was basically just put up as aluminum stand bleachers.
It's a 4A Texas high school stadium.
Oh, worse. I would have players come up to me and be like, "Coach, my high school stadium blows this one out of the doors." Yep. Let's go beat them.
Look at this. The last year of the Avs and Coyotes, and the Yotes have not been a playoff team. They haven't really even sniffed the playoffs. Dating back to March of 2023, 3-2 loss, 3-1 loss, 4-3 loss, 4-3 win, 4-1 loss, 5-4 win, 4-3 loss. They've either all been easy losses or really difficult wins in that stretch. It's the same team, if not better. They went out and the Yotes, for what they used to be, now the Utah Hockey Club, they went out and spent this year. This is not the same Arizona Coyotes team that you were looking at over the past couple of years that still gave you fits. They went out and got Mikhail Sergachev, as a number one defenseman. They're starting to build this Barrett Hayton, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, Logan Cooley. They have our old friend Alex Kerfoot down there as their third line center. It's not an easy win tonight. It is a much harder game. I think I said it to you a couple of days ago. In terms of the two games that they had at Seattle and now at Utah, this is the way harder game to win.
If Juice is in between the pipes and the Avs skate like they did for the final 53 minutes of their last matchup at Seattle, I like the chances of the Avs taking this one. Just got to do it, man, because I don't want to hear Kim Becker gloating.
Kim.
Oh, yeah. I had so much fun in Colorado, but, man, it feels good to beat him. I don't want it. We got it. Kim, you're going down.
The goalies there are Karel Vejmelka and Connor Ingram. Like it's kind of the same thing you have here in Denver, right? You look at those goalies, and I think it's the scales are pretty much even, regardless of if you play Georgiev or Annunen tonight. And then you look up and down the lineup. Sure, is the depth right now for Utah a little bit better? Do I like the third line of Lawson Krause and Alex Kerfoot and Josh Doan better than I like the Avs lines in terms of their third and fourth right now? Yeah, I do, because, well, you're missing a billion guys from your lineup. The third line of Parker Kelly, Joel Kiviranta, and Miles Wood doesn't really stack up there. Now, if you go to the fourth, it's Ivan, Matt Steinberg, and basically career AHLer Chris Wagner against Kyler Yamamoto, who was
recent call-up Chris Wagner.
Yeah, recent call-up. He's one of those guys that goes like up and down because of like daily money issues where they're trying to accumulate as much cap as possible. Like Kyler Yamamoto is a fourth line player for the Arizona Coyotes. I'm going to do that so many times.
It's my fault. I brought it up.
You did bring it up. It's not your fault. It's difficult. Yamamoto was like a top 6 player for Edmonton a couple of years ago, playing on Leon Draisaitl's wing. They're a deep team, but what they don't have anywhere on there, of all the Utah players that I just listed off, they don't have a Cale Makar.
What is it about the NHL where you have either a moved team or an expansion team that's just good right off the bat? It happened here. Happened here in Colorado.
Well, they were building a few things in Quebec. Like they were getting
still happened.
There were some lean years as a Quebec Nordique franchise, but in the early 90s, they were knocking on the door.
But just think how quickly the Preds got there.
Preds got there quick. Vegas obviously got to the Cup final in year 1. Seattle made the playoffs in year 2.
What is it? Because it seems like in baseball, they're horrible for years. Rockies still are. And then
see the Rockies are shedding salary.
The National Football League, I guess the Titans are a good example of moving from Houston up to Tennessee and having success fairly early, if not immediately.
How quick were the Ravens to find success moving from Baltimore?
They win a Super Bowl in their first.
Cleveland was it? Hold on,
Cleveland? It was Cleveland to Baltimore.
Cleveland to Baltimore,
and then the Browns were an expansion,
right? And then the Colts moved from Baltimore to Indy, not the opposite way around. Got it.
Yes.
But it seemed like it was probably pretty quick. The Browns have been fumbling ever since.
It just seems like if you have a new city or you're an expansion franchise in the NHL, you have like even a higher percentage chance of making the postseason.
It does feel as though the league is they're very invested in those expansion franchises being successful, especially
it's
in a
smart.
place like Vegas. Yeah, you have to.
It's business savvy
also,
by the league.
It was like 20 years in between expansion drafts. When Vegas did it, honestly, I don't think it was the league putting Vegas into a position where they were going to succeed. I think they caught the GMs by surprise because no one knew how to deal with the draft situation. No one knew what was going on there. It was a complete surprise to all these guys of like, oh, I have to protect 5 or 6 players, but 4 of them are guaranteed protects because they have no movement clauses. Or there's some rookie guys that maybe I might want to expose to a new team, but I'm not allowed to because of the CBA. And then before you know it, like future Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury goes from the Penguins to the Knights. Nuts. They have this whole misfit thing where they get Jonathan Marchessault from the Florida Panthers, and he turns into a stud for Vegas and a Stanley Cup champion. Then they get a free agent in Alex Pietrangelo a couple years after that. It was GMs being blindsided.
I just learned something from one of our fine texters from the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Tell me if this is true. From the 0928, for the expansion teams in the NHL, you get every team's sixth best player. You have an entire team made up of second lines, so they're all very deep.
Yes, you had two options with how to go. You could protect 7 forwards, 3 defensemen, and 1 goalie. Or you could do 8 skaters, regardless of position, and 1 goaltender. That was your protection list. So while it's 6th best player, not necessarily like it would be your 8th or 9th best player at that point. But I think the texter is right. Like, you have a bunch of middle 6 players. And if you can find one guy that hits and overperforms, for Vegas, it was William Karlsson scoring 40 goals that year. And Mark Stone finding a way to stay healthy and get to a different spot than he was in Ottawa.
Speaking of a guy with very little top coverage there,
Stone?
I saw him without a helmet on during the Frozen Frenzy.
Tough go.
Yeah, it's not great up there.
That's what happens when you wear a helmet, right?
Yeah,
like, doesn't it?
You got out just in time, Raj. The game got rid of you just in time.
I was going to say I was not good enough just in time.
I wasn't either, so we're good. we both. Just a couple of orphan dogs over here.
Would you trade the starts in college for a full head of hair when you're 70? That's the question.
Oh, man.
It's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy, big NCAA football weekend coming up. Can the Buffs find a way to get into the top 25? Can Navy stay undefeated? They're taking on Notre Dame at MetLife this week. And also, remember when we thought the Cornhuskers were a good football team? Well, they're not anymore, and we've got some audio. Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, and you guys. You can take us wherever you want to go on Altitude Sports Radio's mobile app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers, and you can go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. We've gotten to a bunch already today. Nuggets open up the season tonight at home on TNT. We've got the Avs on 9 News and My 20. You can hear both of those games. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on 950 a.m. We talked to Bryce Young's former quarterbacks coach. Young will be starting against the Broncos on Sunday as Denver looks to improve to 5-3 against the hapless Panthers. We've also got a wild college football weekend coming up. Starts with the first of the top 25 teams playing tonight. Pittsburgh hosting Syracuse. Pittsburgh is I'm not talking about Syracuse here. You know who gave Pittsburgh a run for their money earlier on this year?
Can't remember.
The Cincinnati Bearcats.
Yeah.
Who the Buffs are playing this weekend. Like, you look at Cincy, that's a team that should not be overlooked. Like, they have a 3-point loss at Texas Tech. They have a 1-point loss against Pitt. And most of their wins have been against teams that they should have beat. Like, they got UCF. They got Arizona State. They beat the wheels off of Houston. And they beat Towson to start the year. Like, those are wins that, like, if you are Cincinnati, you kind of expect to have during the season. But the only team that was even sniffing the top 25 at that point was Pitt. And they lost by 1.
Pitt undefeated.
And
I got Syracuse beating them, for real.
Oh, I mean, I hope it happens.
I do too, because I want to get Pitt out of the discussion of anything involving the CFP.
Why?
Because they're boring. Have you watched the Pitt game this year?
I have not.
They suck. But the ACC, they're going to lose. They're going to lose some games this year because the ACC and the top several teams they have not squared off against.
Are they as boring as Wake Forest? Have you seen that slow mesh?
Oh,
the mega slow mesh?
The slow mesh. I've coached against it.
Well, can you explain the mega slow mesh to our listeners that have no idea what Wake Forest is doing right now?
It was revolutionary at the time.
It's insane.
So it is a extended version of the I guess the transition between run and pass in the run and pass option. So you want to get down in there and take the mesh with the running back on a called designed run as long and as far down towards the line of scrimmage as you can to get more declaration from the linebackers and then throw the RPO over the top. If those linebackers play extremely slow, then guess what you get up front? You get more time to double team the down defensive lineman. It was brilliant. It was just awful to watch. I hated it.
I watched it for the first time like 2 weekends ago. And when I say mega slow mesh, like we've seen this extended RPO from a lot of teams where the quarterback sits back, he turns around, he throws the ball into the halfback's belly and waits for a second or two before he makes the read on whether or not I need to throw to one of my wide receivers. Wake literally walks down the field hand in hand with the halfback. If you haven't watched it yet, you have to seek out a Demon Deacons game at some point in the next couple of weeks.
Head coach Dave Clausen has been doing this now for over a decade. It started at Bowling Green and it continued at Wake Forest. And the irony of it is that there have been some Broncos that have benefited from this strange offensive type of way of doing things. And that's Kendall Hinton. He was a quarterback in that system. Cortland Sutton. Justin Sternad was on the defensive side of the ball. There's been some strange little carryovers.
Insane.
I could be wrong on Cortland Sutton.
Cortland Sutton, SMU.
SMU. Yep.
All right, other big games that we've got going on. Navy is undefeated. They're technically hosting Notre Dame, but Notre Dame won't play at the service academies. Like they want to play in New York, but it has to be at MetLife, so it's not like technically a road game, which I think is the most Irish thing you can do. I know you're a former employee of Notre Dame. It's the most pompous thing you can do. Be like, yeah, we're going to play a road game against you, but we're going to go to the middle of the city that has the most alumni of our university in the world.
All you could say is Notre Dame just does what they should do, and that's be who you can afford to be. It's a great line.
Honestly. Hey, if LeBron wants to play football, maybe he goes there instead of Ohio State. Speaking of Ohio State, number 4 in the country, 5-1. They host the Nebraska Cornhuskers this week. A team that at 5-2, having beaten the CU Buffs, we all thought was turning the corner under Matt Rule.
Not just turning the corner at the time following the CU game. We thought that they were going to be dominant. Well, let's do a little bit one of my favorite new segments, at least in my world, and that's the old Husker temperature check.
Marcus, as a play caller, what's that target number for yards per play that you would aim for? That's within reason.
That's a good play. Or it's between 4 and 6. I don't know what that. I honestly don't even know what leads the country in yards per play. What would be a top yards per play?
You guys are at 5.5 right now. That's why I asked.
Yeah, it's a great question. You stopped me. I don't want to lie to you. I don't know what's leading the country, but I want it to be a little bit more than what it is now, for sure.
That is Nebraska offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield, a veteran. He's been around the game for a long time. Probably should have been a bit more prepared, because right now, in what he said, between 4 and 6 yards per play. 4 yards per play in this season would be dead last in college football in the nation. 6 yards per play would be good for 57th in the country. And right now, Nebraska currently at 5.54 yards per play is 89th in the country in terms of offensive efficiency. Not only that, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, the mighty, mean, physical Nebraska Cornhuskers, are currently 99th in rushing yards in college football. Nebraska is turning into a dumpster fire, particularly after you lost to perennial Big Ten cellar dweller Indiana by 49 points.
Yeah, that was
and you scored 7.
That was an embarrassment. So what the heck happened against Colorado then when they threw 150 yards on the ground against you, where it seemed like you could not stop that rushing attack? Like, they're just turning into a pumpkin in front of our eyes. It was just a bad week for the Buffs.
Is this maybe more of an indictment on the separation between the two top power conferences and the lesser Big 12 and ACC? I don't know. You have to look at the numbers. You have to look at the crossover games. And it also wasn't a great day for the Buffs. They were still finding their offensive identity. Still think they are. I think they're still working through. They know who Shedeur Sanders is. But
you're running out of time, Coach. You've got 5 games left.
But Raj, remember, after Kansas State, what was the commitment to?
Running the football.
And what did they do that week?
They ran the football.
Exactly. So it's a week-by-week type of an evaluation and a year of growth.
Is it a shame that it took until, 8 weeks into year 2 of Shedeur and Travis and Dion to start figuring out what your identity needed to be? Or was it not possible to get there because of all the turnover that happened in the last 2 years?
Or Shedeur Sanders and the receiving core is so stinking good.
They're so good. That it's so deep.
It's the shiny object you can't keep your eyes off of. And I think there's a part of that. Like, as a play caller, you want to highlight your strengths and magnify those strengths. But it does come at the cost of being able to play tightly contested football games against physical outfits, or at least what you thought were very physical outfits at the time.
So has this Buff staff and those play callers obviously very involved in recruiting, right? Have they pigeonholed themselves? Like, if I'm going out and recruiting this star-studded wide receiver core, I have to play that way?
It happens. I can't speak to what's going on there right now.
Kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy of like, I now have 4 4-star wide receivers and possibly a first-round, a number 1 overall draft pick playing wide out for me. Therefore, I have to throw the ball, and therefore I have to recruit those players again. Like, where does it stop?
The obvious piece of the puzzle here is who's your quarterback. It's the guy that's going to be drafted number 1 overall, at least at the position. So what does that type of a player attract? Really good skill players. And what else? You have to fill out 4, 5, 6 deep at the position to maximize what he's capable of doing. And they did that. But it does come back to you when it comes back to you, Raj. And it did.
Other massive games this week. Oregon, Big Ducks, number 1 in the country, hosting Illinois. That's at 1:30 on Saturday. BYU looks to stay undefeated as they travel to UCF on the weekend. And I think the other sneaky game, man, like, can Vandy do it again? Can Vandy surprise the hell out of someone again at home? After Texas looked really mortal against Georgia. Like, are they going to rip the goalposts out again? I think Texas bounces back. I don't believe that they would panic and go to Arch Manning at this point. But this is the game that I think if Vandy is real and Vandy's truly turning the corner and becoming, I wouldn't say like a legit football school, but a competitive SEC program, this is the game that you have to confirm what you did against Alabama.
I think Texas is going to stop playing with their food and just play big boy ball and beat Vanderbilt.
It wasn't playing with their food. Like, playing with your food is not playing Georgia. That's
but if you're
sit down and get the steak knife out.
Right. But it's one of those gut checks for a team that prided itself on being physical. They're going to go back to what they do and realize that Vanderbilt can't keep up man for man in the trenches and just play smart football. Vanderbilt versus Alabama, there was a lot of playing with the food of roll tide roll. That's not going to happen this week with Texas. They're going to roll Vanderbilt.
The 613 says Indiana would put up 80 on Colorado.
I would tend to disagree. I mean, they put up 56 on Nebraska at home. Quarterback Curtis Rourke is out. I don't know if you saw that. He's out now.
I did not.
I think that Cignetti's doing a great job at IU, but they're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. And CU's going to do what they do, man. If you're a team that plays a ton of zone and a light box, yeah, I feel like a lot of people can score points. CU's going to load the box and play man coverage because they have great athletes on the perimeter.
All right, last in my favorite storyline of the NCAA football weekend is this. Army and Navy, in year one of an expanded football playoff, not being able to take full advantage of NIL, are on a collision course for an undefeated season if they can both get past Notre Dame. This is the first of those tests, right? And as we established a couple of days ago, the College Football Playoff Committee made a ruling earlier this year in when do we finalize the playoff? And they took a gamble of going, well, we can do it before the Army-Navy game, but that would mean that Army and Navy don't matter at that point in the season. They took the gamble and said, well, it's Army and Navy. They're not really going to be undefeated at that point. Like, there's no way that either one of those two service academies can get there. Both of them are undefeated and ranked in the top 25. There's a very, very small possibility that both of those teams run the table and have to get in, and then one beats the other. And like a couple of SEC or Big Ten teams are left out of the playoff. Can they actually get it done this weekend against Notre Dame, Navy?
I believe that Army's going to be the team that beats Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame
just a more high-powered offense.
Yeah, Army's further along in their program. Under Monken, he's a really good head coach. Yeah. He's been able to build it. This is one of those service academy, senior-heavy teams. But more than that, Raj, I got a question for you, man. Are you really going to do this to me? I mean, you went through the whole slate of the college football week, and you omitted the most significant, most consequential group of 5 football matchup in the history of the game. Tomorrow night, the Boise State Broncos take Ashton Genty's Heisman campaign,
1,300 yards,
and his CFP hopes to Las Vegas, Nevada against UNLV, who, by the way, is 2-0 against Big 12 teams. This has major CFP ramifications.
He's can't miss television.
Be the man. You gotta beat the man.
He is can't miss television.
I mean, we talked about Syracuse. That's all I know. We talked about Syracuse.
I didn't even want to talk about them. You made me talk about them.
You won't give me my iteration of Orange?
Yeah,
my alma mater?
I would rather talk about Boise State. They're a real threat.
Gosh.
Just like my Mets, Syracuse isn't a real threat. I don't want to talk about them. You did that to yourself. NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, start us off.
Well, we are going to start with Sean Payton from yesterday. He talked about the challenges of facing a very elusive and a very sparky type of quarterback in Bryce Young. For those who don't know, Andy Dalton was in a car wreck earlier this week, and he has a thumb sprain that has him on a day-to-day. So Carolina went ahead and made the decision to go to Bryce Young. Here's Sean Payton talking about the challenges.
Yeah, I think he's got good vision, quick release. He shows accuracy, poise. He's played in big moments. In other words, I remember him coming out. He's played in, real big moments. So, I think that you flip the focus when you have a change in quarterbacks from like one to the other, and then study it as best you can.
The biggest thing that Sean Payton and Vance Joseph are going to be concerned about with Bryce Young is not the fact that he's an elite quarterback. He's certainly nothing even close to that. But he is mobile, and he can make plays off schedule. He can take off and scramble and get yards, just like Bo Nix does. And so just having that shift of your early week preparation, going from a guy that is immobile at the stage of career he is in Andy Dalton, and then going to a Bryce Young, it gets your attention. It got my attention.
Is he the most mobile quarterback they've seen this year? They've seen Justin Fields. Geno Smith.
Justin Fields is a way bigger threat because of his size, and he can consistently run the rock. He didn't really in that game to the extent that I expected it to.
Baker's elusive, but not
crafty.
Crafty's a great word for Baker Mayfield. Great word for Baker. Who started the Vegas game? Minshew?
He's a semi-crafty, but
but more of a statue.
He actually took off and run. He ran and got the first down of the game and took off. And that's the thing. If you're going to continue to pressure and play a lot of man coverage, which is a way to go against a rookie quarterback.
Justin Herbert's not really taking off the ball. He certainly didn't do it against the Broncos.
Yeah. This would be, I think, the most shifty, nimble type of athlete.
Is it getting you ready for Baltimore? He's not Lamar, but
he is the perfect scout team quarterback to prepare you for the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson.
The number one overall pick, scout team quarterback.
That's kind of what he's been.
Good on you, David Tepper.
If you've been following the good old Carolina Panthers on a weekly basis like I have, because I'm a sicko.
It's a great way to spin it. What a wonderful way to spin it if you're the Panthers. We drafted the best scout team quarterback in the National Football League. So regardless of who comes up the line, we talked to Danny about it, right? It was Danny, what's his last name? Hernandez? Danny Hernandez, Bryce Young's former quarterback's coach before he went to Alabama. He was talking about, he goes, it's dual threat isn't a thing anymore. It's just a prerequisite. You have to have that to be a future D1 college quarterback, and as a result, future NFL quarterback. Carolina is now able to pre-scout all of those guys. They just,
Tell you what, Ejiro Avero's got to love his scout team quarterback, man. The defensive coordinator's like, we are ready for whoever comes our way. It's beautiful.
What's next, KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Jeff Legwold was on the morning show this morning, and he got into some things that were a little different than I think most people have thought about in regards to the concerns for the Denver Broncos. What scenarios could pop up, if any, that would present a potential losing scenario on behalf of the Denver Broncos at home this week versus the Panthers?
I think this is one of those where people will walk in expecting to see touchdowns right away out of the gate. And if they don't get them, then I think it becomes dicey because they get mad at the home team. And this is a young team that may not react all that well to that. So I think that's the one scenario I've seen over the years where the Broncos would be in trouble. But the Panthers have been at the top of the draft board for 2 years, and it looks like a third one is on the way. I mean, this is not a good team in any fashion, and it is the worst defense in the NFL. And if the Broncos can't move the ball against these guys, then the problems are even worse than we've thought they were.
Leggy brings up a very interesting point. The Broncos have played really good football away from the friendly confines of Empower Field. 3-1. Their best game of the season, by far, in my opinion, against a quality opponent was at Tampa.
Kind of like the Buffs.
Buffs have played really well on the road. You know whose fault it is? That both teams have not played as well at home? It's all of your fault that's listening. You're so mean to these guys. If they don't score touchdowns out the gate, you boo them.
Leave Brittany alone.
Be nice. Show some grace, will you?
Well, he's not going to go 7 for 15 for -7 yards in the first half like he did against the Jets. Like, that's not going to happen.
Until he does, and then the Boo Birds come out.
It's not going to happen. Carolina sucks. Is there a result where, like, is there a winning result here? Like, if he goes out and he balls out against the worst defense in the league, are we going to look back at that and say, like, oh, yeah, he's taken the next step in his progression?
Yes.
Or is it
yes.
You played a bad team and you performed as you should have?
Don't care. Yes.
Doesn't matter who it comes against.
Because
same thing with the, like, that's kind of how we're looking at the
Did
Avs,
Bo
right?
Nix play perfectly in the past game against the Raiders?
No.
I thought that was a great next step. I really did. And then there was a bit of a regression moment against the Chargers. And then you go in and don't play great against the currently worst team. I still think that version of the Saints with their 24-person injury list, that's the worst team in the NFL.
More so than Carolina.
I think so. Like, who they had out there playing receiver was embarrassing in the National Football League. Who they had playing quarterback was embarrassing in the National Football League.
I guess I should have the same expectations as I do with the Avs, like with all of their injuries, right? And I think I've said it multiple times that if you've got $28 million out of the lineup, 30 some odd million dollars out of the lineup, the Avs are like a borderline playoff team, right? That's kind of the same conversation that we're having with the Broncos right now in terms of like their cap hell, not being able to draft over the past few years because of the trades for Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, that they are a borderline playoff team. I should have the same expectations that, what was the term I used on Monday? There's no such thing as a meritless victory. I should have the same expectations as the Broncos right now as I do with the injured Avalanche.
And even more so for the Broncos, this is a team that was predicted to win 5.5 games by Las Vegas.
You're right.
Every win is a reason to go bananas. That's what it is, man. And if you think of it differently and your expectations are that they just show up and boat race the Panthers because they stink, they were pretty much in the same conversation in preseason in terms of wins. These two teams. They were in that. Was Panthers 3.5 wins, Broncos 5.5 wins. If you win this football game at home and you just take it any way you can get it, Raj.
KJ, what's next?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
ESPN Jets reporter Rich Cimini has a podcast, and it's called Flight Deck with Rich Cimini, and he goes absolutely scorched earth on the return of Hassan Reddick and how it is a just absolute example of how much of a catastrophe the New York Jets are right now.
This is a joke. I mean, he is not here for the team. He is here for himself. He's here to get a few sacks and to improve his reputation and go into free agency in the offseason and cash in. He doesn't give a damn about the Jets, about the uniform, about the logo. He is not emotionally invested in this team. It's Reddick Incorporated. He's a personal contractor. It's not about the team. It's about him.
They're all personal
If I were Ulbrich, I wouldn't play him. I mean, the guy skipped the entire offseason because he wanted more money. And now he shows up, 7 weeks in, 8 weeks in, just so he can get his season credit and become a free agent. That's what the Jets don't need another guy like that. This is what I said at the top of the podcast. They're a collection of players right now. They're not a full team. And you're just bringing in a guy who is all about himself. He's not going to play the run. He's just going to go all out to get sacks so he can pad his stats and cash in free agency. This really bothers me, as you can tell. I just think it's a bad situation, and they're just enabling him, and they talk about accountability. I mean, come on.
Hey, Rich, the season's over. Who cares? Aaron Rodgers came in there and put a nuke into your locker room, into a team that had a really good defense while their head coach, questionable decisions on the offensive side. I don't know how much input that Saleh really had on the offensive side of the ball. It was probably very, very little. But that defense was good enough to compete in a down AFC East outside of the Buffalo Bills. Good enough to compete for second. You decided to go after Aaron Rodgers, sign his crony Nathaniel Hackett, bend to his every which will, Al Lazard, Devontae Adams. You go out and you get
Jordy Nelson probably coming back anytime soon. Bubba Franks.
Donald Driver.
You know, Raj, here's where I think
Jennings, who was his first name, the hottest hitting safety in the league.
Here's what I think the problem is with this storyline of Hassan Reddick in his week 7, week 8. I'm back. I'm going to play now. Dude, it starts at the top with ownership of the Jets.
Yes.
It's Woody Johnson, man. This guy, bad franchises have bad leadership at the very top, and it starts with the guy that's writing the checks. And this is, to me, the ultimate cautionary tale to anybody who wants to go out and just get all the talent at the trade deadline and be buyers if you're the Denver Broncos. Don't bring in headaches, because the one thing you don't have right now in the Denver Broncos organization is any form of Hassan Reddick type of personality that is blowing up the culture that is starting to grow into a very competitive football team.
Don't ruin it. Do not ruin it. And they did. They brought in diva after diva after diva. And they brought in like the biggest me guy in the league in Aaron Rodgers. And
in the biggest diva market, maybe outside of Los Angeles.
No, New York's. I think New York blows it out of the water.
I mean,
right, but like the sport culture in Los Angeles isn't the same as New York.
It's more fanatical in New York.
Way more
But it's
fanatical.
more Hollywood in LA. And then people love getting into that Hollywood limelight. That's why part of the reason I think USC's had so many issues.
Again, Rich, the season's over. Just like deal with it. You would rather Hassan Reddick come in and just go by the motions and lose a bunch of games so that you actually have draft picks to work with and like rebuild your team.
Do you think Hassan Reddick went up to owner Woody Johnson and former United States ambassador to the United Kingdom and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Ambassador, can I return to the playing field?"
Just ask nicely.
Do you know he demands that he's called Mr. Ambassador
Shut up.
in his building?
Shut up.
Yes.
It's like an attorney being.
Because when they played their game overseas in the UK, he was amongst all of his wealthy peers, and he wanted everybody in that organization to address him as Mr. Ambassador. What a joke.
It's like someone who's got like a law degree requiring you to call them Esquire.
I never asked you to
Shut
call me
up.
coach. I never told anybody here at the airwaves. No, but I'm saying like it just happened organically.
It just happens.
Yeah, which is fine.
You can't be the guy that gives yourself a nickname.
It's bad.
Yeah. KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Guys, have you ever had someone just walk up to you in public and say, "Does it please you?" No?
Never.
Okay. Well, DJ Moore had that to happen to him during a presser in Chicago. Here is DJ Moore's kind of response to this guy's attempt to say, "Did it please you?"
Had to grow to that, and now you can see like he bossy, but in a not like mean way, but like in his own way. So take that as you want.
I mean, does it please you? I mean, is that something you respond to?
Doesn't please me, but it's good to see. Good to hear him out there doing that, and that means he's doing growth.
Get your head out of the gutter. Come on.
Talk about Caleb Williams, though, man. It's Caleb Williams. He's bossy. He's in his own way, but he's bossy.
Is that a Kellis track, bossy?
What is the media doing saying, like, how do you even get to the point of asking the question and thinking that it's going to go over well to say, "Does it please you?" What? Like, ask like about somebody being bossy towards you? It's like the definition of pause. You heard it right there. Play that real quickly right there. You hear there's a thing going on culturally. If you say something that could be perceived in another sort of way, you just immediately go pause.
Take that as you want.
I mean, does it please you? I mean, is it
pause? Pause.
Oh, all right. Give me one more, KJ.
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Gosh, let me tell you guys something. Dallas Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey
It's my favorite story of the day.
Set to serve on a 12-person jury for a felony case. Reports say there's no timetable for when he could return to the team per Yahoo Sports. Raj,
It's my favorite story of the day.
This is unbelievable, bro.
It's like so easy to get out of jury duty, guys. It's so easy. You can make up a myriad of different things to get out of jury duty. And Aubrey couldn't get out of this thing? Like, I'm not saying pull the, the Johnny O or the Johnny Bolin thing and be like, hey, my dad's the owner. Like, you can't be like, hey, I'm the kicker for the Cowboys. But I'm sure you could say something heinous enough to get you kicked out of that jury pool.
I will never forget. This came up in the coaching world, which we have already established very many times, that is just insane hours year round. Stanford head coach, when I was working at Stanford, David Shaw, was summoned to jury duty.
And didn't get out of it.
He did not get out of it. He was on the jury. I'm pretty sure that he, like, and I asked him for information, like, hey, Dave, what was, can't tell you.
Locked up.
No.
Steel trap.
You gotta tell me, man.
Steel trap. There's no Connor Stallions here.
He took his civil duties very seriously, and I salute Mr. David Shaw.
Mountain High Appliance is Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll hand things off to PhD on the other side again. We're giving away tickets to the Avs game against the Chicago Blackhawks all day on air tomorrow. Stay tuned for your chance to win. And if you'd like to go to Sunday's game against Ottawa, you can take advantage of the Avs Family Pack. Get a ticket package, including a ticket, meal, and a soda. It's fully customizable to fit the size of your family. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/family pack. Don't forget, it's all day tomorrow on Friday. Your chance to win Avs tickets exclusively right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a double dip on Altitude 92.5 and AM 950 this evening. Nuggets opening up their season against the Oklahoma City Thunder. 8 p.m. tip on TNT, 7:30 p.m. pregame show with Berto right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can pair that with listening to the Avs taking on the Utah Hockey Club for the first time in that team's existence, despite them, kind of like just being the Arizona Coyotes. That's on 950. I'll have your pregame show starting at 6:30 p.m. Connor McGahee on the call at 7 as the Avs look for 4 straight victories. More likely thing to happen tonight. We get a Nuggets-Avs sweep. We get a split, or they go 0-2. Oh, no.
Sweep.
I think, you know what? I think it's a sweep night. I really do. I'm feeling good about the Avs. Devon Taves is back. They're probably going to go with Ananen again, and I like how they're playing in front of the young Finnish kid. Nate and Kale and Mikko can't be stopped right now. And I feel like it's the easy thing to pick OKC. I feel like it's the easy thing to look at the Nuggets and go, I remember the last 20 minutes against the Timberwolves. I remember that you guys had to let KCP go, and you're replacing him with Christian Brown. You're replacing him with Peyton Watson. You're not the same team. I feel like it's the in vogue thing to do is look at Chet Holmgren and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Alex Caruso and go, yeah, that team is gonna walk into Denver and beat the wheels off you.
Alex Caruso, who? Yeah, you got to deal with Chet, whatever, skinny ankles, Chet Holmgren, and our guy Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who I will not throw any shade at. I'm not throwing any shade at him.
He's so freaking good.
I'm not doing that. But
he's so good.
They got to deal with freaking Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, who everybody around here wants to say, Jamal Murray was terrible for the last month of the season. He was hurt. I'm excited to see Jamal Murray with a massive chip on his shoulder.
You know what I want Nikola to do tonight? And it's a shame that the Avs are playing because I was really hoping that we were going to get the same thing that happened with Nikola bringing out the Hart Trophy to Nathan McKinnon. The Avs are not in town. I was hoping that Nate was going to bring it out to Nikola.
On like a small sheet of ice.
So he's got to put just a runway of ice. He's on America's Next Top Model. Just get Tyra Banks on the microphone.
I'm a freak of nature, and
that'd be so good.
Oh man,
you can make that happen.
Kroenke they need to hire me for those types of things because my brain's so jacked up. I have so many issues, man.
There's been halftime shows where they have they've got like ice dancers that will do just circle crazy acrobatic.
There's precedent for ice on a basketball floor.
Because if you don't make that happen, here's the issue for Nate. Obviously, it's not happening tonight. Both teams are playing at the same time. At least when Nikola came out and walked out the award, Nate was on skates, and he's getting that extra 3-inch bump. Nate ain't going to be on skates. And he's going to have to look up at this giant of a man. And Nate's not a small dude. Nate's 6'1", 215 pounds or something like that.
Big to some of us, small to others of us.
Small to others. It would be a really weird visual of Nate bringing out the MVP trophy, the Kia MVP trophy, and just looking up to Nicole and going, here you go.
Here's your MVP.
It's like a 3-year-old trying to give dad, hey, can I have some more water?
I'm very appreciative of MJ from the Shop Mazda text line reminding that it will also be in Ball Arena tonight, a very emotional Dikembe Mutombo tribute. And there will be, for longtime Denverites and Coloradans, there will be very few dry eyes in that building because of just the surprising nature of Dikembe Mutombo gone far too soon. I think that will be a very, very touching moment and something that I'm gonna be watching.
If you guys are going to the game, make sure your butts are in your seats very, very early. Again, both of your teams you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio. You can also watch both of these teams. You can watch the Avs tonight because they're an Altitude game. Again, Nuggets are national television TNT. You can watch it on the Altitude Plus app that's streaming right now In celebration, our friends over at Bet365 are giving fans a 2-month subscription to Altitude Plus when they sign up for a new account with Bet365.
Raj, real quick, who's going to be the best surprise performer from the Nuggets matchup tonight that we're going to be talking about tomorrow at the show?
Surprise performer. It's got to be Julian Strawther, right? Because you look at this Nuggets team, they don't shoot the 3 ball very well, but Strawther performed in the preseason. And while I don't think they're going to force the 3 ball, like they're not going to look like Boston did 2 nights ago in the season opener, where they're hucking up 73s in a game. That's just not who they are. They're not going to do that. But you have to have someone show up from beyond the arc. I'm not convinced it can be Christian Brown at this point. It would be amazing if he can get consistency from beyond the arc in his game. Because then you look at the KCP loss and you go, all right, we're fine. We don't have to worry about it. Julian Strawther needs to be an assassin from 3. And I think he's your surprise guy.
My surprise guy is Christian Brown, because I think there's been a lot of talk about him not necessarily hemming up that 5th starting spot. And one thing that I've learned about Christian Brown is the brighter the lights, the better he performs. He just has that type of ability because he's a baller. He's a gamer. He's so dang athletic. He's gonna remind a lot of Nuggets fans tonight why he is the best option as the 5th starter.
Give me a surprise performer for the Avs this evening.
I'm going to go with Logan O'Connor finding the back of the net. I'm going to go with him finding the back of the net. It hasn't been, I think he has one point on the season. I know it's not multiple. I'm just I've been waiting for he's done some really good things without the puck, without shooting. I'm looking for him to find some space and be a significant contributor to a win tonight in Utah.
My dude for the Avs this evening is someone who I haven't seen enough on the offensive side of the puck, who is making the same amount of money as Logan O'Connor is over the same amount of years that Logan O'Connor is signed to. I need to see Miles Wood be an offensive force. Like, I don't need you to score 2 tonight, but I need you to be around the net. Like, if there is a scrum in front of the net and you're on the ice, like, Miles Wood has to be close to banging in a rebound. I think that brings the Avs to a completely different level. I mean, 1 point over 7 games, for me, that ain't enough. And at some point, you're going to need other guys step up. Callum Ritchie is now gone, right? If you guys see that news, they're sending back the former first-round pick for the Avs to the Ontario Hockey League. He's not going to get his full 9 games. He only plays 7 this year, but he's going to go play for Oshawa for the rest of the season. Just wasn't ready. So if he's gone...
Where the hell is Oshawa?
Ontario, somewhere.
Oh.
Dude,
I kept hearing Mosier this morning say he's going back to the O.
To the O.
Where the hell's the
to
O,
the Q, to the dub.
Gosh.
Somewhere in Ontario.
Yeah, so
Where's
Logan
Oshawa?
O'Connor, yet 7 games in, 0 points.
He needs something, man.
Tonight's the night.
He drives play really well at his feet. All right, before we get out of here.
Ross Colton, I just want to say this. Ross Colton has been just absolutely carrying that third line, man.
Every time Ross Colton touches the puck, I think he's going to score right now. That's what I was waiting for last year. Like, that's what you signed him away from Tampa Bay to be, is to be the guy that, like, surprises you with some sneaky goaltending or goal-scoring touch. I hope he stays hot.
Roscoe,
all right, before we
baby.
get out of here, man, a couple minutes left. Let's pick some division winners in the NBA. We'll start in the Atlantic Division, where Boston, I think, is the runaway favorite there. Can the 76ers jump up with Paul George? I don't know. Well, Joel Embiid doesn't play basketball, so no, they can't do that. Give me the Celtics.
I've got the New York Knicks. I know it didn't start beautifully, but I got the Knicks. I think it's their time. And don't forget, the Celtics just won it all. They made that long run. It's tough to repeat.
Moving on to the Central, the Bucks, the Cavs, the Pacers, the Pistons, and the Bulls. I'm a fan of Giannis enough to think that he's going to drag the Bulls to the 1 seed. Cleveland's the sneaky one that I think is going to make me regret this, but give me Giannis and the Bucks.
I got Giannis in the Bucks too, period.
Southeast, Charlotte, Orlando, Atlanta, Washington, and the Miami Heat, who lost their first game of the season. Orlando still building young things there, man. I like Paolo Banchero. Give me the Magic.
I got the Atlanta Hawks. They were a tricky team a year ago. Might be a bit of a sleeper season.
Little Trae Young. Pacific, the Lakers, the Suns, the Kings, the Clippers, and the Warriors. Did you see that new arena that Steve Ballmer started out last night with the wall? It's a college basketball stadium. That thing was sweet. I don't actually believe the Clippers are going to win, but just because I saw that and I was enthralled by it, give me the freaking Clippers.
Give me the Kings. I like Sacktown.
Yeah, the Beam, man. It's a good club, good team. I still think KD and the Suns probably have something to say about the Pacific Division, but the Clippers and the Kings are the decision there. Mavericks, who made a surprise run in the playoffs last year, the Spurs, the Rockets, the Grizz, and the Pelicans in the Southwest. I say John Morant plays the full season this year, therefore Memphis wins the Southwest.
I got the Mavericks again. Just Luka Doncic is just such
They're gelling.
Yeah, they score so much.
Old face, new place there. Klay Thompson. If he's healthy, man, and can start shooting lights out from 3 again, watch out. I don't hate that pick from you. All right, and then finally, the Northwest Division, OKC, Utah, Minnesota, Portland, who's going to be maybe the worst team in the league this year, and your Denver Nuggets.
I'm going with OKC, and they can have it. I want the postseason.
OKC is the team. I don't want Denver to push for it. You saw what happened last year, man. They ran out of gas, they got injured, and they didn't have enough to get it done at home in Game 7. OKC wins it. All right, you can hear both those games. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on 950. Tonight you can watch the Avs on Channel 9 and My 20. Nuggets will be on TNT. Tomorrow, all day long, we're giving away Avs tickets on every single one of our shows. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's next.
Hey, opening day. Nuggets opening day. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Did you just get that tingle? Did you get that special tingle on opening night? Any tingles out there? No tingles? Nobody's tingling?
Scotty, is Scotty here?
Scotty, you got a tingle?
Scotty doesn't know.
I don't have a tingle.
Scotty doesn't know.
This is just one of 82.
Yeah, but it's the first one.
I kind of feel that way, generally speaking. But seeing what Boston did against the Knicks in their opener, the way they just freaking dominated, I was like, all right, that's a team that just won a championship that is clearly still motivated. Well, I would love to see the Nuggets come out with motivation like that. I would love to see it.
They got a chip on their shoulder that's hard to replace because their two stars were both snubbed by USA Basketball. Actually, Aaron Gordon was snubbed by USA Basketball too, as it turns out. So I don't know if that puts a little chip on his shoulder. But watching the starting five on Netflix, Tatum is he's in a different world, man. How old is Tatum? 28? Something like that?
I don't even know if he's that old, is he?
You know what's funny about him, man? They were saying, like, he needs to be a bigger jerk, more selfish, more of a.
Which is kind of what they said about Joker.
Yeah, but it turns out.
No, you don't.
Actually, don't.
You don't.
Just as it turns out.
Just go ball. Go get 30 and 13 every night. You'll be fine.
Turns out,
Dude's 26. Goodness.
Tatum's 26?
26.
So he was a 19-year-old rookie then. He must have been.
I was thinking about this today and the big stink that Embiid is making with, coming out, and I'm not going to play him back-to-backs. Now he's going to miss at least the first week of the season. So no back-to-backs. That's 14 games. I'm assuming that's about how many back-to-backs they have. And then you're missing all week this week, so that might be another 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And I saw ESPN get on him yesterday. Is the luster of Joel Embiid with ESPN tarnished a little bit?
You know what? His own fan base is. Yeah. It's not just like people that hate him. His own fan base is flat out fed up right now. And I cannot wait to see how this incredibly vicious investigation the NBA is doing with the Philadelphia 76ers is going to unfold. I mean, what's going to come from that, Scott? You tell me.
Here's what it's going to be. It's going to be a hard talking to excuse me, if he ain't hurt, he better be playing. Because they find some teams last year with guys being set out.
I got a toe.
Well, what you just do, and you know this from the NFL, what you just do is you put him on the injured report every single game.
Correct.
I've seen some fun things recently. Some of the OGs, the old-timers, like Garnett was just – it's 82 games, play them all.
Oh, yeah, we played that. That was good stuff.
Oh, Dan had it beeped out.
If you still got it.
Yeah, we probably does.
If you still got it, that's fun audio right there.
Yeah.
Good for KG, man. Did you see President Obama talking to Halliburton? Pretty interesting about the All-Star game.
No.
He basically just scolded him about the All-Star game, saying, I don't care what you guys do. You're embarrassing the game. It's just like flat out telling an NBA star that's
true, though.
Embarrassing.
It is true.
Yeah, and then Halliburton was like, yeah, Larry Bird came in and told us to try.
Dude, they had
cared.
all the old timers come in before that game talking about how they need to give effort.
It didn't make a difference. I do wonder when you've got, the pure embarrassment and you have, whatever, I'm not getting into politics, but it is President Obama telling you that was embarrassing and I'm not going to watch it anymore. I mean, how does that not have some form of impact on these guys to try? His point, too, is interesting. It's like, it wasn't like, Isaiah and Jordan and Kobe were killing themselves, but they were at least, they figured it out, how to make it so competitive. And the comments were interesting because basically what he said was, you guys figure it out. Forget about all of us trying to figure out ideas and money, because money doesn't mean anything. You guys figure it out. Yeah. For the pride of the game, whatever it is, you guys figure it out. I thought it was pretty cool, man. And, I think he's right, too. There's no rules that we can do to incentivize things.
It ain't changing, though. No, it doesn't matter
well, then cancel,
if it's Obama, if it's MJ, it doesn't matter. It's not changing.
Then cancel the game, then. That was the message. It's not worth anybody's time.
Yeah, it's worth a whole lot of money, though.
Well, it won't be because it'll be just such a ridiculousness. Not trying to get into negatives here on opening night. I'm just kind of pumped. But it was cool to hear the respect of Jokic, though. It is the whole concept that Jokic is overlooked or doesn't get the respect, that is so far past. He gets incredible respect from literally everyone. Now, yes.
But wasn't when like Embiid, when everybody was pushing and the whole agenda of ESPN was to get Embiid in there as the MVP, and they did. And the guy wasn't playing tons of games.
Jokic has aged so much better than Embiid in that. Embiid is kind of a joke.
Hey, I want to go back to All-Star game because I saw this come up on one of my things on Instagram the other day, and so I went and looked it up. It was 2000, so it wasn't even that long ago, 2012. So we're just talking about 13 All-Star games ago come this February. Dwayne Wade and Kobe got into it. Kobe went in for a layup, but Dwayne Wade hard fouled him and broke Kobe's nose. You think we've seen any contact like
no? But there's ways to play that you don't have to be that. I mean, that's to an extreme, right? Or maybe just an accident.
Well, it's probably an accident, but still, you're not giving away. How many layups do they give up every single game?
They literally get out of the way. It's Harlem Globetrotters.
I've always said the two games that I think you could play legitimately, like I don't think you could play a legitimate all-pro football game. I mean, you could, but a lot of the guys, it's a month after the season. A lot of guys haven't even touched a football in a month. They've been in cleats.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're trying to go, okay, play. And no blitzing, no whatever they do. But they're still tackling, but I don't think they try to take guys' heads off like they did.
Believe it or not, there was a time that the NFL
they used to,
yeah.
But same thing with baseball and basketball. When I was a kid, baseball all-star games, dude, they went after each other. You were breaking up double plays. Dudes were you were trying to strike dudes. It was
baseball still.
Well, I don't know how you could try to lessen baseball.
It's the closest one.
It is the closest one. They outlawed sliding into guys anyways. It's just not part of the sport period anymore, so you can't do it. However, they play baseball. You can do
it if you stay on the bag.
I don't know how you can make the game any slower anyways. I mean, it's the same game. Like, what are you risking playing baseball? Seriously, what are you risking?
Have you not watched baseball in the past year?
No.
I agree that the shot clock has changed.
Just say no.
It's dramatically.
No, I know it has, but I'm not talking about like I meant more just like visually looking at it. It takes time. It's slow pace. You'll go 4 minutes without anything happening in the game.
All right. I mean, I think they've improved baseball dramatically.
But did you see
the All-Star games? All right.
Pete Rose documentary?
Yes.
And a lot of it was about Pete Rose person. But did you see some of the highlights when they were playing?
I had it. I saw it. It's legendary, the All-Star game, him blowing up that catcher. And, I know guys used to take
Ray
guys.
Fosse.
For a short little guy, man, he was a feisty son of a gun.
Yeah, because he had no governor. He was all out all the time. It was impressive. He loved baseball. Guy loved to compete. He would have been a good football. He probably was a good football player. But
he played football in high school.
Well,
right?
That doesn't surprise me. I'm sure he was real good. He was a great athlete. Incredible eye-hand coordination. Hit leader, not in the Hall of Fame. Stupid. Dumb. And now what? He's dead. Now what? Now what?
Now they'll let him.
Now he makes it.
I bet.
So stupid.
No dumb question. Is Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame within the next 2 years?
Nah, not that
probably
quick.
Probably not.
Not 2?
It might even take another what's a generation of voters? Like it might take a whole new cycle of voters to get in.
Yeah.
You got a whole lot of Hall of Famers, and I know they're old-timer guys, and they're saying he should be in.
I know, but the voters that have been stuck in the mud for the last 20 years, they're still there.
Here's what'll happen. The TikTok generation of 20-somethings will eventually take over this world, and Pete Rose and all the steroid guys will be in, and the Menendez brothers will be out.
Which may happen today.
Oh, is that going on today?
Today, yeah.
Oh, is that? Oh, I was just kind of joking. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that may happen today.
Have you followed what's going on with that?
No.
It's TikTok. TikTok. It's 20-somethings TikTok, more sensitive to child abuse for male, sexual abuse, that sort of thing. But it's been this crazy wave in support of these guys who took shotguns and blew their parents' heads off.
I literally know nothing about their story.
Well, they took shotguns and blew their parents' heads off. So start from there.
And then hid it for a while, right? And
they're the victims.
And they start crying. Oh, now it is. But with
this
generation of TikTokers are saying they're the victims.
I do think they were sexually abused. I do. But I don't know if that. I don't think that gives you the right to go blow your parents' head off with shotguns. I think it's horrible. But I don't think, you blow your parents' heads off with shotguns, you go to jail forever.
Yeah, period.
That's I feel bad for you with the sexual abuse.
Yeah,
That's horrible. There are legal ways to take care of that. You were 21 and 18 years old. You were adults.
Wasn't there stories about those two were a thing?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
There's rumors that might have been the case. Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's a
By the way,
it's a story.
there's a big appeal coming up. Right, was coming up today, I think.
Another one.
Are they in the same jail?
Yeah, they are now. They weren't for a long time, but they won. They fought for years to get put in the same prison. And about 10 years ago, they've been in jail for over 30 plus years. But they recently, past 10 years, they've been in the same jail. But they were separated for like 20 years. Hey, I watched the Netflix thing. What can I tell you? And then I got into some wormholes. You know how that goes. So my knowledge of the Menendez case is actually
way too deep, right?
It's pretty good.
Did you go on Channel 9 and break that down at all for them?
I wanted to, and if Erica Lopez wanted to talk to me about it, I was ready to go.
You were right there, had some schooling.
I was more focused on the Avs being on 9 News tonight.
Well, those are called Avs.
That's a pretty cool deal.
The Avs being on 9 News on Thursday night in prime time.
We got the app out. We got them on 9 News. I mean,
think about what Thursdays used to be on NBC.
Well, they owned it forever, since the 80s.
I mean, it's wild. I think it's incredible. I think it's awesome. So that is tonight.
Wasn't ER, was that NBC?
ER was a Thursday night. Yep.
Hill Street Blues
Keep
going way back.
Saying Elsewhere, we want to go way back.
All
the shows.
Cheers was on that.
Sure. Frasier.
MASH was CBS.
The Office.
The Office was a big one on Thursdays on NBC.
They used to, that was the day. And
I couldn't tell you what's on network TV now, aside from Survivor and The Summit. We are into The Summit show. It's so stupid. I am really embarrassed that I'm watching that show.
Is it your wife or is it you just being a good husband?
I'm too deep into it to forget it now. I got to watch the whole stupid thing. I got to watch a bunch of fat people try to climb to the top of a mountain now.
Do you know my daughter's last job in Hollywood was as talent coordinator for Survivor?
Is that right?
That's pretty... Really?
Yeah. At 23.
I would not want to go on that show.
So she's the one that books the hotels that they go secretly stay in.
She was the one that went through all the thousands and thousands and thousands of tapes.
That's pretty cool.
And picked out a handful and then brought it to the main guy and said, here. And he would come back and say, that's great. Or I need a dozen more. And then he'd go back to
another one show I always wanted to do. I wanted to do The Amazing Race. That show was pretty dang cool for a while.
Yeah.
That's got to be still rolling also, isn't it?
They decided to make The Amazing Race in the spring and air The Summit in the fall. Usually The Amazing Race was fall and spring right back to back with Survivor, but they bumped The Amazing Race back. The Amazing Race ain't what it used to be. It's still pretty cool.
I was
but
talking
it's not
about
what
it.
it
So I had a
used to be.
teammate named Chester Pitts in Seattle, and we were both obsessed with The Amazing Race.
You guys
and
would've been
we're like, we should do this. Like I bet we could actually get into it, right? Well, we kind of were joking about it. Well, lo and behold, Chester gets on the show with Ephraim.
That's right.
He played here
Yes.
in Denver. What was his name? Ephraim something.
Salam, yeah.
Those two end up getting on The
They
Amazing Race.
did.
And Chester and I were talking about it years beforehand.
Did you call him and say, yo, dog?
I was like, hey, man, you turned your back on me. What the heck?
They did great. I remember them on the show. They did really well.
Yeah.
I think they made it to like the final 3 or something. Like they did, well, I think. But they've had ex-pro athletes on they had a big basketball guy on. Gosh darn it. But they've had pro athletes on the show.
I always wanted to do that one race that still goes on. I saw it on Nat Geo initially.
Oh, yeah,
where they track about 3,000 miles.
You don't want to do that.
No, when I was younger.
Okay.
I think with those, but is that like the ultimate endurance
That's
race?
how Survive. That's the enduro race, or it's called something like that. It's a sick race.
It's unbelievable.
It's like teams of 2 or 3, and you like kayak, and then you run. Then you
mountain
hike,
climb, you hike, and it's 24 hours a day you're rolling.
But that's where the producer of Survivor came from. What's his face? Whatever his name is. That's where
Jeff something, right?
No, shoot. It's the producer. It's the same guy who did Trump and The Apprentice. Same dude. Same producer. That's where that came from. But that's where it started. That's the beginnings of it. That show would suck. You would really have to do that stuff. You really have to go like 1,000 miles through the jungle.
But when I was younger and after I retired from basketball, and he'll tell you from football, you're looking for major challenge.
Oh, big time.
What you can do. And I always thought that would be the coolest thing in the world to do that.
That's how I lost weight so easily.
Mark Burnett.
Mark Burnett. You lost what?
No, I'm being serious. That's how I lost weight so easily because I just needed a new challenge. I was like, all right, that's it, right? And then when you lose the weight, you're like, all right, well, what now?
And that's why the Nuggets will beat the Thunder tonight. Glad we got to all that. It's opening night. You got to chill? You got a little...
Channel 9 is on it in
hockey.
In net?
I'm sorry, what?
Is on it and still in net today?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think so.
Riding the hot hand.
I believe so.
Do you not take him out until he just blows up?
I mean, Bednar already said he was going to ride the hot hand.
They got a back-to-back coming up. They play Sunday and Monday. So I would play him tonight and Sunday. And then I'd play Georgiev on Monday, and he's my backup goalie. That's what I'd do. I don't even think about it. There's nothing to think about. And then you got Capo Kakkonen.
But what would you do with Russell Wilson?
I'd keep playing him. They won. You just got to keep going. You got to keep going. Yeah. Nothing but success for Russ. I wish him nothing but the just.
Why
success.
do you look at me when you say this?
Because you're the Russ Wilson apologist. You're our guy.
I'm not an apologist.
You're the wonk
I'm
for
the
Russell
Wilson realist.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Yeah, man, we got lots of games on tonight. You got the Avs on 9 News. How about that? You got the Nuggets on TNT a little bit later on. You got sports. Hey, Syracuse Orange. They're playing tonight against Pittsburgh, 5:30. Anybody care? No. All right, listen, go to Old Chicago, though. You can watch whatever game you want. And then you got the three-fer. This is incredible. 3 of your favorites for only $10.99 anytime. Cheesy scratch-made pizza and calzones, signature burger or spaghetti with sausage, then add salad and a decadent dessert. I'm telling you, it's a hell of a deal. For $10.99, a 3-course meal for under $11. Nice. Get exactly what you want. And at Old Chicago, founded in Boulder in 1976, they've got 110 local and legendary beers on tap, ready for your perusal. Thursday night, make it a great night with my friends from Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. All right, we got some. There is a couple of Avs notes here. Go through with you guys. So the Avs have loaned Capo Kakkonen to the Eagles for conditioning work. So he's not. Oh wow, sun's out, guns out, huh?
Well, it was 27 degrees when I left the house today.
Dude. Scotty is the most jacked old dude I know.
You are, yeah man. It's
sexy.
I mean, those like the shoulders, the biceps, you got it all, man.
Yeah, you're a little intimidating every now and then.
I mean, even
I'm trying to be what's his name
even the tattoos. Even the tattoos. How many years ago you get those things?
Kind of badass.
I need some lotion on them.
I mean, they're still looking solid though. I mean, a little bit faded, but
I can brighten them up.
Yeah, you'd be fine.
You're gonna put Purell on it.
You'd be all right at Sturgis right there, my friend. No doubt about it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be messing with you. That's for damn sure. Yeah.
Well, you see my Band-Aid? Got my
flu shot.
Flu shot and a tetanus.
There you go. Tetanus.
Tetanus will get you.
Step on a nail?
No, it just every 10 years.
You got to get it, D-Mac.
Every 10 years.
Come on.
All right. Okay. I might be overdue on the tetanus shot. Though.
Well, I know that because my daughter's 10 years old, and you had to have it before they let you in the hospital.
Okay.
Basically.
All right. Sorry to get distracted by your.
Gained 10 pounds in the last month, though.
You did?
Yeah.
Pure muscle, baby.
No.
Can't tell.
Peanut butter M&Ms, and popcorn, and laying in bed watching Christmas movies.
Just take some walks, man. Get that done. It's diet more than anything, actually.
It's all diet.
Man.
My diet's gone to crap.
All right. Well,
I gotta get back on the road where I can just drink tons of water. And
so you're better on the road?
Last year I was.
That's so funny because the vast majority of your altitude brethren are terrible on the road. Like I saw our boy Connor McGay, who we love, and he slimmed down. Like he looks good, but he knows. He goes, yeah, well, it's all coming back once I get on the road. Our pal Mosier, you think he works out when he's on the road?
I think it would be better for Mosier on the road too, because he's not going to 7-Eleven and eating burritos every night at 11.
Worse, man. It's a life of Carl's Jr. and dreams.
Man, you just got to stay away from the bread and the stuff like that, which I love.
Carl's Jr. and longer belts is like the future for Mosier.
What do you do when you get too big for your pants? Get larger pants.
You know the crazy one is Marlo, man. Has Marlo gained a pound since he was like 25 years old?
He works out a lot.
I believe it.
He works out a lot. He goes to gym every time we get in every day and does 30, 45 minutes on the treadmill. And,
I believe it.
He started doing push-ups and stuff like that lately too.
All right. Anyways, as Kakkonen.
We almost made it 2 full segments without talking about anything.
We'll get there. It's today's that day. But we're excited about the
Nuggets. I'm just saying, we might as well go for it.
Oh, we could do the whole show like that.
Oh, I've got like 3 stories, and then
we're good. The craziest story though is
you want to tell the theater story?
Well, I've told that before.
We'll get there, maybe.
That's where it's worth coming back to.
The craziest story is this Cal Ritchie story. NHL has some of the
dumbest rules.
So Cal Ritchie is a prodigy. Okay, but he's only 19, so he's not maybe quite ready every day in the NHL. But this dude's already scored a goal
in the NHL. Play.
Yeah, he's not a small dude either. Cal Ritchie's a bigger young guy, okay? They sent him down because they don't really have a choice. They can't send him to the Eagles because of his age. So he has to go back to junior hockey.
What are the rules? Because I have no clue.
I'm telling you what the rules are.
No, I'm asking like the age thing for the Eagles. What does that mean?
I don't know. It's like however old you are, whatever you're, Dan, if you know the specifics of the rules, I'm just telling you what the deal is.
The AHL won't take anybody under 19 or 19 and younger or something.
Okay. Whatever the rules are. He's not allowed to play for the Eagles, which means he can't come back and forth, which means now that they have sent him, Dan, if you got this right, I'm sort of leaning on you here because the rule's so stupid. I can't believe it's a real rule. Once they send him, the only place they can send him is back to juniors where he's going to score like 372 goals.
So every league more or less has got this rule.
What?
Yeah, but they do. The NFL,
what are you talking about?
The NFL, you can't play till 3 years into college, okay? NBA had the one and done, right? So this is just the NHL's version of not allowing younger kids to play.
He's already played for
You're right. All right.
What are you talking about?
Well, I did mess that up. So why would you be able to play in the NHL but not for the Eagles?
I literally am saying that right now.
I got it.
Because
relax.
Because the AHL has stupid. It's the AHL that's screwing it up. Because he should be playing up at Budweiser Event Center. And when you need him, you can bring him back up.
Right.
But he's playing.
It gets dumber.
But when you
it
go,
gets dumber.
Yeah.
Now that you put him juniors, he's not allowed to come back this year to the NHL.
Because
I know.
Because the juniors don't want guys. They don't want to be the minor league thing that goes back and forth and back and forth. He scored what he scored last year in juniors, like 100. Seriously, like 167
They're trying to
points.
protect their own players.
Yeah, they're trying to protect.
They don't
protect
want
their
to
league.
lose their own guys.
But he scored seriously. Like Dan said the other day, McCarr and McKinnon are on pace to score 160 some points or whatever. Well, this kid did in juniors last year.
So stupid. It's so ridiculously stupid. So Cal Ritchie's done for the year with the Avalanche, despite the fact he's scored in an NHL game. And he's too good for juniors. So he's in this very weird, like, I don't know where to go world.
Well, I mean, all the minor league players the Avalanche have been carrying this year, you couldn't find space for him?
Trust me, I gotcha. Like, I don't know why they sent him down. I guess he's not quite ready. I don't know. I mean, Lekkonen's skating around now. He's close to coming back. He'll be back within a week or so, I think. You know, hey, Val's coming back. He's working out. He's here. He'll be back soon too.
Well, Kyle Ritchie's already played in 7 games.
I got it. This is the stupidest. This is the dumbest rule I think I've ever seen in pro sports. It makes zero sense. Why can't he just go back and forth with the Eagles now that he's been up with the big club? And he goes down there and he's not allowed to come back? Like he can't. So I get it. The juniors can't. They don't want to be a minor league system.
But I don't. This is a relationship problem, as I understand. If somebody else out there knows better, Texas. But this is a relationship problem the NHL and AHL has.
Right.
Where if you're drafting kids out of high school or juniors, you should be able to, if you got a minor league affiliate, play them there whenever you need it. And I understand juniors are saying, listen, we don't want to be that minor league system that you go up and down and up and down. We're trying to win our divisions too. So once you send him back, you're done, until postseason maybe.
So stupid.
It
Anyways,
is. But I think this is more, and Dan, you can help me out here. I think this is more on the AHL than the NHL.
It's the juniors agreement they had with the NHL to where they're not stealing. The AHL is not stealing junior players, so they go play in the AHL. It's a way to keep the junior league's top talent there for the duration of the season.
And I understand, and that's fine. But why won't the AHL take a 19-year-old kid that was drafted, scored as DMAC said in the NHL game as a quality player, could really go against? And listen, these guys in the AHL. Some of them may never make it to the NHL, but some have.
Sure.
Some are. This
Loads
would be
are.
a great growing ground for the kid.
Agreed.
And he can't play there because of his age? That's a dumb rule by the AHL.
That's so stupid.
Maybe get McFarland on and ask him sometime how that rule works out like that. Why is it
Who would even
stupid?
think of it? I mean, who would? Whatever. Hockey.
But guess what? You're going to be able to watch hockey on 9.
The real question is, why does the AHL give a rat's you-know-what about juniors? Why? Like, because they're really just bending over for them. That's
idea.
it. They don't have to do that.
No idea. Yeah, actually, the game is on 9 News, and I see this on the Shop Mazda text line. When will the streaming Altitude app be available to watch the Avs?
Right now.
Right now. Right now. Go and get it. So it's actually kind of a big day. You got 9 News with the Avs. The app is out. Nuggets are playing TNT. So, I mean, if you got basic cable, you can see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been many, many, many years, and this is as visible as these teams have been in a long, long time. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes to get it to this point. So,
well, we said it before.
It's a good day.
Steve Smith and
you don't remember his name?
Yeah, I'm like that right now. Starts with an M.
Kevin Demoff?
Kevin Demoff, yeah. Demoff. But and I'm being very serious. Those two guys, they've done more in 6 months than the previous. And they said, well, don't besmirch some other guys. Well, the other guys are stupid. Let's be honest. Because these two guys come in here.
How much money those other guys pay you over the years?
Well, they pay me a lot of money, and I did a good job for them, and I earned every single cent I got for them. But listen,
there you go.
Go ask the Avs fans and the Nuggets fans how good a job they did for them. These two guys that came in now, and this may not be the most perfect situation, but these two guys got stuff done in 6 months.
It's
not 5 years.
Yeah, it's not. I don't even know what people mean by like free. Like, what's free? Like, nothing's free. But well, actually, tonight you can watch the Avs. You put rabbit ears on that TV, I suppose. Channel 9's still just free, I guess. TV.
Over the air.
Yeah. But it's as viewable as the teams have been in
5.5 years.
5 years. So that's cool, man.
And these guys been on job 6 months. So don't tell me them guys haven't done a good job.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So tough stretch, kind of over. There's more work to be done. But you want to watch the Avs? They're on 9 News. You want to watch the Nuggets tonight? They're on TNT. You want to watch it whenever you want to watch it? You get the Altitude Plus app, and there you go. So
I downloaded mine.
You guys see the
last night before last.
Just thinking about NBA opening games. Did you guys see any of the Clippers game?
I haven't. Dan was telling me the highlights are crazy because the arena is next level.
It's insane. It's actually the coolest innovation we've seen in like sports arenas probably the last 30 years.
What blew you away?
Oh, the wall. It's called the wall that they built in the Clippers arena, where it basically goes straight vertical. You can only get in there if you are wearing Clippers gear. You have to have a specific season pass to get in there, so no opponents' fans are allowed. It's a straight up vertical wall that creates the most distracting thing you've ever seen.
Seats. It almost looks like a Kevin.
Kevin Durant missed 2. Booker missed 1. And they both said after the game that it absolutely affected them.
That's pretty cool. What a great innovation. And my kid went to Arizona State as part of the curtain of distraction. I mean, it's just like
it's got.
You ever see that thing there in Arizona
It's got
State?
a college student section vibe. That's
what it looks
exactly
like.
What it
that
feels
on what
like.
Dan just put up there.
Yeah, that's what ASU did. They do a good job with that. They do goofy things and try to distract them, and it's only that's where the student section is too at ASU. It's like you only can sit there if you're in the student section at ASU games.
Weird ass Ballmer did something right.
Is the wall on both sides?
No,
or just
no.
one
It's
side?
just one. It's just
so
one.
it's wherever the opposing team will shoot in the fourth quarter. I assume.
You know what? I think he's a nutty owner, but he's been doing it so long. I got to believe that passion is real.
He comes across as likable.
I
at least
think
last
he cares.
night.
I think he definitely cares.
He was like Vince McMahon last night.
That's a good use of billions of
Dude,
dollars.
it's cool. I'm telling you.
Look at that board, though.
Okay.
Look at that board. God, when did the Nuggets go to Clippers?
It was a $2 billion arena.
That is a damn good idea, man. The wall.
It goes straight up. It almost looks dangerous to sit in.
And you almost make it like Coors Field thing, so it's kind of like a special seating. You want to kind of get in there, right?
Yeah, it's like a PSL deal. Like it's exactly.
Dan has a toilet story for everybody about this arena. Yes, Dan?
Well, Steve Ballmer talked about how I think of all the NHL/NBA arenas, they have the most toilets of any arena because Ballmer said he doesn't want fans waiting in line at the bathroom. He wants them to go use the restroom, get back to your seats as quickly as possible.
Wouldn't that be amazing if you just go to the bathroom right in your seat? Like, just hit a button.
Like, what if you're in like a movie theater?
Oh, I've done that.
That's not what I meant.
Hey, you see Jesse sent us the P-wall pictures
I saw
from the Air Force Academy.
I can't believe that's really a thing.
Oh,
that looks.
They're the greatest things in the world.
I don't think that's a great thing. It looks disgusting.
No, it's amazing. You literally don't have to hold it. You go fire hose. Just let it go.
I know. The splashback from others' urine must be remarkable on that bad boy.
It's all sterile.
They have water trickled down.
I got it. But, like, just, you line up 9 guys on that thing. You're definitely getting some on your shoe.
All right, so the Nuggets will be in the Clippers December 1st.
All right. Well, you can report from the wall.
I can tell you how the wall is.
That's be awesome. We're giving away tickets to the Avs game against the Blackhawks all day on the air tomorrow, and we will be at Joe Willie's on Broadway for that. Stay tuned for your chance to win. If you want to go to Sunday's game against Ottawa, Take advantage of the Avs family pack and get a ticket package including a ticket, a meal, and a soda. Fully customizable to fit the size of your family. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/family pack. Don't forget, all day tomorrow, your chance to win Avs tickets right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A member of the Broncos said something that citizens of Colorado should be embarrassed by if you haven't done what he did. Details next.
Hey, if you want to buy a car and have a great experience, go to Phil Long Ford. I know everybody looks forward to getting a new vehicle, but you probably dread the experience of buying that new vehicle. It used to take all day. You used to have to haggle. It doesn't have to be that way. Go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to build a long-term relationship. You're going to trust these guys. You're going to continue to buy vehicles. It's a different car dealership. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, they've got cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all for as far as you can see. So I'm talking about one-stop shopping where you will get the best price. Phil Long Ford is the best dealership in Colorado, the only dealership that I've dealt with since my rookie year in the NFL. With an award-winning service department, keep your vehicle serviced there, and you're going to love that ride for a long, long time. Check them out online. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them at phillongdenver.com.
they're a good bunch. They keep everything in front of you. They don't give up a whole lot of explosive plays. They tackle well. They do a good job of rushing the passer. Obviously they got some key contributors over there that are really good players in the league, and so got to be wary of those guys, and then make sure that we continue to do what we do and run the ball efficiently, do well on third downs, do better on third downs, because we haven't been very good in that area all year. But I think it just starts with early down production and then moving from there.
That's Bo Nix lying about the Panthers. God, I did some more digging into them, Tyler. Oh my God. I know we've talked about how bad they are, but whew, Lord Almighty.
It's rough, man. Rough go. But they get paid too.
They get paid too. I mean, I do understand they would beat the hell out of Ohio State or whatever. I mean, I get that, but I don't know.
Hey,
it's about as bad as I've seen.
I think the Broncos are going to roll on him like everybody else does. There's, like Scott said the other day, the biggest thing to be worried about is the fact that we aren't worried about him. And that's when bad things happen. So as an organization, they dang sure can't have the same philosophy that we do. But I'll say this for Bo Nix. He got by last week. He got by. And he didn't do anything bad. He didn't do anything good. He got by.
Yeah, Sean Payton had actually a very realistic thing about him. He said, we've got to get better on third down. And that's fair criticism.
So, but my point is, you'll have 2 games in a row of games that should be laser shows, right? You predicted a laser show for about 4 straight weeks, but last week and this week is 2 games in a row that you've got a fantastic opportunity at it. I don't want them to get away from running the ball because that's what's going to give them success in the long term. But I do want Bo Nix to finally have a laser show. So can you go do it?
I don't think it's going to be. I'm not even predicting it, nor do I think it's going to happen because Carolina is so bad at run defense. Every NFL team.
Yeah, but that makes it better. That makes it easier.
It could set up play action better, I suppose.
Exactly.
You could have some big plays, but I am not predicting a laser show, but I am predicting a blowout.
Here's a funny thing. I'm meaning to ask you this, Tyler. The play action, and if you got me, and it's really working, means your running game's probably really working also, right? Guys are committing on the fake to sit there. Oh, we got to stop the run. But the adjustment for a young quarterback is they got to get used to turning their back to the defense, and trusting when they turn back around, they can pick up what they need to pick up, right?
Yeah, there's run action and then there's play action, and those are technically 2 different things. Run action, you can keep your face to the line of scrimmage. You can do it out of run action. You can do out of shotgun, right? So like all that means is I've got a back to my right, and he's going to cross face me as he releases, whatever, right? But it's not a hard sell. The offensive line is not in run mode, but it's just a run action. Play action though is when the offensive line, now we're getting aggressive. Now we want everybody to think we're running the ball, and the quarterback is going to turn his back to the line of scrimmage. That is when you get your home run plays. It's not off of 7 steps. It's not off of 5 steps. It's off of play action passes. So for Bo, though, what you could do for him as he's still trying to get comfortable with it, use more run action. But maybe not as much hard play action, but use the run action, do it off RPO, zone reads. I think he felt really comfortable last week with a couple of the called zone reads. So now mix in some of the RPO stuff, and it'll be more of a college-like feel.
All right. I think he's going to do fine, but I'm not predicting a laser show, nor do I really need to see it. They'll just work them. They'll be 5-3, and we'll go from there. Do you really need to see a laser show? Do you need like? Here's what I need.
Last week at this time, 1 week ago today, you're going, boy, this is going to be a laser show, too. And now,
yes, I do, because I said by the time the season's all said and done, I need 2 to 3 games that you look special, and we haven't had one yet. Even the Tampa game was not a special game. So my hot take yesterday was that Bo Nix at some point has to actually look better than Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels, because Sean Payton put his career on the line with this guy saying I can win a championship, right?
Do you think he hits Lucas Kroll on that pass that he missed on the first pass of the game 9 out of 10 times?
Yeah.
Okay. Then he's going to hit passes like that. They're going to be open, and I guess that's the laser show. Because
wait, I misunderstood the question. Is he going to miss that pass 9 out of 10 times?
No.
You said yes. And you went, yeah, he's going to start in.
So wait, I'm sorry. Did I miss my own statement? You think, did I say it wrong? Maybe I said it wrong.
Is he going to miss that pass 9, 10 times? And Tyler said, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is he going to make that pass? Did I say miss?
Yeah.
Yes, he will probably make the pass.
Okay.
9 out of 10?
7.
Statistically, right now, it says 4.
That's right.
Okay, so what do you think out of 10?
Actually, well, you know what? You don't ignore evidence. I mean, the evidence that you've got right now is that no, he would not complete it 9 out of 10 times.
What do you think in the future moving forward?
Well, in the CFL, I think, in when he's 29, I think he'll probably hit it 7 or 8 out of 10.
Yeah. Okay. You guys, man.
I mean, you should hit that past 10 out of 10. So
okay. So the laser show will be upon us because that pass was really, literally that easy. He's going to make it.
No, now you're redefining what you predicted as a laser show because now you're watering it down because even you don't think it's going to come. But that is not a definition of a laser show.
I think he's going to hit
what you got to do.
He's going to hit that pass more times than he misses it, much more. And that's going to be a 40, 50-yard gain if he thinks it to Lucas Kroll. Or if he overshoots it to Troy Franklin, either way. Either way, that's a big gain. The fact that he could place it in between the two dudes.
Pretty talented.
That was amazing.
I bet he's a hell of a bags player.
The thing that they're terrible at, like
Stay on
Sean
the board.
Payton talked about, was third down. That's a bigger deal. And that's not, listen, that's a big deal for a quarterback too. Third down, red zone, and, turnovers, right? He's great with the turnovers. He's not committing too many turnovers. Third down is terrible.
Sacked.
Red zone's pretty good. It's okay. There's so much room for improvement here, and while they're growing, they're winning too. But people still want to bitch about Bo Nix, man. It's wild.
No, I just want when it's all said and done. I need a few games that make me feel like we got something special.
Let me play a little Cody Barton for you. This is pretty funny. Oh, laser? Oh, Dan's giving me access now.
He's giving you new ones too.
And I can do it without even looking at it. Look at
See,
him.
it's gonna, you keep hitting that button, it's gonna fire you up that you're gonna start calling for the laser show.
There you go.
This is a pretty funny comment.
That makes me want to call for it.
They had a little bit of a mini buy. So this is what Barton said him and his wife did.
The long week was good. We stayed here. Me and my wife stayed here. It was her birthday, so we went up to Vail. It was kind of cool. A little bougie, but it was cool. I'm an outdoor guy, though, so we were hiking.
Did you hear what he said about Vail?
It was fun.
Did you hear what he said about Vail?
It was cool.
No, the specific word. Here, listen again.
The long week was good. We stayed here. Me and my wife stayed here. It was her birthday, so we went up to Vail. It was kind of cool. A little bougie, but it was cool. I'm an outdoor guy, though. So
I laughed at that because I don't know how many times these athletes actually visit other places in Colorado. And that's a dude like just, hey, Vail, kind of bougie. Oh, wow. Really?
Really?
Wow.
We're just used to it.
You're kidding me. Really? Vail is.
That's just Vail.
You heard all the muggles laughing.
I want to know what was going on in the background there. Was somebody
He was playing, lasers were going
All
on.
right,
Yeah.
here's what's crazy. How many people from Colorado have never been to Vail? Period.
Vic Lombardi?
Isn't that crazy?
He really hasn't.
He claims
It's
he's never been to the mountains.
It's hard for me to believe. Like our guy KJ, I don't think has ever been west of Idaho Springs.
Well, why would you go to Idaho Springs? Like if you
Bojo's.
That's actually a really good question. Like
A mining
why,
tour?
If he hasn't been west of
He had to go
Idaho
to
Springs,
Bojo's
why would he
once,
have
right?
gone to Idaho Springs?
Well, hold on. Has anybody who's ever been from Colorado not eaten at Bojo's in Idaho Springs at least
Dude,
once?
I think if we put it out there,
There's Bojo's right across the street.
I think you would find a shocking amount of people who lived here their whole life have never been like to Vail.
Really?
It blows me away.
And I'm not a skier, but really.
I just found it funny when he goes, hey, Vail, kind of bougie. I'm like, oh, gee.
Go to Aspen. Next year we're going to Aspen.
But I guess you must have known a lot of guys who just didn't go anywhere. They just stayed around. Both of you guys, you probably play with a million different dudes that just didn't explore the state or whatever. It's not like Vail isn't on the other side of the moon. It's 2 hours away, no traffic.
Right.
And there's no traffic this time of year. This is actually an amazing time to go up to those places.
But hold on. And Nate, you probably rode with your parents a million times, and you lived up in Steamboat, right?
Mhm, yeah.
Can you? And I can remember the first time you ever go up there and you go through Eisenhower. It's a little trippy now.
Yeah, especially when you hold your breath.
Yeah, you go. Well, you try, right?
Yeah.
But you go through there that Eisenhower that first time, then you come around that corner, and then you feel like you're going straight downhill.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Don't you have to? I can't believe Vic's not. I really have a hard time believing that.
He's never grilled his own steak at the Minturn Country Club.
Oh.
Right.
Minturn Country Club.
Do that now.
Wow. Well, that's outside of Vail.
Yeah, past Vail.
It is past Vail. It's
Never been to that.
Oh, it's Minturn's
Minturn,
a
Colorado.
super cool little town. It's past Vail. It's right along the river, and it's
between Vail and Edwards.
Yeah, kind of. Is it that far?
Maybe.
I think it's closer.
Maybe just past Edwards.
Yeah. Boy, I'm not sure where Edwards fits into it, but Minturn's this little town. It's the trailhead for Mount of the Holy Cross, or the most common approach to Mount of the Holy Cross, which is the 14er near Vail, y'all, which is an amazing camping trip. Or if you're in really good shape, you can do it one day. But you got to go up 1,000, then down 1,000,
you go
then
the
up
night before
3,000.
and camp.
That's what you should do. And
Camp the night before.
There's an awesome river along the way there.
I will say, Colorado native, I'd been to Red Rocks many times, but the first time I went to a concert at Red Rocks was when I was like 25.
That's pretty amazing, but at least you would. That's a good one. What Colorado thing, as somebody who lives here in Colorado, just to admit it, you haven't done that you should have done?
I think we lead off no dumb questions.
What have
I got one.
What have you done? What have you not done that, in all honesty, you should have done?
Sand dunes. I've never done that one either.
I haven't done that one either. My son just did that this year. Is it worth it?
My sister just took her kids. They had a blast.
Really? My son said
you get to like snowboard down the sand and stuff.
Yeah, my son said he had a good time too, but I don't.
There's a lot of biking around there too, isn't there?
I don't quite get the sand dunes. I don't know if I'm going to
They're
make.
in the middle of a mountain, cold ass city or
You
state,
get to
and
ski
there's
on
these
sand more or
dunes.
less. It's pretty cool.
I have not done that. Would you put that in like you?
Well, it's a national monument.
I
now,
gotcha.
isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you're
definitely
right.
like I actually feel bad as a native that I've never been there.
You ever been to the Four Corners?
Yes, I have done that.
One time.
I've put a hand and a foot in each one.
Yeah, you realize it's not even close to the real Four Corners,
Well,
right?
it's close, but it's not. That ain't the real Four Corners. But,
I know.
But you know how they measured that back in the day, right? It was with 2 sticks and a chain.
Is that right?
That's how the old surveying was done.
All right, we're looking at the ski. I've never skied. Sand dunes. That's pretty cool. All right, I have not done the dunes. Hasn't gone to Casa Bonita.
Well, you get a chance now.
All right, the Rapids start their playoff run against the LA Galaxy with Game 1 of a 3-game series on Saturday night. Tune in to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you can purchase tickets to the second game of the series next Friday night at coloradorapids.com/tickets. Right now, we will have Reggie Cannon on with us in about 25 minutes of the Rapids as they go to the playoffs. It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on, C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Dealing with erectile dysfunction stinks. Who wants to deal with this? Guys in their 50s, 60s, worst, even in the 30s. All right, enough. ED is simply a medical condition like any other, and for most men, it's fully treatable. It means you can get your sex life back. Get back the ability to enjoy intimacy without the anxiety that affects so many men who have ED with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. So listen, schedule that consult. The initial visit's $99, a medical consult, T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. So hit them up today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We're getting plenty of people about like what they haven't done here in Colorado. I'm 43-year-old native and just went to my first concert of Red Rocks this past Sunday. That's pretty funny, man.
Yeah. But I bet you'd been to Red Rocks a bunch.
All right.
That was me. I used to go there and work out all the time.
But you had never been to a show? Or
No,
it took you a while?
I'd done Easter there.
That looks pretty cool.
Yeah. I like this guy. Where'd it go? Sam. Sam says he's never been arrested on Colfax yet.
Well, that's the Denny Nagel rule.
I was just saying, was that Denny wrote it?
That was Denny, man. Dude, you want to talk about one of the more infamous Colorado sports stories of all time. Denny getting busted with the most skankiest prostitute of all time coming back from a game. I mean, this was like, Denny, what are you thinking? And Denny had a Jennifer, gorgeous wife. I don't know what that dude's problem was, man. That was, and the cop recognized the prostitute.
Hey, Betty.
It was like that. It was like that. It was just like that. Ended his major league career, but he got all the money.
Probably ended the marriage, too.
It did. It did, actually.
So he didn't get all the money.
Right. They had a okay. I don't need to go into it, but that was a crazy story. Never been on the Georgetown Loop train.
Oh, I've done that. You guys done that?
I have. It's not great.
But have you done it?
The big one or the little one?
Have you done it on Christmas Eve?
I've not done it on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah. You do the Polar Express. It's pretty cool, man.
If
you got kids, go do that train on Christmas Eve. It's amazing.
I think for kids.
It doesn't have to be Christmas Eve. You do it for like a month leading up to it.
Dude, that is such an awesome time killer with kids, though, because you got to drive to Georgetown. Well, there's an hour, right? Then you got to wait around for the stupid train. Then you got Silver Plume.
Now, I will tell you, the most pointless thing to ever do in Colorado is to walk across that bridge. There is nowhere to go. You guys realize that bridge is a bridge to nowhere?
What bridge are you talking about?
The Georgetown Bridge. Not Georgetown. The
Royal Gorge?
Royal Gorge.
Oh, the Royal Gorge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've done that.
And you know what?
pretty
I
funny.
just got those mixed up because I've done both. Because Georgetown does the Christmas one, but so does the Royal Gorge. That was the one I was thinking of. Did that last year. The Royal Gorge one is really cool.
Yeah,
the one over the Royal Gorge, by the way, there's a little piece of property there that has one of those little mini trains that goes right up against kind of the gorge and stuff.
Yeah.
Done that.
Pikes Peak Cog Train. I don't know if that even runs
I have not
anymore.
done that.
You would hate it. I couldn't don't buy. It's a little person thing. It's made for little people.
So perfect for.
It's good for me. Yeah.
You and the 9 News morning show.
Anybody 4'11" or my height, perfect. Yeah, it would suck for you guys. There's nowhere to get off. You are stuck on that bad boy, and it is crawling up Pikes Peak.
People always talk about 14ers, and I'm like, why does that have to be a thing? Like why? People that have to climb a 14er are people that have to convince themselves they're athletes.
I think doing a 14er, if you're even,
I was hoping for a reaction there.
I know where you're going. I've done like 30 of them, so I'll take it for what it is.
You got the weekend prove I'm an athlete mission every weekend.
Depends what 14er you do, man. Like some of them are like a little bit beyond just proving you're an athlete. Some of them are
I would like to do a 14er. I would.
Well, what's stopping you?
Nothing. You always say that. I don't know. Kids. It's not like my life. I don't feel like I'm missing out by not doing it.
All your kids could do. All your kids could do
my
one.
kids would never do that.
Why? Why wouldn't they be interested in that? I'm just curious.
They got cell phones.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I don't think today's kids. Yeah.
So if
my kids would never ever do that.
Well, that's too bad, man. It's pretty cool, man.
My daughter Lydia would. Lydia's my explorer.
Like you could just get up to Grays, and it's not even to the tunnel, and it's like a 40-minute ride from right here. You literally could be on the top of Grays from right now. What time is it? 1 o'clock?
So is
You
driving?
can be on top of the 14er right now in 5 hours. On top of a 14er.
Walking or driving up there?
You can drive up 2 of them. You can drive up.
Does that count as being on a 14er?
I don't count it, but you can do it. I mean, I think there's no reward in that whatsoever. But when I did climb Pikes Peak, because it's a pretty boring hike, it's just really, really long. It takes such a long time to do. I thought it was going to be weird to get up there and just see a fat tourist from Iowa with a donut hole stuck in their face. It was actually pretty damn rewarding. It felt great. I'm all grimy and gritty and whatever, and there's just some fat guy with like a big, huge bear T-shirt, just like a wildlife animal.
Did you ask if you could have a ride down, though?
Well, they looked at me like I was insane. You come up and they're the fat tourists, they've got a donut. There really is a donut shop at the top of Pikes Peak. There's a literal donut shop. Like, it's there.
Well, you need carbs after doing that whole walk, right?
Yeah.
And you come up there, man, and you got all greasy and whatever. And the funniest one is they're all waiting for the train on the way down, and I just start walking off the back. See ya. That was actually pretty rewarding. That was a pretty cool deal. But Pikes Peak is psychotic. It's ridiculous.
Well, what's the road race up there? That's pretty crazy.
That is insane that Dave Carpenter has dominated over the years. That is ridiculous. Pikes Peak Marathon. You don't have to do that.
Not the running race. I'm talking about that driving race.
The driving race is Troy Rankstad has done that a million times. You know that Troy Rankstad is in the Colorado Motor Vehicle Racing Hall of Fame?
Really?
Oh, yeah. He is raced up there. He's a legend in that race in particular and in Colorado motorsports. Troy Rank's dad.
They race up the mountain?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's wild.
That's like straight out of the movies.
It's totally like that. They race like trucks, like semi-trucks. They race everything up there. Yeah. It's really cool.
Here's another one that I'm with this dude. Says, never skied Aspen. I've never skied Aspen. I've been to Aspen.
4 mountains in Aspen.
Only twice.
Four.
I went over the bye week, and I stayed at the...
Bougie?
It was Bougie.
Bougie?
No, what the heck was the name of it?
Was it in Aspen?
Yeah. It was super old. It had the bar.
Hotel Jerome?
Yes, that's exactly what it was.
You stayed at the Hotel Jerome?
I stayed at the Hotel Jerome.
That is a flex right there, bro.
Well, I was playing in the NFL at the time.
That's another flex you're giving right there. That's a double flex.
I stayed at Ritz-Carlton up there once.
Ritz-Carlton in Aspen? Or is that in Beaver Creek?
Aspen.
I don't know where the Ritz-Carlton is in Aspen.
I don't either.
You're making stuff up.
No, they did a Nuggets.
You're making stuff up.
They did a Nuggets fantasy camp there, and that's where they put all the campers up.
Okay.
I coached a team up there.
Because here's what's downtown Aspen is like a town. So there's not a lot of big chain anything.
Nothing.
Really.
I feel like my one weekend in
Hotel
Aspen
Jerome is really cool.
That was enough. That was enough. It's just far enough away that it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That's what makes it kind of cool. That's what makes Aspen a little special. It's my favorite.
Oh, I haven't done Telluride. Done Crescent Butte.
Telluride's awesome.
I've skied Crescent Butte multiple times.
Yeah.
See, Crescent Butte's already getting snow.
Faster to go to Crescent Butte than it is to go up to the mountains, to go up to Copper or whatever. It can be because there's hardly ever traffic once you get on those back roads getting up there.
How would you? Oh, you go 285, I guess. Is that what you're talking about to get to Crescent Butte?
Yeah.
You could do that to 50. Go that way, I suppose. Crescent Butte's amazing.
They see they're already getting snow.
Yeah. They're making stuff.
Oh, you guys ever done Cave of the Winds?
Yes.
I did that as a kid.
I think it's kind of sucks.
Unless you go walking around and get stuck in a crack and have to cut your arm off.
Would you do it? Would you die or would you bite your arm off?
Well, he had a little. Didn't he have like a little?
Can you name the dude? Can you name the dude? He's a Colorado guy.
No.
Aaron Ralston.
Really?
James Franco.
Not James.
James Franco. That's right. James Franco.
I think I'd just die. I don't think I could be able to cut my arm off.
Well, not only did he cut his arm off, this is Aaron Ralston. Great dude. I've got to know him a little bit. He then had to hike out of the canyon, including rappelling like more than 100 feet off a cliff.
Did he leave his arm?
Yes.
He just left it?
It was
Yes.
pinched in the rock.
It was pinched in the rock. He just left it. There's my arm.
Is it still there?
They may have collected it. I'm not exactly sure what happened to the arm. That is actually...
Is it fossilized?
Actually, that is...
Is the arm still sticking out of it?
I never asked him that. That is actually an amazing question. What happened
You
to
know,
the
it'd be
arm?
a bad thing if you went back there to collect the arm and the authority goes, why didn't you just wiggle it to this way?
The Altitude...
You mean I could have just pulled it out?
The Altitude Plus streaming app is now live, and in celebration, our friends over at Bet365 are giving fans a 2-month subscription to Altitude Plus when they sign up for a new account with Bet365. It is playoff action for the Rapids, and Rapids right back. Reggie Cannon joins us next. Hey, it's C-Mac, and if you want to get a good deal, something that's tough and ready to rock those mountains that we've been talking about, okay. It's Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. They've got your back. They've got brand new Ford F-150s being sold with their lowest prices of the year. Truck month is back and bigger than ever, so slap on them bike racks. Ski racks are coming soon enough on a brand new Ford F-150. Payments lower than you can imagine. And Maroney means more. You can get more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere here in Colorado. From Denver to Durango. From Telluride to... God, give me a T-Town. Quickly. Who knows a T-Town besides Telluride? Nobody? Really? Guys, nothing? Okay, you guys suck. Anyways, they'll bring the vehicle right to you. Purchase it, they'll bring it to you. Seriously, nobody with another T word. You got one, Dan? Aw, from Telluride to Trinidad. It's funny you would think of Trinidad. Reserve your truck now at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont.com. Hurry in, 3rd and Alpine. See my friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. I just want to say, if you want the coolest name ever for a footballer, soccer player, your name's Reggie Cannon? Like, Reggie, that's your real name is Reggie Cannon? Dude.
Kinda.
What do you mean?
My real name's Reginald, so it makes it takes the oomph out of it a little bit.
Yeah, Reginald's that's a little English. That's a little...
Reginald means you should have been born in Birmingham or something
Yeah,
like
but
that.
when you're playing for Arsenal in a couple years, maybe you go by Reginald at that point. But let's just focus on the Cannon part of it. So seriously, your real name's Cannon. That's your real last name.
That is my real last name.
Oh, your mom and dad, good for them, man. That is just
Phenomenal.
awesome. That is phenomenal. All right, you got the playoffs. You got the Galaxy Saturday night. Give us a little scouting report. What can we expect out of you guys against the Galaxy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very intense game. Galaxy's obviously had a very good year, but I think we've implemented a game plan coming into this week about how to neutralize them. And, honestly, it involves one little special player they have. So, we're really looking forward to the game. I think it's going to be a really good match, and we're all very excited for it.
How often do you guys implement and change strategies defensively as far as positioning on the pitch?
We more so have like our style, which is the same. It's going to be every approach we have, every game we have, it's going to be the same. However, in like high intense, high risk situations, we kind of modify maybe, our starting positions a little bit differently, our play out styles a little bit differently. So the team can adapt. But we definitely have our style that doesn't change from game to game, but more so just the game plan.
I got to ask you a selfish question.
Do you have to?
Well, no, yeah. I have a 10-year-old daughter who's playing club soccer right now. She's a striker.
Mm-hmm.
Do they run almost as minimal than? I mean, other than the goalie, are they the least active running back and forth players on the pitch?
Definitely not. That would probably be a center back, to be honest. They're less likely to have the highest numbers, but in terms of our match reports, I think the most are definitely the midfielders, followed by our front three, and then you got the fullbacks who are always sprinting up and down. So center backs kind of just mind their business back there.
Reggie, Scott just admitted his daughter's a cherry picker.
No. Well, they only play 9 on 9.
I guess.
They play 9 on 9, and it's not as big a field.
Is there offsides?
Yeah, there's offsides.
All right.
But she's real fast. And what she does is she gets two defenders pinching her, and she just splits them, and now it's 1-on-1.
Wow, we're just bragging here, Reggie.
That's kind of a smart striker. Take that as a compliment. You're an ultimate cherry picker that doesn't have to run much. That's something you can be proud of.
Hey, I heard this racquetball guy told me, he said the great racquetball players, they don't move much. Yeah. It's the guys they're playing that ain't very good. Yeah. They're the ones that's moving all the time.
It's all about the angles.
Yeah.
Hey, Reggie, you started your career playing there FC Dallas, but you also played at the international level. You've been around the world playing. I'm curious, how does the Rapids overall just vibe from the fan base, the culture? How does it compare to other places you've been around?
Yeah, like I said, since I've showed up, honestly, like the Rapids, like the environment they've created is honestly fantastic. Like I feel everything is very streamlined. The club is great, but the energy from the fans every time I step in the stadium is like it's top. It gets me going. It makes me really happy to be here. And I think MLS as a league has come so far, and so to see like the change since when I was here just makes me like very happy.
What do you think about no aggregate scoring anymore, huh? We're doing best 2 out of 3. Is that the deal?
Yep. Best 2 out of 3. That's
like welcome
right.
to America, soccer players. We're not going to do aggregate scoring. What do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a very welcome change. I think having a game that there has to be a winner. There can't be any ties. There can't be any draws. I think it just makes it all that more intense, more exciting for the fans. And best 2 out of 3. I mean, it's you got to make the most of your opportunity. So I'm really looking forward to it. But I think it'll be very exciting.
All right, the schedule goes like this: Game 1 Saturday night, 9:00 our time. We have coverage right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 8:30. Game 2, home game against LA at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Tickets are available at coloradorapids.com/tickets. And if, the Galaxy gets lucky and they actually win a game, the final game will be another time. But we're not going to worry about that because you just take them in 2. And that's what'll be. That'll be the deal.
Yep. Let's do it.
All right, Reggie, have you ever, do you want to ask him a Colorado thing?
Well, no, I was going to ask him biggest key for young players. And I know you've got tons of young fans that come out and watch you guys that just love the game of soccer. Biggest key for those kids that want to keep growing and achieve and get better.
Yeah, honestly, it's just a mix of two things for me. It's just about always enjoying the game and then doing whatever you can control. So those are the two things and two pieces of advice that I have is always focusing on what you can control, and that's how hard you train, how often you train, how focused you are, and then obviously just the enjoyment of it. The more you enjoy the game, I've learned over the years, the better you play. The more you're going to be into it, the better your teammates are going to be. You find enjoyment out of everything you do. Everything kind of falls to you.
All right, fill in this question. The U.S. men's team will be better when they blank.
I know what you want me to say here, but I'm going to say when Reggie Cannon gets that call up.
There you go. That's right. Represent for yourself, Reggie. Hey, man, best of luck against the Galaxy and get her done. Thanks, Reggie.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Reggie Cannon.
You know, I was going to ask you one more question. I was asking what Messi has made to the MLS.
I almost did, but then I'm like, is that almost disrespectful to another guy?
They get it. I mean,
dude, it's brought up the notoriety.
Well, you were talking about strikers that don't run. I mean, that dude's he's famous for just standing around, and then all of a sudden he just takes off. Right?
Well, he's efficient. He doesn't. That's his thing. He'll
literally stand and watch.
But he's watching, but he knows where everybody is, and if he needs, okay, I'll slide over here. I watched a highlight film of him the other day, and it was just, he said, watch how many times he's turning his head. And he's in the middle of the pitch, hadn't got the ball. 1, 2, and he's looking, but he moves a little bit. His head is always on a swivel, looking where the defenders are, getting in position. And sure enough, then the ball comes. He knows the guy, one touch, boom, slides right by the guy. Now he's in the middle of the field.
All I know is his bodyguard should be in the Secret Service. That dude is all over it.
Yeah, man, it's cool. And the Rapids have had a hell of a year. It's exciting.
They bounced back from tough last season.
And they're in the playoffs, so let's go. Let's get her done. Adam Schefter will join us here in a minute. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, if you are in a phase of life where you just don't feel the same, you don't have the energy you once did, your workouts aren't going very far, I want you to do something about it. This is Tyler from my friends over at Revitalized Health. And guys, they're going to help you look and feel so much better. You're going to look better, feel better, sleep better, and I know you want all of those things. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, easy for me to say, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Revitalized Health will come up with a game plan for your body and your needs, and you are going to feel younger, fresher, better. So call Revitalize Health today. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Love Old Chicago. They founded in Boulder in 1976. The scratch-made crust is so, so good. And now they've got this 3-for deal. All right. For $10.99, 3 of your favorites anytime you want. So you can choose, again, the cheesy scratch-made pizza, calzones, burger, incredible. Add a salad. Put a dessert on there. And that's all for under $11. Perfect. Perfect. That's the 3-for at Old Chicago. With 110 beers, local and legendary on tap, good to go no matter what the event. Tons of stuff going. You may want to go watch Syracuse beat the crap out of Pittsburgh tonight starting at 5:30. I don't know. You may want to watch the Avs on 9 News. TNT's got the Nuggets. I mean, we are locked and loaded, and you will be too with Old Chicago. Go to oldchicago.com for the Old Chicago near you. You ready for tonight?
Oh, yeah.
What is there anything like I mean, last year this time, it was pretty awesome. It was like banners and rings and.
Well, you got Joker getting his thing tonight.
Oh, and the Avs are on the road.
So you can't get McKinnon.
No.
What
are they going to do for Joker tonight?
I have no idea.
Okay. Oh, I'm sure there'll be something.
That too. I mean,
oh, well, suck it up, Buttercup. I mean, it's the moments for the fans.
Tough life.
Yeah. I mean, do you think he realizes that it really is for stuff like this beyond just him? Do you think he gets that?
I think he's gotten better with it. I think he understands what it means to fans. I think he's such a humble guy that he doesn't want to. He never want to put himself in a position where he feels he's showing up the other team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other team.
That's his biggest.
The
thing.
Thunder will understand.
No, because they'll say, "Well, Shea should have got it," and then sometimes it motivates.
Nobody's saying that.
Dude, hey, go back and watch the playoff series. And right for the playoff series, they didn't do it anymore. They give David Robinson the MVP of the league. Guess who he's matched up first game? Houston and Akeem Olajuwon. Go back and look at that series. Akeem Olajuwon ate him up, and he's even said in the video I've watched, he goes, "Oh yeah, I knew it. I should have been MVP."
Well, the Thunder had.
And I feel like I said this last time also, but does it kind of feel like the MVPs are over for him now?
Well, it just depends on what year you have and if you win, and then what everybody else does.
Obviously, that doesn't mean anything about how he's going to play. It just,
it
almost feels like the NBA is just like, yeah, look, we tried to ignore it, we couldn't, we gave it to him. Now, all right, now we got to get somebody else.
I've seen somebody predict the Nuggets to win 47 games. In fact, I think the over/under is 47.5 on some place.
Makes sense.
All of a sudden, you go back and win 57 again this year.
All right.
And you're averaging 26, 13, and 8, and your team's winning.
All right. Dan and I were actually talking about this before the show, and Adam Schefter will join us here in a second. Little hoop talk. If Michael Porter Jr. averages 20 points a game, shooting 40% from three, what's the Nuggets record?
Didn't he average 21 last year?
Nope. 16.7.
16. He averages 20?
Mm-hmm. Basically, you're giving him one more three-pointer a game. 19.7, whatever. It's the same sort of thing.
Let's call it 2. Make it 21.5.
All right.
50 plus.
Give me a number. I think they win 57 games.
What would be better for the team? That happens for MPJ or Strother has 16.
MPJ hitting 20 and averaging 40%.
Well, let's add to your thing.
I don't know. Strother coming off the bench, giving you 16 a night.
He averages 20. Strother has a 16. You might win 60.
Yeah. Because now we got 2 shooters.
Yeah.
Listen, man, you think the Celtics are going back, or do you think it's going to be just bombs away the whole year?
I think it's going to be bombs away.
I do too.
But they've got 5 guys that can make shots.
Okay. How many guys we got?
Maybe 2.
Okay. Then let's go, boys. And if that happens, I'm telling you, if that happens, the Nuggets are winning 57 or more games. But that's a lot to ask. He's never, I was looking at his numbers his second year, Michael Porter Jr. Whoa. His second year was bananas. He's averaging 44% from three, 19 point whatever, period. 50-something% from the floor. Oh, my God. And then he barely played. He got hurt.
Well, he's making
missed the playoffs that year.
$36 million this year. Is that fair to ask?
It is fair to ask, I think. No, it is. I mean, if you're averaging 40% from three and you're taking 9 shots a night, you're hitting 4 3-pointers every game.
Well, what you got to recognize, if you're shooting 40+% from the three a night and you're only taking 3 threes a night, and that's a legitimate 40, right?
Yeah.
The Christian Brown, I think, shot 40 either last year or the year before from three.
Was it 40 or it was high in the 30s? I don't think it was quite. Was it 40?
We'll have to go back and look.
Marlo seems to know that number off the top of his head, by the way.
That being said, his 40 doesn't feel as legit as Michael's because Michael's shooting 7 or 8 a game.
Right.
Christian might shoot 1 to 2 a game, and you go 1 of 2 for 4 games in a row. Guess what? Pretty good.
I always felt if KCP hit 3 3-pointers,
you weren't going to lose.
Right? Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, the stats proved out. I mean, they won 70% of the games when he made 3 threes.
So if Strother can be that guy, If MPJ can,
I think there's an insane amount of weight that is being carried / relied on Strother this year. A huge amount. Because you know what you got in your 4, and then you got Christian that you're kind of iffy about. How's he going to play? Can you get offensive production out of him? But bench scoring was the story last year. That was the problem, right?
It was a monster.
And if you can get Julian Strother to be a shooter, to be a player, not just a shooter, but the dude will take it to the basket
and get Westbrook to average 12 to 14 and
see. I don't think Westbrook. I don't think
6,
he'll do
7
that.
assists.
I
do.
You think he'll get 14 tonight?
I think he can.
He's going to be shooting a lot if he gets to that.
He's going to be shooting a lot of layups and a lot of free throws. And see, Strother can get the free throw. Here's the problem, but to validate what you said, there was games last year where the bench gets outscored 45-9.
Right.
And guess what you do? You lose that game because right there alone, you're 36 points under. So what does the starters have to do?
We'll get back to it because it's opening night here in Denver, Colorado. Great night for sports here, but hey, does it get better than Adam Schefter? Hell no. Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, I'll give you a chance to answer this question reasonably. But we have been confounded by this. How is it possible to take the Carolina Panthers seriously as a football team?
Yeah. You have to take them seriously. Denver hasn't been good enough to not take somebody seriously. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, they are the worst team in football.
Okay. Just checking on that.
But New England also isn't great, and they went to Cincinnati and won.
In week one when everything is kind of squirrely.
What is Carolina's record right now?
1-6.
Who'd they beat?
Raiders with Andy Dalton in Vegas.
Oh, okay. Well, they won in Vegas.
They got Bryce Young back because Andy got in a fender bender and bumped up his thumb, so he's not even playing for him.
Here's the deal. We're not here to debate the merits of the Panthers. I'm just telling you that Denver better be up for the challenge.
All right, how about this? Who's your favorite Panther player?
Derek Brown, he's out for the year. Deontay Johnson's not going to play Sunday. Andy Dalton not going to play Sunday.
Josie the Outlaw Jewel.
Come
on.
He's been hurt too.
Oh,
Xavier Legette.
Xavier
Legette is a Debo Samuel Jr.
Did you just challenge Adam if he knows a player on the Panthers?
No, I was challenging him if he knew a good one. And, he knows plenty of Panthers players.
Robert Hunt, the offensive line is pretty good. Here's the thing. I'm just telling you, when you talk to the people in Washington, they're like, man, that team shut it down once they had the pick six. And as the game, they shut it down.
Yeah.
So if you're Denver, the challenge is to get into that spot where you have them shut it down again.
Yeah.
Like, if you're the Broncos, don't you want to just walk all over them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, it's a good opportunity 2 weeks in a row. Saints and Panthers. You'd like to see it.
Paint shut down, too.
Hey,
Saints.
Unrelated to the Broncos, and I think this was so outlandish, it's hard to even believe, but there were a lot of rumors / quasi-reports that the Rams and Vikings were interested in a Sam Darnold for Matthew Stafford trade. Is there any truth to that, Adam?
Somebody else asked me that, and I want to say this, that there's so much garbage floating around on the internet these days. I want to say, number one, in what universe where Sam Darnold is playing as well as he is and could be the comeback player of the year, are you trading for Matthew Stafford? So let me say this.
No, it's ridiculous.
Short of Sam Darnold suffering some injury that hasn't happened, he's playing tonight. The Vikings are not trading for Matthew Stafford, okay? And while I'm also at it, let me point out, the Chiefs are not trading Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, really?
The Ravens are not trading Derrick Henry. They're not trading Lamar Jackson. We could go through this.
Are you putting him in that category? I mean, I know he's having a good year, but dang.
No, I'm not putting him in that category, but the ridiculousness of this is just absurd. Like, in no universe right now, with the way things are the Rams trading Matthew Stafford to the Vikings? Not happening.
Yeah.
Not happening. I believe the report was that they're engaged in heated discussions, and on and on like that.
Yeah.
Hey, 7 games in for the Broncos, this defense is you always get the naysayers say, well, it can't hold up, but it's held up pretty good for 7 games, no matter who your opponent is. What do you think, and what do the league think of what Denver's doing defensively?
They've been impressive. Again, and we talked about this, I don't know how this happened, where this defense that gave up 73 last year is now all of a sudden one of the top units in the NFL. But they've been bowling out, and they've been playing great football, and it's become a strength of the team.
Perfect storm to happen if you've got a young quarterback.
Well, that's what you need. You need a defense that's going to keep games close and play great. And that's exactly what they've done. I think that's probably part of their plan.
Give me a team that would be interested in Jarrett Stidham or Zach Wilson. Adam?
I think here's the key part to remember there.
Yeah.
There's 2 weeks left in the deadline, and things change in 2 weeks. They change every week.
That's right.
And so while I might not be able to give you an answer today, we don't know who's going to get hurt, what's going to happen. Like, again, I'm not even going to bring up any names, but let's say any quarterback goes out on Sunday, he gets hurt. Like, I remember the year that Carson Palmer was a holdout. Nobody could find a home. And the Sunday before the trade deadline, Jason Campbell tore up his knee, I believe, or his shoulder, whatever it was. And the next day, the Raiders traded for Carson Palmer. Now, I never would have told you 2 weeks before that deadline that Carson Palmer would wind up with the Raiders that year, but he did. Now, is there a team that's going to lose a quarterback in the coming weeks? Well, if they did, that might change things. Now, as it currently stands, to give you a team today before the games are played the next 2 weeks, I don't think I could do that.
Okay.
I don't see an obvious landing spot.
Do you think there would be more value for Stidham or for Zach Wilson? I'm asking you to guess a little bit, but do you think there is any value for either of those guys if there theoretically was a spot for him?
It would necessitate a team losing a quarterback to injury and them wanting that particular guy.
Yeah.
Like the value is minimal right now. Minimal.
Yeah. I agree with you. Like I think if that was gonna happen, it might have already happened. And Tua's back, huh? Tua's gonna play.
Well, he hasn't,
is that right?
He hasn't cleared protocol yet.
Oh, okay.
He still has to do that. But assuming that he can do that, yes, then he will be back on Sunday. I think that's what everybody is expecting right now.
That's wild.
That he will play Sunday, but it's not official yet. I mean, I think that, look, here's the deal. He, in his own words, has been symptom-free since the day after he suffered that last concussion. So if he's been symptom-free for well over a month now, I would think that he should be able to clear protocol, but I'm not a doctor.
What's Robert Saleh doing with the Packers now?
Oh, that's fun.
Interesting. I mean, does it have a defined role?
It's a fluid role. I think he's offering a defensive coach's perspective to the offensive side of the football. Matt LaFleur is one of his best friends in life. I think he was
they're roommates.
A roommate. I think he was a groomsman at his wedding.
Damn.
They're really close.
Buddies.
And I think, Robert, it's been hard on him, to go through everything. So I think this is a friend trying to help a friend and help his football team, both all in one foul swoop, which makes a lot of sense.
Has Green Bay surprised you at all?
In what sense, Scott?
Well, not only them, but everybody in that entire division are just absolutely slamming everybody in the league.
That division's loaded, and it's playing really well. Playing excellent football right now. It's the best division in football. Is it surprising? I guess it's a little surprising the fact that they've won as much as they have and they've played as well as they have. But, look, Detroit is as good as anybody right now. Detroit is as good as anybody. Minnesota has been one of the surprise teams in the league. Green Bay is a really good team, and Chicago is a young upstart team.
Yeah, even they're looking pretty dang good.
Yeah.
How about this one? Bo Nix is a blank quarterback.
Shh. I'm going to say this. developing and ascending quarterback.
Okay, I'll take that.
That's beautiful.
I'll take that. I'll take developing and sending.
Hey, do you think that
I'll
Bo
take
Nix
that.
should be graded on the same curve as Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels?
Well, I don't think the expectations for him were as great as they were for those two particular quarterbacks. Those are the picks, first and second picks in the draft, right? Like,
yeah, but it was Sean's
but,
guy, right? And if Sean believes in him, then he's got to beat those guys.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I think there have been a lot of expectations on Bo Nix, and he's delivered for just about everybody but Scott. So far, so good.
Well, T-Mac's expectation was that he could walk in talk at the same time.
Last week we said we were going to see a laser show on Thursday night.
Yeah, I'm backing off my laser show.
A lot of lasers, and now we've got this week.
1 week was good. We stayed here.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, and then there was this week. I don't really need a laser show anymore. So I just stay consistent.
Yeah.
Speaking of laser shows, big show tonight. Big. If I could go, company man here.
Of course.
Big night for Altitude Sports here, right? We got the Avalanche in Utah for the first game in Utah. We got the Nuggets home opener.
Right.
We got Kroenke Sports Rams team in action. Right. So
that's right.
It's a big night.
Adam talked to his buddy today.
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Demoff probably. That's cool though. Kevin's a great guy. We love him. Yeah, and hey, if you're gonna go all that way, Altitude Plus is out today, pal. So if you can.
He lives in Connecticut, though.
Yeah.
No. Let's. I mean, I don't know if that conflicts with ESPN Plus, but listen, get ESPN Plus, get Altitude Plus. There we go.
There you go.
Get all the
Virgin
pluses.
One stone, right?
All right, I got one more
too.
One more. All right, go ahead.
What's Hopkins going to do for Kansas City?
Okay.
Well, he's going to be a third down threat. He's going to be a red zone threat. I think what people don't realize is, he's still a great receiver. Don't get me wrong, like great. And you're talking about a guy that has been as good as anybody over time. But he's not a separator. It doesn't separate from people. And that's what that offense could use right now. But it needs a wide receiver that can make plays, and he's going to be able to do that. So certainly going to help, not going to hurt at all. And it feels like this has just been inevitable. The Chiefs considered signing him in 2023. Price was a little bit out of their range. He signs the deal with Tennessee, and now Tennessee eats some of the money and trades him to Kansas City. So it's a win for the Chiefs in every which way.
All right, I do have a quick one for you. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Pittsburgh. Russ, we just rolling? It's anything else going on there?
Well, I expect he's going to start this week. They then have a bye, assuming he plays well this week and they win on Monday night. If that happens, they play the Giants. If that happens, why wouldn't he be the starter coming out of the bye?
No, there is no reason at that point, I guess. You're right.
I mean, but now if they lose, doesn't play well, and they're going to the bye, they could talk about it again. But I think Mike Tomlin likes the idea of Russell. I think
he's rolling with Russ no matter what.
Oh,
that's
okay.
his guy.
See, Adam's saying it's still a tryout thing.
No, he's rolling with Russ. He made his decision a long time ago.
Listen, I think he may be planning to roll with Russ.
Yeah.
But what if Russ doesn't come through for him?
Yeah. Well, I think it would have to be really bad.
When Russ doesn't come through for him.
Oh.
They're playing the Jets and the Giants. I mean, I don't know, man. That Jets team, holy cow, Adam. Are people just freaking out? How's Greeny? Is he okay? Is he all right?
He's very down on that team. I was on the phone with him this morning. We were in person, and he was talking about he's kind of miserable. It's incredible how you're talking about how every week there's a new drama with the Jets.
Like
so
funny.
They fire their head coach. They change their offensive coordinator. They trade for Devontae Adams. They get into Sam Reddick. Yeah. And every week, like that's the move that's going to make the difference. They just keep losing. It's like just go win a game already. Go win a game.
The way that dude wears his heart on his sleeve with the Jets, it's wild, man. It's pretty cool, actually. He's a grown man and he cares that much. It's remarkable, actually. All right,
I care about my fantasy teams that much. I really do.
I'm sure you do. All right, we love you, pal. We'll talk to you next week. Go be on TV. We'll talk to you later.
Look back, gotta get ready for NFL Live here on ESPN.
All right. It's Adam Schefter. Find out what he didn't tell us here in minutes over there on ESPN. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for sports, not sports. Go ahead, Dan.
PhD presents Sports. Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
There is a new record being set by Caesar Sportsbook. The prop is on Bronny James. It's over under points scored. What do you think the number is?
Wait.
For
on
this
the
whole
season or the game?
The game. It's tonight.
0.
You think the spread is 0?
So if you get if you
half.
get a half a point, can we get a half a point somehow?
I'm saying 2.5.
Yeah, I know you can't.
2.5.
I was joking.
2.5. Do you got a real guess?
Yeah, I would say half.
You are correct.
Yeah,
it
0.5.
It is 0.5.
Oh, wow.
The over-under.
So he may not get in tonight.
He got him for 3 minutes because they had to put him in because they had to get it over with. Although, I don't know, man. JJ Redick, he might feel a responsibility all season long to it. I'm not even kidding. I know it sounds insane. He might feel a responsibility to LeBron to give him 3 minutes every single night.
He's not on a 2-way contract, is he?
No, but Scott explained that to me yesterday. I misunderstood that. I thought that because he wasn't on a 2-way contract, he couldn't go down to the G League.
No.
All that means is that if he goes to the G League, he gets paid what he's currently getting paid for the NBA.
Yeah, I think the 2-way contract does limit the amount. Like Colin Gillespie had that. Like there's only so many.
It changes what you get
50
paid.
games or something like that.
Yeah,
Bronny's getting $8 million over 4 years, and he'll get that no matter what team he's playing on.
Yeah, you're right. It depends on your pay. Also, I think it depends on your eligibility for the playoffs too.
G League guys aren't unless they're not on the two-way contracts aren't eligible for the playoffs.
So Bronny may just sit on the bench, man. He may just sit on the bench.
They may
I bet
go.
he gets 3 minutes a night. I'm not kidding you.
Look and see if the first big long road trip that they don't send him to their G League team for.
It would be kind of a waste because he's just not going to play. Like Hunter Tyson and Colin Gillespie, they go down to the G League, they rip it up. They rip it up.
There will not be 2 games that go by. No, maybe 3. Maybe it'll be 2. There won't be 3 games that go by without him getting on the court.
I think Hunter and Colin are legitimate NBA guys because when they do go down to the G League, they do destroy there. Meaning, I really do think their place
there's
is...
a chance somewhere up in the NBA.
And Bronny would have to, play. But here's the story. It would become not only the most popular NBA prop of the night, but also one of the most popular ever for the sportsbook. David Lieberman, who oversees NBA odds for Caesars, we had 2-way action on it all day. This reminded me a bit of how popular the Caitlin Clark props were this year in the WNBA. FanDuel says Bronny James prop bets attracted more betting interest than props on Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James.
Well, the public's going to fade it, right? So the public's probably going to say 0.
They're betting on him to fail.
Yeah.
Right.
So the sports books are going to be begging him to get a bucket.
This is kind of the cruelest prop bet. This shows you what a joke this whole thing sadly is. That your prop is 1 point. Not even a bucket. Like if you got fouled and had a free throw, you would cover the over.
And listen, we never have to or used to ever knew or learned or heard about any of this stuff. Aren't you embarrassed if you're LeBron or Bronny?
I would be humiliated as a dad. I wouldn't. This isn't the way I want it to go.
In a big way, I don't envy Bronny at all. He's got to be so uncomfortable right now.
When's the last time you saw him smile in any kind of photo? Seriously. When's the last time you saw him happy or smiling?
I don't look at a lot of photos of him, but I'll take your word at it if you're telling me he doesn't.
I'm yet to see one. It seems like the weight of the world is just constantly on his shoulders.
He knows it's embarrassing. He knows the storyline. And you know what? He's got to feel insanely insecure also.
You know where this story is, by the way? Everywhere. I mean, it's on ESPN.com. It's everywhere. It's impossible to miss.
Right.
He's going into work tonight with his dad, and this is a story.
Here's the funny
That's
thing.
Embarrassing.
If the Lakers go out and get a blowout, he does get significant minutes. And if he scores, and let's see if the place or just goes nuts positive.
They'll go positive.
I got to believe Laker fans are all going to say take the plus.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where's the game? If it's in LA, they'll go nuts for him when he scores.
I'm not sure. I can look it up. I'll tell you this, man. I'd bet the over on it now. Now that this is a story, and this may be a little chip on your shoulder sort of thing, Like, I'm sure he's popular with his teammates and they like him. They'll if he's in the game, man, put it up, dude. Like, get that bucket up yours, everybody. They are.
They don't play tonight.
Oh, when is it?
Tomorrow.
Do you think at any point
tomorrow night against Phoenix in LA?
Do you think at any point this season, 4 games will go by without Bronny getting on the court?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Oh, you think he's going to get in every game?
No, not every game, but that's why I said 4.
I think
right?
he'll get in every home game he's dressed for. I think in every single home game that he's dressed for, he'll play.
Okay.
I think their first big road trip, he's down in the G League.
Well, okay, that makes sense to me. Listen, he's had his moment.
Well, that's different. I mean, if he's on the bench.
I thought he'd be up for like 10 games and we wouldn't see him again for the rest of the year. Like, that'd be it. Like, forget it.
Well, here's the funny thing. You got now Pelinko and coaching staff and everybody, they got to get permission to send him down.
You know.
What do you mean?
They got to get permission.
From
Braun.
LeBron.
Oh. What are you talking about? You're being sarcastic?
I'm being dead serious.
What do you mean? Yeah. What are you talking about?
Pelinko doesn't run that team.
JJ Redick don't run that team.
All right, hold on. You think seriously they would go to LeBron and say, is it okay if we send Bronny down?
Yeah, I do.
Are you being serious?
I'm being dead serious.
You know what Braun should do? And somebody on the text line says, they say LeBron's a selfish, you know what? A good father should protect his son. I actually think there's some truth to that. Like, hey, you got your kid paid. You got him an $8 million contract. You got him on the team. Now, as a good father, you should probably be like, you know what, Braun? Best thing for you, buddy. Well, let's send you down for a while. We'll get you back up here after you develop, but why don't you go down there? Let's take the pressure off for a while. I really do think that would be the right thing to do for the kid.
Well, get the meanest prop bet in the world and put a sawbuck on Bronny.
Well, what happens if he fails in the G League? I mean, then what?
Well, he'll be like 10,000 other NBA guys. I mean, most guys do fail in the G League, frankly. The vast majority do. I mean, how many G League superstars really rise in the NBA? Once you're down there, you may bounce back and forth. The NBA is loaded with unbelievable 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's the NBA.
And so is the G League, actually.
So is making a G League team is a hard thing to do. I think people do not understand how good these guys are these days. It's ridiculous. And you saw what the Celtics just did with threes, and get ready for it. It's coming.
Well,
it's coming.
And you know this a little bit in baseball, too. I mean, there's going to be guys that spend a big part of their career in AAA, AA, never make the majors, and yet they're still probably in the top.
They're 45 years old. They never made it to the big show.
And they're still one of the greatest baseball players ever, probably from their hometown.
There's a reason Zeke Naji makes $8 million a year. Seriously, it's 2:00. Let's go. We appreciate you listening from wherever you are. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Good. I mean, I think it's for every player. It's really good when he plays good. So for him too, he's building the confidence. He's making shots. He's putting the ball on the ground. So he's playing really well for us.
Nikola. By the way, there's no reason to mispronounce his name. Did you see the piece Nuggets Media did with him? Like, they Google yourself. He said his own name like 100 times in a row. Nikola.
Nikola.
Not Nicola. Nikola.
I don't think I'm dug in, man. I don't think I can change now.
I'm just telling you, he says it Nikola Jokic.
Joker.
It's a lot easier that way.
What do you say on the broadcast?
Joker.
So much easier that way. That's Nikola Jokic talking about Strother. The big question of the day is, what are the expectations for the Nuggets by player? So let's go. What are your expectations for the team by player? What are you expecting this year?
By player?
By player.
Like each individual player?
We're not going to go through 18 of them, but for the guys that matter. Let's go through them.
Jamal, let's lump some together. Jamal, Gordon, and Murray have to be Jamal, Gordon, and Murray.
Jamal, Gordon, and Murray?
Jamal, Joker, and Gordon.
Which Jamal are you talking
well,
about?
there you go. There's been two of them lately.
There's kind of three.
Jamal, Gordon, and Joker have got to be Jamal, Gordon, and Joker.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I understand exactly what you're saying.
They got to be those three guys. Michael Porter's got to elevate his game.
Does Michael Porter Jr. have to have one of the best years of his career?
Yes.
He should, right?
Now all this is we're saying let's build for a champion, right?
I don't know
not
what
let's
else
build
is,
for 50 games, get to the second round or third round, whatever.
I have no idea
for a
why anything less than championship expectations would be accepted this year.
Okay.
If I told you that Jamal Murray statistically had the best year of his career last year, would that surprise you?
No, but he had a terrible playoffs. Aside from making some really big shots.
Yeah, it was reverse Jamal, wasn't it? It was balling out in the regular season and did not show up in the playoffs, rather than the opposite.
I mean, it's kind of weird because it
wasn't like largely the greatest year, but statistically by a small margin, it was the best season of his career.
He hit 2 insane last-second shots against the Lakers in the playoffs last year, including a buzzer beater.
Oh yeah, what did we call it? The shot, or what was the name of it?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
They gave it a different. No, that's what you refused to call it. The name that the team gave it.
I don't know what the team called it. They called it something.
The shot at 52-80.
Oh yeah. That's right. Instead of the cool name, Jamal Murray made a shot.
Well, if you go back and look at the postseason, the games he played well, guess what the Nuggets did? They won.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
They didn't lose games. They did not lose games when he played well. Go back to those 2 wins in Minnesota. Played well.
I'm going to agree with you. AG, Jamal, Jokic have to play what their salary says they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
All 3 of them have to do that.
And how they did last year.
Michael Porter Jr.
Doesn't have to.
He has to have the best. I think he has to have the best year of his career. I think he has to have the best year of his career.
We've always said, I mean, going back 3 years back, if Michael Porter Jr. can be Michael Porter Jr., the Nuggets win a championship.
I think he needs.
But now I don't even know what that means for Michael Porter Jr.
Well, I think it's more important than ever because you don't have KCP to bail you out on that like you did last year. You do not have that, and I don't think Christian Brown.
Here's what MPJ's got to do. When there's a night that it's got to be him, it's got to be you, dude. And that's been my biggest beef with MPJ is that on nights when clearly other guys are off, so they got foul trouble, whatever, it's your turn to step up. That's the next point of his career. Step up when it's your turn.
Okay. Christian Brown.
Career. He shot 38 plus at 3 last year. Has to be that, if not better. So I think if he's at 38, 39%, I think you got to be happy. And he's got to stay on the field or on the floor defensively and can't be picking up quick fouls a lot. He's just got to be the energy guy. He's got to be who he is.
Does it matter more who starts or minutes?
No.
Between him, Strother, and I guess
listen,
Payne Watson.
Everybody gets caught up. Who's starting the game? In the NBA, that's pity.
Okay. It's minutes more than start.
No, it's who finishes.
It's more fluid than it's ever been.
It's who finishes the game.
And how many times do we see MPJ not finishing?
That'll be interesting this year.
Well, they're going to have to find another defensive guy off the bench, too, that could come in there and you can put in late in those games. And who is that guy? Is that Russ Westbrook playing in late in games when you need defensive stops?
We're done with Peyton?
Well, or is it Peyton Watson? I think it's a big year for Peyton.
Have we given up on him?
Haven't given up on him, but I mean he's got to put a stamp on his career this year.
I agree.
He's got to put a stamp on it and a seal. I thought he had a great start to the season, and I think because he really didn't play the year before. So last year he played, but I thought about game 55, 60, he lost it. Faded.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Couldn't make a shot. He went 1 of 24 at one time from 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it just screwed his entire head up.
Russell Westbrook expectations.
If Russ Westbrook can average 10 to 14 and 6 to 8 assists a game, that bench is going to be better. And I go back to what I said a while ago. They lost games where the bench got outscored 44-9.
He needs just can he be Bruce Brown?
Except I don't think he's as good a shooter.
I almost don't want him to score 14 a game because he's got to be a volume shooter to get to that, and do we really want him taking that many shots?
Well, if he shoots 14 a game, he's getting the rim.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll take 7 layups a game for Westbrook.
Okay.
Okay.
If that's how it's coming, sure.
I think he's going to excel in this role. I think he's going to crush this role. I don't even think this role for him is going to be that hard. I think it's achievable. I think he's blended in well.
Because he doesn't have to be a star.
He does not have to be a star. He loves hoops. I think he's going to kill this role.
He averaged last year 11.1, 5 rebounds, 4.5 assists.
Take it.
And 45.4 field goal percent.
Sign me up. That sounds good. Off the bench, that's Bruce Brown numbers right there. It's probably a little bit more than Bruce Brown numbers.
More in the regular season. Yeah.
Right. Dario Saric.
I'm calling him Joker Light.
Okay.
Because he's never going to be Joker. He's not as big. But you're not going to have to completely alter what you do from a second unit that you've had to do the last 2 years when he comes in game. And even Jeff Green was able to run more of what they did because he could pass and do stuff, and he was going to explode to the rim once in a while. Sarge is a smart player, great passer, can knock some shots down. I think there's going to be a less of a – there's going to be more of an identity of the second unit where there was zero – and if anybody would be really super honest, include people in the front office, there was zero identity off the bench last year. And that ended up catching up with them. Played too many minutes during the regular season for the starters, and no trust in them in the playoffs, and they hardly played in the playoffs either. There was no identity off the bench, and Russell Westbrook and Dario Saric has to bring that.
DeAndre Jordan.
Moral support.
He's going to have to play a little bit, though.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
Why?
I don't know, man. It's a long season.
I legitimately don't know why he's on the team.
Injuries.
I know he's beloved. I know he's a great locker room guy.
Back-to-backs. I mean, how many back-to-backs do
I
you
have
get?
no clue why he's still on the team.
Well, because
what role does he have?
Finding big guys is not easy. He's a big guy.
To do what? But he doesn't play.
Still good. Yeah, he doesn't play.
So what's the point?
Break in case of emergency. Why do you have an axe on the wall in a restaurant?
I mean, I don't know, man.
You hope you never have to use it.
Do you usually have an axe on the wall?
Jokic gets the sniffles, twists his ankle a little bit. I don't know. I mean, who? Zeke Naji? Are we putting him in? I don't even know why he's on the team. I'll go Zeke. What
actually, yeah. I bet Zeke does play more than DJ. Yeah.
Oh, he probably he definitely should. He should definitely be playing more than DJ. I just don't really get it. Like, why him at this point?
I don't know, because somebody decided to give him a contract, and they thought at the time it was going to be a tradable type of contract.
Every team probably needs a Woogie.
Last one, unless there's somebody else you want, because I'm not even going with like the other dudes. But I'll give you Vlatko, because Vlatko's back.
Well, I think probably you're keeping he and Zeke on the team, hoping that one of those two can come in and spot minutes and be significant.
Right.
And you got two choices, really same position.
I'll give you guys one more. What do you want to see the Nuggets do at the trade deadline?
I want to get there first. And I'll let you.
We'll be there. But what do you want them to do?
What do I want them to do? I want them to be.
Depends on how strong it turns out to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want them to be in a position where all they need to add is a defensive body and not a score.
All right.
Right. That's exactly what I meant.
Okay.
You know, I hope they're not in a position where say, dude, we got to have a guy that knocks down 8 threes and scores a 16.
Hey, in theory, man, your bench could be okay. Russ, Strother could be okay.
Here's what stinks.
Sarge.
Holmes was going to have a role on this team.
He was.
That kind of sucks. That does.
So who gets to play because of that?
Well, yeah, I think Sarge is on the team because of it. And maybe Zeke. It's there for Zeke. It's there for him. The opportunity is there. We'll see if he takes it, but it's there.
Well, the athleticism is not in question.
So he tore his Achilles, right?
Holmes, something like
Holmes,
that, yeah.
Modern science, Aaron Rodgers, Wolverine blood, a shot of ayahuasca.
Nah.
Any chance?
Well, he did it in June. Was that when the summer league? June, July?
Yeah.
July, mid-July, he tore it.
Darkness retreat.
Probably 6 months, right?
You're so far behind the NBA curve. It just seems ridiculous to think that, and he had an all right summer league. He did. Oh, I didn't even throw in Hunter Tyson. Is he going to get any light this year? No, I didn't think so. No. He didn't even have that great of a summer league. He'd go down and score 30 per in the G League, though.
He averaged 26 in the G League.
He is no joke in the G League. If there's some basketball with the professor out there in Hunter Tyson, that's going to get a lot of videos.
If I would describe Hunter Tyson, what I saw in the summer league and the preseason was a guy who the game right now is too fast for him mentally. Physically, he's got all the tools, but mentally, he hasn't slowed it down.
Well, we are locked and loaded with all sorts of action tonight with the Avs in action and the Nuggets. The Avs can be heard on AM 950 with the 7 p.m. puck drop. And it is everything with the Nuggets tonight at 8 o'clock, home opener with Oklahoma City. Hey, reminder, we'll be giving away tickets to the Avs game against the Blackhawks all day on the air tomorrow. So stay tuned for your chance to win. And if you'd like to go to Sunday's game against Ottawa, take advantage of the Avs Family Pack and get a ticket package including a ticket, meal, and a soda. Fully customizable to the size of your family. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/family pack. Don't forget, all day tomorrow, your chance to win Avs tickets on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's football go next.
All right, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it, man. It sucks. And you start searching the internet, you start buying things. You buy the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook's getting thinner and your hair is getting thinner at the same time. Nothing's working for you. It's time to invest in yourself. Do it right with Advanced Hair Restoration with the groundbreaking Advanced FUE. Guys, Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. Whether you've got receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is going to have your own natural hair growing back the very next day. Matter of fact, Advanced Hair guarantees your hair will grow for life. It's going to grow for life, folks. So go invest in yourself. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today. Get yourself a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Hey, what's going on? It is D-Mac for Mike Marooney. Okay, getting ready for the mountains. You know who has your back. Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont and Mike Marooney GMC in Boulder. Whatever your activity is up in the mountains, man, it'd look better with a brand new Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra from Mike Marooney Chevy GMC. This is 2 dealerships and 1 big truck month set up to serve you. Marooney means more. More of their 3-day money-back guarantee, free delivery anywhere in our gorgeous state. Anywhere you need to go, they'll bring the truck or any vehicle with your purchase right to you. Get truck month savings right now at Mike Marooney Chevy GMC in Longmont and Mike Marooney GMC in Boulder. I want you to reserve your truck and keep this in mind. It's Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC.com. You got that? Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Tell them your pal D-Max sent you. Vail's a little bougie. It's like one of the most exclusive world-class resorts in the world. It's a little bougie there at Vail. It's true. Thank you to our great friends at Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Bougie, Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. It's time for Let's Football Go.
By the way, can I just make one request down there at the Broncos facility? Can they figure out where to move the press conferences so that we don't have all the construction sound going on in the backgrounds while we're trying to play clean audio? Can they move it indoors?
It's been like that. It's a very fair request. I've been told in the new facility it'll be all straightened out. Like it'll be a whole
and you got
different
like jackhammers
like
going on.
Away, right?
That's 2 years away.
What are we doing?
It's like it's either a lawnmower, planes flying overhead, construction work. It's always like
I mean,
that.
especially now though with all the construction. But
no, it's. Is there something new, or are you just bugged by it?
Now it's even worse with all the construction. That's what I'm saying. But anyways, all right, let's hear from some sound from Dove Valley from yesterday. Here is Bo Nix on if he likes being known as a dual threat quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's a compliment if they give you credit throwing the ball too. I don't think anybody wants to just be a running quarterback in the league, but the dual threat is a good tag and it's important. I think it's tough, but all that is just kind of tags. Certain guys that are known to be pocket passers, they will shock you running the ball. So
okay, good Lord, we want people to keep listening.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Dude, Dan, you're right. That construction noise.
Is ridiculous.
Didn't I tell you?
Noise. Can you not filter? Can you not put the XY400 filter on that
I'll
thing?
get with Steve Cassidy.
Put the XY400 filter and let's play it again.
Let's.
You want to hear one more time?
Yeah, try it one more time. Try it one more time.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's a compliment if they give you credit throwing the ball too. I don't think anybody wants to just be a running quarterback in the league, but the dual threat is a good tag and it's important. I think it's tough, but all that is just kind of tags. Certain guys that are known to be pocket passers, they will shock you running the ball. So I think it's really whatever the offense is asking of you and whatever however you react to a game. Some guys extend to throw, they do it really well. Some guys extend to run, they do it well. It's just finding that happy medium and being consistent with it.
Yeah, finding the happy medium. We haven't seen really the medium as far as the passing game goes yet from Bo Nix. Do you guys like his sort of dual threat capability? And do you think that Sean Payton is utilizing the passing game enough, or is he relying too much on Bo's legs?
Yeah, I like it because it's what he's good at. I love pocket passers. That like if you're going to ask me to build my perfect quarterback, I would build a timing rhythm passer with enough athleticism to pick up a first down on third down 2 to 3 times per game, right? Well, Bo has plenty of athleticism, more than that. And I think right now, if the goal is to continue winning games, well, you utilize that as much as you possibly can. I would personally try to encourage him to dial it back. He had 10 attempts or 10 carries for 75 yards. Cut that back to like 5 to 7.
I love the fact that he runs around a little bit. I think it's got to be part of the plan this year because he's just not, I don't know, man. You still got to pick up first downs. You got to convert third downs. I don't think you can get away with it. But is he just, that forever? I hope not. Follow the Josh Allen plan. That'd be fine by me.
If I had a choice, what could be the one thing he's great at? This wouldn't be it. I wouldn't pick, he's great running.
No, this would be Tim Tebow part 2.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that is right now what he's great at.
That's Dan's question. I'm answering his question. If, in my opinion, if I had to pick one thing he was great at, this wouldn't be it.
No, definitely not.
No, and I think it's affected his passing a little bit, and I think it's affected maybe some of the other running.
You know what I think he'd be great at? Just 5-yard slant passes. Just right there.
Every coach wants athleticism in their in their quarterback. Very few coaches want a true dual threat quarterback.
Unless you're Jim Harbaugh.
What's Lamar Jackson?
Dual threat.
He's a dual threat.
Perhaps a 3-time MVP.
Yeah. He's the greatest running back in the history of the game.
We're gonna see a lot of Lamar coming up next weekend, fellas. Next week,
T-Mac didn't take the bait.
Next week is a whole. We're barely talking about this Panthers game. This is like as little week of a game because what else are you gonna say about this team? Seriously,
More excited or more worried about Lamar Jackson or Henry?
Oh, Lamar Jackson, yeah, but a good dollop of worry about
Shoot, Derrick Henry might break the all-time record this year.
Yeah, he's amazing too. But that game, believe it or not, next week is not a big game. It's not.
Yeah, it is.
If you say next week is a big game, that means every game is on the same exact level, meaning none of the games are big games.
I don't understand.
You cannot say
a game you could possibly lose. You cannot say it's a big game.
Right.
It doesn't make sense that a game that everybody would pick them to lose this weekend is
a game you get to see Bo Nix go up against one of the best in the NFL, like you just said, a multiple-time MVP. That's not a big game for Bo Nix.
No, a big game. A big game is beating.
That's what I want Bo Nix to be able to do. I want Bo Nix to be able to beat guys.
What is your rush with Bo Nix? Why do you care about him microwaving so fast? Why is that such a big deal to you?
9 years of crap.
So impatience based on previous failure.
That's mine.
No, D-Mac, that's not the point. I'm not saying he's got to be there right now. I think in the big picture, where Bo's at, we're good, man. This is actually probably more productive than I thought he would be at this point in the season. My point is not that Bo Nix is failing, but my point is this is where he's got to get to. So, yeah, it's a huge game for him.
I think you're playing a possibly 3-time MVP on a Super Bowl contending team
so
on
just pack
the road.
The bags and
kind of. It's not that big of a deal. You're not going to win them all this year, and that's one you're definitely going to lose.
I say it's a big game, but I'm not so certain the outcome's a big loss. Does that make sense? Because you win this week, you're 5-3, and there's going to be, I hope, excitement and expectations. This team could do something. What if all of a sudden you can go to Baltimore and go to toe-to-toe with the team some people think you can go to the NFL or go to the Super Bowl? It's a big game. Would a loss be devastating loss? No.
Oh, I agree with that.
This for me is, and I am impatient, and I am a guy that will be excited for the future. You go into Baltimore, you ain't going to be able to fit people's heads in their car doors Monday if they beat Baltimore.
Listen,
is it a big game if they win?
It'd be unbelievable if they won. But to think we missed out on something because they lost to the Ravens this year in Baltimore.
But do you not agree with me, though? They go in that game 5-3. If they lose, it's not going to be a big loss. I'm not saying that. But for the anticipation where this franchise could go, that's a big game.
If Jaden Daniels was your quarterback, would you think it's a big game?
You're really stuck on this whole Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams thing, man. It's you want Bo to be compared to those two guys. You know Sean Payton wanted Jaden Daniels, right? That was his number one guy.
Yeah, but he picked Bo.
He picked Bo.
So he has to be able to compete with them.
I don't even know what that means, compete with them. The Broncos
has to be able to beat them.
Had no shot whatsoever. To me, the guys he has to compete with and be better with are guys that it was reasonable that were also could have been
goal
taken.
Isn't to win a championship?
Of course the goal is to win a championship in a couple of years,
but
not right now.
Of course.
So I'm not going to stack – I don't need to stack Bo Nix up to Jaden Daniels right now.
But you would think it's a big game if Jaden Daniels was your quarterback.
Listen,
I guess.
Tyler,
That's a weird
you need to
hypothetical.
back down, settle back. You pair him against Spencer Rattler.
Okay? I need to lower the expectation.
You need to compare him to Spencer Rattler.
Okay.
You should compare him.
We got a dude then.
You should compare him to Penix and McCarthy. That's who you should compare him to.
Well, that's not possible.
How's he doing compared to those two dudes?
He's doing fantastic.
One's got torn ACL.
He's on the field.
One's playing against
he stayed healthy,
Hall of Famer.
and he won the starting job, right? No, the Ravens is not a big game. This is a big game. The Browns game is a big game. The Raiders are a big game.
I agree with you on that.
Winning the games that you need to win are big games. It's a plus if they beat the Ravens. It's awesome. It'd be great, but it's not a big game. Even the Chiefs is.
All right, so the Panthers is a big game.
The Panthers is a huge game. Yes,
against the worst team in the league.
Yes. It's like that cliche
Your
must-win
logic
game.
is weird.
Is it really that hard to understand?
Well, yesterday
it's
you were sitting there
weird.
saying this game doesn't matter. It's all over. Boom, boom, boom.
No, I didn't say it didn't matter. I said they're far better than them.
There's no way
and they're
that
going
they can lose.
Yeah.
So if there's no way they can lose, how's
this a big game?
You're thinking results.
I am thinking results. I'm thinking win games that you should win. I'm thinking about trying to get to the playoffs. You've got to accumulate 10 wins one way or the other. A win is a win, So how do you get to 10 wins? And it's more reasonable to me that you beat the Panthers than beat the Ravens on the road.
And that is where you and I are different on the season, is I really don't care about winning this year. I don't.
I wouldn't care about winning this year either if they were 1-6 right now or 2-5. But they just so happen to be 4-3. So until they're a meaningless piece of crap team like the Patriots or the Browns or the Panthers, when they enter the realm of can't make the playoffs, but as long as they're a playoff team, why not sort of get excited about it a little bit?
You're close to what I just said.
But then that makes the Ravens a freaking huge game.
Well, you're not going to win them all, man. I mean, when you win 10 games, you lose 7. But I'm okay losing to the Ravens on the road. It's one of my 7.
But it's not, and no great athlete or no great team or no team on the rise goes into a game expecting to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of saying the same thing with you on this side. If they lose the Baltimore, it's not a big loss. If they lose to Carolina this week,
a huge
game,
devastating,
big devastating loss,
devastating.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But I still think you go into the Ravens. This is the biggest game of the year.
This is the best
and you pump
opportunity.
yourself up and you get yourself a go, and that's what I look at a big game.
You're
looking
a big game
result.
is an opportunity to go toe to toe with the best in the world.
And if they can go in and compete with the Ravens,
even
in a loss,
are we going to change our tone on everything?
Yes,
Are you going to now? We're going to talk about the playoffs
because you know why? That means they're a lot closer than I even think they are.
I would agree.
Well, they're not going to beat the Ravens, but I mean,
I just said I'm looking for a moral victory in Baltimore.
Oh,
I'm
really?
I'm down with a moral victory. I'm down with it.
We're for like a 20-17 loss.
Yeah, because
if we 2017, I'll be excited.
Because
then I
for
only
me,
have
it's
one
not about
person to
playoffs.
blame.
For me, it's not about the playoffs. So moral victory would be huge. Going toe to toe.
Hey, I know we're overlooking Carolina. I apologize. But you come back out of that Baltimore.
Who are you apologizing to?
The 4 people still listen. If we come out of that Baltimore game and lose 20-17, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to project to the future. Well, there's only one person to blame.
Is that your mic drop moment right there? I'm going to crap on Sean Payton, and then I'm just going to. I'm sorry, what?
I just said one person.
I know. We all knew who you meant.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Really?
I thought you were talking about Stidham.
Stidham?
Yeah.
Dan, do you have any more pesky stories? Did you really only get to one story in that entire thing?
That's all right.
Is there anything else?
Right. Well, I did want to tell you guys about Giants owner John Mara has officially committed to head coach Brian Daboll and their general manager for the 2025 season.
Oh, that's funny.
Also, he was on ESPN radio yesterday, John Mara, was asked about the future of quarterback Daniel Jones. He said, quote, "Daniel is our quarterback, period. We committed to him and look forward to watching him play out his contract, and that you can't judge him when his teammates continue to fail him."
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
He seriously said that?
Wow. Well, good for Daniel Jones.
That is unbelievable. Holy cow.
Going back to the Ravens and why it's a monster game. And if you only lose 2017, you know they lead the league in 7.2 yards per play. and you only lose 2017?
There you go.
You have played a hell of a game.
Wow, it sounds good to me.
Is it?
God, you work up sometimes.
Was Colorado State playing Texas this year a big game?
No. To who? Who was that a big game for?
Colorado State.
No, it wasn't. They were going to get waxed. They got waxed. You know, Colorado State right now is
Above 500.
They're 4-3. They're playing New Mexico at home this weekend. They're 2 games away from a bowl. New Mexico is a huge game. Huge game.
Big result.
And in all honesty, the CU game wasn't really that big of a deal for CSU. They play in the Mountain West. Winning conference games matters more. And so, no, the Texas game was not a big game.
It was the biggest game of their life.
It was not.
Biggest,
that's not. It's that their
biggest
season.
Payday.
Well, that's different. I mean, if we're going to evaluate it on that, but the kids aren't getting paid off of that, except for the quarterback who turns down millions of dollars because he wants to play in fourth. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Legend.
I'm not buying that story either. I am definitely not buying that story.
Are you telling me right now
When they play, Scott, when they play in front of, actually, I did hear they're almost sold out on that game. I did hear that. It's homecoming week or parents' weekend or something. I heard that.
Cool. That's cool. I hope that stadium's packed.
Because I was going to make a friends and family joke.
How come they were able to fill the old stadium?
Because it was about 7 miles outside of town.
Dude, I got a crazy thing.
It was further to get to. You had to drive through
the
town.
old stadium. I know.
Right.
They didn't sell that out. That's why they built the one.
I thought attendance was way better than that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I was told the reason they built the one on campus because everybody complained to having to drive way out there.
That's what I thought it was.
Well, I know, but I think the attendance was way better at the old one.
Well, that means.
But you also had Sonny Lubick in the old one and win a whole lot of games.
It would also include one of the three of us actually going to a CSU game.
I volunteer you.
Okay. Made it 25 years so far.
I would, but I got a 3 o'clock Nuggets game.
I got
Saturday, 3 o'clock. Did you know that?
I did know that.
I got pull weeds or something.
Yeah, it's a 3 o'clock game. It's actually.
I've been turning down Colorado. I haven't been going to Colorado games because I don't want to go because it's so late.
Dude,
I've not gone. I didn't go to the last one. I had tickets. I could have gone to this one against Cincinnati. I'm just not doing these 8:15 games.
I found out something about the CU game that blew me away. I'll tell you what it is coming back.
Yeah, it was.
Did Christian Brown just said we have a double dipperoo? That is all right. I'm officially laughing at Christian Brown saying a double dipperoo. All right, well, I'll give you something good. I don't know if it's a double dipperoo, but Mike Maroney Auto Group's Truck Month is happening now with their lowest prices of the year. So whether you're going on the mountain roads or tackling them city streets, whatever you got, they've got the perfect truck for you at Mike Maroney. Massive savings on Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. Colorado-ready trucks built for tough. From hauling gear for any adventure, what do you need? They've got it all for you at Mike Maroney. Plus, every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado from Fort Collins to Boulder. It's not that far, but, they play college football. Browse their huge inventory at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Quick, easy to find your ideal truck at these incredible, unbeatable prices. Truck Month and the lowest prices of the year do end soon. The deals are moving fast, and you need to get involved right now. What are you waiting for? Head to Mike Maroney Auto Group online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. All right, I had something silly to talk about, but I'll wait on that for a little bit because reading from Mike Kliss just 1 minute ago, reporting by 9 News, let me just read it. Denver Broncos wide receiver Josh Reynolds and another man were injured in a shooting early Friday morning. Wait, when?
3 a.m., October 18th.
Oh, okay. All right. Shortly after, I got you.
Last week.
Shortly after 3 a.m. on October 18th. Okay, sorry, let me follow this.
So that was on a Thursday night.
Josh Reynolds and another man were injured in a shooting early Friday morning in Denver after they were followed from a strip club. Shortly after 3 a.m. on October 18th, someone called 911 about a shooting near East Hamden Ave and South Dahlia Street. Help me, guys. Like, what are we talking about there?
I was just trying to figure that out.
All right, we'll look it up. The caller reported he was driving a blue Ford Bronco and said he had been shot, according to court documents obtained by 9 News. The document says the call taker noted the caller stopped responding and sounded like they were running. A second 911 caller said he was being followed and that 2 of his friends had been shot. The court documents say that caller was running and said he needed an ambulance. A third caller said they had been shot at. The 911 call taker noted that GPS tracking put all 3 callers in the same area near South Quebec and East Union Ave. Officers responded there and located the victims. Among them was Reynolds, who, according to court documents, was shot twice. Once in the left arm and once in the back of his head. Another man was shot in his back. A third victim was wounded by shattered glass, the court documents say. All 3 had scrapes from climbing over a fence, the document says. Police later located the victim's vehicle on southbound I-25 near Bellevue. It had numerous bullet defects in the back driver's side and front windshield. 2 fired cartridge casings were found behind the vehicle along I-25. Prior to the shooting, the victims reported they were at Shotgun Willie's, a strip club in Glendale, but left around 2:45.
John Moran's place.
They reported, according to court documents, there were no problems in the club. When they left, 2 drivers began following them in vehicles and shots were fired, the court documents say. They reported to police that the suspects continued to follow them as they got onto the highway. Holy cow. Once there, they said the vehicle would no longer drive and they ran from the vehicle. So we're having a shootout down I-25?
That doesn't sound like a shootout. It sounds like a shootout.
How the heck did this stay quiet until now?
On Wednesday, Denver police announced they arrested 2 men in the case, Burr Charlesworth and Luis Mendoza. According to court documents, a video from the strip club shows Mendoza entering the club just after midnight. The documents say Mendoza did not engage with the entertainers, but instead watched the victims. As they left, Mendoza followed them out. Several other vehicles were seen pulling into the lot, and people inside them appeared to be waiting for the victim to leave. 3 vehicles were seen following the victims. In most of the videos viewed by investigators, Mendoza's vehicle was directly behind the victims. Following his arrest, Charlesworth told investigators he was helping a friend who asked him to follow the victims due to a prior conflict. He denied he ever shot at the victims and said the gunfire came from other vehicles. He refused to describe those vehicles, according to the court documents. Reynolds is currently on injured reserve due to a broken finger and did not travel to New Orleans with the Broncos for their game last Thursday. Wow.
Golly, this is insane, man.
Wow.
How does a week go by? And by the way, Luis Mendoza from Mighty Ducks is the one that shot him.
So there was some sort of beef. It doesn't feel like this is a robbery. It feels like this was like revenge.
No, they had an altercation in the club, somehow. It sounds like, although Josh Reynolds' side said there was no altercation, right?
And even the police report right there said there wasn't any altercation in the club.
Yeah, there was. It wasn't that. It was something prior.
Previous.
Oh, and he's looking to get him. That's what the article said.
When you got 2 or 3 cars coming after you, this was organized to get Reynolds or Reynolds' buddy.
Yeah, this wasn't, we had a dust up in the club. We had a previous dust up, and now it's time for
Payback.
Something, yeah.
Jeez, man.
And we're having a shootout down I-25 with a Denver Broncos player.
Well, and the Hampton and Dahlia is just past Wilshire, just past Colorado. Like, where we used to work, you go up Colorado to Hampton, take a left,
right,
and it's between.
There you go.
It's between Colorado and 25.
Yep. I got exactly.
So the strip club it really doesn't factor into anything other than the fact that's where they were at when
and they were waiting on them.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a location.
So this was right after the Thursday night game, right?
October 18th. Help me out. What's October 18th? What day of the week is that?
October 18th is a Friday, but they played the 17th that Thursday.
Okay. So, so Reynolds was on IR because of his finger. He wasn't with the team.
Right, because the team was...
Not uncommon, right? IR guys wouldn't necessarily go with the team.
No. They stay home the majority of the time.
Right. So he went out to Shotgun Willie's.
Unless he was with the team and they got home before midnight, and that's where he decided to go.
No, they said, it said he wasn't with the team.
I don't think they could have gotten home before midnight.
He wasn't with the team. The article says he wasn't. It doesn't mean that Josh Reynolds was the target, though, because he was with a couple other guys. The beef could have been with some of the other guys he was with.
Did I hear you say that right? He got shot in the back of the head?
That's what they said in the court documents.
Josh Reynolds got shot in the back of the head?
He got shot in the arm and back of the head.
Excuse me? How do you get shot in the back of the head and survive?
That's once in his left arm and once in the back of the head.
Could have been a glancing.
Yeah.
Could have been a ricochet.
So it's 3 different victims were shot at. So it's Reynolds with 2 guys.
And the second wide receiver in the NFL that have been shot this year.
You see the photos of the Hummer, or I think it's a Hummer, or maybe it's a Ford Bronco.
It's
with the holes in the front window shield, like right in front of where you'd be driving.
That's wild, man.
So they were shooting back at him.
So they're shooting back at him. They're hopping over fences to get away. They're
So they abandoned the car on the highway?
The car broke down.
Running, yeah.
Yeah, because probably it got shot out. They probably shot out the car.
That's a lot of shots. I mean, for the car to stop working.
What a terrifying situation here, man.
How about if you're in one of those houses and you hear that at 3 a.m? Pow, 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 pow.
Dude. Wow.
Well, thank God he's all right. I guess you start with that.
It seems like everybody, right?
This is breaking news that we're literally just seeing. Nate and Andy are out at number 38. Is that right? Okay. Nate and Andy are out at number 38, so they'll have more news as it goes. Perhaps we'll find out more from Jeff Legwold, our Broncos insider. Wow. Okay. Nuggets win tonight?
Everything bad that happens to an athlete in Denver happens at Shotgun Willie's.
Yeah, seems like it, right?
Goodness gracious. All right, hey, listen, more news as it comes. We have the Nuggets tonight. We'll see you down at the game. Don't forget, the Avs are on 9 News tonight at Utah. Nate and Andy are coming up next.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Andy Lindahl along with Mark Springer. Mark Bertinoli's on his way down to Stoney's to join me. We are off 11th and Lincoln. One of our usual Thursday spots is we're going to have a big fun time tonight. We're going to watch a little football, and I'm sure you're going to have both the Avs and the Nuggets on. We're here because of Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, as we've been every Thursday out having a good time. Come have a dew and a brew with us and enjoy what should be a fun sports night. We're a week away from Halloween. Was talking to the manager here. They will be having a Halloween party next Thursday as we will be here. You know what? Dress up, come watch sports, they'll have trivia, the whole deal. Stoney's is a great place, so get on out here. Join us tonight as we watch both Thursday night football and the Avs and the Nuggets, okay? And by the way, if you missed it, if you haven't heard, I think most of you probably have, but if you haven't, Channel 9, the place for your Avs game tonight. We start our partnership with Channel 9 on Altitude TV. Very excited to have this game on tonight as Justus Ananen is going to be getting another start because he's played so well against Utah Hockey Club. You know them, you love them. They're actually the Phoenix Coyotes. Let's bring in our buddy Mark Springer right now. And, Mark, I don't know, you and I normally have a little meeting. Normally I'll get together and we've got things to talk about. I did not expect to be talking about an incident that sounds all too eerie to what I covered with Darren Williams, as we find out today that Josh Reynolds was in fact shot almost a week ago. It'll be a week ago tomorrow that he was shot in the morning hours. Terrible story here. Channel 9 has a full breakdown. At least that's the one that I saw. Mike Kliss tweeting that out. I was reading from the Channel 9 app as I read this over. But Josh Reynolds apparently shot in his arm in the back of his head. Trying to process all this, Mark. This is not exactly the story I expected to read when I sat down here to get ready to do the show today.
Well, yeah, this all went down Friday morning.
So probably about a week from tonight, by Friday morning, but they were talking about 3 a.m. So it'd be, it'll be a week at 3 a.m. this morning, if you will. So,
yes, yeah. So late Thursday night, early Friday morning, and Josh Reynolds did not travel because the Broncos played in New Orleans last Thursday night. So this goes down just hours after the Broncos beat the Saints, but Josh Reynolds did not travel with the Broncos to New Orleans as he is on IR with his finger injury, broken finger. So he stays in Denver and he goes to Shotgun Willie's with some friends, it appears. And a man at Shotgun Willie's was eyeing Reynolds and his crew, following them, keeping tabs on them. The security footage shows this man, Luis Mendoza. Apparently, according to the 9 News article, in the videos you see he's not focused on any of the entertainment at Shotgun Willie's. He's tracking Josh Reynolds, apparently due to some prior conflict, is what the story says. And then he follows them with an associate when they leave the club at 2:45 a.m. And then Josh Reynolds and his companions notice they're being followed, and then they are shot at. Luis Mendoza says he did not do any of the shooting, but then he won't say who did, so he very well might have. He was at the very least a big part of this. And they start. It appears that the bullets render the car undrivable, and they have to get out of this car at I-25 in Bellevue, and they start running. And this, in and around this time, is when Reynolds gets shot multiple times, once in the back of the head. This is scary stuff, but I assume he's alive. It's been a week, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, there was no indication because we'd have a murder investigation
Sure.
if that was going on, and they did a very thorough job. Now, again, we both men named in the 9 News story did not say that I remember reading that either one was identified as the shooter. It sounds like this is a very active investigation. But for anybody that was around during the Darren Williams time, which I will never forget, unfortunately, waking up on New Year's Day in 2009 to start the new year, and the next thing I know, or I guess it would have been 2008 because it was 2007 when that happened. Next thing I know, I wake up and very first day of 2007 to the news that one of our favorite guys in the media to cover, because Darren Williams was so friendly and so accommodating, always had a smile, just was one of the guys you like seeing in the locker room. This just sounds all too familiar of what kind of happened. Not identical situations, not real sure what the beef was between the two gentlemen. As Spring said, there was apparently there was a prior incident, which is why Mr. Mendoza was there and was apparently waiting or observing or basically watching. It was a report of 3 cars that then left the parking lot and followed Reynolds' party in his car. And so we'll wait to see what happens. Again, I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what the status of Josh Reynolds is, because this was not – Spring, help me out here. I don't believe this was covered. This is something that Kliss broke after the press availability was done, right? Sean Payton did not give us any comment on this today, I assume?
I don't know if Sean talked today. He talked yesterday. Thursday has been coordinator day.
Right.
So, yeah, you got to think that, I mean, I don't know, but you would think – the Broncos knew about this.
Oh, I'm sure they're aware. Trust me, dude. They know more than we ever, they're ahead of some things sometimes. I'll put it that way. So.
Sure. Usually something like this comes out like the next day.
Well, I think if you're an investigator, like reporters will check the police blotters, as they call it. But Reynolds was not the criminal in this case. He was the victim. And so I'm not sure that because he was the victim, I'm not sure you'd have to know the name to understand. So, again, I think when most reporters check the police wire, if you will, they're looking for the person to have committed the crime. So maybe that's how this slipped under the radar. I'm with you. Now he's on injured reserve, so nobody would have been looking for him at practice, unless they were looking for him to work on the side. They live a different lifestyle. They've got to go in early for rehab and all that. So, yeah, we'll hopefully get some more clarity tomorrow. Now that the story is starting to make its rounds, and by the way, thank you, Brian. He said Peyton did not. My guy Brian Madden from Channel 4, appreciate the shout-out. He said Peyton was at the podium but did not address this today. I don't know how many of us knew about it at the time of the availability. Hopefully we'll get some clarity tomorrow when he does talk, and we'll see. Honestly, Spring, I wouldn't be surprised. We'll keep our email open now that the story is out there. Possible we get a statement from the club regarding what they knew. My guess is going to be, hopefully if they offer a statement, it will be an update on health for Reynolds. Again, it's scary to hear that you got hit in your left arm and especially the back of the head. So I do hope the health of Josh Reynolds more than anything is okay. My guess is we'll get the standard, we're going to let the investigation conclude and have further statements, I guess, then. Although, again, they're guys, I don't think the guy you'll be looking at. So this is definitely a fluid and developing story. So we'll keep you updated throughout the show. I'm sure a lot of the folks that do cover the NFL are going to be on this. And so if we get any further updates as it warrants through the show, we'll let you know.
Shout out to Ev Pillar on Twitter, just shot this at me. Zach Stevens, who covers the Broncos for DNVR, tweeting out a minute ago. Good news, Josh Reynolds was at the Broncos facility today and around practice. He's on the IR and in an injury not related to the shooting. So I suppose based on that tweet, despite getting shot 3 times, the thing ailing Josh Reynolds the most at the minute is still his broken thumb?
I hope.
According to that tweet?
Yeah. Now, look, Ricky Pearsall, unfortunately, was involved in a scary incident for the 49ers beginning of the year, shot in the chest. He was able to come back and play. I guess I'll just say it. I don't think that here we go, and here's the statement that I figured would be coming. I don't know that Javon Walker was ever the same. Now, there was a death involved in that. Nobody, I don't believe, died in this one. But this from Mike Kliss tweeting out the statement from the Broncos. Josh Reynolds was a victim of a shooting on Friday in Denver and received treatment for minor injuries out of respect for the legal process, we will defer further comment on this matter to the authorities. So there you go. About the statement I figured we get. It's good to know that it's minor. Just because you did get shot, I mean, again, a bullet can graze, can cause more of a cut. Not everything is an entry wound, if you will. So hopefully that's all he's dealing with. You know, I did read in the 9 News article by Mike Kliss that there was some glass that did cause injury to the third party in the vehicle. Hopefully, ultimately, everyone's okay, but there you go. I don't know. I hope Josh mentally is okay. My point prior to getting that statement was I don't think, and again, Javon witnessed the death of a friend, and judging by the massive blood stain on his shirt, I can't blame the man for not probably ever being mentally the same again. So we'll just wait and see how Josh Reynolds, hopefully he can recover quickly. Hopefully there's not a lot of mental trauma he's got to deal with, although I think we'd all be scared getting shot at. So we'll just see where this goes there. All right, I'll tell you what. Why don't we take our break, Spring? We'll do that. We'll come back. We'll begin the talk show. But just crazy news about Josh Reynolds to start the show. We've got plenty to talk about. We've got news about the Rapids. We've got some tickets that we'll be giving away. We've got the streaming app up and running, but all seems appropriate to tell you more about after the break. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for truck or 4x4 equipment, Colorado Off-Road is the place to go. Give Jerry a call, give him a call out there, 303-761-1264. Ask him any questions that you may have about things, or just go by the showroom. Real easy to look at everything that he has. I'm going to be putting a video up soon of all the different bed cover displays that he has. If you're curious how different bed covers work, I think if you're real savvy at, truck parts, auto parts, and maybe you know how a lot of these work. But if you don't, and I'll tell you, I was a newbie when I got mine, you could see all the different styles you have to choose from, the difference between a power or maybe just a hard shell, some of the soft shells. And guess what? If you want to really treat all your items in the bed of the truck in luxury, get a carpet for your bed. It's actual bed carpet. The truck bed covers are great if you want to keep sports equipment in there. And, of course, this time of year, getting the old warnings from all the weather forecasters. Looks like some cold weather's headed this way next week. Halloween could be chilly. Could see some snow, possibly. You know what that means. You don't want it in your truck. The leaves will be falling, a lot of gunk. Get all of that out of there. Also, floor liners, remote start kit, step rails, all sorts of stuff. It is Colorado Off-Road. They're great folks to do business with. I promise you'll have a good experience there. Again, find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman out of town for a couple of days, and so I'll be joined by Berto and Mark Springer as always. Mark's back at the shop. Berto's on his way down here right now. 303-504-0925 is the Shop Mazda text line if you'd like to jump in on that. We got plenty of things to tell you about today. A lot going on. The Altitude Plus streaming app is now live, and in celebration of our friends over at Bet365, let me do that again. And in celebration, our friends over at Bet365 are giving fans a 2-month subscription to Altitude Plus when they sign up for a new account with Bet365. Get that done, and then you can get everything kind of squared away. Watch the next games coming up here. I know we got some Saturday. Tonight is a Channel 9 game. If you did not hear, first Avs Channel 9 game will be happening tonight. So very easy for everyone to watch. Called and told my mom. She was excited about that, so there you go. But anyway, away we go. All right, so Spring, here's what I want to start with. I was going to wait for Berto to get here, but let's lighten the mood a little bit after the, surprising news, frankly, of what happened to Josh Reynolds a little bit earlier. So Scotty and I were doing a podcast last night. We do it every Wednesday. Usually about 8 o'clock is when we start, depending on if there's a game or not. By the way, we're going to jump on tonight after the Nuggets game, so watch for that. But I found this interesting. We got this from our guy Flax, who's always texting the shows. We were talking about trades, right? Whether you're an Avs fan or a Broncos fan. I'll start with this question, then I'm going to kind of change it as we go along. Goalie, tight end, two of the most talked about positions for either team that we have there. If you could pick one need to fill from either of those teams, would you trade for a goalie or for a tight end first? What needs to join Denver more? Do the Avs need another goalie or do the Broncos need a tight end?
Tight end.
Yeah.
Definitely tight end because I like Justus Oninen. I think he has a future in this league. I don't know necessarily to what level, but in his handful of starts early in his career, and there were some duds early on, like very early on, but that's to be expected for a kid who was like 22, 23 at the time when he got a spot starter too. And then when you saw him, now he's 24 years old, in the spring, late in the regular season when Georgie was struggling, he showed some signs. It was against weaker opponents, but he showed some signs. And then now here we are this season, couple of stinker relief appearances for Georgiev. But then the two times that he knew in advance that he was going to be the starter. And the two starts that he's had in San Jose, in Seattle, they look great. For a 24-year-old, they look great. He's got the size. He's got the movement. He's got the moxie. He's got the goaltender ness. He's goaltender-ish. Sometimes you're hitter-ish in the batter's box. He checks the boxes of what you look for a goalie. When the Avs are stacked, loaded, and healthy, like you're going to have your best two-way forwards back. You're going to have your best defensive forwards back in Nichushkin and Lehkonen to help him out even more. He's the goaltender of the future for the Avs, or at least in the near future. We'll see how Ilya Nabokov marinates in Russia. He's 21 years old. They just drafted him. But Justus is the guy. I don't think there's a veteran goaltender out there who has the upside that Justus does. The Broncos need a tight end. Greg Dulcich was promising, and now he's a healthy scratch, to steal a hockey term, for the past 3 weeks. Troutman and Kroll are like as mid-level of more blocking type tight ends as you can get. Yeah, versatile, offensive, pass-catching tight end would help Bo Nix a lot, I think.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's where it gets interesting because we're getting mixed responses for both. See, the Avs, like, to me, if we're going to make a serious trade, the Avs they're in the window. They're in the championship window, right? Thus, you want to make sure you have any hole in the dam filled that you can. But I am with you. To me, like, to answer the question at this point today, you said it right there. Justus Oninen was supposed to be, and still may be, the future, the guy, right? That's what they drafted him for. He did finally get a look. Now, I will also say this, Spring, we all like the starts that he's had the last couple of games for good reason, and I think Bednar's put it best even on the morning show. He's looked big in the net. I think he makes guys think twice about where they're trying to shoot the puck. I just think there's something about a goalie as big as him that just kind of gets in the head of shooters sometimes, and that's great to see. But I also need to see him do it against top-level competition. Do you know what I mean? The Kraken and San Jose aren't going to make me convinced that you're completely ready to go against the Bruins. Like, I wish he maybe would have got a look against the Bruins. And look, man, if we're being honest about it, I know that there's a lot of people down on Georgie, and frankly, he deserves it with the way he started the season. But Georgie has kind of bounced back. They didn't maybe win all the games they should have, but he's not been the reason for every loss that they had to start the year. Guys were not playing great defense at times. As we welcome Berto to the show, he'll be jumping in on this too. But Spring, you brought it up right there. The Broncos don't have any tight ends, right? And look, one of the reasons why I guess I'm willing to entertain this discussion, quite honestly, is because finding out how cheap David Njoku is going to be, because I thought his contract sucks next year. You're going to have to be willing to maybe fix some things next year. But if you could get a guy like the Broncos have no tight ends. I'm talking no tight ends. You know what I mean? Let's welcome in our guy, Mark Burton. Only he's with us. I'm going to bring him in on the discussion, but, Spring, I want you to stay with us and mix in with us here. Berto, we were asking the question because one of our great listeners brought it up, and I thought it was a fun question from last night, so I'm bringing it to the table today. If you could trade for one position between two teams, and it's tight end or goalie, which one you picking and why? A lot of people had started out saying goalie, but to me, you have some goalies. You literally have no tight ends, in my mind.
Let's go tight end. Because, I mean – Well, I guess we talking about can the Broncos trade for the best tight end in the NFL? Can the Avs trade for the best goaltender in the NHL? Because if you can do that, then you trade for the goaltender.
Here's a funny thing. I'm gonna evolve this question to three teams here in a minute. Look, both the Broncos and the Avs have cap problems. You know what I mean? Not really problems, but you don't have the luxury to go trading for whatever you want on either squad, right?
Yeah.
Especially once Mikko gets his deal.
Yeah.
So to put it out there, one of the guys that started the conversation, because I went over to overthecap.com, was surprised by his number, was David Njoku. The guy costs nothing this year. He's like prorated. He's going to be like maybe $500,000 by the time you get him. Now, next year, he's like $14 million in a $22 million cap hit. So you're going to have to redo that contract if you were to trade for him. And to your point, this ain't the time of year to be looking for goaltenders. That has to happen over the summer.
Right.
And I feel like Georgie's bounced back a bit. I like what I've seen from Ananen, and I'm curious about Kakkonen, frankly.
Yeah, the juice is loose. He's going to start again tonight. They've sent Capo down to the Eagles to get some time and see how he looks.
Get the rust off, get everything worked in.
But, yeah, if we're talking about the best of the best, you trade for that goaltender because the best goaltender – in the NHL can carry you to a Stanley Cup, even if your offense, even if you're not scoring the puck, you can still win if you have a goaltender who's locking down. Now, when it comes to a tight, like how much would a great tight end help Bo Nix right now?
Oh, it changed the whole Broncos offense.
Yeah, it would look different. It would look different.
They don't have anybody doing that.
But they're not going. I mean, they're not going to use a first-round pick on a tight end, right? Unless they just fall in the.
They should have used it this past draft.
They're probably going to use it on. Well, who were we talking about just yesterday? Oh, I saw a mock draft that had him taking Ashton Genty at like 15.
I think we'd all be in on that. Right?
So yeah. So I was like, okay, I could see where you're coming with that. But what you need is somebody when it all goes wrong. You need somebody that Bo can throw that ball to. Right?
Yeah, well, what you need more than anything is, to me, here's the value of a good tight end, okay? And we've already debated this, this isn't quite where I wanted this discussion to go, but here we are. A good tight end, or frankly, any good star player, changes the spacing for – they do not have one person that is a must double cover that allows somebody to get a favorable single cover matchup.
Right.
I'll go back to the last time they had a consistent good offense. You had a Demaryius Thomas here. And people don't understand, some people didn't understand how often, I mean, all the time, Demaryius was not only taking that top corner, he was taking a second guy with him. And so because of that, that's one of the things that made the 2013 offense so special. If you decided to double cover Julius Thomas, then Demaryius was single covered. People didn't want to do that. And you still had Welker to worry about. You still had Decker to worry about. Noshawn was pretty good out of the backfield. I mean, they had too many problems for you. The Broncos don't have any problems for you right now.
Well, I mean, The Chiefs went and got DeAndre. He's a possession receiver. That's all he's going to do there in the slot for Kansas City.
But they got Travis Kelce that still garners double coverage.
Yeah, and if you had a Kelce on the Broncos, life would be better. But
somebody else might get open.
There is no other tight end that you can get that's like Kelce unless you would have drafted Brock last season.
Yeah.
But you obviously went Bo instead of Brock.
Well, but what about an Njoku? You know?
Yeah, but see,
he looked really good with Flacco playing quarterback last
year.
Well,
I mean,
Bo looked that way with him.
How do you think the Broncos are going to handle this? Now, obviously, you have the massive cap hit this year. And then you have the
significant cap
pretty
hit
big cap hit next year, but it also is going to give you a slice of money, whatever that money is, whatever $30 million, $20 million. So what are you going to spend that money on? It's like in the draft, we know what you're going to do, or at least we think we know what you're going to do, because you have positions of need all over, so you can probably get guys. There's going to be somebody that you can use no matter where you're drafting because you have so many open spots that you can improve talent-wise. But when it comes to free agent signings, who you're going to sign as a free agent, is there somebody out there at the tight end position or a running back position or wide receiver position, anything that's going to help Bo that you can say, you know what, let's lock him up now, let's get him now, let's do it this season, because you still won't have the money that all the other competitive teams are able to spend. So what are you going to spend that one piece of pie on if you're the Broncos?
Well, I mean, look, I said it, I've been saying it. They won't trade for him, but if T. Higgins is available out there, I'm calling his agent, okay? T. Higgins is better than any of the receivers you have right now. You need some kind of playmaker for this offense. Sean Payton has said it 1,000 times. He apparently said it in their production meetings before the Thursday night game. He doesn't have what he likes to call his joker position, his Christian McCaffrey, do it all. A problem whether I motion him out into the coverage or into the routes or run the ball. He doesn't have the guy that makes the offense special. Art, what do you feel about Ananen? Like, again, I'd say, here's my thing. I like what we've seen out of Ananen, but I got to see it against a top-flight team, don't you? Don't you got to see it against the Bruins or a Vegas or an Edmonton or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, here's the problem. Here's the problem I think that you get with both the Juice and Georgie is that both of them can get a little streaky. So when they're hot, damn, they're hard to beat. And when they're not, wow, they're easy to beat. So you know what I mean? So I guess consistency, like everything else in professional sports, is so important. But at the goaltending position, it's super important because now you have three guys. Like, how much are you going to play Capo? If he looks good in the Eagles, how much are you going to play Kakinen? How much are you just going to keep riding Eustace? Because it feels like they might switch it up once they come back from this road trip. You're done with a 3-game road trip. You come back, maybe get a shot against Ottawa on Sunday when they come to town. So it's such a right now, I don't know if you have a number one, right? Georgie would normally be your number one, but Juice is playing so well, and you thought enough to go out and get Capo. So how are you going to handle that situation?
Well, all right, I'll ask you in spring. I want you to jump in on this. Is there a chance that they take a look at Capo Kakinen just to see, let's say he's backup level and they believe Juice is on his way to number one level. Does Georgie hold any trade value?
Yeah, but that's just because
or is that too dangerous a trade to make?
I probably man, that would be.
Because you're right. Look, you got
tough.
Three guys, and they wanted some Kakinen in their life.
Teams always want goaltending. So yes, yes, you could trade any one of those three. I'm assuming somebody would take him. Someone would put him in the system, even if it's just as a backup. But there are some teams who are desperate for goaltending help, so you could probably get something for one of those guys.
But your biggest money savings would come from Georgie, wouldn't it?
Yes.
If you were to trade him?
Yes, although at the same time, I think Georgie's contract's up at the end of the year. So you're off that money at the end of the year one way or the other. Either trade him or keep him, and then you just have to decide whether you want to re-sign him in the summer. So that's why I thought Georgie was going to have a massive year because he's in a contract year. You know what I mean?
Look, I don't think he wasn't the problem in all the games they lost.
No.
Two of them, I think he was rough. The other two, they played better defense, and he looked better.
Yeah.
So Spring, what do you think? Do you think they try to trade one, or do you think we're playing the one down at the Eagles and the other two up all year?
Well, in terms of just in general with this conversation, trading for a goaltender, you're not getting Vasilevsky.
Right.
You're not getting Shesterkin. You don't have, even if you could, You don't have the cap space.
Right, you can't pay $12 million in a year for Shesterkin or whatever he's going to end up wanting.
Georgiev makes $3.5, and yeah, it's the last year of his contract, so he's a bargain. If he's playing well, he's a bargain. Either way, he's relatively cheap. You could unload him and save a little money if Eustace emerges, and then you want to go with Kakinen as the backup. But I think Georgiev, if let's say his role is backup, let's say Eustace is the truth, it's still unproven. Georgiev would be a good backup to have on an expiring deal, a cheap backup. They don't have the money for the upgrade at goaltender that would be worth it to part with assets for in the first place. They are a team that is designed to be cheap at goaltender. It's why Eustace is – the plan is he will be the starting goaltender next season because he's going to be on his cheap little rookie contract, and they're just going to keep – cycling through these cheap goaltenders so long as they're paying their skaters the amount of money that they are.
Well, and Mikko's getting his extension, right?
Mikko's about to get a raise.
Feel like it's just a matter of time.
Right.
So
you wouldn't trade Mikko for a top-notch goaltender because you could sign like if the offensive talent on the Avs is getting paid because it's some of the best talent in the league. You know what I mean? So you have to pay those guys. But then with the NHL and the cap, it also means that you just don't have enough money to sign the best goaltenders in the NHL who are now making big money and want to make that, like Connor McDavid top type of forward kind of money coming up here in the next couple of years. And I think they're going to get it. Some teams are going to pay them that kind of money.
All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take our break. Let's come back, and I want to expand this out now. We want to bring the Nuggets in again. All these teams, Broncos aren't in action tonight, but obviously they're getting ready for things coming up on Sunday. The Avs and Nuggets are back in our life tonight. You can catch the Avs game on Channel 9 if you've not heard that yet. We will be giving away tickets to the Avs game against the Chicago Blackhawks all day on the air tomorrow. So stay tuned for your chance to win. And if you'd like to go to Sunday's game versus Ottawa, take advantage of the Avs Family Pack and get a ticket package including a ticket, a meal, and a soda, fully customizable to fit your family. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/family pack. Don't forget, all day tomorrow, your chance to win Avs tickets on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, yeah. Little Offspring for you. I'm glad that made it into the rotation. One of those older punk bands. They're still going. They're like our age, Berto. They're still cranking stuff out.
Listen,
I got
man,
no idea how old you are, quite
just
honestly.
we're the exact same age, bro. We just had this conversation.
Did we?
You are getting old. You forgot we had this conversation last week.
Brother,
We're
come on
literally
now.
like the exact same age.
I kind of remember it now. Nate and I talked about this yesterday. We'll go home for dinner, and someone in your family, or maybe you go out that night, and someone's like, "Hey, remember you said on your show?" And I don't.
Yeah, no.
Really, it just is. You got to be that way. Do you remember, or do you do so much within the Avs and Nuggets realm that you know exactly? You always remember what you talked about.
No.
Yeah,
No. I forget constantly. And I'm
people
sure
will tell you stuff you're surprised by. I
I'm
said that, huh?
Right. I'm sure some of my burning sports takes. I'm like, wait. I said, what about who? When
Well,
was
that's how I
that?
felt at the moment.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it was burned in. All right, I want to expand this discussion a little bit because here's the thing. We could talk about trading for guys, and I think Flax, our guy, shout out to Flax. He's on Twitch. He texts in a lot. We love him. We love all our Twitch people. We love all our texters. We've got a lot of regular listeners. You show up at these remotes. We appreciate all of you. Can't say it enough. By the way, Andy Lindahl, Mark Bertinoli, Berto, Kreckman's off the next couple of days. I know it's radio and people get a little weird when we're missing, and we appreciate that too. Everyone's fine. No one got fired.
That
we know of. Yeah. Friday's not come yet. But anyway, Kreckman will be back on Monday. We'll all be back together, all that kind of stuff. We're down at Stoney's. Come on and see us. We're here because of Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Come have a dew and a brew. We got all sorts of games. It's a game of Palooza tonight, so swing on by. They got trivia here. They got bars. They got a great crowd. It's a chill area. Just come and see them. 11th and Lincoln. At some point, I'm gonna spring on you. What's a couple blocks up here that Scotty and I got experience with? This is a creepy neighborhood.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
we'll
love
get
Stoney's. This place is much bigger than I always thought.
This place is awesome.
I always forget how massive this place is until we come down here.
Oh, there's so much room. That's the other reason why to come down here. There is tons of room, and there's tons of there's multiple sections to this bar. So if you're not feeling one section, go to the other side. It's probably got a different vibe.
I have such good memories of Stoney's because this is where we were at during the Nuggets playoff run when they won the championship.
Oh, so good.
And so
many
there
nights.
was some times, Cole was here, where this whole thing is just packed with people in Nuggets gear, and the Nuggets are winning games against Miami, and they're just losing their mind. Yeah, that was good times. Good times.
Great
brother.
times. All right, well, that plays into what I wanted to talk about. 303-504-0925. Drop us a text on the Shop Mazda text line. Comment on Twitch. Comment on YouTube, although I got to tell you can't find YouTube too quick. I'm Andy_Lindahl on Twitter. Go ahead and hit me there. Which of the teams right now, we talk about the cap troubles, and right now the Nuggets got them, the Avs got them, the Broncos got them.
Yeah, and the Rockies don't have a cap.
Yeah, Rockies apparently going to impose a cap on
they're
themselves
gonna
if we
lower
believe
the
the stories. So we'll see. Which of the teams is in the best? If none of the teams makes a trade, who do you have the highest confidence in giving us the most fun run, whether it's the Broncos into the winter or the Avs or Nuggets into
It's the
almost
Nuggets.
summer?
It's the Nuggets.
They don't need to do anything out of best roster, I guess, as is.
Right, you have the best player in the game. So, and in the NBA, the best player in the game can get you a long, long way. You know what I mean? Like if the Broncos traded for Patrick Mahomes, would that guarantee them a Super Bowl win? Probably not, but it might be close.
Closest thing you're going to get, but you're right. You never know.
Right.
Football can be weird. Injury can ruin everything.
And with Joker, so all you need for the Nuggets is a healthy Jamal Murray and a healthy Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon doing his thing and Michael Porter Jr. not fading in the second round of the playoffs like he did last year. And you're good. You're Gucci. You can do some stuff with that. The Avalanche the Avalanche has that kind of top-end talent, but the Stanley Cup playoffs are much more of a crapshoot than the NBA playoffs. In the NBA playoffs, talent usually wins. In the NHL playoffs, crazy stuff can happen, and you can get a team like the Boston Bruins, putting up 100 whatever points and getting bounced in the first round because that's just the nature of hockey.
How good, though, do you think? Are we losing sight of how good the Avs are because they're not whole? And look,
Yes.
I don't know what to expect out of Gabe, but when they get Lehkonen back, when Drouin is back on the ice, when Val's back Val at least is not coming back from a physical injury, okay?
Right.
So he should be in top, you would hope, physical shape, peak condition, all that stuff. Not thinking about something, like you always worry about a guy when he injures, especially something on his leg. Is it going to alter the skating style or anything like that? But when they get those guys back, how good are the Avs? Are they division winners at least this year? NHL 25 did a whole simulation, the video game, and they still had the Avs, the Central Division, winning the Central Division. They didn't have the Avs winning the Cup. I want to say it was Edmonton maybe, but again, who do you think, how good, what's top end for the Avs? Can they at least get Western Conference Finals when they're whole? If they stay healthy once the guys are back.
Yeah. The problem is that some of the teams you have to go through in the West and some of the teams in the Central that are going to be tough, and probably in the Central right now. Well, actually there's two, because I don't know what the hell Winnipeg's doing. Winnipeg started the season like crazy. Spring, I don't think Winnipeg still hasn't lost yet. I think they're 6-0 or 7-0 or some kind of nonsense like that. And the other team is the Dallas Stars in the Central, because the Dallas Stars have a lot of young talent. It might not be offensively as good as the Avs, but their blue line is pretty good. Probably not as good as the Avs, but their goaltender is Jake Ottinger, and that dude's a beast.
Yeah.
So you can always rely on him. So, yeah, the Stars are going to be tough in that division. Winnipeg, who I didn't think it was going to be great, has started like gangbusters. Nashville, who everybody thought was going to be great because they added a bunch of good players in the offseason. They added Stamkos and Marchessault. So they added like two pretty good players to that team, and then they lost spring. What was it, like the first 5-6 games of the season? They finally won, but they're like 1-5.
Didn't the Avs beat them to a first win?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Nashville was still struggling. So I think it is. So those are the two teams that scare me the most right now is Winnipeg and Dallas. Spring, do you have a team from the Pacific that you're like, man, that one's going to be hard to overcome?
No, I think Dallas is the toughest in the West. Edmonton, look, they should be tough. I just don't think.
Right, but the Avs own that. They own that team for some reason.
And I just think it's going to be so tough for them to get back to the finals. It's just so hard to do. I think a new team will represent the West this year. Vegas would be the other one. But I think the best teams in the league outside it, I think Colorado, when they're healthy, is one of, if not the best team in the league. I think it's going to be a shocking reminder for people what this team will look like when they are fully healthy. It's going to be extremely dangerous. Florida and New York in the East are the teams right now that I think are pretty damn good.
You talk about the Rangers. You ain't talking about the Islanders,
not
right?
Patrick Waugh's Islanders, the New York Rangers.
All right, but see, that's interesting because you might be right, Spring. They might be the best team in the NHL, they being the Avs, and everybody's healthy again, and yet Mark just said it right there. I think a lot of answers would be the team in the best position right now, if they don't make a trade, is going to be the Nuggets. Are the Nuggets still one of the – now, we're going to find out. They open right. They don't go in, no like soft slide into the warm bathtub tonight. You're starting with OKC right out the gate, which a lot of people love.
One of the favorites. OKC is – you know what's crazy? This is so crazy. Do you know – who the greatest free agent signing in the history of the Oklahoma City Thunder is?
No.
It's Isaiah Hartenstein.
Okay.
Who they signed. This is how little people, NBA players, want to go to Oklahoma City, because that is their greatest free agent signing ever. Is Isaiah Hartenstein, and he's hurt. I think he hurt his hand, so he's not gonna be able to go tonight. And he was part of the big pieces, especially when you take on a team like the Nuggets, where you know Joker's just gonna do work on you. But a lot of people look at OKC and think that might be a team that could give Denver trouble because they're so young, and they have Chet Holmgren, and they had Isaiah, so they had Hartenstein, so you could just throw big bodies at Joker and see what happens.
Which is kind of the Minnesota thing.
Yeah. So OKC, OKC is one of the favorites to win the whole thing this year. It's going to be tough. SGA finished second to Joker in the MVP voting. So can SGA get that? How would he look this season? I think with the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're going to be – they won 57 games last year. The Nuggets won 57 games last year. The Thunder got the number 1 overall seed because the Nuggets blew that late game to the San Antonio Spurs, and so they lost the tiebreaker, and OKC got number 1. The 57 wins the Nuggets had last season is tied for the most wins they've ever had in a regular season ever. Tied with that crazy George Karl team that had the bunch of no-names that were just great, just amazing.
2011 or something like that.
Yeah. So you just saw the Nuggets had the greatest regular season, tied the greatest regular season in franchise history, but nobody cares about that because they lost in the second round. So expectations for the Nuggets is NBA championship or nothing. Like, I don't think even the Western Conference Finals isn't going to satisfy the fan base, and it's certainly not going to satisfy the organization because they've locked up everybody. They've locked up the core four is locked up. You got Joker, you got Jamal, you got Michael Porter Jr., and you got Aaron Gordon together through at least 2027. So this is the group that's going to have to get it done. Otherwise, they're going to have to blow it all up, and I don't even know what that would look like.
Yeah, but Nate said it yesterday. I agree with this sentiment whenever he brings it up. Joker is good. You know, Peyton Manning was good for 13 wins a year. 12 or 13 wins every year. Peyton Manning on the squad, you're winning that many games. Joker's that way in the NBA. As Nate says, roll the basketball out there, he's going to get you 50 wins. Mm-hmm. If he's healthy, you're going to win 50. So you'll at least be – do you think this is the year where the Nuggets maybe don't worry about a top 3 seed? Because that would be my next evolution.
Yeah.
With how tired they looked at the end of last year, then don't play the starters till the gas is gone in the car.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about that this morning where I was looking at the Western Conference standings from last year, how they finished off. There was 5 teams that won 50 or more games in the West last year. And I think only like 8 total games separated like 1 through 6 in the West. What that means is if the Nuggets are like, you know what, we don't need the number 1 overall seed. We need to be healthy and rested once the playoffs start. If that's the goal, then I think things might get a little crazy. Because if you don't get to that 50-win plateau, if you just keep it in the 40 to 40 plus, like 45 wins, you know what that is? That's the 6th seed. That's a play-in spot in the West.
I think they just have to avoid the play-in. Everything else, I think they can handle.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't want to be messing around. I don't want to be with I don't want 3 weeks to go in the NBA season, and you're sitting there in a play-in spot going, man, we're going to have to suddenly step our game up so we don't have to play.
Better bench play, which you've been aiming for forever, would solve a little of that. The bottom line is Jamal's got to be healthy. And if that means he's got to play less games, then you better figure out how to win without Jamal playing as many games. The Rapids start their playoff run against the LA Galaxy with Game 1 of a 3-game series on Saturday night. Tune into Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you can purchase tickets to the second game of the series, which will come up next Friday, a week from tomorrow, at coloradorapids.com/tickets right now. It is Altitude Sports Radio. Berto, Andy, Springer, we're all rolling with you. We'll be back. Got to get back into a little bit of Broncos. What do we think about this matchup? Bryce Young's officially the quarterback. How does that change things? A lot to talk about. It's an Avs game night. The Nuggets open the season. Plenty to dive into ahead on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we're out here. We're rolling with you. We're at Stoney's. Stoney's on Lincoln. Not Stoney's Uptown. Stoney's on Lincoln. That's the spot tonight, although really either Stoney's location is great. We haven't been to Stoney's in Uptown in quite a while. We're here because of Tullamore Dew. We love Tullamore Dew. Doing a brew. Had a lot of fun having a big Bronco party last week, I can tell you that. Although Stoney's was rocking because this is a Saints bar, and I guess Columbus was egging them on.
Oh, really?
Oh, Tyler's not afraid to talk smack to a crowd, and from what I understand, he did.
Listen, my man Tyler's thin now. He might want to take a step back.
He does need to remember.
Right. He is no longer 6'7", 2 whatever, man. You know what I mean?
Now, I never recommend anybody fight with a former professional athlete, but to your point,
right?
I'm heavier than Tyler is right now, so he needs to remember. Now, I'm not in shape like Tyler is because he's Mr. CrossFit guy, but...
Is that how he got? He's doing the CrossFit.
That's part of what he's done. That's part of it. He just doesn't. You know what? He started losing weight when we used to do that morning show together at the All Bronco station, and he started losing weight then. Most of the guys that play in that Shanahan zone blocking system, they're like the anti you and me. Although you're in great shape, but. They can eat whatever.
Right, not fat guy in a little coat. They
got to stuff it on.
Yeah.
That's struggle to keep it on.
It is not healthy for them to be walking around on that kind of weight.
No,
but
Tyler, I think, told me one time. A lot of those guys tell me they feel sick how much they got to eat just to try to stay at the weight the coaches want them at.
No,
because they're at the bare minimum. I don't know what that feels like, frankly. So. No, but anyway, so yeah, come on down here, join us again, have a do and a brew. We got stuff to give away. Come see our prize folks here at the Altitude Sports Radio table. We got a Bronco helmet we're giving away. We got a Vikings helmet we're giving away. We got the John Elway helmet that's in a beautiful glass case from Bill's Sports Collectibles. That's one where you scan the QR code, and the winner will be notified via text at the end of the month. You only got about another week to get in the running for that. Then we'll flip what the big prize is, but we still got that QR code out here. So
you
got
memorabilia? Are you a big memorabilia fan?
I don't know. When I was not in the sports media, I was.
Really?
The more you get the, you know how it is. You get the curtain pulled back a little bit. These
are
just people to you.
Yeah.
I've got, some of my favorite people aren't necessarily the most popular guys. Bertram Berry, who we had on the show a couple weeks ago, he's one of my favorite guys. Chris Harris was always cool to my kids. He was always great to me. Brock Osweiler. I was watching Brock Osweiler the other night on the late game, and I was thinking we ought to get that dude on. He knows how to explain football well. He used to explain footwork to me as a quarterback and how it would help you. Like, the footwork was so important to guide him to the next throw inside the pocket. I've never heard that because obviously I never played quarterback, but
Brock is always one of my what could have beens.
We asked
one
him
of my
point blank.
What could have beens.
Had he
player.
stayed here, he knows. Had
he was
stayed
smart.
Here, it would have been different.
He made a bunch of money, got more than he needed, and retired, and didn't take the hits that some of these players take. That they get to be older in their life, and they brain goes, the knees go. You can't. Well, your back hurts. Everything hurts.
I will tell you again. I try to be open about this stuff because I want people to know. Do I have some biases towards guys that I like, that I enjoyed covering? Yes, I did. Brock and I had a drink at the Super Bowl party after they were done, and I enjoy the guy. I feel bad the way it went for him. I know for most people, doesn't matter. I get it. You never interact with the guy. It's fine. He's just a dude in a helmet that made a dumb choice. And look, the money was right. I don't think anybody in their right mind. I remember talking to a few of his former teammates. They all said we all would have done the exact same thing because of the amount of difference between the money. But as far as Brock told us, the saddest I felt for Brock was on the air doing an interview previewing a CU game he called last year. Brock said point blank, I wanted to still play. Nobody was calling anymore.
Oh, wow.
And that's just the reality of it. And look, had he not, to your point, had he not gone to Bill O'Brien, one of the most notorious jerk coaches in the league that's got no patience for anything, especially mistakes, he went to a locker room where he was all of a sudden a high-paid guy and he had to prove it to himself. I had guys here say if he would have taken the money here, he had nothing to prove to us because he had helped win 5 of the 7 games he started in, and without him, they don't get that home field advantage that ultimately led to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but once again, you cannot at any point ever turn
no
that kind of
turn
down that kind of money, right? You can't do it.
Well, I don't know, Berto. It's so up. Here's the question: 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line if you want to jump in. Seriously, Is it better to have all of it at that one time, or would he have made more money? Could he have pulled the Trevor Siemian route, where Trevor maybe has never popped a big contract, but he had enough quality starts, and Tyler talks about this on his show sometimes, where if you have enough quality starts, you get to stick around. You're a dude coaches know they can trust. There's a reason why Trevor Siemian keeps getting calls, even though he's never really been anyone's future hope of the franchise quarterback. They feel like as a backup, they can throw him in there and trust him. If Brock just gets another couple good years in with Gary Kubiak and isn't the big contract washout, does he actually ultimately maybe end up like he was going to get still a good chunk of money from the Broncos? Look, man, I think the story's out there. I hope I'm not telling any tales out of school. One of the reasons why he left here was not just the money. His wife was upset about the fact that they benched him in the San Diego game. Guys, his own teammates told me they felt horrible for Brock because it wasn't his fault in that San Diego game that he had to get benched. Guys were dropping passes. Nobody could block. But Coach Kubiak's gut said we need the sheriff back in there, and it ended up being the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out it worked out because the Broncos won a Super Bowl.
Right. We're questioning everything if it doesn't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can you imagine how that season would have ended if they didn't? If they didn't, with that defense, Peyton at the helm, man.
That was the most. Maybe I ought to ask you. Here's another. We're kind of Irvin Joe-ing it today, but why not? 303-504-0925. What were the teams that you enjoyed that had you the most stressed out? Because I don't know how you top the 2015 Broncos. Right?
Yes.
Now, I will say we did get a little bit close with the Cup team because as Darcy Kemper started losing some of his magic, I was like, oh my gosh, is goaltending going to cost you? You had to have that cup, right?
And you were never nervous with the Nuggets because they steamrolled. Like,
everybody.
What they only lost 4 games at a time. Was it just 4 games that entire playoff run? And so even though like when we were sitting here in this at Stoney's watching those games, you're nervous while the game is going on. I never felt at any point during that Nuggets run that they were going to get bounced. There was that when they lost back-to-back games to Phoenix, I was like, oh, that ain't great, but I never thought they don't have it. So that was a fun run. You know what I mean? It was a fun
easy cheese, baby.
They never played an elimination game where their season was on the line or anything like that during that playoff run. So it was nice and smooth. The 0-1 Cup run for the Avs was I know it went to Game 7, but that team was a juggernaut of talent.
But it did feel pretty depressing after they lost Game 5 here.
Yes.
Remember that?
I remember, actually, I'm not going to say who, but there was somebody, part of the broadcast crew at that point, he was like, it's over. We're not coming back from New Jersey, or we're coming back from New Jersey, and we're not playing another game. We're going to lose Game 6. He was so sure that the Devils had the Avs number. But then they look great in that Game 6, and then they come back and
Wah looked incredible. Wasn't that the 1-0 win where Wah just insisted we're going back for 7?
One of those games is when Ray Bork called his shot. Like they were in the intermission, and they were tied or they were down 1, and Ray's like, "Hey guys, don't worry about it. I got you. I'll get it back right here. I'll get it back right here." And sure enough, that's exactly what he did. And everyone's like, "Man, that's part of the reason why he's a legend."
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But I mean, when the late 90s Broncos that won those 2 Super Bowls.
Trust me, 97 was stressful.
They were never favored against Atlanta or Green Bay, right?
98 they were favored.
They were favored against Atlanta?
Because remember, it was supposed to be Minnesota, and Gary Anderson missed
that kick. Missed the kick.
Yeah,
yes.
Minnesota was a machine.
Yeah, and then the dirty
Randall
Burt.
Cunningham, Carter, rookie Randy Moss. They were Robert Smith, the running back. I was worried about them. Now, every Bronco player I talked to from the 97-98 squad tells me, no, we had something for them. And I'm like, you know what? I'm glad I didn't have to find out because I am not as confident as you would have been. That was it. That was an enjoyable Super Bowl. I can tell you, the nerves, anybody that texts in there remembers the 97 one, the nerves of the 97 one, because I remember all of us were saying, just let us be in one. I just want to be in one for once. Because everyone I had seen prior to that, they were getting whooped by halftime and the game was over.
Yeah,
right?
They were getting hammered.
Or you just knew, even the Giants, I don't think it was a thrashing, but the very first one Elway went to, you're like, you're not as good as this team. Carl Banks and Lawrence Taylor crushing our guy. But Then all of a sudden they're in one, and all I remember was like, oh, my God, don't lose this game. Don't lose this game. Don't lose this game. It was such a good game. That one was such a good game.
Yeah, you know what, I don't remember the parade. Like, I was here, but I don't remember the parade or anything afterwards. That's how long that's been. Like, I don't remember the party after they won that Super Bowl.
They had like a million. Well, it wasn't as big as the Avs and Nuggets parade because I don't think as many people were here. It still was a significant turnout.
It just wasn't as big of a city.
Well, and it was the winter. I mean, the Avs and Nuggets, when they have a parade, baby, it was June.
Yeah. It's a good time. It's a good time to be outside.
We're all about to go enjoy a little Independence Day weekend if you're down. So anyway, if you want to shoot us a text, I am curious. Spring, do you have one? Do you have a team you were most stressed out watching even though they won the championship? Because I'm with
Springer is stressed out every night because he's got money on his game.
Yeah, he's got other things
so it's a different kind of stress, right, Spring?
That's true. That's a true statement. I'm just as stressed as anyone else.
Were you stressed, though, in that last the Game 4 win for the Avs? Because, again, like the Avs cruise through that playoff, and if you remember, they get the first two, and then they lose Game 5, and it kind of felt like 0-1 where I'm like, man, don't bring this back for 7.
Mm-hmm.
Don't bring this back for 7. Because I was worried about Kemper not seeing the puck long enough for us to get the cup.
Yeah, I was stressed, man. I was stressed. How's that for you?
It worked out well, my man.
Oh, I can totally read your body language. You were stressed. You were worked. What do you get worked up about? When do you get worked up?
My bets.
You got
That's it.
man.
That's it.
You're
All right.
a little Matt McConaughey.
You know what?
You're not worried about anything.
You know what, Spring? In this, I got a question for both of you. I got a question for the text line. As well, and this fits into what we've been talking about. So, last night the Intuit Dome opened with the LA Clippers.
Yep.
Losing in overtime to the Suns. Now, the coolest, obviously, Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, put mad money into billions of dollars to build that thing. But they have the wall.
Yep.
The wall and me and Springer were talking about this a couple of months ago when we first found out that this is what they were doing, that Ballmer wanted, he's like, get rid of the TVs. I don't want people watching the game on TV. I want the people watching the game live. But they talked about the wall. So it's 51 straight rows of fans just going straight up, and they're just freaking out on you. But the first 13 rows, so several hundred people, first 13 rows, are all season ticket holders, and you have to pass a background check by the LA Clippers do a background check on you to make sure that you are a big enough Clipper fan to sit there. If you have social media and there's got anything Lakers related in it, you can't buy that ticket. You have to be a Mad Dog Clipper fan to get there in the first 13 rows. You have to stand the whole game if you are in those 13 seats and cheer and go crazy or whatever. Is there a team that you could pass that background check with? Are you such a fan of a team, any team ever, anywhere, that you would pass that background check and they were like, yep, you're a good enough fan, you can sit here with the best fans of this franchise?
What does that mean? I mean, I could do all the local teams because I don't have any other stuff on there, but you mean not talking crap?
No, I mean
because I've had some frustrating moments on Twitter.
Right, that's what I mean. If they dive into your socials, and you're like, look at this man, he's taking shots at Bo Nix. He doesn't get a ticket. So that's what the Clippers did. They dove deep into these people to make sure that they were a Clipper fan and Clipper fan only.
Okay.
And neither one of you could pass that test,
no, I
right?
don't think we could. Spring, could you?
I didn't realize that they had a test.
Yes.
How is that feasible?
Yes.
How is that? Don't they want money? I understand.
No, that's what I'm saying. They got money. They were turning people away. They were like, nope, you're not a big enough Clipper fan. You don't get to sit here.
They're going to find
out
a guy
that
or
lost
later
a job
that
with the Rockies because of what you're describing.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
The demand is not going to meet the supply. That wall is going to be empty sooner or later because you can't get however many hundreds of rabid Clipper fans when Paul George is in Philly and Kawhi is rehabbing his knees still and James Harden's coming back from the club. You're not going to be able to fill the wall with diehard Clipper fans night in, night out. Not going to happen.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying that's what they're doing. All those people have to be vetted, investigated to discover whether or not they are a true Clipper fan.
Yeah, that seems a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
That does seem a bit much.
That's crazy.
Hey, we want to let you know we're giving away tickets to the Avs game against Chicago the Blackhawks. All day on the air tomorrow. Stay tuned for your chance to win if you'd like to go to Sunday's game versus Ottawa, taking advantage of the Avs Family Pack if you don't want to wait and see if you win. And you can get a ticket package including a ticket, a meal, and a soda, fully customizable to fit your family. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/familypack. Don't forget, all day tomorrow, Friday, your chance to win Avs tickets on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Prize Picks. Let me tell you how this works first and foremost. Most importantly, it's not hard at all. That's what you need to know. It's basically daily fantasy. But Prize Picks has made daily fantasy accessible to all. You pick just more or less on at least 2 players for a shot up to win up to 100 times your cash, and you can run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get on the action in over 30 states, including here in Colorado, and the best place to get real money action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. Prize Picks invented the flex play, which means you can still cash out of your lineup. You can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. And they always have all sorts of promotions going right now. For example, got the email today. They've got the discounts just dropping. You can go and bet some basketball, fill it up on discounts there on basketball if you'd like to, as they've got their Hoop Madness going on with the season starting. Just go and pick some players that you like. Again, put your daily fantasy together. If you see a demon, buy them. That means it's going to be a tougher game to play. If you see a goblin, it's going to be a little bit easier game to play. Bottom line is Prize Picks is a lot of fun. You're going to enjoy it too. I've got a promo code. It's promo code XXX. Got to spell triple, but XXX like my shirt size. Just download the app, start having fun today.
What's up, suckers? Welcome back to Nate and Andy. My name is Nate. Although, damn it, I don't have a Kreckmanism right off the top of my head. I can't come up with one. I wish I could. What would Nate Spring? What would Nate say in this situation? Give me of all the years you've been hanging around with Nate, give me a Kreckamism.
He would say that, man, we got a lot to get to on today's show.
Don't you like that, Spring? Don't you ever feel like it's like, dude, did we not talk? What are you talking about? We got nothing to get to on today's show. What do you mean we got a lot? He always does say that. I'm like, you're lying.
We got a lot of stuff to break down
I just talked
today.
to you earlier and didn't feel like we had anything to get to on today's show. Man, we got some paint going here. You and I might be really goofy by the time this show's done.
You know what's crazy is we're not going to be able to know. We're just going to start slurring our words and saying dumb stuff.
Spring's just going to take us off the air. It's the Mark Springer Show.
Right. I'm trying to think of what the one thing you could say that immediately gets you fired. I'm sure we can come up with a couple of things.
Oh, well. Hey, the paint fumes keep flying, and you know what? Well, we may test as to what we'll find out. 303-504-0925 if you want to go ahead and knock it down. Buffs against Notre Dame, one of the things that stressed them out. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Rocktober was stressful?
Yeah, I can imagine. Where the Rockies just kept winning games, but that's the good kind of stressful, right?
Yeah, we were talking, for those that maybe missed the last segment, what was the championship team you most stressed over? Rocktober was so... See, again, it's hard for me. As a fan, then I respect your opinion. I was in the media, and I didn't expect any of it to happen. So Rocktober and Tebow are the two things I will never be able to explain as long as we try to.
Right.
Because, again, I would watch those Tebow games, and you know how many times in the fourth quarter I'm like, well, the run's over. This has been a lot of fun.
And then something crazy happens.
Yeah, and then Prater hit a 65-yarder after what's-his-name goes out of bounds.
Yeah.
And
or Tebow throws a lame duck to Demaryius. He takes it to the house.
And away he goes. Yeah, that was crazy. So I don't know that I found those things stressful.
How about this question? Instead of the sporting team or the event that made you most stressful as a sports fan, what one event made you the saddest as a sport? What one sporting event in your life where you're like, well, that's as worse. That's as bad as it gets. I'm done. That
2013
sucks.
Super Bowl.
Okay.
Against the Seahawks?
Yeah.
It
started bad. It was bad in the middle. It ended bad. Everything was bad.
That was the worst experience I've ever had in the media because I had to go into the locker room. Man. And you want to talk about a hostile environment. I'd say some people on the show have heard me say it before. I followed Archie and Eli into the locker room.
Good luck.
And so I got into, there were double doors, so I got into the first set of doors, and the actual second set that went into said locker room had not been open, so I was waiting on that. And all I know is I think I got about a 2-minute count before Eli came walking out like he just went through a haunted house, like he went through the 13th floor or something. I was like, oh, good, I can't wait to go in here. So, yeah, because to me, the 2013 team, to me, is the Broncos' best team. And nobody's ever going to remember it fondly. Everybody talks trash about it because of what happened.
Yes.
Nobody has approached their point total despite adding another game. That's how good that team was.
Yeah, no, it was a great team.
Nobody remembers it fondly because of what happened.
Right.
Do you have one? Do you have one when you weren't in the media?
No, because I've always been in the media since I moved to Denver. But I will say...
Did you have not any Texas allegiances or anything?
No. I mean, well, the very first professional sporting event I've ever went to was a Dallas Mavericks basketball game way back in the 90s. But no, I didn't really... I hadn't bought in much then when I was that young.
Jim Jackson, who was playing?
Yeah, Jim Jackson. Yeah, that's
Little
a good
Jason
call.
Kidd, maybe?
Bro, one of the first games I went to was his debut as a Mav. Because remember, he's like, I'm not playing for that crappy team, and he held out for a while, and then finally he showed up. So, yeah, a couple of months into the season, we went and saw it. I will say this. It might be recency bias, but I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I think the worst I've ever felt after a sporting event was last year's Game 7, Nuggets and Timberwolves. That 20-point comeback by the Wolves, and then them celebrating on the Nuggets court here in Denver, and then talking all that trash after that was probably that's the one that I can't get it out of my brain. It's still stuck in my brain. It's affecting how I think about this Nuggets team right now.
See, I guess now that you bring that up, from a fan's point of view, and I'm sure longtime Denver Bronco fans feel this way, I was sad. I was devastated after the Jacksonville loss in '96.
Yeah, because that was a guaranteed Super Bowl. You
Well,
win that game, you're going to go get your first Super Bowl.
Not only that, but there just was something about it where I was like, they don't have enough time to fix this team for John. Like, I was convinced John ain't, and I guess I felt that way after 2013 with Peyton. I was like, these guys aren't getting Super Bowls. That loss was so bad. How do you come back from this? You know what I mean? You just had a great season, and now you got to start. They ain't getting their Super Bowl, and then both ended up getting their Super Bowls. See, I'm trying to think of that was a bummer Nuggets moment. 2009's loss to the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals was sad. Now, the thing about it was my son had literally just been born in the middle of that series.
All right.
So I was a little sleep deprived. I was a little just happy about happy to have a son, and then mixing it in because I remember we were watching games in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, Stink came by one time and watched like a half with me in the hospital and his family, and they his wife and daughter kept my wife happy as we were watching the game. But okay, so let's take it now to modern times. I want to know as a Bronco fan, because Twitch is involved back in their daily debate on Broncos stuff. Is this team stressful to watch?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
This Denver Bronco team
Yes.
right now? Yes.
Doesn't stress come with expectations?
No, it stresses the hell out of me,
Haven't
man.
you been surprised by what you've seen so far? I did not think they would have this many wins.
Yeah,
I did not think the defense would be this good.
Both of those things are surprising to me, but it's just so stressful because I'm like, the Denver Broncos over the past decade has taught me to expect failure. Right?
Okay, yes. From 2017 on.
And so I keep waiting for something bad to happen. You know what? Like every time I'm watching a game, I'm like, something bad is going to happen. And I don't like watching a football game like that. But watching the Broncos over the last 7-8 years has been no fun at all, man. It's been no fun. And that's why the hell we got into this thing to begin with, is to have a little fun. And the Broncos are no fun. And now when it looks like they might be fun, if they can figure out the damn offense, I'm waiting for something bad to happen. I'm waiting for Bo to get hurt, or the Broncos to go on a massive losing streak, or whatever it is. Because you know what? I want to buy into Bo Nix so much. I really do. I want to buy into Bo Nix, and I can't because I'm not sold yet. I'm just not sold. And so I want to jump in or I want to have an opinion like I'm done with him. But right now we're just in the, we'll see category, and it's stressful to me.
No, I'm with you. There needs to be a next level at some point. But the offense has got to look better, period, because at some point you're going to play better teams, and the defense is not going to hold up the way that it has all the time. Baltimore and Kansas City say hello. And you're going to need the offense to do more than they're doing right now. And again, is it all Bo Nix? It's not all Bo Nix. The guys have got to get open more. Guys have got to make plays when they can make plays. But Bo's got to be better throwing the football. Again, this is the great debate. This does feel like the Tebow season again that I covered, because you got to be better throwing the football. You've got to have more of an NFL-style passing game. You've got to be more efficient after it throws over 10 yards, which you just aren't right now. So they've got to figure that out. But running the football, playing defense, a lot of teams have gone to the playoffs off that. I mean, look, man, I'm surprised. I'm with you. I have thought a couple of times some failed possessions in the red zone were going to cost some games. It hasn't. Mm-hmm. So that's good. And look, I want to ask you this, and we've kind of talked about this. And Spring, weigh in, because I want to get this from your betting knowledge. Do we have a great team in football, period? We've talked a little bit about college, or in pro, I don't know that there's a great team. I don't think the Chiefs have been what they've been, but I still think they can win the Super Bowl. And that's not going to mean this year's version is a great team. They're having a great run no matter what happens, but I don't know that this is a great team. Baltimore, I think, is good. They were breaking it down on Get Up today on ESPN that even Baltimore's defense is not what it's been in the past. They're not slam the door on you. They're not choke you out with no hope. So I don't know that Baltimore is great, and everyone's going to be wondering, is Lamar Jackson going to change in the playoffs the way that he does? Yeah. But then I go to college. Alabama's as up and down as any team we've ever seen.
They've already got 2 losses, man.
Georgia's been a little weird.
Yeah.
Is there a great team in football, period?
How about this question? The talent at CU.
Yes.
Shedeur and Travis. Where would they be if both those were on the Broncos right now when it came to just overall talent? How much more talented would Travis and Shedeur be than anyone else on the Broncos right now outside of Patrick.
I was going to say, at CU, they'd have no wins if those two weren't on the team. It's just, dude, Shedeur just finds a way to will them to wins at the end of games. That's just all there is to it. If they were to add Shedeur, if Shedeur and Travis magically appeared on the Broncos, I still think I could see the record being somewhat the same. Maybe you get one more win. But Shedeur, I think, is going to have different struggles, different kind of struggles, but he's still going to have struggles the way Bo Nix did. Look, Shedeur holds the ball too long. Like, what Bo Nix does well is he doesn't take sacks and he's not throwing interceptions. Shedeur does both those things.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
He's going to do both.
And listen, if he keeps taking sacks like he's taking now at the next level, I think Shedeur is going to be a great quarterback, or has the potential to be. Mm-hmm. He's just got that it factor at the end of games. But he's got to survive the game to get that far. Dude, the hits he's taking from college guys, they're going to knock you playing out for about 5 weeks in the NFL. You've got to quit getting hit. You've got to throw the ball out of bounds at some point.
Do you think Bronco fan is more accepting of this brand of football that Sean Payton and Bo Nix is putting out there right now because of the Tebow era? Because we've seen ugly football that wins in this city before?
Look, you know how it is, and I don't hold this against any fan that feels that way. My job is not to be a fan. I think, am I a fan? You bet I am. I love the Broncos. I grew up in this town. You just don't divorce from that because you get in the media. It's why, frankly, a lot of guys try not to work in their hometowns. But, you know, I've told you, I've gotten to know enough guys. I've got enough former players that I tap into that keep me kind of level-headed about what this is. You get the curtain pulled back. You lose some of your, you learn the truth about Santa Claus, if you will, at some point. Mm-hmm. So for me, I understand why fans are thirsty for the savior. This is a town that loves quarterback play, okay? Every football town you go to, look, do a lot of places love their quarterback? You bet they do. But I can tell you, I always bring up Pittsburgh. I learned going to Pittsburgh, man, they love them some defense. They love them their defense. They get so dang loud when that unit comes out on the field. But what have we had here? You've had John Elway. You've had Peyton Manning.
That's the problem.
You've had Jake Plummer, who's been a lot of fun to watch.
That's part of the problem with Bo Nix is that I feel like if you have a quarterback in this city who doesn't reach the level of a John Elway or a Peyton Manning, there's going to be a certain section of the fan base who are like, I don't want it.
There's definitely that. Trust me, I knew who was the last guy. I had fans complaining to me. I've had fans basically say, give me Elway's arm or I don't care about him. And that's not fair either. Look, Peyton Manning didn't have Elway's arm. He showed you there's different ways to do this.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, look, Bo Nix, if Bo Nix could get some accuracy, some better accuracy, fix the footwork, start hitting those 15 to 20, 25-yard throws consistently, you could look at it like a Tom Brady kind of thing.
The Colorado football fan at this point is a little bit snooty, man. They're a little bit spoiled. They're just, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, you know what? Don't give me what these other teams. I want greatness at the quarterback position in this city, or I don't want it at all. And we are a little bit, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm part of that problem. Like, I want the Broncos to win, and they're winning right now, but I also kind of want them to win in the way I want them to win.
Well,
I want to have fun watching them do it.
I think if you felt like, again, I think more Bronco fans would buy into what the version of this team would be if you really believed this was going to get you to the Super Bowl. But I don't think a lot of people, again, what I remember about the Tebow year, it was fun, it was refreshing. And maybe if the winning stays, if they keep winning games, this will be a refreshing year because you're not losing all the time, right? They've got a shot at the playoffs. Good things can happen. But I do remember in the middle of the Tebow year just going, you're not going to get everything to go your way all the time. And then finally it ended with in New England where nothing went your way. And you got to have
that was a disaster.
Curb stomped, you know? Yeah. I do think there are some people like you're talking about where they want – because, again, this town – all the Super Bowls came with a Hall of Fame quarterback under center. So you're kind of preconditioned to believe that's what it's got to be. There's a lot of ways to get this done. Quite honestly, if you look at how the Broncos won the Elway Super Bowls, because you had Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
That's what changed the equation there.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is one of those wild years where, again, if the passing numbers don't get better, you're not going to get the whole fan base to buy in that this is the solution.
It's just not going to happen.
So it is what it is. All right, you're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He's Berto. I'm Andy. Nate Kreckman's out. Mark Springer back at the shop. Kreckers will be back here. That's what Mosier calls them. Kreckers? Hey,
Kreckers. That's what everybody
there
calls
it is.
them, right?
You got Kreckers. So anyway, he'll be back on Monday. We've got a lot going on today. We are down at Stoney's. We're at Stoney's on Lincoln, so you got to stop by and see us. Come and see us tonight with Tullamore Dew. Get a dew and a brew. It's going to be great. Come on out, watch. We got some prizes to give away. We got a John Elway helmet to give away. We got a couple mini helmets we'll be giving away. And with the Avs playing tonight, now tonight's game's on Channel 9, but you want to get this set up and ready to go for the next games coming up over the weekend. The Altitude Plus streaming app is now live, and in celebration, our friends over at Bet365 are giving fans a 2-month subscription to Altitude Plus when they sign up for a new account with Bet365. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. out at Stoney's. Pleased to have you along. I almost said Friday. Thursday afternoon. We got so many. I wish it was Friday because there's a lot going on tonight where you'd want to take tomorrow off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could. Tonight, if it was tomorrow night, I wish the World Series started tonight. Then you'd have all four major sports going on at the same time, right? Because tonight you got the Thursday night football game. You got the Avs playing. You got the Nuggets playing.
Avs at 7, Nuggets at 8.
Yeah.
Both are. So the Avs are on Channel 9. If you haven't caught it yet, tonight's a Channel 9 game. Nuggets, is that Altitude TV?
That's
or is
it.
that
No, my bad. This is a
TNT,
TNT.
right?
You're right. This is a TNT exclusive game tonight.
They got Oklahoma City, and it starts at 8 o'clock, so that seemed to kind of be out there. All right. 303-504-0925 as we roll along here tonight. Nuggets prediction. What do we got for the season? We've spent all off season yapping about it. We've spent all off season the Westbrook move. What other moves they're going to get? Talked about the MPJ thing, and ultimately you got Jamal with the new contract. You got Aaron Gordon with the new contract. He did the team a solid. The core's going to be together. Michael Malone seemed a little bit grumpy there for a while. Isn't grumpy anymore. Although
we'll see tonight. How many over/under on the amount of rage timeouts Malone hits tonight against this Thunder game? No,
they'll come out psyched tonight, won't they?
No, but there'll still be one or two. He'll see some. It's Malone, man. He will. Something will catch his eye, and he'll rage timeout them for some random reason. But I bet, maybe. I'm hoping for only one, or maybe you're right, maybe 0. But the Thunder are going to bring it. The Nuggets are going to bring it. It's going to be a fun one tonight, man. What do I think the win total for the Nuggets are going to be this season?
Give it to me. Top 6, top 3, winning the division, winning the conference. What are we doing?
You know what?
We do this with all the other teams. What do you got tonight?
I would say go the opposite way. I want the Nuggets to set their win record this year. I want more than 57 wins. I want 62 wins. I want them to do this year what Boston did last year when they're just raking in wins like it's no problem. The Eastern Conference is easier than the West, and Boston's going to have a ton of wins again this year because they're going to pick on a bunch of teams that are bad in the bottom of that conference. But I want I don't want the Nuggets to I don't think it's possible for them to take their foot off the gas in the middle of the season to find ways to, work in, how is Dario Saric going to look? How's Russell Westbrook going to look? How's Christian going to look as a starter? How much is Julian Strouder going to get? How many points is he going to average off the bench? What's Mike going to look like this season? Is he going to have a great – you have all these questions surrounding the team. And people are saying that maybe don't worry so much about the final record in the regular season and just be ready for the playoffs. And I'm at the point now where I'm at the opposite end of that. I want if you think this is a team that can win it all, win as many games as you possibly can.
Okay, but do you do it at the expense of playing the starters as much as you did last year?
No.
See, that's my thing. The starters have got to get a little more rest this year. Now that's on the bench, right? The bench has got to let Michael Malone feel comfortable to let you have a few minutes. Let's play well enough that he's not looking to, as you said, call a rage timeout, stop your run after 3 minutes because you gave up a lead right away, that kind of stuff, okay? See, I still think they're probably a top 4 or 5 team.
I'm sure they are.
But don't you feel like I think we're watching this with the Chiefs in the NFL, maybe a bit with the Avs. I just feel like you get to a point, I think the Nuggets are in this place, when you know what it takes to win a championship and you know you've got the guys to do it because you've done it. I don't know how much you talked about OKC. To me, I bet you means a ton to them to go be the first seed.
Yeah, OKC
and
can
get
win
some
60
wins in the
games
playoffs and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you're the Nuggets, I don't know if you worry about that same stuff.
I don't know if you should or shouldn't either, but I think the Nuggets probably should. Let me ask you this question. Jamal Murray was asked this week about, the haters and the doubters. And I don't think, although I haven't heard anybody saying, I think Jamal Murray's is going to be off his game this year. I don't think, he's the expectations for what you want to see from Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray does not have to be an all-star this year. I'm sure he wants to be. He just needs to play at an all-star level for the Nuggets. That's all you're asking for from Jamal. But do you think when he's getting asked where he's like, I'm going to show these people who are doubting me, who are these people? Where are these people? Because I don't know. Like, have you heard a lot of people saying that?
Media.
Okay.
I think a lot of the national media jumped on. Look, there's not a lot to talk about in the spring and the summer. You and I know, not the spring, but late summer, you're waiting for football to get going. Nobody does anything interesting in training camp. The preseason games aren't interesting anymore, so the Olympics came on. So a lot of us were watching the Olympics. Frankly, I enjoyed and took in a lot more Olympic games this past summer than I expected to. But what we were taking in was basketball, and everybody was wondering, first off, you brought it up. People, I think, are still a little befuddled at how the Nuggets blew a 20-point lead at home in Game 7 against Minnesota. Jamal had not another good shooting night. He just was struggling from the field, couldn't help Joker out like we're akin to seeing him do, and this is on a national level when I say we. And then all of a sudden you watch the Olympics, and he's barely contributing to Team Canada when a lot of people thought he was going to be a major contributor. So I think a lot of I know for a fact that the morning shows and all that, they all ended up kind of getting on him a little bit. They all ended up, you know what I mean? He took a little in the national media. So those are probably his people. And let's be honest, probably some of us too. We've had plenty of conversation around this town about, is Jamal healthy? Is he going to be right? Should we be worried about this? Should he get a contract? I got another question for you. Jamal needed the All-NBA and the All-Star teams and all that to max out the dollars of the next contract. Now that the extension's signed, does he take some pressure off himself? Does he relax a bit because now maybe it doesn't matter so much for the extension?
That's a good question. I would say that Jamal Murray is one of the people I would consider that the man has no chill, so he will not chill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He is one of the But for Jamal, it's a net positive for him. Like, it feels like Jamal Murray, I've said this before. Jamal Murray is great. I love watching him play. I really love watching the blue when he goes full blue arrow when he does that. But the best Jamal Murray is angry Jamal Murray. And when he's on the road in front of a road playoff crowd and they're booing him again, and that's when he's the best, man. That's when so the no chill for Jamal is his default setting, I think. So I don't know if you can ask Jamal to be like, hey man, we're going to give you less minutes this year because we want you fully ready for the playoffs. 82 games is, it's months and months and months of regular season basketball. I don't think you can even address this issue, or you shouldn't address this issue until Jamal, gets banged up or there's a minor injury or a major injury or whatever it's going to be. But at first, you cut him loose. I say, you know what? Just cut him. Just go. Just let him go.
Does Westbrook help you maybe monitor the minutes more?
Yeah, because you probably want to get Russ more minutes than you would have gotten
at least
from
these
some
first
of the bench
2 months,
guys.
though, right?
Like I wonder how much minutes Christian averaged off the bench last year in the regular season, and how many more minutes Russ is going to get over that. Like, if Christian was averaging 15 to 18 minutes off the bench, is Russ going to get 20 to 25? Is he going to get that much time? And how much is Dario going to play? Is going to let you rest Joker an extra 5-10 minutes a game that he would have played last year, because you have faith that Dario won't and the bench unit won't blow like a 15-point lead in the 3 minutes the Joker's not in the game. So I don't know how you handle it. Do you dive in and – because I think there's probably going to be times this season where you see Russ in a starting position. There might be times where Julian gets the start. Like, I think Coach Malone they're going to do some mixing and matching in the first couple of months here of the season to see who works best together. Because this year, the big thing about the Nuggets is continuity. They've had, the same starting five for those seasons and the same bench unit. And they have a bunch of players that were drafted and developed by the team. This is the first time in 3-4 years where there's going to be questions that you can't answer right now that you will have an answer to 3 months into the season. Like, can Christian be that start? Can he give you exactly what you need as an NBA starter? Or is his defense and that spark that he brings big enough that you put him back on the bench and you throw Julian in the starting lineup? Or is Peyton Watson going to take off this year and all of a sudden you have to give him more minutes? I think what's going to end up happening is the same thing that always happens, is that Malone's going to be mixing and matching all during the season, and there's going to be times where they lose a couple of games in a row where Nugget fans freak out, and it's like, something's got to happen, or we got to make a major trade. But once the playoffs come around, your rotation is 7 guys, and you already know who 5 of those guys are going to be, and you probably know who the other 2 guys are going to be anyway. So do you just want to work on that? The Nuggets starting 5 plus Russ and Dario, or whoever the shooter's going to be with Julian or Trey. You know what I mean? There's a lot more questions this year than you have with the Nuggets over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
But they may have some better answers than certainly they had last year. At least I hope they do. Hey, the Rapids start their playoff run against the LA Galaxy with Game 1 of a 3-game series on Saturday night. It's in a couple of nights. Tune in to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you can purchase tickets to the second game of the series, which comes your way a week from tomorrow. That's next Friday night at coloradorapids.com/tickets right now. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. You looking for anything for the truck 4x4? You need a bed cover? You need a bed carpet, which we've been telling you about lately. Bed cover's great this time of year. It's the most popular product I get asked about. I get asked about it quite a bit all year round, but this time of year especially because, you know, you start getting the snow, you start getting the leaves falling from the tree, a lot of gunk that can go in the old truck bed that you don't want in there. The other thing you got going on that you absolutely need is maybe keep some stuff back there. I know that I like to, from time to time, maybe keep a bike back there or something in my truck. Don't do it all the time, but you can do it when you got a truck bed because it locks up securely. So, or a truck bed cover, I should say. So if you want one, go to Colorado Off-Road. You go to my Instagram page. You can check out what mine does. That's one type of model that you could have. But he's got all sorts of models. I believe he's got 13 that he's got demos for in his showroom. Hebe and Jerry Jones, great guy to do business with. You'll have a great experience if you do business with him. But he's got everything you can need. He could do the tow hitch. He did that for Nate last week to go get his rad power bike. He can give you the heated seats. I didn't know you could do that, but he can. Step rails, mud flaps, a remote start kit. He's got it all. It's Colorado Off-Road. Go and see him. 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right there by Arapahoe Community College. You can also find them on the web at cooffroad.com or call them 303-761-1264. Colorado owned, Colorado grown. It's Colorado Off-Road. All right, 5 o'clock hour is underway here on Kreckman and Lindahl with just the Lindahl. Nate Kreckman out of town doing something. He was kind of not. He was
wouldn't
dodging.
tell
Wouldn't
you?
tell me what was up.
Whoa,
All
so
I
it's
know is the
something.
wife wasn't going.
Oh, maybe you know what?
Boys trip to Chicago or something. Is he going to like a Dead concert? I don't know.
I sometimes look at Kreckman and think that he might have some John Wick in him, maybe like professional, like because I couldn't imagine you killing someone. I could imagine Nate killing someone. You know what I mean? In that kind of like emotionless assassin type of way, where he's just like, this person needs to die. I'm the man for the job. So maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he travels around the country, working as a professional assassin, and then does sports talk 9 to 5.
Do? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if everybody give you that assessment, but I feel good about that. All right. Berto's in. Great to have Berto in. Spring back at the shop. Always love having Spring along because it's daily. I'm not sure Spring always feels the same.
No, he hardly ever does, right?
Yeah. But anyway, it's good to have him here. Berto's going to bounce a little bit early this hour. Spring and I are going to close it out. I want to save, if it's all right, Springer, you know how I do. I like saving the high five for 5:20 so we can kick around some more of the stories of the day. Mm-hmm. And, man, there's a lot. Plus, there's a serious one involving the Broncos that I'm sure Spring's going to get to. So, Spring, if it's cool, we'll make sure we do it right at 5:20 so you and I can react a little bit more to some of what we got going on in the NFL. I will just tell you real quick, Scotty and I checked out a house that's like literally haunted 3 blocks up here.
Oh, really?
On 11th and Washington.
Like
called the Crook-Patterson Mansion.
You were just like,
Same
let's
street.
see what's up
No,
with this?
Scotty, back when we were doing the show, Scotty and I used to have a love of those ghost hunting shows.
Okay,
Do you remember Fear from MTV way back in the 2000s?
No, I remember Fear
That kind of
Factor.
started. No, this one was called Fear. Then they found out they were kind of planting things to scare people. But
really?
It was the first thing where you had to go do this ghost hunting stuff. So Scott decides on his old afternoon show at the place with Dave, let's go do some of that ourselves. And he called it the Zoo because it was called the Zoo.
Yeah, I remember, man.
Halloween tour. And that was one of the places they went to.
Just right there.
So Jack Osborne, Ozzy's son,
yeah, I know,
has a show called Portals to Hell.
Oh, no, and did they
They
go
went
there?
They literally went there like a month ago. And they found some of the dudes we found. It was crazy, man. Crook-Patterson Mansion. Apparently, you can just go stay in the rooms now. Dude, it's so creepy. So
yeah, just like the Stanley Hotel.
Halloween, like the
Although
Stanley
Hotel is not officially haunted, but you can't, like, the greatest thing about the Stanley Hotel, which I've been to a couple of times, is that they are showing The Shining on a channel in the Stanley 24/7.
I had
24/7.
a friend. So I knew a guy that was a DJ. His wife worked at the place. Well, his ex-wife now. But anyway, we all worked at the other radio station. They went and stayed at one of the haunted rooms. So
what would possess you to do? Like, you're like, I just want to get scared. I just want to, like, you're hoping to run into a demon from the pits of hell? Is that what you're looking to get done, man? When you're like, you know what, I want to, because, I mean, I don't understand the mentality. I don't do scary movies. You know what I mean? Like, because I get into movies.
Well,
I will scare the hell out of me if I watch a scary movie. I will not do it, man. It is too much for me.
There's places up here, like Cheeseman Park has got some stuff going on.
Like some haunted.
Go to Haunted Denver if you want to read any of this. HauntedDenver.com. No, the story goes that they basically built the park over a graveyard without properly moving all of the folks.
No! Who thought that was a good idea?
Back in there were no codes. This is like back in the early 1900s
so
or something.
You don't see a bunch
Start of the Denver city.
Of gravestones and be like, yeah, let's clear this. This is a perfect place for
so you know that show Ghost Adventures?
Yeah.
They went to another house over here and they brought out the old fullback from CU. Who's now an MMA fighter. Why can I never remember his name?
Springer should know this.
Springer, who's the old MMA fighter that played fullback at CU? Or 303-504-925?
Cowboy didn't play. Who?
No, I know his name. Anyway, he went in there with them. He got freaked out. So, yeah, there's also – Jeb Putzer, my buddy, lived down here for a while. He said he had a bunch of weird stuff happening. Some of these old buildings are a little nutty.
Right, because
at the Rhine House. Ask them about the Rhine House.
Oh, is it?
Oh, they're afraid to go upstairs at closing time, 2 a.m.
But see, that's the evil of old Chicago or something, right? Because that used to be in old Chicago. That's like
why has it got to be evil?
I'm just saying that there's just some ghost who only loved that pizza buffet who's still hanging around. You know what I mean?
So they're mad.
Yeah,
they're mad.
Yeah, they're like, where'd the pizza buffet go?
I worked at the Denver Athletic Club. I told Nate, Denver Athletic Club's around here too. They had a fire. We all knew the history because I worked there 5 years. They had a fire that wiped out while they were building the second level. And so where the administrators' offices are that a lot of the members can't get to, one of the guys I knew that was a personal trainer saw a ghost in the hallway and quit.
No.
He just quit and left.
No.
We were always worried. We had to take the kids bowling because they got a bowling alley in the basement. I was like, I know I'm going to run into something.
No. I got no.
You're not into any of that?
Nope.
Okay, I got to ask you this because I can't believe, is it like, there's got to be like some ghost in some sports venue, doesn't there?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like there's got to be some
the
haunted.
The Garden was famously
The Garden?
The Garden was famous
With
for
all the parquet floors and
Yeah,
everything?
with the dead spots in the floor that the Boston Celtics players knew about, but the opposing team didn't unless you played them a bunch of times.
Ball wouldn't bounce.
But yeah, I don't know. I will say I was freaked out. Me and Springer was talking about this like 3 or 4 years ago. I was talking to somebody who works for KSE. And they were talking about how big the company is now, and he said something. Here's what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, you know what? The company's big enough now that statistically we probably have a murderer, serial killers hanging around that we just don't know about it yet. Yeah, like if because you've probably passed somebody like a serial killer. If and you just don't know it. You know what I mean? You just don't know it. You've sat behind them in a movie theater, or you've gone grocery shopping and picked out apples together or whatever. But there's a statistical number that you get to where you're like, okay, you've had a 72% chance of running into a serial killer, something like that. And that's more scary to me. Like, people scare me much more than
ghosts and stuff.
Yeah, than demons and devils and ghosts and aliens.
Scotty has told me, he said it on the air. There, the Oklahoma City. Funny enough, who we're playing tonight, they've got that famous hotel.
Yes.
And there's a number of teams that won't stay
there. Yes,
there.
and the Nuggets don't stay there anymore.
They don't stay there
anymore because there were Nugget players who were getting freaked out. Remember,
Yeah. I think there's another one in Milwaukee. Scotty was saying or something too. Another hotel.
And so I don't know why the NBA. I think that the NBA.
It's a cool hotel. I've heard it's a really cool, really swanky hotel.
And I think the Players Association says that if a city has a 5-star hotel, you're required to stay in that 5-star hotel, and that might be the best hotel in OKC. But even they're like, nope, because and there's a whole floor that's haunted and a bunch of rooms that are haunted.
You think the Greenbrier was haunted at all? That's old
I don't
South.
know. Yeah, probably, man. Yeah, no, all those old buildings have a personality in them that's kind of scary.
By the way, Jeb did go over there and did the investigation.
Yeah,
with
no
us.
thanks, man.
Yeah, it got weird. The only thing that I can remember experiencing, I told Cole, one of our guys saw a guy, and then we had him give a description to a police sketch artist who drew a picture.
Really?
Then we went and showed the family, do you know who this is? And the kids were like, yeah, it's the guy we play with in the basement. And that's the bar that's there now.
See, no.
But all I felt was there were a couple rooms that were oddly cold because the time of year we went, it was hot and kind of stuffy all over this old house. And then there's some weird, but that was about it.
People love them some horror. Is there? We've talked about it, but the Halloween is the people spend money on Halloween more than any other holiday other than Christmas.
Are you kidding? I think it's about to surpass Christmas.
Probably.
Every house in my neighborhood's got like the $400 gigantic skeleton in their yards.
They love it. They
like
love
900 of them. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, people can't get enough, man. People can't get enough.
Oh, I got a confirmation from one of my sources that some of the players did think the Greenbrier was haunted.
See,
so there you
man,
go.
it's so crazy. Like there
Any
was
old hotel I'm suspicious of.
There, that hotel in OKC, there were literally Nugget players in the middle of the night who would leave their room and go down to like a coach's room or go down to another player's room and say,
they were hearing stuff.
They were like, nah, I'm out.
Scotty, when he did his tour, we had an intern named Ben Wade. They both heard something in their room that night, and Scotty looked up to ask Ben, did you hear that? Ben was already out the door. Ben had already put on. Ben was already like, I don't know what it was.
Yeah, don't stick around for that nonsense.
By the way, speaking of Halloween, we'll be doing a Halloween party here at Stoney's a week from tonight. We got football. That's right. We got the football games. I haven't looked. I'm sure there's also an Avs or Nuggets game. Got to be. Chances are good. We'll have costumes. They'll have trivia. This is the place with Tullamore Dew. If you're afraid of a ghost, have another Tullamore Dew. It'll calm you right down. Would you offer a ghost a shot? Would you ever just?
Oh yeah,
here
yeah,
you
yeah.
are, sir.
You know what? Yeah, I
old-timey guy. Here you go.
Like if a ghost wants to drink or have sex or something, like in Ghostbusters.
No. I don't need none
down.
of that. I just simply wanted to ask, would you like to offer the ghost a drink?
Although I will say, every time I hear Tullamore do, McGahee can't stop singing that damn song on the broadcast. The Tullamore do.
Are you telling that to Steve? Steve, are you hearing this?
He cannot stop, man.
This is our guy Steve from Tullamore do.
He got Rycroft doing it the other game. The game they won in Seattle, he had Rycroft doing the Tullamore do thing. And I was like, man,
on the broadcast.
On the
broadcast. Sing
like,
it?
yeah, no, the game is going on, and McGahee
Is that part of a goal call?
No,
All
he
right.
just loves it. He can't stop himself. I'm serious. Ask Springer, man. Springer knows. Like, he loves Tullamore. He can't stop himself.
Well, we'll have to tell our reps that. All right, we do want to remind you, we will be giving away tickets to the Avs game against Chicago all day on air tomorrow. Stay tuned for your chance to win, and if you'd like to go to Sunday's game against Ottawa, take advantage of the Avs Family Pack and get the ticket package, including a ticket, a meal, and a soda, fully customizable to fit the size of your family. Get your tickets now at ColoradoAvalanche.com. If you want to know what that means, I love it. They're not doing a 4-pack because what do you got, 3 kids? I got friends that got caught with that all the time. So if you got a 5-pack, they'll make it a 5-pack. You know what? If you've been real busy and you're Phillip Rivers, they'll sell you a dozen tickets so everybody can go, and everybody gets a meal, and everybody gets a drink. So there you go. Get your tickets now at ColoradoAvalanche.com/FamilyPack. Don't forget, all day tomorrow, your chance to win Avs tickets on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, we are rolling on. We are out here at Stoney's with Tullamore Dew. Come on by, get a dew and a brew. We do enjoy some shots during our festivities off the air. I'll be here till halftime. I'm always here till halftime every Thursday as we give away some helmets, some prizes. Tonight it's a Vikings helmet, a Broncos helmet. You can still register if you like for the John Elway big helmet that's in a trophy case, if you will. So swing on by. They've got trivia here on Thursday nights. It's a massive bar. If one part of the bar is not fitting your vibe, I'm positive another one will. So swing on by. Stoney's 11th and Lincoln, easy to get to. And swing on by, say hello. Right now, though, it's been a little bit delayed, but let's go ahead and let's have a little fun with Mark Springer as we do the high five.
Well, not a lot of fun to start here in the
Not
high
to
five.
start. You're right about that.
Brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. I'll read some of these paragraphs from the story on 9news.com. Denver Broncos wide receiver Josh Reynolds and another man were injured in a shooting early Friday morning in Denver as they were followed from a strip club. So this was last Friday morning, late Thursday night, but technically early Friday morning around 3 a.m. The club was Shotgun Willie's. A man, Luis Mendoza, and an associate, Burr Charlesworth. That's a heck of a name. They were arrested by Denver police. Security footage in Shotgun Willie's shows them monitoring Josh Reynolds and his group while they were at the club, and then they followed them down I-25, and the shooting occurred between Colorado Boulevard and Bellevue. And Josh Reynolds sustained multiple gunshot wounds, including one to the back of the head. But he has been at the Broncos facility this week, and he is apparently fine.
Yeah, good to hear he's fine. Berto, you and I have both been here a long time. I was on the Broncos station, the flagship, and I was supposed to fill in on the afternoon show on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
And I remember waking up to the horrible news of the death of Darren Williams, and frankly, now it wasn't a strip club. It's tough to explain to people, but basically it was a makeshift club that they'd put together for everybody to celebrate. It was a bunch of VIP rooms for everybody to celebrate New Year's. There was a bar in the middle of all these rooms, and that's where some stuff got going. And fortunately, Darren Williams was killed. Good to hear Reynolds is doing okay. We kind of dove into this as you were on your way down here. I hope he's mentally okay, though, right?
Yeah, that's scary.
Sounds like he'll be physically okay.
How do you come to grips with, because after reading that story, it sounds exactly like Josh Reynolds was hunted. Those gentlemen left their house that day looking.
There was intent.
And that has to be scary. Like, they tracked you, they found you, they followed you, and then they took shots at you. That is, I mean, I'm amazed that or I guess I'm happy that he didn't get it hurt worse than he actually did, because that is a scary situation.
It is really scary, and Spring did a good job of putting this together, because I didn't even think about it, but Spring had mentioned, look, the Broncos had just got done playing Thursday Night Football. Because of his finger injury, he did not need to travel to New Orleans, so he didn't. He was back here getting rehab. That's the reason he was in Denver at all. Let's just all hope Josh Reynolds, I mean, he's still going to be out a few games because of the finger injury, although I thought some were saying he might be close to coming back. We'll have to see the Broncos did release a statement, because by the time we learned about this story, I learned about it from Mike Kliss, just to give everybody due credit. By the time we learned about the story, the Broncos media had been done. One of my buddies, Brian Madden from Channel 4, had said Sean did not address it today. We'll see if Sean addresses it tomorrow. Frankly, I don't think anybody knew about it at the time of Sean's availability. Obviously, the Broncos have known about it, but now that it's out in the media, they said he is fine. They'll leave the comments up to the legal folks, the police departments and whatnot from here on out. So I'm sure Sean will get asked about it tomorrow. We'll take it from there. But right now, just, happy that Reynolds is safe or okay, and hopefully he's able to make it back soon, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about the Kansas City Chiefs. They introduced their new wide receiver, DeAndre Hopkins, today. He talked to the media. He said that playing meaningful football takes your game to a different level. So he will be playing meaningful football with the Chiefs here, who are 6-0. But hey, believe it or not, the only team in the NFL in the month of October that has not thrown a passing touchdown is the Kansas City Chiefs. They're the only team in the NFL this month that does not have a passing touchdown. Patrick Mahomes will have a new toy in DeAndre Hopkins, but he had a rushing touchdown in Sunday's win in San Francisco. Took a snap out of the shotgun, and quick read, he decided to run it up the middle, and he appeared to lower his shoulder and truck the Niners defender, but Patrick Mahomes said that that's not exactly what happened.
I actually was not trying to lower my shoulder. I was trying to absorb the hit because I knew I was gonna be right there in the end zone, and that dad bod, man, just had enough weight on me where he went down. So it wasn't like I was necessarily trying to seek out contact. I was trying to absorb it and get in the end zone, and just ended up looking good for me.
The dad bod pays off. I will tell you,
does have a
bod
dad
is a
bod.
little thicker.
Yeah, I know. No, he's carrying some weight around, but he did, right? He did smoke that dude. I wonder,
I don't think the coaches want him testing the dad bod too
because
often.
Patrick Mahomes looks like Tom Brady during the combine. Remember when
Right,
he had Patrick is not. Does not look like a superhero like a lot
but
of
think
NFL
about
players
it.
do.
Brady never really looked like a superhero. He was amazingly thin for a man of his age as years went on. Peyton Manning had a little bit of a pooch belly when he played. He wasn't exactly Robot Man. Now, he wasn't a small dude.
Yeah.
But, he had a little bit of a gut going on. Some of the best quarterbacks ever don't look like.
I wouldn't want to get hit by Patrick. I bet you he's got some momentum behind. I would not want to try to attack. It's a lot like Joker, where Joker doesn't look like he's a monster, but he's a monster.
All right, real quick, and you're right about Joker. Joker's what they used to call country strong. The guy that just
country
job
strong.
requires
That's
you to be
exactly right.
strong. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Throwing hay, tossing wood, whatever it is. Is Mahomes eventually – so one of the things that I'm kind of having a problem with, and it's not just Mahomes, but Mahomes is the latest example. Some quarterback, and it may be Patrick, is going to get smoked running towards the sideline and cutting right back out towards the middle. Guys are pulling up, and I think sooner or later a defense is going to be like, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to take no chance. And if I get a penalty, I get a penalty.
Yeah.
But I am not taking a chance you're going to cut back in on me. I'm coming for the kill shot.
Yeah, I was suggesting that to somebody other day, and they told me, I was suggesting, I think it was either Scotty or Tyler, when I was like, if quarterbacks are going to play those reindeer games and try to, then I tell my defense, you crush that fool, and I'll pay the fine. I'll pay the fine if you get. But then they were like, you know what? That's bounty gate, bro. You can't do that. You can't tell your defense.
But you can tell them, look, we're just going to have to take the penalty. We can't afford him galloping another 20. Yeah. You're going to get another 20, 30 yards off that? I'll take the 15.
So you you're just going to have to just blast a quarterback when he's near the sideline, unless he pulls off before. Yeah, you can't let a quarterback get away with that nonsense.
I remember when you talk about how defensive players think. I tell this story sometimes. I was talking to Steve Atwater the day after that crazy Rams-Chiefs game, and Tyreek Hill. Do you remember in that game, Tyreek Hill had a catch for the Chiefs where a Rams defender had him dead to rights, but decided because of these reindeer game rules that you talk about, I'm going to go try for the pick, whiffed, and Tyreek went galloping down the sidelines, right? I asked Steve what he would have done, and Steve looked at me like Steve's the nicest guy you will ever meet. Steve is as calm as Cole or anybody in this bar. But when I asked him what he would have done if he was playing a Tyreek Hill, Steve gave me that look. The eyes changed, and he put his fist right on my jaw. He goes, I'd have hit him about right there and see if he still wanted to be a receiver later. That's what I'd have done.
Yeah,
so it's in all those defenders. I wouldn't try to bring him out of it just because the rules have coaxed him into a nicer way of playing.
Yeah, it's not the game anymore. It's
Spring.
not the NFL game anymore.
High five.
All right, the Chiefs just went into San Francisco and beat the Niners. The Cowboys will try to do the same on Sunday. Cowboys at Niners feels like a little bit of a season-saving game for the winner of that one. The Cowboys have had an interesting week for a couple reasons. One of them is that their kicker, their bright spot this season, their kicker, Brandon Aubrey, has been one of the best kickers in the league. He's got quite the leg on him, but he has been summoned for jury duty this week. So Brandon Aubrey has been at jury duty all week. Will he make it to San Francisco for this game? Let's find out from Mike McCarthy.
He'll be ready to go for Sunday.
So you just kick after jury duties, you come in, they set up.
Correct, yes.
And he'll be on the fly if it's all good for the game.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And just checking because of if it did go along.
This happens all the time. So, no big deal.
What time does your charter get back in after the game on?
After the game?
Yeah.
In time for him to get back to jury duty. So
He can't kick his way out of jury duty.
Say again?
Can't kick his way out of jury duty.
Hey, just when you think you've seen it all in this league, you got something else to do with it.
It is a little nuts. Now, have you ever gotten out of jury duty because of your job?
No.
I had it happen once where all I had to say was in the media, guys like, nope, he's out. The lawyer's like, no, not him.
That is weird. That is kind of a weird situation because you would think that he'd be able to get out of it some way or somehow. Just like, yo, man, my job does not allow me to hang out.
You know what I'm asking though, seriously, because you can get a deferment. Why didn't you defer it out of season and not taking it? Yeah, every player needs to now defer it and not take a chance that you're going to get called, right?
Oh no, it's weird.
Doesn't
man.
everybody think like they're never going to get called?
Right,
Are you
yes.
one of the guys that likes
Yes.
like D-Mac? I think likes to seek out being on a jury.
Oh, see, that's exactly the kind of psychotic behavior I would expect from D-Mac. That's crazy talk, bro. But yes, he's exactly like he does seem like it. He's like, is there a murder or something going on?
Yeah, I don't want to be on
arson.
that one.
I want to be part of this. Let's go.
I don't want to be on that one.
So
I don't want to remember me. I will do. You know what I'll do? I'll do your traffic ticket or whatever it is.
Yeah,
don't give me. I don't need anything serious, quite honestly. Spring.
High five.
The Detroit Lions have an easy one on Sunday. They host the Tennessee Titans, but the following week they're in Green Bay to play the Packers for a big NFC North matchup. And for both those games, especially the one the following week, they will be without one of their top two wide receivers. Jamison Williams has been suspended 2 games for violating the performance-enhancing substances policy. Initially, Jamison appealed the suspension, but he then dropped it. He was shocked when he found out that he had tested positive. He released a statement that reads, "This week I was notified by the NFL that I have been suspended for a violation of the PED policy. The news came as a complete surprise that I am still trying to understand. I don't take supplements or vitamins, and I am overly cautious about even taking over-the-counter medicine. At no time have I ever taken something in an attempt to cheat or look for an unfair advantage. I understand that I am responsible for everything that goes into my body, and I have taken accountability in this instance."
Yeah, you kind of have to. If you've been in an NFL locker room, there are signs all over, and I'm sure they've added to it now. If you can't bet on anything and you cannot – I remember in the Broncos locker room there was a huge poster in the middle of it, and the big bold print it said, if you put it in your body, then you are responsible for it. They don't care what it is. Right. Supplement, whatever. You better get it checked through. Whoever you got to get it checked through, show it to the team doctor. Don't take it till you know it's okay. So good for him for, not wasting everybody's time. We'll see if it affects the Lions. Are the Lions – Nate had the power rankings this week. He did an interesting thing because we keep talking about is there a great team. Are the Lions the great team? Are the Lions better than the Chiefs? Who's your number one team if you were doing the Birdo power rankings?
It's still Kansas City, but
Detroit's
Detroit's
the champs.
Yeah, probably number 2 is Detroit. Yeah.
Where are you putting Baltimore?
Where am I putting Baltimore? 3.
Okay.
3.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, but right now that's probably how I'm feeling. I mean, Minnesota plays tonight.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people aren't buying the Darnold-led Vikings, but I'm not one of them.
You know what? I saw today, or it wasn't today, it was a couple of days ago, that they asked both Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford about the trade rumors, and Stafford handled it pretty well. He's like, I've been in this league. But Cooper Kupp said this, and I'd like to know what you think about this. Cooper Kupp says, well, I'll be where my feet are. And I was like, yeah? I don't know what the hell that means. They were like,
he just means he'll play hard wherever he goes.
I'll be where my feet are.
You know what that tells me? That tells me he knows there's probably a legit chance he's getting shipped out of L.A. So,
God.
I mean, what can you do?
I mean, it's going to save the Rams. If they move off of Stafford and Kupp, that's a ton of money.
Who's trading for Stafford, though?
Who was the rumor? The rumor was
People wanted Miami to do it.
It was Minnesota, right? It was Minnesota that they were going to go Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, but we were talking about but you have J.J. McCarthy there. And do you want J.J. McCarthy? I mean, I'm sure it would work out if you had J.J. behind Matthew, because Stafford ain't going to retire after this. He's going to play 3-4 more years, something like that.
Probably. That's kind of interesting. Look, a lot of people had said Miami should trade for him, but that ship's kind of sinking right now.
Because you only have
Plus,
2
you got
wins.
The Tua money, man. The Tua money. Dude, I don't know how Tua is getting cleared to come back, but he is. Good for him, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people had said that who else was out there? It was not the Jets. Buffalo's obviously fine. I don't know, man. San Fran's not going to be in the market for it. They're going to have to pay Brock Purdy. You're going to have to take a contender that's got real quarterback
You know what's crazy?
problems.
Matthew Stafford's going to be cheaper than Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Brock
But, I mean, they're
Purdy's
going to end up paying Brock Purdy. And they're going to then this is what the preview is when you can't pay all these guys that are hurt. This is what the preview is going to look like. One more, Spring?
High five.
Yeah, Thursday night football tonight. The 5-1 Vikings at the 2-4 Rams. Puka Nacua will be activated off of IR, and he is going to play tonight, it appears. Cooper Kupp is also back after missing the past 4 games with an ankle injury, so both Nacua and Kupp are available for the Rams tonight. For the Vikings, they have been without, in this 5-1 start, they've done it all without tight end TJ Hawkinson. He has been close to returning. It seemed like maybe he could have returned a week or 2 ago, but he is still going to be held out tonight, and he will be activated tomorrow.
Well, there you go. Go pick him up if you need a tight end in fantasy, I guess. The Vikings have been doing just fine without him. Maybe the Broncos ought to call them and see if they'll trade them Hawkinson, but I think he just re-signed for a pretty good chunk of change. Going to be an interesting game tonight, Rams and you know what? If everybody gets through healthy, then I guess the Rams just focus on trying to move those 2 guys you just previously mentioned.
Yeah, it might be more than just those 2. The Rams might have a fire sale.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because all of a sudden you got a bunch of teams like, do the Browns fire sale?
Yeah.
This might be, although we thought this the last couple of years, right? This is going to be the most interesting NFL trade deadline in a while, and then nothing happens. So I guess we'll see what happens. That is the High Five, always brought to you by our guy, Mark Springer. We appreciate him giving you that edition today. Berto's going to head back up north. Right? No, go down south because he's got to get back there and start hosting some action. You got 2 pregames you got to worry about tonight. And speaking of pregames, you know where you're going to be able to watch a pregame? The Altitude Plus streaming app. It's now live, and in celebration, our friends over at Bet365 are giving fans a 2-month subscription to Altitude Plus when they sign up for a new account with Bet365. Mark Springer and I are going to take you home. We'll talk about all the games happening tonight and get you ready, especially for that Nuggets opener before we say goodnight here on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your testosterone levels. Going to be a little bit nosy about that. How you feeling? Have you been having tough sleep maybe? Not sleeping as well as you used to? Maybe some decreased libido? Have you put on weight? And not like me, knowing that you can easily blame it on the ice cream. Maybe you're not, up and at 'em and as energetic throughout the day as you want to be. These are all things that can be signs of low testosterone. You know how you can solve it? You go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You could take the low T quiz right on their website if you want to maybe investigate a little bit more before you head in there. It's just a 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. And then schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's how the visit goes. They will draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider that reviews your results with you, and you can discuss the options. The cost of the appointment's only $99. Does include the medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone the day of your appointment, It'll be free. So go and visit them. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. There's no need to wait. They got 5 locations to serve you. Run a better race with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get the energy and the youthfulness back and go see what they can do for you. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, it's Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer, wrapping this thing up. Mark, I got a quick question for you. By the way, we're out at Stoney's, 11th and Lincoln. Come and see us. We're here with Tullamore Dew. Our guy Steve's in the house. It means you could get yourself a free little drink at Tullamore Dew if you'd like. He's pretty generous. I won't lie to you, folks. I got to ask you this real quick, Spring, apropos of nothing. I don't even know how this happened. I think I literally popped open the Yahoo basketball app, fantasy basketball app accidentally, trying to get to my other dumb football team that I already hate and would like to cut everybody. And somehow now I have a Yahoo basketball team. I keep getting notifications about a dumb basketball team. I didn't draft. I don't know why I have a lineup. I don't even know how this happened. Have you ever had that happen to you?
No.
This
that
is
makes
unbelievable.
absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
Who's on your team?
I'm getting reports. You have a bunch of guys missing in your lineup. Yeah, because I didn't draft a team.
What's the name of your team? Is the name of your team Andy's Awesome Team?
Yes, it's something like that. So somehow I think I opened the app and they decided they'd just give me I don't want the team. And now I don't think I can get rid of the team. God, this is annoying. Anyway, you've never had anything like that happen?
No.
None of those?
Did you sleep draft? You know how some people sleepwalk? Did you sleep draft?
I live a more interesting life when I'm sleepwalking than awake. No, man, I swear to you. All I know is I went, I remember popping open the basketball section by accident, but all I did was then go to football so I could go to my lousy team where everyone's a huge disappointment, and my top pick was Christian McCaffrey. By the way, are we hearing anything more? When you do the high five, is McCaffrey, do they still think he's coming back after the bye, or are we just punting on this?
I think if I remember what I saw correctly, the idea is he'll practice next week.
Okay.
Try to practice next week. Why? Oh, because he's on your fantasy team?
Well, no, quite honestly, because I don't know. You know how I go, Spring. I don't care about my fantasy team. It is what it is. I joined to talk crap with my friends, and now I'm just on the receiving end of it because my team is awful. No, I think the Niners are one of the few teams that you would think a third crack at the Chiefs if they can get by Detroit, which I don't think is a guarantee this year, but you'd think them having a third crack at the Chiefs, they would finally figure it out, right? No?
Well, they're 0 for their last 6. I know that. They're 0 for their last 6 against the Chiefs. I'm not sure how many of those were Purdy starts, but I mean that's
Kyle's got to figure that out.
You're leasing beachfront property on the San Francisco 49ers with that type of ownage.
Yeah, no, you're right. They might as well just they're the little brother. There's no doubt about it. All right, you know what? Let's talk about something fun. That's your Denver Nuggets. They get going tonight. OKC, 8 o'clock, TNT on the call. I know Kaz is going to have the call on the radio. I think Hastings is working with him tonight. Then our guys will get some games going over the weekend. You can watch the Avs on Channel 9 tonight. It's the first Channel 9 game for Colorado, but don't worry. It's going to be Mark Mosier, Mark Rycroft. I understand they were singing the Tullamore Dew song, so that may happen on Channel 9 tonight, I guess. I guess we'll see if Rycroft affects Moj. But anyway, it's the crew you know on Channel 9, and you get to watch the game. That starts at 7 against Utah Hockey Club. You know them as the Coyotes. Matter of fact, you know what, Spring? Random thought today, I had a coyote run in front of my car today. I didn't run him over, but, you know, I don't know if that's a sign or whatever, but it is the old coyotes running around here. So let's start with the Nuggets because I've asked Nate. Let's ask you, what are your expectations of this year? What do you think happens? What, top 4 finish? They're going to be top in the Western Conference? Do you think it's OKC's deal? What's your prediction for the Nuggets?
I mean, it's not much of a prediction as an ask, a want, a desire. For me, and anyone out there, feel free to disagree with me. This is my opinion, okay? But I don't think I'm wrong. I just want them healthy. I want them rested and healthy, preferably in the top 6. I would like to avoid the play-in. Now, I think the Nuggets are better than that. I think the Nuggets are the most dangerous team for the Boston Celtics to face in the finals. I think Nikola Jokic is the toughest matchup in the league. I expect Jamal to have good moments this year, okay, despite all the negativity. I know he didn't look good with Team Canada, but I expect him to play relatively high-level basketball this season. while I think that they're the most dangerous team for Boston, and therefore you would say, oh, then they should be the 1 seed. I don't know if the rotations and the legs will allow them to be the 1 seed. I think they're looking at a little lower seed than that, and the key will be their health going into the playoffs. Get in the play-in. I don't care. Get in as the 6. As long as we don't see dudes gassing out in the second round of the playoffs again this year, that's all I want. That's all I want. I want them healthy with their legs under them come playoff time.
No, I like that. Look, I'm gonna do this too. I understand Jamal had a rough summer. Okay, there's no getting around it. I was more shocked than anything when it came to the Nuggets getting bounced in the second round. I was shocked at just late game Jamal. Late game Jamal's been clutch. Thus the shot at 52-80. Remember that shirt? Remember all that fun? Remember that stuff that was going on against the Lakers? I mean, seriously, that's still to me who Jamal is. He's a guy that, along with Joker, is not afraid at any moment of the game to take a shot. And that may seem like a small thing. It's not. How many times have you seen, whether it's the Nuggets or other teams, they get guys that want to pass the ball around at the end of the game because they don't want that pressure on their shoulders. Jamal's never been afraid of a tough shot. And I still think he's the Robin to Nicola's Batman. AG's very, very important. MPJ's very, very important. Matter of fact, to me, I think the difference between a middle seed and a top seed is the growth of MPJ. I'm comfortable saying that. If MPJ can grow the way that Nate's talking about, continue to show some attributes from the preseason where he was aggressive going to the rack, where he shows no more fear taking the 3, and his defense has improved just a little bit more, and he's that kind of top-level player, then I think you're a top 1 or 2 team again. Because we know the shooting's there, but he's got to keep showing that thing. And I'm curious to see what Russell Westbrook brings, but I think Jamal will quiet the doubters, remind people who they are, but you're absolutely right, Spring. I don't care about the seed. What I like to see at the end of the year is everybody healthy, like you mentioned, and you playing better basketball than you were start of the year. Every coach wants to peak at the right time. You want that ramp up to your best ball as you hit the playoffs. And if you can do that, they'll be just fine. All right, we got to kind of start wrapping some things up. What do you think about the Avs tonight? On and in against Utah. So here's the thing. It's Utah, but they struggled against the Coyotes the last couple years. Is this going to be a tougher game? Just are people forgetting what club they're really playing, Spring?
No, you're right. The Avs when they would go to Arizona, and of late when they would go to Mullet Arena.